Mu Chen was clearly a severe mental patient, yet he was worshipped as a god by the entire nation. People were even willing to follow him into the ocean to catch jellyfish. The reason? Mu Chen had been reborn, returning to the day before the public beta of the game dawn in 2033. With an SSS level talent, Apostle of Chaos, he could use skills with no cooldown and no energy cost, allowing him to reclaim everything he had lost within mere days. Moreover, his status as a reborn individual enabled him to stay ahead of most players by several steps, seizing opportunities and gaining immense benefits. In his previous life, however, Mu Chen had foolishly given away an S-level talent card to none other than his rival in love. All because his childhood friend, Lin Yanran, had pleaded with teary eyes, and he softened for a moment, handing over the S-level card to her. Little did he know, she only did so for her beloved brother Yi Tian, and the S-level card ended up in Yi Tian's hands. At this moment, Mu Chen stood solemnly under the dim light, gazing at his 20-year-old reflection in the mirror. His handsome face, tall and straight posture, and those lifeless, stagnant eyes, this was not the look a 20-year-old young man should have. Mu Chen's gaze was piercing as he stared at his reflection. The face was striking, the posture upright. But the eyes were cold, like dead water, carrying the weight of sorrow and unyielding determination. Those eyes did not belong to an ordinary 20-year-old. After a long silence, Mu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He murmured softly, "I'm back." That's right. Mu Chen had been reborn. It was September 1, 2033. The global public beta of the virtual online game Dawn was about to launch. This wasn't just a game, it was more like a gateway to another world. Dawn was hailed as the second world due to its unprecedented realism, which defied imagination. Its groundbreaking currency exchange system allowed in-game currency to be directly converted to real-world money at a 1-to-1 ratio. Billions of players flocked to it, igniting a gold rush frenzy. Governments worldwide fully supported it, and Dawn became a global sensation. Within half a month, over 3 billion people were online simultaneously, breaking multiple world records. However, 3 years later, the boundaries between the game world and reality began to blur. Players found themselves capable of using in-game equipment and skills in the real world. The gods of chaos took advantage of this, invading Earth. The human governments formed the Dawn Player Corps, vowing to defend their homeland. But the chaotic gods were overwhelmingly powerful, their assaults relentless. The human resistance suffered defeat after defeat. In the final battle, nearly all of the strongest players were annihilated. Some human elites chose to surrender, becoming the claws and fangs of the chaotic gods, aiding their tyranny and slaughtering their own kind. In the end, only Mu Chen stood alone, guarding humanity's last hope. Besieged endlessly, he fought until exhaustion claimed him, and he fell. Humanity was annihilated. Earth was overrun. As the memories faded, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the calendar on his desk. August 31, 2033. Tomorrow would mark the launch of Dawn's public beta. He had returned to the night before the beta. Suddenly, he moved, walking toward his wardrobe. He retrieved a silver-white password-protected box. Entering the code, the box slowly opened. Inside was a card radiating golden light. An S-level talent card. On the eve of the beta, Dawn distributed 10 million talent cards. The vast majority were D-level or C-level, with only 100 S-level cards. Players who pre-registered for the game had a chance to obtain one. Mu Chen had pre-registered as well, but his luck had been abysmal. He had never even gotten a D-level card. This S-level talent card had been acquired through immense difficulty. Mu Chen had drained his family's wealth, plunged into debt, and endured countless hardships just to purchase it from someone else. When registering an account, the system would randomly assign players a talent. The outcome was uncertain, with high chances of receiving a poor talent and slim chances of anything worthwhile. Once chosen, a talent could not be changed and would accompany the player for life. With this card, however, upon the first login, inserting the card would activate a randomized S-level talent. That was the unparalleled value of an S-level talent card. Mu Chen's family had originally been well off, but because of this card, he had been reduced to living in a shabby rental apartment. His sister had to take on extra work to repay the debts. At this thought, Mu Chen felt a pang of guilt. In his previous life, he had owed his sister far too much. But all of it had been worth it. As long as he was given a few days, he would reclaim everything he had lost. With the advantage of rebirth, at the dawn of the beta, he would be leagues ahead of billions of players, seizing the lead and amassing wealth. At that moment, his phone screen lit up, displaying a few unread messages. They were from his sister. Worked overtime today, the boss gave me a 200 yuan bonus. Want me to transfer it to you? Are you busy? Will you be home? A trace of guilt flickered through Mu Chen's eyes. In his previous life, when the chaotic gods invaded, he had traveled to another city to provide support. During his absence, the Corn Legion attacked Jinnan City. The population was nearly wiped out, and the city lay in ruins. By the time he returned, it was too late. His sister had died tragically, and he had been powerless to save her. It remained an eternal wound in his heart, a shadow he could never escape. This time, he would never allow his sister to suffer even the slightest harm. Never. Mu Chen carefully stored the S-level talent card. Just then, the phone rang urgently. Mu Chen picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, his brows furrowing sharply. The screen displayed a name, Lin Yanran. His gaze instantly turned as cold as frost, exuding a chilling aura. After a few seconds, he answered the call coldly. From the other end came a gentle, pleading voice, Mu Chen, where are you? I need to talk to you urgently. Can we meet? Mu Chen asked in a deep voice. What is it? Lin Yanran hesitated. It's hard to explain over the phone. Can we meet? Mu Chen's tone grew lower. What exactly is it? After a moment of silence, she finally said softly, that S-level talent card you have. Can you give it to me? Mu Chen replied flatly, yes, I have it. Lin Yanran's voice carried bitterness. I'm begging you. We've known each other since we were kids. You can't refuse me. Mu Chen's lips curled into a bitter smile as he asked coldly, is this for Yi Tian? Lin Yanran hesitated, her voice barely audible. Yes, but brother Yi Tian is your friend too, isn't he? Mu Chen's tone turned icy. Do you know how much I sacrificed for that S-level talent card? I spent all of my parents' inheritance and went into debt. This card is my only hope. If I give it to Yi Tian, what will I do? Lin Yanran fell silent, her voice lowering into a plea. You've always liked me, haven't you? Help me, please. Brother Yi Tian really needs this card. Mu Chen let out a cold laugh. I like you? That's true. But do you like me? The other end of the line fell into dead silence. The answer was painfully clear, she didn't. Lin Yanran tried to say something, but Mu Chen hung up mercilessly. Memories of his past life surged in, how he had once handed over the S-level talent card to his rival, Yi Tian, because of her. He mocked himself, his heart wrenching in pain. The memories continued to surface. As children, Lin Yanran and Mu Chen had been neighbors. They grew up together, forming a close bond. In his youthful naivety, Mu Chen had harbored a secret love for her for many years. Anything she asked for, he would do his utmost to fulfill, just to see her smile. He had been willing to give everything for her. But all his sacrifices were met with indifference and cruelty. Just like the tales in fairy tales. The one who saves the princess is the knight, but the one who marries her is the prince. Mu Chen had always been the knight who silently gave his all. And Yi Tian, the man Lin Yanran spoke of, was the noble prince in her heart. Fate only favors a fortunate few. Yi Tian was precisely one of those chosen by fate. He was the only son of the chairman of Qingye Group, born into a prestigious family with an extraordinary background. But that wasn't all. Yi Tian was strikingly handsome, carefree by nature, and effortlessly charming. With his prominent family background and exceptional appearance, he was adored by women from a young age. He and Mu Chen, however, belonged to two entirely different worlds. One was a child of destiny, destined for greatness. The other was as insignificant as dust. A few months ago, Yi Tian had been caught harassing another man's girlfriend at a bar and was beaten up by several individuals. Fleeing in disarray, he dashed into the streets and happened to run into Mu Chen. Seeing his plight, Mu Chen didn't hesitate to step in and save him. From that moment, the two became acquainted and eventually friends. One day, Yi Tian visited Mu Chen at his home, where Lin Yanran happened to be present. It was Yi Tian and Lin Yanran's first meeting. Unexpectedly, that encounter caused Lin Yanran to fall for him at first sight, completely captivated. Within days, Lin Yanran and Yi Tian confirmed their relationship. She officially became Yi Tian's girlfriend. When the news reached Mu Chen, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly devastated. The girl he had secretly loved since childhood had fallen for his own friend. What a cruel irony! From then on, Mu Chen's world turned bleak. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss, unable to find his way out. He vowed to exhaust all his resources to obtain an S-rank talent card. This obsession stemmed from a heartbreak that had seared itself into his soul. In his previous life, at around this same time, Lin Yanran had called him, begging for his S-rank talent card. At the time, Mu Chen still harbored feelings for her. With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded with him tirelessly. Softening at her sorrow, Mu Chen handed the S-rank talent card over to her. Little did he know, she had done it all for Yi Tian. The card eventually ended up in Yi Tian's hands. In his previous life, without the S-rank talent card, Mu Chen was only able to obtain an F-rank talent. In the early stages of the game, he lagged far behind other players. Meanwhile, Yi Tian quickly rose to prominence with the help of the S-rank talent card. Within a short period, he became one of the strongest players in the Huaxia region. Mu Chen, on the other hand, remained struggling at the bottom. What's more, Yi Tian gained the favor of the god of fate. He became a deity-blessed player, endowed with the divine talent, child of destiny. Good fortune followed him wherever he went. Divine artifacts, fortuitous encounters, and beauties all came his way. In Dawn World, the gods of order only favored players they deemed worthy, bestowing blessings and divine power upon them. Such players were known as the deity-blessed. The blessings of the gods elevated their strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. This was the honor every player dreamed of attaining. As for Mu Chen, even if he became a top-tier powerhouse, he never once earned the favor of the gods. Yi Tian was like the protagonist of a power fantasy novel. Mu Chen, on the other hand, was the pitiful supporting character mocked by fate. Fate was often so cruel. Some were born at the finish line, easily possessing everything others could only dream of. Others were born in the dust, their lives filled with hardship, forever gazing upward. Fate handed me the worst script. But that's fine, I am a natural-born warrior, and I will never surrender. One day, I will step into the realm of the gods, slay the god of fate, seize divinity, and save humanity. Mu Chen's gaze was resolute, his internal vow as firm as iron. Outside the window, the rain grew heavier, pattering incessantly. Mu Chen walked to his desk and sat down. He pulled out a brown notebook and a pen. With the advantage of reincarnation, he would have an overwhelming lead in the early stages of the game. He began drafting a preliminary plan. Tomorrow was the game's official launch, and he would follow his plan step by step. Speaking of the launch, Mu Chen suddenly remembered that he had yet to secure a gaming helmet. The standard helmet was priced at 10,000 yuan. Mu Chen's bank account had just over 10,000 yuan left. It was just enough. But if he bought the helmet, he'd have no money left for food. Mu Chen didn't mind. Dawn World had a well-developed currency system. In-game gold coins could be exchanged for real-world currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. With the game launching tomorrow, he'd have plenty of ways to make money. Mu Chen picked up his phone and pre-ordered a standard gaming helmet from an online store. With same-city delivery, it was scheduled to arrive at 8 a.m. the next morning. With the helmet sorted out, he put down his phone and prepared to continue writing his plan. By chance, his gaze landed on a photo frame on his desk. Inside, alongside a family portrait of Mu Chen and his relatives, was a childhood photo of him and Lin Yanran. In the photo, a 12-year-old Lin Yanran hugged a visibly nervous Mu Chen tightly. Mu Chen had cherished this photo for 7 or 8 years. Now, as he stared at it again, his emotions remained calm. Slowly, he removed the photo from the frame, lit a lighter, and watched as the flames consumed it. The firelight illuminated his cold, stoic expression. Love is extreme and absolute, it's either a lifetime together or complete strangers. Elsewhere, at the Moon Dream Hotel, in a luxurious suite, Lin Yanran lay on a plush bed, dressed in a sheer purple nightgown that exuded both innocence and allure. Beside her was Yi Tian, clad in a white bathrobe. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yanran frowned deeply. She couldn't understand why Mu Chen, who was usually so accommodating to her, had suddenly become so cold and distant today. Seeing her troubled expression, Yi Tian immediately asked, "Yanran, did Mu Chen agree?" Lin Yanran shook her head, looking aggrieved. "He didn't." Yi Tian's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, "This is troublesome." The price of rare S-rank talent cards on the market had skyrocketed. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of obtaining one. How had Mu Chen managed to get so lucky? Lin Yanran looked apologetic. "Brother Yi Tian, I'm sorry. Should I call Mu Chen again?" "No need." Yi Tian's tone was firm, his voice filled with arrogance. "My woman will not allow herself to be humiliated by Mu Chen." His powerful words instantly ignited Lin Yanran's admiration. Her eyes sparkled with reverence. "Brother Yi Tian, you're amazing." Yi Tian laughed smugly, pulling her into his arms, his other hand wandering over her alluring figure. Lin Yanran's cheeks flushed red. "Brother Yi Tian, you're so bad. Again? Won't you let me rest? This is your punishment. Who told you to go and plead with Mu Chen? But you were the one who asked me to beg him. How dare you talk back?" Yi Tian flipped her over with domineering force, exuding an aura of a triumphant knight returning from victory, majestic and imposing. The next morning, at precisely 8 a.m., a delivery man handed the gaming helmet to Mu Chen. He unboxed it, revealing a sleek black helmet. Locking the door, he connected the power and inserted his talent card into the helmet slot. Lying down, he donned the helmet and initiated the game. In an instant, Mu Chen's consciousness was drawn into a golden, radiant palace. Welcome, adventurer. Drawing talent. Congratulations! You have acquired the S-rank talent, cooldown reduction. Anomalies detected. Unknown divine power residue found within your body. Talent is mutating. Congratulations! You have acquired the SSS rank talent, Apostle of Chaos. Apostle of Chaos skills have no cooldown, no cost. SSS rank talent? In his previous life, he had only ever heard of S-rank talents. Could there be an even higher grade? And where did this divine power residue come from? He had never encountered the gods of order. Why would he carry divine power? Could it be that this, Apostle of Chaos, was connected to the 4 chaotic evil gods? No matter what, talent was already determined and could not be changed. Moreover, this SSS level, Apostle of Chaos, was strong enough. No cooldown, no energy consumption. It meant he could transform into a magical cannon and bombard enemies without limit. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Mu Chen set aside his doubts and began creating his character. Please enter your ID. Dust, Mu Chen replied. Please choose your profession. Apprentice. In the game Dawn, there were 3 beginner professions: warrior, apprentice, and ranger. At level 10, players could advance to one of hundreds of advanced, hidden, or hero professions, offering a wide variety of choices. In his previous life, Mu Chen had been a mage. With the Apostle of Chaos talent this time, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Character successfully created. ID, Dust. Level, 1. Profession, Apprentice. Talent, Apostle of Chaos. Health, 20. Energy, 30. Attack, 2. Spell power, 6. Defense, 2. Strength, 1. Vitality, 2. Agility, 1. Spirit, 3. Intelligence, 3. The effects of the game's 6 main attributes were clear. 1 strength equals 2 attack. 1 vitality equals 10 health plus 1 defense. 1 agility equals 1 accuracy plus 1 dodge. 1 spirit equals 10 energy. 1 intelligence equals 2 spell power. In Dawn, players could not customize their appearance. Their in-game avatar mirrored their real-world looks. Once the talent and profession were chosen, a golden light suddenly enveloped Mu Chen. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a tranquil, peaceful village. System prompt. You were born in Twilight Village. Head to the village chief to receive your quest. As more and more players gathered around, Mu Chen noticed the crowd and quickly moved into a deserted alley. His skill bar contained only 1 ability, Scout. His inventory held just 2 pieces of beginner equipment, a worn robe and a wooden staff. Equipment attributes. Worn robe, Greystone. Cloth armor. Health, plus 20. Energy, plus 10. Durability, 50-50. Worn wooden staff, Greystone. Short staff. Spell power, plus 2. Durability, 50-50. Equipping himself properly, Mu Chen stepped out of Twilight Village. The system urged him to find the village chief to receive the quest. But he knew that the village chief's house was already surrounded by a long queue of players, and it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to get in. He decided to avoid the crowd for now and wait until later when it was less busy. In his previous life, he had also been born in Twilight Village and was very familiar with the area. There were many NPCs in the village who gave out normal and hidden quests. Leaving the village, Mu Chen ventured into the wilderness. Monsters in the game were classified into 4 tiers: normal, elite, boss, and lord. Around the beginner village, most monsters were normal, with elite monsters being rare and boss monsters almost non-existent. He oriented himself and headed southwest of Twilight Village, toward a nearby forest. The area was filled with wild wolves, the most common enemy for beginners. Mu Chen ignored the wild wolves, bypassing them and heading straight into the depths of the forest. There stood an ancient towering tree, its roots partially concealing a dark, hollow entrance. The tree hollow was small, just large enough for 1 person to squeeze through. Inside, it was pitch dark, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh. But Mu Chen didn't hesitate and crawled straight in. Moments later, he emerged from the tree hollow, now holding a white runestone, a skill stone. Fireball. Grade, F-level skill. Profession, Apprentice. Effect, throws a fireball, dealing 10 damage. Range, 10 meters. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Energy cost, 5. Without hesitation, Mu Chen immediately added Fireball to his skill set. The apprentice profession was not favored in the early stages of the game, primarily because skill stones had to be purchased from trainers using gold coins. F-level skill stones were priced at 30 gold coins, not expensive, but gold coins were extremely hard to come by early on. Beginner monsters barely dropped any gold. Thus, despite being a magic-based profession, apprentices often had to swing their staffs like melee fighters and fight desperately up close. This tree hollow containing a skill stone had been discovered by a ranger player in Mu Chen's previous life. The player had shared the location on the official forums, and Mu Chen had remembered it. With Fireball in hand, Mu Chen couldn't wait to test its power on the wild wolves. Nearby, a few wild wolves were wandering about. He used Scout to reveal their stats. Wild Wolf, Normal. Level, 1. Health, 50. Attack, 3. Locking onto one wild wolf, Mu Chen focused his mind, and a fireball shot from his hand. The fireball struck the wild wolf, eliciting a shrill howl. A blood-red number 10 floated above its head. The injured wolf's eyes turned blood-red as it charged at Mu Chen in a frenzy. Remaining calm, Mu Chen glanced at his skill bar and energy value. Fireball had no cooldown, and his energy hadn't decreased. The Apostle of Chaos talent was simply overpowered. The wild wolf closed the distance to less than 3 meters. Mu Chen raised his hand, firing 5 consecutive fireballs in rapid succession. The wild wolf's health plummeted to 0. With a final howl, it collapsed, its life extinguished. Chapter 4, The Underground Cavern. At the same time, the system's cold prompt sounded, "You've gained 15 experience points." Mu Chen stepped forward and picked up a wolf pelt dropped by the wolf. Wolf pelt, black iron. Purpose, material for crafting light armor. Description, can be used to sew light armor or sold to NPC merchants. Another wild wolf entered his sight. Mu Chen quickly summoned several fireballs, raining them upon the wolf. The fireball struck relentlessly, and before the wolf could react, its health dropped to 0. Another system prompt, "You've gained 15 experience points." This wolf left no drops. Mu Chen marveled to himself, this talent is way too overpowered. It's like playing with cheat codes. Before he could finish his thought, another wild wolf met its end under his fireball assault. System prompt, "You've gained 15 experience points. Leveling up to 2 will require 500 experience points. Time to pick up the pace." Mu Chen muttered to himself. The howls of dying wolves echoed through the forest, sharp and piercing. An hour later, Mu Chen walked out of the forest, satisfied he had finally reached level 2 and gained 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated 2 points to vitality and 3 to intelligence. For most magic-based professions, the standard allocation was 1 vitality, 2 spirit, and 2 intelligence, a balanced and reasonable build. But with Mu Chen's talent making his skills cost no energy, spirit was unnecessary, saving him many attribute points. Leaving the forest, Mu Chen returned to Twilight Village. Outside the village, groups of players had gathered, forming small parties to hunt together. Voices rose one after another, with recruitment calls echoing through the air. Dark Knight Guild recruiting. Skilled players prioritized. Looking for party members, female players only. Newbie group forming, female players prioritized. Male players, good luck. Any pros willing to carry me? I'll do anything. Looking for a carry. I can act cute and charming. Mu Chen shook his head and chuckled at an apprentice willing to do anything to get carried. Apprentices without skills had a miserable time hunting alone, with low efficiency. Teaming up was the best option to gain experience. Once enough gold was earned, they could buy skill stones from trainers. Mu Chen walked straight into Twilight Village. His first stop was the only tailor shop, where he sold 20 wolf pelts to the tailor. The tailor examined the pelts and frowned. These pelts were burned by fire elements, lowering their quality. "I'll pay half price, 15 gold coins. Deal?" Mu Chen nodded, the price was fair. The trade completed. The tailor handed him 15 gold coins. "I suggest you go to the underground cavern. There are fire lizards there, and their scales are excellent materials for crafting light armor. I'll pay a high price for them." A system notification popped up. "Do you accept the quest, the tailor's request?" "Yes, I'll bring you the fire lizard scales as soon as possible," Mu Chen replied. The system confirmed, the tailor's quest accepted. The tailor advised, "The fire lizards are level 3. It's best to take some teammates with you." Mu Chen nodded and left silently. The underground cave was dark and damp, with dim lighting. Before setting off, Mu Chen prepared torches and ropes. He even spent a few gold coins at the neighboring general store to purchase several torches and two 20-meter-long ropes. Afterward, he didn't immediately head for the cave. He planned to accept a hidden quest first, which also required him to go to the cave, killing two birds with one stone. Dusk Village had an ancient architectural style, with cobblestone streets and uniquely designed houses. The air was filled with the aroma of bread and malted beer, as if one had stepped into a medieval painting. The game Dawnlight had launched its public beta at 8:30 this morning. Today being the weekend, hundreds of millions of players had flocked online. Every beginner village was bustling with players. On the streets of Dusk Village, excited players roamed around, exploring. Mu Chen, with a clear goal in mind, weaved through the crowd, passed through alleys and streets, and arrived at a red-roofed cottage in the northern part of the village. Standing at the door, he knocked politely. After a moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a tired look opened the door and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Mu Chen smiled, concealing the ripple of excitement in his heart, and delivered the excuse he had prepared in advance. "Mr. Orkin, hello. I'm an adventurer. I heard your child is gravely ill, and only a special herb can save him. I happen to know where that herb grows." "Really?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Orkin's eyes, and his voice trembled with emotion. Mu Chen smiled confidently and said, "Absolutely. If you can save my child, I'll give you anything you want." Orkin promised eagerly. Mu Chen asked in a deep voice, "I heard your family has an heirloom weapon. Is that true?" Orkin froze for a moment. Inwardly, he thought, how does this kid know everything? Even the secret of my family's heirloom weapon. Only my family knows about it. Suspicion flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resignation. His child was on the brink of death, and the doctor had said they wouldn't last a few days. At this moment, what did an heirloom weapon matter? He said urgently, "If you can save my child, I'm willing to give you the heirloom weapon." The system prompted, "Do you accept the hidden quest Stoneheart herb? Alright, I'll set out immediately to gather the herb for your child and return as soon as possible." Mu Chen didn't wait for a response and left without looking back. He stepped out of Dusk Village again, striding toward the underground cave. The cave was far from the village. Along the way, packs of hungry, ferocious wolves roamed the area. For regular players, entering this area alone was a death sentence. But for Mu Chen, these wolves were nothing more than training fodder delivered straight to him. On the journey, fireballs continuously shot from his hands, their glow tearing through the darkness as wolves fell one after another. He slaughtered all in his path until he reached the entrance of the underground cave. The trail he left was littered with wolf corpses and scorched marks. The underground cave cold, damp, and seemingly bottomless. At the entrance stood a warning sign, cautioning all. Powerful elite monsters reside within. Entry is forbidden. Mu Chen paid no mind and stepped inside. The interior of the cave was dim, with very low visibility. He retrieved a torch from his backpack and lit it. The faint flickering light illuminated his path forward. As soon as he entered the cave and took a few steps, Mu Chen was suddenly ambushed by a monster. The underground cave housed two types of monsters. One was the fire lizard, which burned with flames and was exceedingly ferocious. The other was the night bat, hanging from the cave walls, waiting for the right moment to strike. Whenever someone passed by, the night bats would swoop down and launch a surprise attack. At level 2, their combat power slightly exceeded that of wolves, making them relatively easy to deal with. The challenge lay in their ambush tactics from above, which were nearly impossible to guard against. The torchlight couldn't reach the top of the cave walls, leaving their hiding spots shrouded in darkness. But Mu Chen was well prepared. His fireball spell had no cooldown and no mana cost, allowing him to unleash a relentless barrage of fiery projectiles. The fireballs not only illuminated the darkness but also startled the night bats, achieving two goals at once. Though numerous, the monsters posed no threat to Mu Chen. Fireballs rained down like a storm, charring bat after bat. The ground was soon covered with scorched remains. He picked up the materials and coins dropped by the monsters, and continued advancing deeper into the cave. Before long, Mu Chen reached the depths of the cave. Here, in addition to the night bats, there were fire lizards. Fire lizards were fire-type monsters, spewing flames like fountains. Their thick scales emitted a fiery glow and provided strong fire resistance. After leveling up, Mu Chen's fireball spell dealt damage equal to intelligence times 100% plus 4 additional points, totaling 16 points of fire damage. However, the fire lizard's resistance reduced 4 points of damage, leaving a net damage of 12 points. While some of the firepower was mitigated, it was still devastating enough. Quantity is its own kind of strength. Mu Chen chuckled inwardly. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of fireballs, the fire lizards couldn't put up a fight and were reduced to ashes. When the fire lizard fell, it dropped fire lizard scale ×1 and coins ×2. The loot from high-level monsters was noticeably more generous. After collecting his spoils, Muchen pressed onward. At the very end of the cave, a fire lizard elite lay in wait. It guarded the precious herb required to save Orkan's child, the Stoneheart herb. To complete the quest, Muchen had to defeat this fire lizard elite first. The cave's deepest chamber opened into a wide space, with walls blanketed in glowing green moss, creating an eerie and mystical atmosphere. The fire lizard elite resembled an ordinary fire lizard in appearance. The only difference was its crimson scales and its size, nearly 2 meters long. It was twice as large as a regular fire lizard, exuding an air of dominance. The moment Muchen appeared, the fire lizard elite sensed the danger. It spat out a blazing stream of fire, the flames slicing through the air like a blade. With agile movements, Muchen swiftly sidestepped the attack. At the same time, he cast a reconnaissance spell, locking onto his target. Fire Lizard, Elite. Level, 3. Health, 300. Energy, 50. Attack, 18. Fire Resistance, 5. Skill, Flame Burst, F. Faced with these stats, Muchen remained unshaken. An elite monster? In his past life, he had faced max-level boss monsters. This amount of health was just a matter of 30 fireballs. Dodging while firing, he unleashed an unrelenting barrage of attacks. Before long, the Fire Lizard Elite's energy was depleted, leaving it unable to cast Flame Burst. It resorted to basic physical attacks. Muchen no longer needed to move. He stood his ground and continued his steady onslaught. Fireball after fireball struck home, and vibrant red damage numbers popped up repeatedly. The Elite's health quickly dropped to 0, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Muchen stepped forward to collect the loot, over 100 gold coins and a gray stone staff. Fire Lizard Staff, Gray Stone. Type, Short Staff. Spell Power, +3. Fire Damage, +2. Durability, 30/30ths. Defeating the Fire Lizard Elite awarded Muchen 90 experience points, leveling him up to 3. He swapped out his beginner weapon for the Fire Lizard Staff. Then, within the creature's nest, he found the quest item, Stoneheart Herb. Returning to Dusk Village, Muchen was laden with spoils. He headed first to the tailor's shop, where he sold 18 fire lizard scales for 5 gold coins each, earning a total of 90 gold coins. Completing the quest, the system rewarded him with an additional 120 gold coins. Next, he went to the house of Aujin to deliver the Stoneheart grass. Aujin took the herb to the village apothecary to create a healing potion, then returned home and fed the potion to his gravely ill child. A miracle occurred, the child's terminal illness was cured. Tears streaming down his face, Aujin said sincerely, "Honored adventurer, thank you for saving my child. This is a weapon passed down in my family. Consider it your reward." As he spoke, Aujin handed Muchen a heavy sword, its black blade shimmering faintly. Without hesitation, Muchen accepted the sword. In Dawn, equipment is ranked across 8 tiers: Greystone, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Epic, Legendary, and Divine Artifact. There are also Green Set and Blood Slaughter gear. A Black Iron weapon alone could be sold for thousands of gold coins at the very least. However, Muchen was a magic user and could not wield a greatsword. He only wanted it to sell for a good price. For completing the hidden quest, the system rewarded him with 300 gold coins. In just a few hours, Muchen's total gold had surged into the thousands. At a conversion rate of 1:1, it was only a few $1,000s. Such an amount meant little to him. In his previous life, the gold in his inventory had reached into the billions. Muchen made his way to the central square of Dusk Village, which was bustling with players. At the center stood an altar, the Altar of Life, constructed by the Church of the God of Life. It was the only place where players could bind their respawn point. When players died in the wild, they would resurrect here. As such, it was the most densely populated area in the village. The Altar of Life operated continuously, with players respawning in an unending stream. Dawn imposed severe death penalties. Upon death, players not only lost an entire level but could also drop their equipment. Thus, the area around the altar was lined with gear stalls, forming a long row of vendors. A quick glance revealed over 1,000 stalls. Muchen strolled casually through the market. Most of the equipment for sale was Greystone tier, not a single piece of Black Iron gear was in sight. He quickly developed a plan. Finding an empty spot, he set up a stall and displayed the Black Iron greatsword for sale. Its stats were made public, and it was priced at 5,000 gold coins. Standing behind his stall, Mu Chen waited silently for buyers. Among the sea of Greystone tier weapons, the black iron greatsword gleamed like a firefly in the night. It didn't take long before a crowd of players gathered around. Holy crap, a black iron tier weapon? That's insane luck. Hasn't the game been live for only a few hours? And someone already has a weapon of this quality? 5,000 gold coins? That's way too expensive. I don't even have 10 gold coins to my name. They weren't complaining about the price, they simply couldn't afford it. So early in the game, the vast majority of players hadn't even saved up double-digit gold amounts. 5,000 gold coins were simply out of reach. Mu Chen sneered. Cash transactions are also welcome. Highest bidder wins. No sooner had he spoken than someone shouted, 6,000. It's mine. Give me your bank details, I'll transfer it right now. 8,000. 8,000. 9,000. Sell it to me. 12,000. 17,000. The price surged like a tidal wave. Dawn was teeming with wealthy players. To them, tens of thousands of dollars were mere pocket change. Ultimately, the black iron greatsword sold for 32,000 gold coins, its new owner a young warrior in his early 20s. Mu Chen provided his bank account details, and the buyer promptly logged out of the game to make the transfer. His speed was astonishing. Mu Chen also logged out, checked his phone, and confirmed the transaction before logging back into the game. The black iron greatsword was successfully traded. The young warrior, unable to contain his excitement, equipped it immediately and left Dusk Village, likely heading to the wild to test his new weapon. Mu Chen, on the other hand, remained composed and left the game world. The clock struck noon. Having skipped breakfast, he decided to head downstairs to find something to eat. Before leaving, he transferred 20,000 yuan to his sister's bank account using his phone. The street below was lined with restaurants, and Mu Chen casually picked one, ordering a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with chili peppers over rice. Perhaps due to Dawn's launch, the usually bustling streets were eerily quiet, with few pedestrians in sight. After finishing his meal, Mu Chen returned to his rented apartment to continue leveling up. The building he lived in was dilapidated and in poor condition, but the rent was shockingly cheap, just 800 yuan a month. Cheap as it was, it had no other redeeming qualities. Everything else about it was a pain point. Once he earned a bit more money, he planned to move to a more comfortable place. As he entered the dimly lit stairwell, the motion-activated lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of a horror movie set. Mu Chen ascended the stairs to the 5th floor, where he suddenly noticed a girl of about 15 or 16 sitting on the staircase. She wore a white ballet dress, her slender legs wrapped in tight white stockings clearly visible beneath the short skirt. She carried a red school bag and held a textbook in her lap, diligently studying under the dim light. Mu Chen froze, memories of her surfacing in his mind. Her name was Song Jia, and she lived across the hall in apartment 502. Her father was a gambling addict and a chronic drunkard, frequently visited by debt collectors. Her mother, unable to endure the abuse, had fled, leaving Song Jia to fend for herself. Mu Chen's heart clenched. Why aren't you at home? Is something wrong? Song Jia looked up, her delicate face forcing a smile. I forgot my keys. Dad will be back soon, don't worry. Mu Chen saw the stubbornness in her eyes and knew she would never easily accept help. After a moment of silence, he briskly walked past her and returned to his apartment. Closing the door, he put on his gaming helmet and re-entered the world of Dawn. Dusk Village remained lively with voices and activity. At the village elder's house, a queue of players stretched out the door as they sought to claim quests. Mu Chen took one look at the line and immediately abandoned the idea. Waiting 3 or 4 hours just to see the elder? Better to come back when the crowd thinned. After all, beginner quests could be completed at any time, there was no rush. After thinking for a moment, he turned and headed toward the Dusk Tavern. It was the village's only tavern. Warriors, apprentices, rangers, and other beginner class trainers all resided here. If you wanted to purchase skill stones, this was the place to go. On the 2nd floor of the tavern, at a table by the window, Mu Chen found the apprentice trainer Anna. She had long, water-blue hair and a delicate face. She wore a pointed wizard's hat and a loose, flowing blue robe. Anna held a spellbook in her hands, a staff taller than a person standing beside her. Adventurer, are you here to buy skill stones? Anna asked, her voice crisp and clear. Mu Chen nodded. Anna waved her hand, and 4 skill stones appeared out of thin air on the wooden table. Fireball, F. Effect, hurl a fireball that explodes, dealing fire damage equal to 100% times spell power plus 4 additional damage. Casting range, 10 meters. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Energy cost, 5 points. Price, 30 gold coins. Ice Spike, F. Effect, launch a sharp ice spike that hits the target instantly, dealing frost damage equal to 90% times spell power, and heavily slowing the enemy, making their movements sluggish. Casting range, 9 meters. Cooldown, 4 seconds. Energy cost, 4 points. Price, 30 gold coins. Charged Bolt, F. Effect, fires a blazing lightning orb crackling with electric currents in the air, dealing lightning damage equal to 100% times spell power upon hitting. An enemy has a 10% chance to trigger a chain reaction, releasing 3 lightning orbs at once, leaving enemies with no escape in a flash of light. Casting range, 12. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Energy cost, 5. Price, 30 gold. Rotten Arrow, F. Effect, concentrates dark magic to shoot a magical arrow, striking the enemy with precision and dealing dark damage equal to 100% times spell power plus 7 additional damage. Corrodes the enemy from within, leaving a chilling dread. Casting range, 15. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Energy cost, 6. Price, 30 gold. Without hesitation, Muchen pulled out 90 gold coins and directly purchased all 3 skill stones, excluding Fireball. This scene immediately caught Anna's attention. In Dusktown, there were very few players who could spend 30 gold coins at once, let alone a bold individual who would fork out 90 gold coins in one go. At this moment, it seemed there was only someone like Muchen in the entire town. Anna closed her heavy magic book, a faint smile forming on her lips, her gaze carrying both probing curiosity and respect. Adventurer, I sense a strong aura around you. I have a task here, it's dangerous, but the rewards are generous. Are you interested? A glint of cold light flashed through Muchen's eyes as he replied indifferently, tell me about it. Anna stepped closer, lowering her voice. Deep within the dusk forest, there's a demonized wild wolf. I need its fawn to complete a critical magical experiment. The reward is a rare skill stone I've treasured for years. System prompt, do you accept the quest, demonized fawn? Muchen didn't hesitate, accept. Anna added, my experiment must be completed within 3 days, you'll need to hurry. Understood, Muchen nodded and turned to leave the Dusk Tavern. System prompt, purchasing 2 or more skill stones at once from the apprentice trainer has a chance to trigger this quest. This quest can only be triggered once, first come, first served. The rewards are generous and can also increase Anna's favorability. This is one of the few high-level quests in Dusk Village. After leaving the tavern, Muchen retrieved his backpack and glanced at the 3 white skill stones he had just purchased. He had no intention of learning these 3 skill stones. The 4 F-level skill stones Anna sold were all beginner spells, nearly identical in damage and effects. Learning one was enough. Muchen had already mastered Fireball and had no need to learn other similar spells. In Dawnworld, the skill bar was unlimited, allowing players to theoretically learn countless skills. However, upon reaching level 10 and choosing a class specialization, any skills irrelevant to the chosen class would be mercilessly deleted by the system. For instance, if one became a fire mage, all ice-related skills would be forcibly removed, leaving only those necessary for the class. Deleted skills offered no compensation, and countless players regretted wasting skill stones as a result. Thus, planning skill learning in advance to avoid waste was the smart choice. Muchen purchased the 3 skill stones solely to trigger Anna's quest. Skill stones could also be traded at stalls for huaxia currency, and there would definitely be buyers eager to snatch them up. Next, it was time to head to Dusk Forest and complete the task Anna had assigned. If his memory served correctly, the demonized wild wolf was a level 5 elite monster accompanied by 30 to 40 ordinary monsters. It was manageable and posed little difficulty. A swift battle would suffice. Muchen glanced at the map, confirming the approximate location of Dusk Forest and the demonized wild wolf. In his past life, while leveling up in the area, he had encountered the demonized wild wolf and remembered its activity zone. Years had passed, and his memory had faded, leaving only a rough idea of its location. He would have to search for its exact spot upon entering the forest. Stowing the map away, Muchen headed straight for Dusk Forest. Dusk Forest was a level 5 zone. Most players were only level 3 or 4, unqualified to enter. As a result, Muchen was the sole player in this forest. The monsters here were all level 5, boasting high combat power, rich experience points, and valuable drops. The monsters were densely packed. As a reborn individual, Muchen could easily evade monsters with his movement techniques, stealthily infiltrating the forest. But he had no intention of sneaking in. He chose to fight his way through. Facing the swarming level 5 monsters, Muchen skillfully dodged attacks while continuously launching fireballs. The fireballs hit their marks with precision, and crimson damage numbers flickered on the monsters' bodies. His experience points soared rapidly. Before long, Mu Chen leveled up to 4, gaining 5 free attribute points, which he allocated, 2 to stamina and 3 to intelligence. The power of his fireball increased significantly as a result. He had ventured deep into the forest for quite a while, yet he remained unsure of the demonized wild wolf's proximity. Opening the map, he carefully oriented himself. It should be around here. Why can't I spot the demonized wild wolf? Just as Mu Chen was pondering, a pair of cruel, purple-black eyes suddenly gleamed from the grass ahead, locking onto him. Demonized wild wolf. Mu Chen immediately recognized the creature lurking in the grass. Ordinary wild wolves had pale yellow eyes, but the demonized wild wolf's eyes were an eerie purple-black. At this moment, Mu Chen suddenly noticed he was surrounded. 2 to 3 dozen wild wolves had silently emerged, encircling him from all sides. However, the wolves hadn't sealed the circle entirely. They were spaced apart, leaving gaps between them. Mu Chen could break through at any time. Fortunately, he spotted them early, otherwise, he would have fallen into the ambush set by these cunning old wolves. The monsters and NPCs in Dawnworld weren't mindless puppets generated by programs. They were lifeforms personally created by the gods of order. They could feel joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, think independently, and were essentially living beings. The higher the monster's level, the greater its intelligence. Their level of wisdom also increased correspondingly. The demonized wild wolf before him had intelligence equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old child and even knew how to employ tactics. It was commanding the wolf pack, preparing to attack Mu Chen. Mu Chen's expression remained calm as he waved his hand lightly, casting the scouting spell. He quickly captured the demonized wild wolf's attributes. Demonized wild wolf, elite. Level, 5. Health, 1000. Energy, 50. Attack, 60. Skill, Rending Claw, F level. Casting the scouting spell enraged the demonized wild wolf. It let out a deafening roar, leading the wolf pack in a charge toward Mu Chen. Mu Chen's eyes burned with focus, showing no trace of panic. Raising his fire lizard staff high, he aimed at the nearest wild wolf and unleashed a blazing fireball. At this moment, Mu Chen's spell power stood at 27 points. A single fireball could deal 33 points of fire damage. With the wild wolves having only 250 health points each, it would take an average of 8 fireballs to bring one down. With the support of his talents, Mu Chen's staff became akin to a machine gun, firing fireballs in rapid succession. Any wolf that dared approach him was instantly engulfed by a fiery cascade, reduced to charred remains. The ground was littered with dropped gear, materials, and gold coins. In no time, all 2 to 3 dozen wild wolves had fallen to the fireball barrage. Confronted with Mu Chen's overwhelming firepower, the demonized wild wolf grew even more frenzied rather than retreating, lunging at him with terrifying speed. It leaped into the air, soaring 3 to 4 meters off the ground. Its 2 front claws gleamed with a blood-red glow, the hallmark of the F-level skill Rending Claw. Mu Chen quickly retreated while continuously hurling fireballs. The demonized wild wolf in mid-air had nowhere to evade. As it landed, its attack missed Mu Chen but was met with a heavy barrage of fireballs. Bright red numbers floated up from its body. -33, -32, -31, -32. Using his nimble movements, Mu Chen dodged and counterattacked simultaneously, fireballs raining down like a storm. 3 to 4 minutes later, the demonized wild wolf's life hit 0, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. System notification, you've gained 300 experience points. System notification, you've successfully leveled up to level 5. System notification, you've gained 5 free attribute points. Mu Chen stepped forward and picked up the mission material, skill stone, and equipment dropped by the demonized wild wolf. Demonized wolf tooth, mission material. Description, delivered to apprentice trainer Anna to complete the mission. Will of Slaughter. Grade, F. Class, no restriction. Type, passive skill. Effect, releases killing intent, with a chance to instill fear in surrounding enemies. Description, a growth type skill, it can evolve after killing 10,000 enemies. Kills, 0/10,000. Demon Wolf Robe, Bronze. Type, Cloth Armor. Vitality, +10. Intelligence, +10. Movement speed, +5%. Durability, 50/50. Not bad. Not only did a skill stone drop, but I also got a piece of bronze equipment. Without hesitation, Mu Chen took off his novice robe and donned the demon wolf robe, instantly boosting his attributes. The new skill Will of Slaughter was also added to his arsenal. With some spare time, he picked up the rest of the loot scattered on the ground. 31 wild wolves had been slain by him, yielding nearly 100 gold coins, several materials, and 3 pieces of equipment. Wolf fawn gloves, greystone, wild wolf battle garb, greystone, and wolfskin boots, black iron. Mu Chen equipped the wolf fawn gloves and wolfskin boots, immediately seeing the attribute bonuses: attack speed plus 1%, defense plus 10, movement speed plus 3%. The wild wolf battle garb was light armor, only wearable by rangers, so he decided to bring it back to Dusk Village to sell. After organizing the spoils, Mu Chen returned along the same path to Dusk Village. Halfway there, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting ahead. It was evidently a battle between players and monsters. Mu Chen quickened his pace to investigate. Indeed, what greeted him was a fierce fight, 3 players desperately resisting over a dozen wild wolves. A warrior, an apprentice, and a ranger forming a standard 3-person party. Their IDs were hidden, and all 3 were only level 4. Daring to venture into Dusk Forest before level 5, truly reckless. Mu Chen shook his head disapprovingly. The battle was one-sided, with the wild wolves holding an overwhelming advantage. The trio's health was critically low, and they were on the verge of being torn apart. Mu Chen decided to intervene. Even if he didn't help, the wolves' keen sense of smell had already picked up his presence. Once they were done with these 3, he'd undoubtedly be their next target. He couldn't afford to delay, he needed to deal with this problem now. Raising his fire lizard staff, he sent a fireball hurtling toward a weakened wild wolf. It exploded on impact, reducing its life to 0. Pausing briefly, Mu Chen launched another fireball, precisely killing another injured wolf. Sensing the presence of reinforcements, the 3 players were instantly revitalized. Their morale reignited, they fought back fiercely against the wolves. With Mu Chen's firepower support, the tide of battle quickly turned, and the dozen wild wolves were wiped out. The crisis was resolved. The warrior player plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. "That scared me, I thought I was done for." The female ranger scolded, "It's all your fault for insisting on leveling up in this cursed place." The warrior rolled his eyes. "How was I supposed to know there'd be so many monsters?" The female apprentice calmly interrupted, "Stop arguing and pick up the dropped coins and materials." It was clear that this team was led by the composed and striking female apprentice. As soon as she spoke, the other 2 immediately fell silent. While the warrior and ranger busied themselves collecting loot, Mu Chen approached them at a leisurely pace. The 3 quickly recognized him as their savior. "Thanks for the help, bro," the warrior said lazily. "Since you're already being so helpful, could you spare us a few health and energy potions?" "We're out of supplies," the ranger rudely added. The apprentice didn't even bother to say thank you, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement. If not for Mu Chen's intervention, they would have already been torn apart by the wolves and resurrected back at the village. Their arrogant attitudes didn't anger Mu Chen. He had encountered plenty of ungrateful players like this before. He had only helped to clear his own path and return to Dusk Village as quickly as possible. Without a word, Mu Chen walked past them, heading toward Dusk Village. The female ranger's eyes gleamed as she fixated on the bronze sheen of Mu Chen's robe. She approached the female apprentice and whispered, "Sister Xiaodai, look at that cloth armor he's wearing, it's bronze grade. Should we take him out?" Xiaodai hesitated. "That doesn't seem right. After all, he just helped us." The female ranger chuckled, her voice tinged with mockery. "This isn't the real world, it's a game. It's all about the thrill. We didn't beg him to save us. If we kill him and take his gear, what's there to feel bad about?" "Good point." Xiaodai nodded thoughtfully. In the early stages of the game, black iron equipment was already extremely rare, let alone bronze grade. Ultimately, she couldn't resist the temptation of the bronze robe. She decided to make a move against Mu Chen. The female ranger urged excitedly, "Hurry. Don't let him get away." "All right." Xiaodai raised her staff and quickly began casting a spell. A few seconds later, an ice spike took form, radiating a chilling aura as it shot toward Mu Chen. But Mu Chen had already noticed the ranger's malicious gaze. He was prepared. Sure enough, the sound of the ice spike tearing through the air reached his ears as it targeted his back. Mu Chen didn't dodge, he took the hit head-on. A crimson number floated above his head as blood spattered. The slowing effect of the ice spike quickly spread to his legs, leaving them stiff and sluggish. At the same time, the system notification sounded. "System, you have been attacked by the party of Dai Lianhua, Lovely Bunny, and Swagger Lord. You are now in combat. Combat states are divided into active and passive. Actively killing players incurs a penalty for slaughter points, but passive combat does not." Mu Chen was in a passive combat state. Even if he killed these 3, he wouldn't be penalized. That's why, despite being able to easily dodge the ice spike, he chose to take it. "If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. Mu Chen turned around, waved his staff, and instantly cast a fireball spell. Swagger Lord, the melee fighter of the party, charged forward with a greystone dagger, roaring. The other two attacked from a distance. Fireballs shot out like meteors, all hitting Swagger Lord. His vision went dark, and when he came to, he was lying at the life altar in the center of Dusk Village. Mu Chen had instantly killed one, showing no mercy. Gold coins and equipment scattered all around, but he had no time to pick them up. His eyes locked onto the ranger with the ID Lovely Bunny. The ID was cute, but her morals were anything but. Another barrage of fireballs followed. The ranger's movements were agile and quick, dodging repeatedly. Lovely Bunny narrowly avoided several fireballs but ultimately couldn't escape Mu Chen's sharp predictions. One decisive strike ended her life. Now, it's just you left. Mu Chen's gaze was piercing as he spoke coldly. Dai Lianhua was utterly shocked, almost unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. That just now. Was that a fireball spell? Impossible. Prepare to die. Mu Chen's voice was cold, sharp as a blade. Wait a minute. Do you know who I am? Dai Lianhua shouted angrily, raising her chin. I do, Mu Chen responded indifferently. You're the vice president of the Beacon Guild, and the girlfriend of its president, Fenghua Lianqing. Dai Lianhua froze, stunned. After a moment of silence, she sneered coldly. Since you know who I am, how about we let today's matter slide? If you kill me, my boyfriend will never let you go. It's precisely because of your boyfriend that I intend to make you all pay the price. From now on, if I see you in the wild, I'll kill you on sight. Mu Chen's gaze was as icy as a blade. What? Dai Lianhua was so shocked she couldn't speak. The next moment, dozens of fireballs struck her body with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! She screamed miserably as her health points dropped to 0 in an instant, and her equipment scattered across the ground like raindrops. Mu Chen walked over to her corpse and began collecting the loot. As expected of the vice president of the Beacon Guild, such fine equipment, and so many gold coins. A bountiful harvest. A cold smile tugged at his lips. He picked up a black iron necklace and examined it closely. Wolfang necklace, black iron. Type, necklace. Intelligence, +5. Durability, 10 out of 10. After organizing the spoils of battle, Mu Chen nonchalantly returned to Twilight Village. In his previous life, the Beacon Guild had nearly dominated Twilight Village. Its members were arrogant and tyrannical, frequently ambushing players in the wild and looting their equipment. Mu Chen had been killed by them countless times. His gear and gold were stolen, and he was repeatedly humiliated. This time, he would strike back with full force. Not just to avenge himself, but to erase the disgrace of his past life. Originally, he had planned to find an excuse in a few days to cause trouble for the Beacon Guild, but unexpectedly, today he encountered Fenghua Lianqing's girlfriend. No wonder she had seemed familiar at first sight. Because she had hidden her ID, Mu Chen didn't recognize her initially. It wasn't until she initiated an attack that the system notification revealed her identity to him. Since she had delivered herself to his doorstep, Mu Chen wouldn't show mercy. From now on, if he encountered Dai Lianhua or any members of the Beacon Guild in the wild, he would kill them so thoroughly that they wouldn't dare to step out of Twilight Village. Returning to Twilight Village, Mu Chen headed straight for the Twilight Tavern. When he handed over the task material, Demonic Wolf Fang, to Anna, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. You're fast. I can't believe you completed the task so quickly. Anna praised. This is your reward, she said, taking a glimmering black skill stone from her pocket and handing it to Mu Chen. Corrosion spell. Grade, E. Class, Apprentice. Effect, deals 200% times magic power times 2, corrosive damage to the target over 10 seconds. Casting range, 8 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Energy consumption, 50 points. Mu Chen's current magic power was at 63 points. This meant the corrosion spell could deal 252 points of damage to the enemy over 10 seconds. If he unleashed hundreds of corrosion spells in succession, no one could escape death. Without hesitation, Mu Chen immediately learned the corrosion spell. Anna observed him closely and murmured, "To be honest, your strength far exceeds my expectations. I have another task for you," she continued. "Will you accept it?" "What kind of task?" Mu Chen asked. He wasn't one to accept tasks blindly. Failure on a high-difficulty mission could bring penalties. Though he was confident in handling tasks in the beginner village, caution was always necessary. Anna spoke solemnly. "Deep in the Twilight Forest, there's an ogre tribe. Eliminate them and bring back the energy heart of their ogre mage." Mu Chen asked, "What's the reward?" "A D-grade skill stone. How about that?" Anna smiled. Mu Chen furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Remember, this task must be completed alone, Anna warned. If a third party learns of it, the mission will be deemed a failure. Do you understand? Mu Chen nodded firmly. Anna gave him a radiant yet cold smile and said, "All right, you may leave now." As Mu Chen pushed open the door to the Twilight Tavern and took his first step outside, a jarring noise suddenly reached his ears. It was the sound of something crashing, coming from the real world. Someone was banging on his house door. How could he tolerate this? Mu Chen quickly exited the game, and his consciousness returned to reality in an instant. Removing his helmet, he focused and listened carefully. Sure enough, there were loud pounding noises and intense arguing coming from outside. But strangely, the noise wasn't coming from his own door, it was from the neighbors. His neighbor was Song Jia. Mu Chen stood up and quickly walked to the door, peeking through the peephole. Several burly men were roughly grabbing Song Jia, shouting angrily. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Without hesitation, Mu Chen pushed open his door and shouted loudly, "Stop!" The thugs, about to harm Song Jia, were startled by the voice. They turned and, seeing it was Mu Chen, sneered disdainfully. "Well, look who it is. This little punk. Mind your own business if you want to live longer. You still owe Sister Yen money, don't you? Get lost and stay out of this." These men were notorious loan sharks in the neighborhood. The Sister Yen they mentioned was their boss, one of the underground leaders in Jinan City. Mu Chen's S-grade talent card had been purchased from Sister Yen, leaving him with a significant debt. His gaze shifted to Song Jia, who was trembling like a frightened fawn as the thugs manhandled her. Calmly, he asked, "What's going on here?" The thug with a dragon tattoo stretching over his shoulder sneered and replied, "This girl's dad owes over 200 grand and ran off. Since we can't find him, we'll take her as payment. She's got a nice face. Won't take long to earn back what her dad owes. You'd better stay out of this and go home. Pretend you didn't see anything. Got it?" A dangerous glint flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. Though his tone remained calm, it carried an undeniable authority. "Let her go. Leave." "What did you just say?" The thugs were enraged and lunged at Mu Chen. But as their eyes met Mu Chen's, a gaze filled with murderous intent and ferocity, they froze, cold sweat breaking out over their bodies. That gaze was enough to make their souls tremble. In his previous life, when the apocalypse descended, Mu Chen had become a demon from fighting endless battles against monsters. The number of creatures, traitors, and chaotic cultists he had killed numbered in the billions. In the game, there was only one mythical title: Sanctuary Butcher. To earn it, one had to kill 1 billion living beings. In his past life, Mu Chen was the sole bearer of this title. He was a demon who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The murderous aura emanating from Mu Chen was enough to terrify these so-called tough debt collectors on the spot. The thug with the dragon tattoo, wearing a tight black vest, was named Qin Biao, the top enforcer under Sister Yen. He had spent several years in prison and had seen his share of hardened criminals. One of them, a serial killer who had murdered 7 or 8 people, had a gaze similar to Mu Chen's. But Mu Chen's eyes carried even more malice and brutality. Just locking eyes with him sent a shiver down Qin Biao's spine, filling him with an inexplicable fear. Qin Biao had been in the underworld for over a decade. In this line of work, those who weren't afraid of death died young, and those with guts ended up in jail. The ones who survived were those who knew when to be ruthless and when to back down. And right now, Qin Biao knew. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile onto his face. "Kid, don't think that just because Sister Yen likes you, we can't take you down. We'll let you off this time, but don't push your luck next time. That little girl, you can protect her for now, but not forever. We'll be back. Let's go." With that, Qin Biao led his group of lackeys in a hasty retreat. Mu Chen stared at their retreating figures, puzzled. Did they really leave so easily? In his previous life, he had crossed paths with Qin Biao before. This group never backed down so easily. Mu Chen had even prepared a place to bury their bodies. Could it be? A thought crossed his mind. He fixed his gaze on the concrete wall in the stairwell and cast corrosion spell. In the next moment, the surface of the wall corroded rapidly, as if doused with acid, leaving a large, deteriorated patch. Seeing this, Mu Chen's heart tightened. As he suspected, he had inherited the abilities from the game. The reason Qin Biao and his men were so fearful earlier wasn't just because of the murderous aura Mu Chen emitted. It was also due to the passive skill he had newly learned, Killing Intent. Skill effect has a chance to instill fear in nearby enemies. Mu Chen recalled that in his previous life, 3 years after the public beta of Dawn, the 4 evil gods of chaos descended, merging the game world with reality. Don players had only then begun to inherit game abilities and equipment. But for some reason, he had gained these powers early. He could now use skills in the real world. Mu Chen decided to delve deeper into this phenomenon. But there was a more pressing matter to address first. Mu Chen turned to look at Song Jia, who sat on the ground, knees folded, her white stockings covered in dust. She appeared utterly defeated, as if her soul had left her body. Her mother had abandoned her, and her father had fled just as heartlessly, leaving behind debts of over 200,000 yuan. She had nearly been taken away by debt collectors to pay off the debt. If not for Mu Chen stepping in to help, her life would have been ruined. Song Jia now sat in despair, her spirit shattered. Mu Chen sighed and asked gently, "Do you have anywhere to go?" Song Jia shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. Her father had fled, leaving her without even a key to the house. Going home? That would be running straight into the hands of debt collectors like Chen Biao. Do you have any relatives in Jinnan City? Mu Chen continued. Song Jia remained silent. She did have some relatives, but in these times, blood ties had grown thin, and everything revolved around self-interest. She knew they wouldn't take in someone burdened with such a huge debt for no reason. In other words, she was homeless. Mu Chen pondered for a moment. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for a few days. As long as I'm here, Chen Biao and his men won't dare trouble you again. A glimmer of hope appeared in Song Jia's eyes as she gratefully said, "Thank you, brother Mu Chen." Mu Chen replied calmly, "It's nothing." From that day onward, Song Jia moved into Mu Chen's rented apartment. The place was small, barely over 50 square meters, with just one bedroom and one living room. Mu Chen gave up the only bedroom for Song Jia, opting to sleep in the living room himself. Song Jia quickly shook her head and refused. No, I can't let you do that. I'll sleep in the living room. Brother Mu Chen, I'm already so grateful that you're letting me stay. Besides, the sofa in the living room is so small. You definitely won't sleep well on it. Let me take the sofa instead. Seeing her determined expression, Mu Chen didn't insist further. All right, then treat this place as your own home. No need to feel constrained. With that, he returned to the bedroom to continue playing the game. Just then, his phone on the bedside table lit up, displaying several unread messages and missed calls, all from his sister. His sister had called. She was probably asking about the 2,000 yuan. Mu Chen called her back. Beep beep beep. After a few seconds of busy tone, the call connected. Chen, where did you get that 2,000 yuan? How did you get the money? His sister's voice carried a hint of doubt. Mu Chen replied calmly, I earned it in the game dawn. Don't worry, sis. I'll make sure you live a good life very soon. On the other end of the line, a gentle laugh came through. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. It was clear she didn't believe Mu Chen had the ability to make such money. She wasn't familiar with gaming and knew nothing about Dawn. To her, it was just another regular online game. Mu Chen didn't explain further. Actions spoke louder than words. When he succeeded and fulfilled his promises, it would mean more than 1,000 explanations. After chatting for a bit, he hung up the phone. Just as he set the phone down and was about to put on his gaming helmet, another call came in. Mu Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, the woman behind Chen Biao, and the one who had secured an S-grade talent card during the game's lottery draw. Mu Chen had purchased that card from her. It seemed Chen Biao had already informed Sister Yen about what happened with Song Jia. Mu Chen took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, Miss Yen. Is there something you need? A soft, seductive voice came through. Little Mu Chen, care to pay me a visit at my place? Where to? Mu Chen asked. My home, at Dragon Court 261, Yen Ruyu replied coyly. Your home? Mu Chen glanced at the sky outside. Or we could meet at a cafe, he suggested. Come on, I won't bite, Yen Ruyu teased playfully. When that didn't work, her tone shifted to one of pleading. I gave you an S-grade talent card. Won't you repay your debt of gratitude? Mu Chen sighed. S-grade cards were exceedingly rare, with only 10 in the entire world. They were priceless treasures. And yet, Yen Ruyu had sold one to him at a discounted price, a favor he hadn't forgotten. All right, I'll come to your place, he relented. I'll be waiting, Yen Ruyu said sweetly. Hanging up the phone, Mu Chen took a deep breath and left the bedroom. In the living room, a pair of white stockings and a white dance dress were draped over the couch. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Song Jia was taking a shower. Song Jia, I'm heading out for a bit, Mu Chen called. From the bathroom, a shy voice responded, Okay, brother Mu Chen. Mu Chen left the apartment, hailed a cab, and headed to Dragon Court. Half an hour later, he stood before the Grand Villa community. After being let through by security, Mu Chen arrived at Villa 261. He knocked on the door, and Yen Ruyu herself opened it. She was dressed in a qipao that accentuated her alluring curves. "Little Mu Chen, did you miss me?" "Miss Yen, what do you need from me?" Mu Chen asked directly. "Come inside first," Yen Ruyu said as she stepped aside, locking the door behind him once he entered. Mu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. "I made some food for you. Come, have a taste," Yen Ruyu said, reaching for his hand. Mu Chen pulled his hand back. "Song Jia's father owed me 200,000 yuan. Are you saying Chen Biao and his men were stopped by you?" Yen Ruyu got straight to the point. "She's pitiful," Mu Chen replied. Yen Ruyu smiled seductively. "Forget 200,000, even the 500,000 you owe me can be written off." Mu Chen shook his head. "I'll pay it off in half a month. Don't push yourself. I mean it." After dinner, Mu Chen bade her farewell. Standing at the doorway, Yen Ruyu licked her lips and said, "Sooner or later, I'll have you, all to myself." Night had fallen as Mu Chen walked under the trees. He understood Yen Ruyu's intentions. In his previous life, and in this one, he didn't have the time to deal with such matters. He hailed a cab and returned home. Opening the door, he saw Song Jia wrapped in a blanket, reading a book. "Brother Mu Chen." Her face turned red. Mu Chen immediately understood she had no spare clothes. "Here's 500 yuan. Buy yourself some clothes tomorrow," Mu Chen said, handing her the money before heading to the bedroom to continue gaming. Song Jia was deeply grateful. In the game, night had also fallen, and the number of players was even greater. The Dawn helmet was impressive. It immersed one's consciousness into the game while putting the body into a state of deep sleep, akin to dreaming. That's why nighttime was the peak time for players to log in. Mu Chen weaved through the bustling crowd, making his way to the life altar near Twilight Village to set up a stall. He sold the spoils he had gained from slaying monsters during the day and taking down 3 members of the Beacon Guild. It had been a fruitful day, with high-quality items that could even be purchased with Huaxia currency. Unsurprisingly, everything sold out quickly. Afterward, he headed to the pharmacy and bought 20 bottles of miniature health potions. These potions could restore health, a necessity for fighting monsters. Each bottle restored 20 HP and cost 5 gold coins. For his current level, it was manageable, but later on, it would be a drop in the ocean. However, since only this type was available in the novice village, he had no choice but to make do. With his purchases complete, Mu Chen headed straight for the outskirts of Twilight Village. His goal was to venture into the depths of the Twilight Forest, where the ogre tribe resided. The area was home to level 10 ogre warriors and the level 10 boss monster, the ogre shaman. Mu Chen wasn't strong enough yet to face them. He needed to level up first. He planned to grind levels intensively tonight, aiming to reach level 8 or 9 by morning, so he could take on the ogre tribe solo. Unbeknownst to him, 2 players were stealthily tailing him. "Is it him?" one whispered. "The ID is Dust, he's an apprentice, and he has bronze tier equipment." "It's him," the other confirmed. "Quick, notify the guild leader. We've found him." "Got it. He's leaving the village, stay on him." "Yeah, we can't let him get away." Mu Chen left the village and headed toward the Twilight Forest. This area was teeming with monsters, making it an ideal leveling ground. On the first day of the public beta, players were leveling up rapidly, some had even reached level 6 already. The lively presence of so many players in the forest dampened its otherwise eerie atmosphere. As he approached the forest, Mu Chen noticed he was being followed. Glancing back discreetly, he recognized the 2 players as Beacon Orange and Beacon Wildblade. Members of the Beacon Guild, he thought to himself. Earlier that day, he had taken out the guild's vice leader, who happened to be the girlfriend of the guild leader, Beacon Liancheng. Being tailed now was undoubtedly an act of retaliation. Mu Chen wasn't the least bit nervous. In fact, he felt a twinge of excitement. "Looks like tonight, I'll be collecting more equipment in gold," he thought, a smile forming on his lips as he turned to approach Beacon Orange and Beacon Wildblade. The 2 players froze in place, startled by Mu Chen's sudden turn. "Did he notice us?" Beacon Orange muttered, considering fleeing. Beacon Wildblade grabbed him and whispered, "Stay calm." Would he dare make a move? Beacon Orange quickly regained his composure. Of course, Beacon Guild had 50 to 60 members. Who would dare oppose them? Their leader, Beacon Liancheng, was already on his way with reinforcements. This thought gave Beacon Orange newfound confidence, and he met Mu Chen's gaze without flinching. So what if he had been discovered? Mu Chen stopped in front of them and asked quietly, "Is Beacon Liancheng almost here?" The 2 were taken aback, exchanging a glance. Beacon Wildblade sneered. "That's right. The guild leader will be here in 3 or 4 minutes. Scared already? Mu Chen nodded. Perfect. Without another word, he raised his staff. Several corrosion spells rained down on Beacon Wildblade. A level 3 warrior with only 150 HP, Beacon Wildblade was dead within seconds, dropping a pile of equipment and gold coins. TSK, what a popper, Mu Chen muttered, shaking his head as he picked up the loot. Then he looked up at the stunned Beacon Orange and said, do me a favor and urge Beacon Lianqing to hurry. I don't have all night. Beacon Orange stood frozen for a few seconds before snapping out of it. He turned and bolted, frantically sending a voice message to Beacon Lianqing as he ran. Guild leader, hurry. That guy just killed Beacon Wildblade. What? Explain in detail. Beacon Lianqing demanded, confused. Before Beacon Orange could finish his explanation, Mu Chen cast another series of corrosion spells. Beacon Orange's health bar emptied, and he collapsed to the ground, dropping his equipment and gold. Too bad. If you hadn't run, you might have lived a little longer, Mu Chen remarked nonchalantly. System notification, you have killed the player Beacon Orange. Murder value +1. Having eliminated both Beacon Wildblade and Beacon Orange, Mu Chen's murder value increased by 2 points. If his murder value exceeded 10, NPCs would start to avoid him. If it went beyond 20, guards would attack him on sight in towns. To reduce murder value, one could either wait for it to decay over time or repent at a temple. Unfortunately, there was no temple in the novice village. If Beacon Lianqing brought more than 20 people, Mu Chen's murder value would skyrocket, potentially attracting guard intervention. However, taking down Beacon Lianqing and his crew tonight would yield significant rewards. It was worth the risk. Mu Chen waited. 15 minutes later, Beacon Lianqing arrived with 7 or 8 guild members. Mu Chen shook his head. Too few. Beacon Lianqing sized him up, his expression disdainful. As a wealthy heir, he spent extravagantly on the game, commanding a group of sycophants and earning a red name reputation. His motto was, the thrill is all that matters. In his previous life, the Beacon Guild had oppressed countless ordinary players. Mu Chen had sworn to exact revenge. Beacon Lianqing sneered, you killed my girlfriend in the wild? You've got guts, he spat, flanked by Butterfly Love, Cute Little Bunny, and Swagger Lord. Get on your knees and apologize. Hand over your equipment and gold. The group jeered and shouted. Mu Chen answered by casting Corrosion Spell, instantly killing Cute Little Bunny. What kind of skill is that? Attack him. Beacon Lianqing ordered. The Beacon Guild members charged at Mu Chen, but he handled them with ease, using Corrosion Spell to eliminate the warriors one by one. Beacon Lianqing was stunned. He hadn't expected the opponent to be this powerful. Though he was a level 5 warrior with better equipment than Mu Chen, this encounter gave him an additional reason to take Mu Chen down. Mu Chen closed in, stepping within the 8-meter range of his Corrosion Spell. 2 more guild members fell. Beacon Lianqing hesitated, torn between running and staying for the sake of his girlfriend. Dust, let me and my girlfriend go. Pretend this never happened. If you hurt Butterfly Love, I swear I won't let you off, he threatened, glancing at Butterfly Love, who looked at him with teary affection. Mu Chen's expression remained cold. He cast Fireball at Butterfly Love, reducing her HP by 70 points. Furious, Beacon Lianqing bellowed, you've got guts. But you. Before he could finish, Mu Chen unleashed 2 more corrosion spells at Butterfly Love. Beacon Lianqing begged once more, but Mu Chen responded icily, from now on, whenever I see members of the Beacon Guild, I'll kill them on sight. A series of corrosion spells ended Beacon Lianqing's life. The ground was littered with equipment and gold coins, but the onlooking players didn't dare pick anything up. Leisurely, Mu Chen gathered the spoils, 17 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, and 28,000 gold coins. Most of it had belonged to Beacon Lianqing, likely acquired through black market trades. The black market, an unregulated in-game trading website. After tidying up, Mu Chen continued deeper into the twilight forest. The crowd of onlookers parted to make way for him. Among the crowd, 2 players, Gentle Breeze Under Heaven and Clear Water Ripples, whispered to each other. What do you think of Dust? Gentle Breeze Under Heaven asked. Not bad, Clear Water Ripples replied indifferently. Why? Gentle Breeze Under Heaven pressed. His strength is impressive, with at least a B-grade talent. But he lacks tact. By not giving Beacon Lianqing any leeway, he's made a powerful enemy. His life in the wild will be tough from now on. Offending a guild with decent strength won't end well. You're right, Gentle Breeze Under Heaven said with a nod. But if I can recruit him, he'll be a sharp blade in my arsenal. You want to recruit him? Clear Water Ripples asked, intrigued. Yes. But first, we need to humble him. Once that's done, recruiting him will be easier. And how will you humble him? By leveraging the Beacon Guild, Gentle Breeze under Heaven replied. Once he's humiliated, he'll be more open to joining us. Impressive. Clearwater Ripples praised. Meanwhile, Mu-Chin ventured deeper into the Twilight Forest, where wolf-type monsters were abundant. Half an hour later, he encountered a new type of monster, the Twilight Direwolf, which came in 3 variants: Normal, Elite, and Boss. Twilight Direwolf attributes omitted. Fortune was on his side. Upon entering the area, Mu-Chin immediately ran into a boss-level Twilight Direwolf. Twilight Direwolf, Boss, attributes omitted. Mu-Chin began by casting a scouting spell. However, every time he used this spell, it would enrage the targeted monster. Facing the enraged boss monster, Mu-Chin maneuvered skillfully while casting Corrosion Spell. The damage calculation for Corrosion Spell is omitted. After about 10 seconds, the boss-level Duskwolf perished. Mu-Chin picked up the dropped loot. Luck was on his side and F-rank skill stone had dropped. Howling Wolf skill details omitted. Monster skill stones are rare, even harder to obtain than equipment. In the newbie village, they are primarily acquired through trainers. The Howling Wolf skill was useless for Mu-Chin, so selling it was the best option. The boss-level Duskwolf also dropped crafting materials, which would be useful when the secondary profession unlocked at level 10. Mu-Chin reached level 6, gaining 5 attribute points. By the end of the night, Mu-Chin had reached level 8. Returning to Duskwolf village at 7 in the morning, Mu-Chin logged off. Removing the helmet, he felt a slight headache. I'll buy a gaming pod once I have the money, Mu-Chin thought to himself. Song Jia, dressed casually, was cleaning the rented apartment. Song Jia made breakfast, instant noodles. Mu-Chin thanked her. He browsed forum news. Dawn was a viral sensation, dominating trending lists. Corporations, conglomerates, celebrities, and streamers were flooding into the game. After finishing breakfast, he returned to his room and logged back in. Mu-Chin set up a stall to sell yesterday's loot, thanking the Manhwa Guild. The average price for black iron equipment was 8,000 to 9,000 coins, while bronze equipment went for tens of thousands. He earned nearly 300,000. Once again, thanks to the Manhwa Guild for their generous contributions. Today, he decided not to leave the village and focused on tackling hidden quests. 2 hidden quests had already been completed in Duskwolf village. In his previous life, there were 13 hidden quests in the village. Time to tackle a hidden quest. He purchased an ancient alchemy book for 3,000 gold coins. He gifted it to the apothecary, increasing their favorability by +50, reaching the friendly level. The apothecary rewarded him with a life blessing potion. Additional benefit, a permanent 10% discount when purchasing items from the apothecary. Taking the life blessing potion, he headed to Shadow Alley. Description of Shadow Alley omitted. He entered the voodoo shop and encountered Zul. Description of Zul omitted. Mu-Chin wanted to sell the potion. Zul warned him, clarify the deal first, if uninterested, he'd curse him. Mu-Chin took out the life blessing potion. Zul sneered, common trash. I'll give you 10 gold for it. Mu-Chin refused. Zul countered, 20 gold plus a voodoo amulet? The voodoo amulet was purely decorative. Mu-Chin responded, don't mess around, where's your sincerity? Zul sighed, name your price, then. Mu-Chin firmly stated, 100,000 gold coins. Zul laughed uproariously, then his face darkened. The life blessing potion is worth a few thousand at most. Aren't you being greedy? Mu-Chin shot back, and weren't you trying to buy it for just 20 gold? Pretty cunning, aren't you? Zul smirked, fair enough, let's settle on a sincere price. Mu-Chin repeated, 100,000 gold coins. Not a coin less. Zul threatened, step out of this alley, and you'll die a slow, sickly death. Mu-Chin countered, I know exactly who you are, the high priest of the voodoo cult. Zul was shocked by Mu-Chin's audacity, also aware of his identity. He decided to teach this audacious newcomer a lesson he'd never forget. Zul pulled out a voodoo doll, ready to act. Mu-Chin calmly remarked, I also know you've been cursed by the Temple of Life. The curse, divine wrath from the Temple of Life, a particularly troublesome affliction. Zul was astounded. How did Mu-Chin know about this? Zul asked, how do you know? Mu-Chin replied, the only cure for you is the life blessing potion. The Temple of Life had strict rules, their potions must never be sold to enemies. Zul's thoughts wavered awaiting death in Duskwolf village, but now Mu-Chin had brought hope. Zul sighed, state your terms. Mu-Chin insisted, 100,000 gold coins or equivalent value. Zul hesitated, selling it to me will offend the Temple of Life. Mu-Chin retorted, I know. The question is, do you want to live or not? Zul admitted, I don't have 100,000 gold coins, but I have equivalent items. Zul retrieved a black leather case filled with items. None of them caught Mu Chen's eye. Zul thought, what does this kid want? How does he know so much? Mu Chen asked, do you have a shaman totem pole? Zul was dumbfounded. It's hidden away, I'll retrieve it now. Zul stood up, his body frail, reeking of decay. The Temple of Life's curse had tormented her body relentlessly. Zul returned with the totem pole. Darkspear Tribe Totem Pole. Type, Sacred Relic. Effect 1, sacrifice souls to obtain shaman skill stones, stronger stones are better. Effect 2, after reaching level 10, unlock shaman as a class, irrelevant to Mu Chen. Sacrificial uses, 20/20ths. Mu Chen was satisfied. Shaman skills were broadly compatible with mage classes. In his previous life, a player once acquired this, making Mu Chen envious. Zul asked, will you hand over the potion now? Mu Chen replied, your life is worth only a dust-gathering totem pole? Half an hour later, Mu Chen looked at his now bulging backpack with satisfaction. He'd taken half of Zul's precious collection, leaving Zul in agony, his heart bleeding. True to his word, Mu Chen handed over the life blessing potion. Without further ado, he passed it to Zul. As the potion left his inventory, creating an empty slot, Mu Chen casually stuffed another voodoo doll into his bag. Trembling, Zul accepted the potion. It was the salvation she had longed for. At that moment, a system warning popped up. Warning, your actions may constitute aiding an enemy of the Temple of Life. Cease immediately. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of the Temple of Life. Mu Chen ignored it outright. In his previous life, the gods of order already disliked him, and his relationship with the Temple of Order was always poor. He was already unwelcome. What was there to fear in becoming an enemy of the Temple of Life? As a player, his unique status meant even if they were hostile, the temple couldn't do much to him. The potion was given to Zul, completing the transaction. The system issued 2 notifications. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the Voodoo High Priestess under Divine Wrath. Congratulations on receiving the hidden quest reward, Silver Title, Friend of Voodoo. Friend of Voodoo, wearing this title automatically raises favorability with Voodoo cult NPCs to friendly, but Mu Chen already knew how powerful this title was. It became his first title. He equipped it immediately. Then, 2 more system notifications appeared. Your reputation with the Temple of Life has decreased by 100 points, dropping from neutral to unfriendly. In the future, resurrection at the Temple of Life's altar will incur a 12-hour delay. Such was the penalty for helping their enemies. Mu Chen ignored it again. A 12-hour resurrection delay was a punishment for ordinary players, but to him, it was meaningless. Bidding farewell to Zul, Mu Chen left the voodoo shop and exited Shadow Alley. With 1 hidden quest completed, there were still 8 more left in Duskwolf Village. Before tackling the next quest, Mu Chen headed to the Central Life Altar, the hub for player stalls. He browsed for over half an hour before spotting what he wanted. Level 1 Backpack Expansion Scroll. Effect, adds 30 slots to the backpack. The default backpack only had 30 slots. This scroll doubled the capacity. Such items weren't sold by merchants and could only drop from monsters or dungeons, with a low drop rate, making them shockingly expensive. At this stall, the backpack expansion scroll was priced at 11,000 gold coins. The steep price deterred many. After all, the default backpack was sufficient. In the early stages, who would spend over 10,000 coins on this? Most players simply glanced at it out of curiosity, unwilling to actually buy it. Having just left the voodoo shop with a stuffed inventory, Mu Chen desperately needed this item. Seeing it for sale, he didn't hesitate and prepared to pay. The stall owner, seeing a buyer, was eager to complete the deal. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Wait. I'll pay 20,000 gold coins for that backpack expansion scroll. I'm taking it. The stall owner immediately halted his transaction with Mu Chen. With a sycophantic smile, he said to Mu Chen, sorry, brother, but the highest bidder wins. After that, he turned and began dealing with the person who had offered 20,000. Mu Chen turned his head, looking at the one who had deliberately raised the price to disrupt his business. Oh, an old acquaintance. Fenghuo Liancheng smirked smugly at Mu Chen and sneered, Dust, don't get mad. I did it on purpose just to annoy you. So what? Got a problem with that? Fenghuo Liancheng spent 20,000 gold coins to buy the scroll. He waved the scroll mockingly in front of Mu Chen and taunted, You broke fool, let me tell you something, starting today, you are the #1 enemy of our Fenghua guild. I'll assign people to monitor you 24/7. Every move you make will be under my watch. The moment you dare to leave the safe zone, I'll lead people to hunt you down in the wild. I'll make sure you'll never dare to step out of Twilight Village again." Fenghua Lianchang was full of bluster, yet Mu Chen said nothing and directly logged out of the game. Watching Mu Chen log off, Fenghua Lianchang laughed triumphantly. "Coward! Think logging out will solve anything? You dare defend me, I'll make sure you won't even know how you die." After logging out, Mu Chen took off his gaming helmet, picked up his phone, and opened the Dawn Trading Network, essentially the black market. Mu Chen wasn't one for empty threats, he always followed through. Instead of wasting time exchanging insults with Fenghua Lianchang, he preferred to think of ways to torment him. The trading platform was brimming with a dazzling array of items, gold coins, equipment, tools, skill stones, everything one could imagine. Mu Chen entered Backpack Expansion in the search bar. The page refreshed, showing multiple results spanning several pages. All were level 1 Backpack Expansion scrolls, priced between 9,000 and 15,000. Mu Chen selected a seller with the highest credibility and spent 12,000 to purchase one, level 1 Backpack Expansion scroll. In the game, the auction house was only accessible in major cities. For players below level 10, online transactions relied on the in-game mail system. The Dawn world connected novice villages and main cities via teleportation arrays, making mail delivery quick but costly. Each teleportation ranged between 1,000 and 10,000 gold coins depending on the distance. For instance, this time, the scroll itself cost 9,000, but the teleportation fee was an additional 3,000. After completing the transaction, Mu Chen logged back into the game and headed straight to the post office to retrieve his package A, level 1 Backpack Expansion scroll. He used it immediately upon receiving it, doubling his backpack's capacity from 30 slots to 60. Next, Mu Chen left the post office and headed to the home of the village scholar, Eileen. He spent 3 to 4 hours finishing all the hidden quests in Twilight Village. Most of these quests were simple and required delivering specific items, which could be purchased from stalls near the respawn point. A few, however, were more troublesome, for example, retrieving the village chief's lost shorts. The chief's shorts could spawn randomly in places like the church basement, the farm's haystack, the black mushroom forest, or the bedroom of the coquettish widow, Elena. This quest could be taken repeatedly, as the shorts mysteriously disappeared from time to time. To avoid his wife's suspicion, the chief relied on players to retrieve them promptly. To trigger this quest, one needed not only the chief's trust in their discretion but also a bit of luck. The shorts didn't go missing every day. Players in the previous timeline had calculated that the chances were highest at the beginning and middle of each month. Visiting the chief during these times could trigger the quest. As luck would have it, the chief had been drinking and woke up to find his shorts missing again. Mu Chen happened to visit at the right moment. As a reborn player, Mu Chen knew the chief like the back of his hand, gaining his trust effortlessly and successfully triggering the village chief's lost shorts hidden quest. To find the chief's shorts, Mu Chen scoured every possible location thoroughly, eventually discovering them in Aunt Mary's doghouse. Looking at the shorts covered in an unidentified substance and the bashful little female dog in the corner of the doghouse, Mu Chen decided he didn't want to know what the drunken chief had been up to. Using a stick to pick up the shorts, he avoided others on his way back to the chief's house. The chief was overjoyed to have his shorts back. The system notified Mu Chen that he had completed the quest, receiving a reward, the special item, Village Chief's Friendship Medal. With this medal, one could make a reasonable request to the chief. Don't bother asking for golden weapons, 1,000,000 gold coins, or S-grade skill stones, those were out of the question. Players in the previous timeline had tested its limits. The most it could do was exempt someone from jail time if caught by village guards or secure a 20% discount from village NPC merchants. As long as it was within the chief's capabilities, the medal could be incredibly useful if used wisely. As mentioned before, Twilight Village had 13 known hidden quests. However, Mu Chen suspected there were more. For instance, the apprentice trainer Anna had given him a second hidden quest after he completed her first task of collecting enchanted wolf fangs too quickly, impressing her. In his previous life, Mu Chen had never heard of anyone managing to trigger 2 hidden quests from Anna. Regardless, finishing all the known quests was enough. Mu Chen didn't have time to keep digging in Twilight Village. It was time to leave and venture into the Twilight Forest, complete Anna's quest, and reach level 10. The first player in the world to reach level 10 would receive a special reward. Mu Chen was determined to claim it. After a quick inventory check and selling off unnecessary items, Mu Chen visited the general store to purchase a full map of the Twilight Forest. His current atlas only covered half of the forest, with the deeper areas shrouded in darkness. Once he had the map, Mu Chen quickly headed out of the village. As he was about to leave the safe zone, Two Fenghua Guild players assigned to track him immediately reported to Fenghua Lianchang. Just as Mu Chen was about to step out of the village gate, a man and a woman blocked his path. Seeing their IDs, Mu Chen raised an eyebrow and revealed a peculiar smile. He hadn't expected to meet old acquaintances from his past life so soon. Cheng Feng Tianxia, the leader of the Qingfeng Guild. The woman beside him, Xing Shui Miao Miao, was his girlfriend and the guild's vice leader. In his previous life, the two major guilds in Twilight Village, Fenghua and Qingfeng, were constantly clashing over resources in the early stages. To bring down Fenghua, Mu Chen had even collaborated with Qingfeng Guild a few times, making him somewhat familiar with Qingfeng Tianxia. At the village gate, Qingfeng Tianxia stared directly at Mu Chen. Mu Chen understood that they had been waiting specifically for him. Without breaking stride, Mu Chen walked straight toward them. Sure enough, before he could get close, Qingfeng Tianxia smiled and stepped forward to greet him. "Brother, please hold on." Mu Chen stopped. "What is it?" Qingfeng Tianxia smiled warmly and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Qingfeng Guild, and this is our vice leader." After a brief introduction, he grew serious. "I would like to invite you to join our Qingfeng Guild." Surprise flickered across Mu Chen's face. He had originally guessed that Qingfeng Tianxia and Cheng Shui Miao Miao were approaching him for another reason but hadn't expected an invitation to join their guild. He speculated that it was likely due to his overwhelming display of strength last night when he wiped out Fenghua Lianchang and his team outside the Twilight Forest. Either Qingfeng Tianxia had witnessed it firsthand, or he had heard about it from others. In any case, today's invitation was undoubtedly related to last night's events. Faced with the invitation, Mu Chen refused outright without even a second thought. The Qingfeng Guild was one of the two major guilds in Twilight Village, highly respected and coveted by all. Joining the Qingfeng Guild was considered a matter of pride. However, a newbie village like Twilight Village likely had hundreds of thousands of counterparts worldwide. A newbie village was ultimately just that, insignificant and unremarkable. When Qingfeng Guild moved to the main city, it probably wouldn't even rank in the top 500 in the guild leaderboard. In fact, in the past life, both Qingfeng Guild and Fenghua Guild were renowned in Twilight Village, known to everyone. But once they reached the main city, they were like droplets in the ocean, unable to stir up any waves, and eventually faded into obscurity. In his past life, Mu Chen never heard anything about Qingfeng Guild again after reaching the main city. However, there was news that Fenghua Guild later returned to Twilight Village after leaving the main city, continuing to wreak havoc on new players. The members of Fenghua Lianchang lacked ambition and drive, content with bullying newcomers and enjoying the thrill of overpowering weaker players. Once they realized they couldn't act lawlessly in the main city, they returned to Twilight Village. Later, a player who had been humiliated by Fenghua Guild came back from the main city after a year, solely for revenge. Since the Fenghua players had stayed in the newbie village, their level and gear were drastically inferior to those in the main city, leaving a massive gap in combat power. That main city player spent an enormous amount of gold to purchase millions of pardon vouchers and then camped at Fenghua Lianchang's respawn point, slaughtering them repeatedly. With the pardon vouchers, no matter how many kills he accumulated, he could cleanse his sins and avoid any penalties. Fenghua Lianchang and his men were killed repeatedly, dropping from level 20 to level 1, losing a level with every death until they were utterly broken. Only then did the main city player stop. From that point on, Fenghua Guild, the scourge of Twilight Village, was completely eradicated. This incident even trended on Weibo that day. But back to the present. Faced with the guild invitation, Mu Chen rejected it outright. Qingfeng Tianxia was not annoyed, he still maintained a smile. He exchanged a glance with Cheng Shui Miao Miao, as if he had already anticipated Mu Chen's refusal. Qingfeng Tianxia chuckled lightly and said, "Mr. Dust, if you ever encounter trouble or change your mind, you're always welcome to find me. Our Qingfeng Guild will always welcome you. By the way, a word of advice, it's best not to leave Twilight Village today." "Alright," Mu Chen replied, then added, "If that's all, I'll take my leave." With that, he walked past the two and continued heading out of Twilight Village. As for Qingfeng Tianxia's advice, Mu Chen dismissed it entirely, treating it as background noise. Seeing Mu Chen insist on leaving the village, Cheng Shui Miao Miao couldn't help but ask, "Hey, where are you going, leaving the village?" Without looking back, Mu Chen replied, "Hunting." Cheng Shui Miao Miao looked puzzled. "Hunting? What do you mean? Are you going to level up?" Beside her, Qingfeng Tianxia remained calm and composed. "Whether he's leveling up or hunting, don't you see? Fenghua Guild has already set their sights on him. Following Qingfeng Tianxia's pointed direction, Qing Shui Miaomiao indeed spotted two sneaky players with the prefix Fenghua in their IDs, secretly trailing Mu Chen. Young people are naturally proud and ambitious, Qingfeng Tianxia said, imparting his methods for managing people to Qing Shui Miaomiao. Such individuals are the hardest to manage. That's precisely why they need to face more setbacks and difficulties. Only then will they learn to lower their heads. There's no need to worry about them not submitting. Qing Shui Miaomiao nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, she hesitated and asked, Guild leader, should we bring people to follow him? If we can rescue Dust directly from Fenghua Guild, wouldn't that be better? Too much trouble. Qingfeng Tianxia shook his head. Let Dust face some hardships first. We'll talk later. Elsewhere. Upon receiving word that Mu Chen had finally left Twilight Village, Fenghua Lianqing, who was leveling up in the wild, immediately gathered his men and rushed back to Twilight Village. Last time, he had suffered a silent loss because he was unaware of Dust's strength. This time, Fenghua Lianqing called for over 30 people. He was determined to teach Dust a lesson. Fenghua Lianqing refused to believe that no matter how strong Dust was, he could take on more than 30 people. Juzi, Guangdao, you two stick to Dust closely. If he escapes, I'll hold you two accountable. Do you hear me? On the team channel, Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao repeatedly promised that they wouldn't lose track of him. Do a good job, and you'll each get a 10,000 yuan reward once it's done. After turning off the channel voice chat, Fenghua Juzi looked worriedly at Fenghua Guangdao beside him. What if we fail again this time? The guild leader will definitely take it out on us. What should we do then? Fenghua Guangdao rolled his eyes. Are you dumb? How could we possibly fail this time? Do you think one Dust can take on more than 30 people? If you're willing to do it, then do it. If not, get lost. I'll take your 10,000 yuan. Don't be like that. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Fenghua Juzi replied with a sheepish smile. Good, then focus on doing the job. This time, we'll keep our distance, no way we're getting caught again. Fenghua Guangdao warned. Got it. The two had been so traumatized by being instantly killed last time that they didn't dare get too close to Mu Chen this time. They trailed him from about a kilometer away, keeping their distance. Mu Chen didn't head to Twilight Forest but instead arrived at a hilly area northwest of Twilight Village. There were no monsters or players here. And the scenery was pleasant. After arriving, Mu Chen casually found a rock to sit on, gazing at the surroundings as if waiting for someone. Seeing this from afar, Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao exchanged puzzled looks. What's he trying to do? Is he here for a picnic? Doesn't he know our Fenghua guild is after him? Fenghua Juzi turned to Fenghua Guangdao and asked, should we report this to the guild leader? I don't think it's necessary. We just need to send Dust's location and coordinates to the guild leader. Once he arrives, our task is done, Fenghua Guangdao replied. I have a feeling this guy is up to something. What if this is a trap? Fenghua Juzi speculated nervously. Fenghua Guangdao scoffed. A trap? Look at this place, it's wide open with no cover. If Dust wanted to set a trap, he'd choose a more complex area like Twilight Forest. Mu Chen had chosen this location to deal with Fenghua Lianqing and his men before heading deeper into Twilight Forest. This spot was the perfect hunting ground, open views, flat terrain, and ideal for player versus player combat. 10 minutes later, Fenghua Lianqing arrived angrily with over 30 people in tow. Where's Dust? Fenghua Guangdao pointed to the distance. Guild leader, he's over there. Fenghua Lianqing roared, damn it. I told you to tail him, and you're keeping this much distance? Aren't you afraid he'll run away? Fenghua Juzi explained, guild leader, we stayed back to avoid detection. Get lost, I don't have time to waste words with you. Fenghua Lianqing waved his hand impatiently. Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao had sly smiles on their faces. They had just easily pocketed 10,000 huaxia coins. Making money was too easy. After chasing the two away, Fenghua Lianqing gazed at Mu Chen and shouted, brothers, split into 3 groups and surround him. Don't let him escape. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Mu Chen remained seated on a large piece of bluestone, leisurely gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. As for Fenghua Lianqing's actions, Mu Chen had long been aware. Watching them split into 3 groups to encircle him, as if terrified. He might escape, Mu Chen found it amusing. If he truly wanted to run, forget 3 groups, even splitting into 30 wouldn't stop him. Unfortunately, the novice village didn't have a penitence temple where he could buy pardon tokens, otherwise, he'd love to trap Fenghua Lianqing and his crew at the resurrection point and slaughter them repeatedly. Once Fenghua Lianqing completed the divide and encircle strategy, he led 30 people to surround Mu Chen. Chen AI. Fenghua Lianqing, always keep my word. You dare leave the city, and I dare kill you. Today, I'll show you the consequences of crossing me. Mu Chen didn't waste words. Raising his fire lizard staff, he cast several corrosion spells that instantly killed the player. Cute little bunny. Why is it always me? Cute little bunny whined pitifully. You bastard. How dare you strike first? Tired of living, huh? Fenghua Lianchang roared. Brothers, attack! The members of Fenghua Guild, a ragtag bunch, charged forward in a chaotic mess. Among them were even apprentices and rangers mixed in. Facing this disorganized mob, Mu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed skills relentlessly. At an average speed of 1 skill per second, he dealt devastating damage. The members of Fenghua Guild, averaging levels 5 to 6 with inconsistent equipment and HP around 700 to 800, fell one by one to Mu Chen's corrosion spells. By the time the Fenghua players reached Mu Chen, only one remained, who was swiftly dispatched by Mu Chen with ease. Stepping over the corpses strewn across the ground, Mu Chen advanced toward Fenghua Lianchang and his group. Fenghua Lianchang, a warrior by class, always hit at the back during battles, a behavior Mu Chen despised. When the melee classes charged at him, Mu Chen struck with precision, taking out over 20 players in one go. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't extraordinary for someone to take on 7 or 8 players, but to instantly kill over 20 in one breath was beyond the explanation of mere talent. Fenghua Lianchang had seen S-rank talent streamers before, those who became big-time influencers with millions of followers in a day. S-rank talents were indeed powerful, but none had ever reached Mu Chen's level of strength. This guy, Chen AI, could he possibly be cheating? After being instantly killed last night, Fenghua Lianchang had speculated that Mu Chen's talent was at least B rank or higher. But today, he completely overturned that assumption. This guy wasn't B rank, nor was he S rank. He was a hacker. Fenghua Lianchang shouted in grief and indignation, I'm reporting this. Someone's cheating. His angry cry was abruptly cut short. Fenghua Lianchang's corpse hit the ground, scattering a pile of equipment. Last night, Fenghua Lianchang had contributed 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Today, he added 4 more pieces to Mu Chen's collection. One of the pieces looked familiar. Wasn't this the bronze equipment Mu Chen had sold at his stall this morning? How had it ended up back in Fenghua Lianchang's hands? Did he send someone to buy it back, or did he kill the player who purchased it and claim it as his own? Mu Chen understood Fenghua Lianchang's methods well. Killing and looting equipment was routine for him. Unfortunately for Fenghua Lianchang, as a warrior, the equipment was of no use to him. He could only wait to sell it back in the village. This guy truly had deep pockets. Last time, he dropped 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins, and today, he dropped 80,000. These coins were likely all exchanged on the black market. Most members of Fenghua Guild were lackeys of wealthy second-generation heirs. Their skills were subpar, and they excelled only at flattery. With such members, Fenghua Guild could never dominate Twilight Village. Skilled and talented players would never join a guild that found joy in bullying others. To enhance the guild's combat prowess, Fenghua Lianchang could only throw money at the problem, exchanging large amounts of gold coins on the black market to purchase equipment and skill stones for his members. The novice village lacked a bank, so gold coins couldn't be stored and had to be carried at all times. Mu Chen sighed, Fenghua Lianchang really doesn't learn his lesson. After losing his equipment and gold coins yesterday, he dared to come back today with so much gold. Well, it was just another windfall for Mu Chen. After collecting the spoils, Mu Chen headed back toward Twilight Village. Today, he was determined to reach level 10. The outskirts of Twilight Forest were bustling with players. Mu Chen ignored them and walked straight into the depths of Twilight Forest. Reaching the area where Twilight Direwolves roamed, he encountered the Twilight Direwolf leader, who had respawned after being killed last night. The moment the Twilight Direwolf leader saw Mu Chen, it launched an attack, lunging like a ghostly shadow. Mu Chen dodged nimbly and retaliated with a barrage of skills. Several corrosion spells later, the Twilight Direwolf leader fell within a minute. After collecting the dropped materials, Mu Chen continued deeper into the forest, casting corrosion spells along the way and slaying any monsters he encountered, rapidly gaining experience points. At the same time, the relic, Darkspear Tribe Totem Pole, was absorbing the souls of the monsters. The totem pole could sacrifice souls to grant shaman skill stones, but only specific classes could use them. Mu Chen wasn't a soul sorcerer or a shaman, nor did he possess the relevant items to utilize the skills. Fortunately, the totem pole could automatically store souls, with a capacity of 100. Soon, the totem pole's storage reached its limit. Wiping away wolf blood, Mu Chen took out the totem pole and found a secluded spot. Sacrifice the souls. The system displayed a dialogue box, asking if he wished to sacrifice 100 low-grade souls. Mu Chen chose to proceed. The totem pole emitted a golden light, exuding an aura of desolation, savagery, and bloodlust. System notification, sacrifice complete. You have received the ancestor blessing of the Dark Spear Tribe, Shaman Skill Stone, D, ×1. Lightning Bolt, Grade, D. Class, Magic Based. Effect, deals 350% time spell power, natural damage to the enemy, with a 50% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. Paralyze, causes the target's body to stiffen and become immobile. Casting range, 30. Cooldown, 60. Energy cost, 40. Mu Chen let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a totem or soul-based spell. Lightning Bolt was an elemental skill, usable by all magic-based classes. Although its damage wasn't as high as Corrosion spell, it came with a paralyzing effect. Mu Chen immediately learned the skill. With the sacrifice complete, the totem pole's sacrifice count was now 19/20. Mu Chen continued toward the ogre tribe deeper in Twilight Forest. After passing through the Twilight Dire Wolf area and walking a bit further, he reached the ogre's territory. Ogres were brutal and bloodthirsty by nature, born warriors with immense strength, savage demeanor, and fearless of death. The leaders of the ogre tribes were typically chieftains, mages, or shamans. Based on Anna's quest, it wasn't hard to deduce that the leader of the Twilight Ogre tribe was likely an ogre mage. If that were the case, defeating it might yield a mage skill stone. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Chen continued walking toward the map-marked location of the ogre tribe. It wasn't long before Mu Chen found the ogre tribe's territory and arrived nearby. Mu Chen remained silent and watchful. In his past life, he had never ventured this deep to level up and knew nothing about the ogre tribe. Based on his experience, the tribe likely consisted of around 50 ogres. To verify his hypothesis, he climbed a tree and began covertly observing. Ogres possess no architectural abilities, their tribes inhabit abandoned human fortresses. The walls remain mostly intact, but the watchtowers are destroyed. At noon, the ogres, having just finished their meal, lounge with their bloated bellies, dozing off beneath the walls. A rough count reveals 42 of them. Mu Chen's target is the ogre mage. Inside the walls, he spots a stone house engraved with magical runes. The mage should be inside. The operation begins. He stealthily approaches the snoozing guards. These guys are snoring like thunder. Scout. Ogre warrior, common, level 10, HP 500, attack 30. Mu Chen strikes first. Corrosion spell. The ogre warrior jolts awake, swinging its weapon. Before it can even steady itself, the corrosion spell finishes it off in seconds. Continue. Corrosion spell. This time, luck isn't on his side. The scent of blood and the corrosive aura awaken the other ogres. 2 ogres charge in, one swings a spiked club while the other blows a horn. Lightning bolt. Paralyze. The horn-blowing ogre collapses. Mu Chen immediately turns and fires another lightning bolt. The ogre warrior closes in, swinging its massive club in a rage. Mu Chen takes 24 damage. Lightning bolt. Instant kill. The commotion alerts the ogres inside the fortress. Mu Chen stands at the gate, taking them down one by one. Besides warriors, the ogres include throwers, elite, and an ogre chef, boss. In the world of Dawn, only ogres would make a chef their leader. The throwers hurl giant rocks and wooden spears. Mu Chen dodges nimbly, eliminating the throwers with lightning bolts first. Ogre chef, boss, level 10, HP 2000, attack 120, skill, thick skin aura. Thick skin aura grants 5% toughness to allied units within a 20-yard radius. The ogre chef wields a modified cleaver, commanding the battle. Take out the leader to break the enemy. Target locked. A barrage of lightning bolts. The ogre chef is critically injured. Just as Mu Chen's lightning bolt is about to claim the chef's life, the dark mage intervenes. Dark shield. Mu Chen realizes the true boss has appeared, his hidden quest target. The ogre mage, skilled in both dark magic and fire magic, can be identified by its skin. The dark mage casts Dark Shield. The ogres cheer as a 2-headed ogre dark mage steps out. 2-headed ogres are intelligent and serve as apprentice mages. The dark mage stands 5 meters tall, with 2 heads, one horned, the other not. It dons a mage's robe and wields a staff resembling a spiked club. Mu Chen scouts. Dark Hammer Dusk, Lord, level 10, HP 4000, energy 200, attack 240, racial traits, mighty strength, F, dark mastery, E, skills, dark impact, E, dark shield, E. Mu Chen's first reborn encounter with a Lord tier boss. A few lightning bolts focus fire on the ogre chef. The dark mage recasts its shield, but it doesn't hold. The ogre chef falls, enraging the dark mage. Ogre warriors charge forward. Muchen doesn't move. There are still 21 warriors left. With lightning bolts firing 1 per second, he can clear them all in under a minute. Thanks to his Chaos Apostle talent, his spells unleash like a Gatling gun. Only the dark mage remains. Fear flashes across the dark mage's face before it turns to fury. With its tribe slaughtered, only the enemy's blood can quell its wrath. The dark mage's thoughts are incomprehensible to humans. It raises its staff and strikes the ground. A wave of dark impact surges toward Muchen. Muchen dodges while simultaneously casting Corrosion Spell and Lightning Bolt. The dark mage's shield crumbles under the assault. Corrosion and paralysis leave the dark mage immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Muchen unleashes a barrage of lightning bolts. The dark mage's health drops rapidly. The dark mage collapses. System notification: congratulations on being the first to slay a Lord tier boss. You've earned the Iron title, Ogre Slayer. Gained 1,200 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Received a mysterious treasure chest. System announcement: in the Huaxia region, player Dust from Dusk Village has become the first level 10 player worldwide. Not just in-game, the Dawn official website, bulletin boards, and bards will all sing Muchen's praises. Muchen doesn't care. The world announcement sends players into a frenzy. In Dusk Village. Who's Dust? Our beginner village has produced a big shot. I'm only level 6, but they're already level 10. Flames of War was stunned and furious, slapping Cute Kitty Cat because it was her idea to provoke Dust and steal his gear. Cute Kitty Cat didn't dare retaliate. Butterfly and Bloom also blamed Cute Kitty Cat, pinning all the fault on her. And rightly so, it was her fault. That username screams Green Tea Girl. Clearsky and his group were equally shocked. Clearsky, how did he level up to 10 so fast? Didn't Flames of War's guild take revenge on Dust? They immediately investigate what the guild had done. Clearsky was livid. He had planned to recruit Dust after he suffered setbacks, but now that Dust's name was known far and wide, recruiting him would be much harder. Global players etched Dust's name into their memories. Trending on social media was inevitable. Returning to Dusk Forest. Muchen gleefully collects his spoils. The boss dropped a generous haul, a silver staff, bronze boots, and 2 skill stones. Dark Greatstaff, silver attack power 10, spell power 80, additional effect, Ogre's Might, 5% crit, 3x damage. Durability 60-60. The name's a bit questionable, but the stats are excellent. Boots of Brute Force, bronze spell resistance 30, dark resistance 30, movement speed 20%. Durability 30/30ths. Equipped immediately. Skill stones. Dark Shield, he casts a protective shield on an ally or oneself, lasting 5 seconds. Absorbs 80 damage. Casting range, 5, cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 80. Dark Mastery, he increases the damage and effects of dark magic skills by 10%, passive. He learns the skills. Upon reaching level 10, he gains 5 free attribute points. Allocation, 2 to Vitality, 3 to Intelligence. Attributes: Strength 2, Vitality 30, Agility 4, Spirit 5, Intelligence 45. Spell power, 179. No need to invest in Spirit, save the points. The system also rewards a mysterious treasure chest. He opens it to find Major Dungeon Challenge token ×1. Not valuable yet, but it'll be worth millions of gold once Major Dungeons open. In his past life, someone used this token to obtain a hero class transfer stone, reaching the pinnacle of life. That lucky person was Yi Tian. Muchen grinded levels like mad to become the first level 10 player globally. He carefully stores the token and dissects Dark Hammer Dusk, extracting its energy heart. Energy hearts can be used to craft potions, tools, and more. The Ogre Mage's energy heart resembles a black gemstone. In the small house, he discovers a bronze treasure chest. The chest is locked and requires a key. The general store's key or a rogue's lockpicking skill can open it. Muchen had purchased a magic key, 500 gold for 2. Using the key, he opens the locked chest, obtaining bronze leggings and a small endurance potion. Ogre Hide leggings, bronze HP 200, defense 150, spell resistance 20, durability 50-50. Small endurance potion, increases endurance by 20% for 3 minutes. He also loots magical materials and broken equipment. The broken equipment is worthless, he discards it. Then he returns to Dusk Village. His character has 40 kill points, attracting the guard's pursuit. Fortunately, he has the village chief's friendship medal. With a blood red ID, he enters the village. Logs off to eat. Song Jia has prepared lunch, 2 dishes and a soup, and it tastes great. Mu Chen asks Song Jia why she isn't at school. Song Jia replies that it's Sunday, so there's no school. Mu Chen tells Song Jia to stay at his place for the time being. Logs back in. Heads to the Dusk Tavern to find Anna. Anna is shocked. You've obtained the energy heart of an ogre mage? Mu Chen took out the energy heart. Anna was very pleased. This mission was completed excellently. She handed over the mission rewards. Notification, mission completed. Reward, 1,500 experience points. Obtained rune stones. Summon imp, D profession, demon warlock. Effect, summons an imp. Cooldown, 180 seconds, mana cost, 90. Demon warlock. Type, class advancement stone. Description, allows the user to advance into the demon warlock profession. Required level, level 10. Mu Chen looked at Anna. Mu Chen said, never would I have guessed that you, madam, are a demon warlock. What a surprise. In his past life, no one had known this. Demon warlocks were considered heretics. The church would hunt them down, but Anna was unafraid. Anna asked, do you desire power? Mu Chen refused. Demon warlocks often tempted players, but Mu Chen was not a suitable candidate. Reporting Anna to the church would bring rewards, but it would also invite retaliation. Anna had her own means of backing. It was possible that even the church's clergy had been corrupted. This hidden mission was interesting. It provided a demon warlock class advancement stone. At the respawn point, Mu Chen set up a stall to clear out his inventory, selling all his equipment. A young man bought everything at a flat price of 250,000 gold coins. The young man, whose ID was Spring Knows All, added Mu Chen as a friend. Mu Chen concealed his ID. Spring knows all, so you're really Dust? Now it all makes sense. Mu Chen made his way to the village chief's house. The village chief greeted him warmly. Mu Chen took out 10 wolf fangs and handed them to the chief. The chief accepted them. System notification, mission completed. Reward, 10 gold coins. The village chief suddenly spoke, adventurer, the black mushroom mill south of the village has been occupied by steel-toothed boars. Can you eliminate them? System notification, accept main quest steel-toothed boar bounty? No problem, chief, Mu Chen agreed. Upon completion, the village chief would reward him with a teleportation token and a letter of recommendation, granting access to the main city. But Mu Chen's ambitions extended beyond this. He recalled that the Dark Garden held a golden treasure chest. In his past life, it was worth millions of gold coins. He decided to put the main quest on hold and prioritize the Dark Garden. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Mu Chen visited the general store and spent 100 gold coins to buy a map of the Dark Garden. The storekeeper, Jeff, had brown hair, a small mustache, and wore glasses. Jeff asked, are you heading to the Dark Garden? Yes, Mu Chen replied. Jeff's expression turned grave. Have you heard the terrifying legend of the Dark Garden? Centuries ago, a baron built the garden for his wife. But later, the baroness had an affair with the gardener. Enraged, the baron buried them alive in the flowerbed. Ever since, the garden has been haunted, and villagers have gone missing. Now, here's a dawn amulet for you, 2,000 gold coins, buy one get one free. Specially prepared for you. Mu Chen glanced at Jeff's amulet. It looked like the trash sold in voodoo shops. This thing was utterly useless. The power of dawn was too faint, it was junk. However, the item description matched that of a genuine dawn amulet. Jeff, the swindler, relying on his son's job at the Dawn Temple to con players. Mu Chen said coldly, tell the Dawn Temple you're selling counterfeit goods, and your son's career will be over. Jeff's face turned pale, and he stammered, how did you know? Mu Chen replied, secrets never stay hidden. Jeff broke into a cold sweat. The Dawn Temple valued its reputation above all else. He was finished. Jeff forced a smile and brought out a genuine dawn amulet. Adventurer, this is the real thing. Mu Chen didn't expose him but said indifferently, you said 2,000 gold coins, buy one get one free? I'll take as many as you have. A genuine dawn amulet had an official price of 5,000 gold coins. Jeff? Thinking he could profit for free? Not a chance. Jeff, nervously I only have 2 amulets. Mu Chen, no, I want 20. Jeff, reluctantly fine. Mu Chen spent 20,000 gold coins to buy amulets worth 100,000 gold coins. Leaving the store, Mu Chen headed straight for the Dark Garden. On the way, a few thugs from the Beacon Guild were bullying a young couple. Beacon thug, this is our territory. Couple, says who? Beacon Dowdu, sleazy let me grope your girlfriend, and we'll let you go. Seeing the female player about to suffer, the male player could only cry out helplessly for aid, but no one dared to challenge the Beacon Guild. At that moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the air, taking away a quarter of the Beacon leader's health. Mu Chen, it's me, Dust. Remember, from now on, kill every Beacon player you see. Another lightning bolt struck, and the Beacon leader fell to the ground, dropping his gear and gold coins. The rest of the Beacon players were terrified. Not long ago, their boss had led a team to avenge them but was completely wiped out by Dust. They didn't even dare mention it. Now, encountering Dust again? There was no way they'd fight. They fled. Mu Chen waved his staff, sending out a few more lightning bolts, killing every last one of them. After looting the gear, Mu Chen continued toward the Dark Garden. The couple who had been bullied stopped him. The male player said, "Thank you. Please accept these 127 gold coins as a token of our gratitude." Mu Chen shook his head. It was nothing. Then, he continued on his way. Before leaving Dusk Village, should he pay a little visit to Beacon Fortress? On the road, Mu Chen arrived at the entrance to the Dark Garden. The time was 8:50 p.m. The Dark Garden only opened at midnight. Mu Chen logged off to eat and take a bath. He noticed his body was sore, the bed was too hard. In the living room, he saw Song Jia practicing her dance routines, drenched in sweat. "Song Jia, brother Mu Chen, I'll go cook right away." "Mu Chen, put on your shoes, don't catch a cold." Over an hour later, Song Jia served braised chicken and cola chicken wings. After eating, Mu Chen prepared to take a bath. "Song Jia, wait. Let me tidy up the bathroom first." She came out holding her undergarments, her face flushed. Mu Chen pretended not to notice and entered the bathroom to bathe. Afterward, he came out wrapped in a towel. Mu Chen sat on the sofa watching TV, waiting for midnight. Song Jia joined him, curling up beside him. They chatted, growing closer. Eventually, Song Jia fell asleep. Mu Chen covered her with a blanket and returned to his bedroom. He donned his gaming helmet and logged back in. There were 5 minutes left until the Dark Garden opened. At the entrance, a few players were already gathered. They were either here to harvest moonlight flowers or to explore. The herbalist in Dusk Village was offering a high price for moonlight flowers, which grew only in the Dark Garden. Some players were also drawn by the garden's terrifying legends. Stories of the Baroness and the gardener's ghosts wandering the grounds. And there were missions. Investigating the missing villagers. Since the Dark Garden was a level 7 map, only 6 players were present tonight. Mu Chen walked to the entrance and observed his companions. 3 male players, 2 female players, all level 7. One of them was a female streamer with the ID First Light, a ranger with a mature, commanding vibe. She was live streaming to the Silver Elf platform. "Hello everyone, First Light here, about to challenge the Dark Garden. Please follow me." The Silver Elf, priced at 15,000 yuan, was an official streaming tool. Mu Chen glanced at the streamer, First Light, who was using the deluxe version worth 200,000 yuan. With an audience of millions, was she really a small-time streamer? Clearly not. Mu Chen wasn't interested in game streamers. He only remembered a few renowned ones from his previous life. In this era of information, live streaming had long become a part of daily life. In his past life, top-tier players streaming their gameplay were everywhere, earning money through gaming. What could be better? In that life, Mu Chen had also turned down generous offers from streaming platforms. He played games to enjoy himself, not to be disturbed. Xu Shi? Never heard of her. Judging by her equipment and level, she was probably a beauty streamer relying on her looks to gain followers. There were tens of thousands of such people in Huaxia. Mu Chen withdrew his gaze. The others nearby, however, couldn't remain calm. "Xu Shi. I'm your diehard fan." Luo Hua Wuqing was so excited he acted like a child. His sister, Naihe Hua Luo, looked at him with helplessness written all over her face. "Nice to meet you too," Xu Shi responded coldly. Bai Pao Dilao, a level 7 warrior, and Bei Qiu Bei, a level 7 apprentice, were both Xu Shi's fans. However, they didn't get along and secretly competed with each other. The Dark Garden, one of the most dangerous areas near Twilight Village. The official website advised that it required a team of at least 15 players above level 7 to venture there. At midnight, the gates of the garden opened. A putrid, chilling wind swept out, and crows circled overhead, their eyes like those of death itself. Naihe Hua Luo turned pale. "Brother, how about we wait a bit before going in?" Luo Hua Wuqing hesitated. The penalty for death was severe, losing levels, dropping equipment, and forfeiting gold coins. Nobody wanted to die. Xu Shi was also scared. But for the sake of her stream, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Bei Chou Bei immediately tried to reassure her, "Don't worry, I'm here." Ai Pao de Lao didn't want to be outdone. Shi, I've got a secret weapon." Luo Hua Wuching quickly pledged his loyalty. "Goddess Chu Shi, I'll protect you." Naihe Hua Luo rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated with her brother. Chu Shi hesitated. Losing followers was a small matter, but dying in the game was a big deal. Moreover, these two fans were skilled and seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. "What are you guys here in the dark garden for?" Chu Shi asked. Luo Hua Wuching replied, "To gather moonlight flowers. We took on a quest." Chu Shi smiled. "Want to team up?" "Before coming here, we spoke with the town guard captain and accepted a quest to find some lost bones. You help us find the bones, and we'll help you gather moonlight flowers." "How does that sound? The thought of teaming up with the goddess Chu Shi?" Luo Hua Wuching couldn't believe his luck. He nodded enthusiastically. "To join the goddess's team would be my greatest honor." His sister, Naihe Hua Luo, also agreed. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Bei Chou Bei and Bai Pao de Lao weren't thrilled about more people joining but held their tongues. With Luo Hua Wuching and Naihe Hua Luo added to the team, Chu Shi felt much more confident. Then, her gaze landed on a distant figure, Mu Chen. His ID and level were hidden, giving him an air of mystery. Chu Shi decided to initiate conversation. "Hey there, little brother. What are you doing here?" Mu Chen replied curtly, "None of your business." Chu Shi's smile stiffened, and she suppressed her irritation. "The dark garden is very dangerous. How about teaming up?" "Not necessary. You'd just be dead weight," Mu Chen said as he strode into the garden without looking back. The livestream chat exploded. "Holy crap, who is that guy? So arrogant. How dare he talk to my goddess Chu Shi like that? Where are her bodyguards? Just statues? Damn it." Ai Pao de Lao was enraged. Shi, I'll go teach him a lesson." Bei Chou Bei was equally furious. Chu Shi forced a smile. "Forget it, not worth getting mad over." But internally, she was fuming. "You bastard. I'll enjoy watching you suffer." Shi, you're so kind," Bai Pao de Lao sneered. "If he hadn't run off so quickly, I'd have." Bei Chou Bei interrupted, "If we run into him later, I'll deal with him." Luo Hua Wuching chimed in, "Brother, why get involved? The goddess's business is my business." Naihe Hua Luo sighed deeply. The three of them cursed Mu Chen for 10 minutes straight. Chu Shi finally spoke, "Let's head in as well." The group followed closely behind Mu Chen and entered the dark garden. In his previous life, Mu Chen had come here at level 9. It was far more dangerous than one could imagine. The monsters were all ghosts immune to physical attacks, and they could turn invisible. Humans could barely detect ghosts unless they had a special class or used spirit vision potions. Unfortunately, such potions couldn't be purchased in the beginner village. Invisible ghosts? Mu Chen wasn't worried. His sensory perception was exceptional. At that moment, Mu Chen suddenly turned around and unleashed a lightning bolt. The air rippled, and a terrifying shadow materialized. Identify. Wraith, normal. Level, 7. HP, 350. One shot, one kill. For ordinary players, encountering a ghost was practically a death sentence. But this was just the appetizer. Deeper within the garden lurked two boss-level wraiths. They were the true terror of the dark garden. Mu Chen recalled a forum post about a golden treasure chest. He roughly knew its location. Time was limited, the gates would close at 6 a.m. He had to scour the entire dark garden to find that chest. In the outer region, a maze stretched before him. Mu Chen had no patience to navigate it. He used fireball spells to clear the withered branches blocking his path. Ghosts kept harassing him, their malice palpable. But Mu Chen could sense them all. Electric sparks danced. Under Mu Chen's lightning bolts, the ghosts fell one by one. Their deaths left behind soul ash, a valuable material for alchemy and crafting. If refined into soul fuel, it would be even more sought after. Mu Chen killed ghosts and collected soul ash simultaneously. Since the ash would disappear after a minute if left alone, he moved quickly to gather it. Using fireballs to clear the way and lightning bolts to kill, Mu Chen's bold actions attracted every ghost in the vicinity. When the enemies became too numerous, he paused to focus on wiping them all out before storing his staff and continuing forward. Boom! 2 fireballs incinerated the foliage, and Mu Chen stepped through the ashes, exiting the maze of the dark garden. Beyond the maze lay a sea of flowers. Tulips, roses, wisteria, all blooming in vibrant colors. Among them were inconspicuous little white flowers, moonlight flowers. The herbalists were after these. Moonlight flowers were the primary ingredient for potions crafted by the Lunar Temple. They required incredibly specific growing conditions and couldn't be cultivated artificially. Only certain places had them. The lunar temple offered high prices for moonlight flowers year-round. Greed drove villagers to their deaths, turning into fertilizer for the flower field. Mu Chen looked down and noticed a half-buried skeletal arm protruding from the soil. Though moonlight flowers were valuable, Mu Chen's goal was the golden treasure chest. He had to find it first. At the center of the flower field stood an abandoned villa, overgrown with blood-red roses and vines, exuding an eerie, sinister aura. The golden treasure chest was inside. Mu Chen deliberately avoided the distant tulip field where moonlight flowers were most abundant. Typically, the boss monster would reside in the villa, but this map was different. The boss wasn't in the villa but in that unassuming tulip field. The general store owner had mentioned it before. The baron had once buried his unfaithful wife and her lover, the gardener, alive beneath the tulip garden. The legend was true. Their wraiths now haunted that flower field. The tulip field, with its abundance of moonlight flowers, was a trap designed to lure players to their deaths. The villa, though seemingly more dangerous, only housed a few intimidating ghosts and no major threats. In his previous life, by the time Mu Chen had visited, strategies for this area were already widespread. These scare tactics only worked on novices. Avoiding the boss, Mu Chen headed straight for the villa. Its front door was secured with a copper lock, which he melted with a single fireball. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside, the interior dark and chilling. Mu Chen lit a torch, its faint light illuminating the surroundings. Though long abandoned, the villa was spotless, with furniture neatly arranged. Clearly, ghosts had been maintaining it for years. Ordinary players would find it creepy, but Mu Chen remained unfazed as he headed straight for the basement. He remembered that the golden treasure chest was hidden in a secret room below ground, with its entrance located in the basement. The basement entrance was behind the grand staircase in the first-floor hall. Numerous mirrors covered in white cloths were placed around, adding to the eerie atmosphere. As Mu Chen passed by, he caught a glimpse of something strange in one of the mirrors. Simultaneously, he sensed malice emanating from a corner. Raising his dark staff, Mu Chen fired a lightning bolt toward the source of the malice. PZZZT. The lightning bolt struck its target, followed by a sharp, agonized scream that quickly faded into silence, leaving behind only a small pile of soul ashes. A ghost had been hiding in the corner, and its mischief had caused the strange mirror phenomenon. The eerie atmosphere of the shadowy garden could easily frighten novices. However, after reading the guide and understanding the ghost's tricks, there was nothing to fear. Mu Chen stepped forward to pick up the soul ashes. As he straightened, he sharply sensed additional malicious gazes locking onto him from within the villa. Ghosts were everywhere, and there was no time to deal with each one individually. But leaving them unchecked would be a nuisance. At that moment, the Dawn Amulet, which he had extorted from the general store owner, came in handy. Mu Chen pulled out the Dawn Amulet. As expected, all the malicious intent vanished in an instant. Dawn Amulet. Type, Amulet. Effect 1, when worn, grants protection of the God of Dawn, repelling all evil. Lasts for 1 day. Effect 2, can be directly used to deal 1000 holy light damage to a target, with double damage against ghosts and evil entities. Mu Chen equipped the Dawn Amulet. The oppressive fear within the villa receded. Now he could safely search for the secret room containing the golden treasure chest. On the first floor of the villa, beneath the staircase leading to the second floor, was a wooden door about the height of a person. It wouldn't budge, as though something was blocking it. Mu Chen raised his hand and cast Fireball. With a loud explosion, the wooden door shattered. Stepping over the splinters, he descended a narrow staircase leading to the basement. The basement was about 20 to 30 square meters in size, filled with wine racks and wooden barrels. The entrance to the secret room was hidden here. But where was the mechanism? Mu Chen couldn't quite remember. After all, once a golden treasure chest was opened, it wouldn't refresh again. At the time, he hadn't expected to be reborn. Back then, it was mere curiosity that had led him to read a forum post, details long since forgotten. He vaguely recalled that the mechanism had something to do with the wine. It had to be connected to either the wine racks or the wooden barrels. The wine racks were completely empty. They didn't appear to conceal any hidden mechanisms. Shifting his attention to the wooden barrels, Mu Chen carefully examined them and noticed that one barrel against the wall was secured with metal plates at its base. This must be it. Mu Chen cast another fireball, blowing the wooden barrel to pieces. As expected, a hidden door was revealed. The hidden door was made of steel and appeared quite sturdy. After several more fireballs, the hidden door was destroyed, revealing a dark, gaping hole. He descended. It was far larger than expected. The space spanned several hundred square meters, and the walls were embedded with luminous stones for illumination. This was a secret laboratory. Inside the lab were alchemical apparatuses, test tubes, glassware, and iron cages. Mu Chen immediately understood this was a facility for human experimentation. Human experimentation was not uncommon in the world of Dawn. In some main cities, slavery still existed. The shadowy garden concealed a horrifying secret. On the surface, the Baron had built the garden to please his wife. In truth, it was all for the secret laboratory. The garden was merely a facade, a cover to divert attention. Human experimentation was rampant. If discovered by the Temple of Judgment, the punishment would be death by fire. Since it couldn't be done openly, it was carried out in secret. Hundreds of people had perished in this laboratory. The abundance of ghosts was due to the lingering souls of the victims. Every ghost Mu Chen had encountered on his way here was a human who had died tragically in this place. The Baron's wife had been killed because she discovered the lab. She had notified a priest and the town's guards. Before the gardener could escape, the Baron caught him. The Baron buried the gardener and his wife alive, accusing them of having an affair and killing them in a fit of rage. The Baron never remarried, and his family fell into decline. The shadowy garden became a haven for vengeful spirits. In the previous timeline, players had discovered the laboratory. Through the Baron's diary, they pieced together the dark truth of the shadowy garden. Mu Chen's recollection ended. He scanned the room and spotted a golden treasure chest in the corner. The chest was guarded by an elite ghost. Approaching it would trigger an attack. With the Dawn amulet equipped, Mu Chen confidently stepped forward. Just one step away from the chest, a shadow lunged at him from behind, attempting to attack. But the Dawn amulet activated, forcing the ghostly shadow to retreat. Scan. Ghost Guardian, Elite, Level, 7. Health, 700. Skill, Ghostly Strike, E. The ghost wasn't permanently invisible but radiated a bone-chilling cold. Mu Chen dispatched it with a lightning bolt. After its death, the Ghost Guardian dropped a skill stone. Ghostly Strike. Level, E. Class, Ranger. Effect, deals random fire, frost, or lightning damage. Cooldown, 300. It was a decent skill. Securing the stone, Mu Chen approached the golden treasure chest with excitement. Golden treasure chest, unlocked. No key was required to open it. He touched the chest. A prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to open it. Yes. System, opening. The chest opened, and Mu Chen reached inside to search. He pulled out a golden ring. Ring of Blink, golden. Type, ring. All attributes, plus 20. Equipped skill, Blink, B. Durability, 10 out of 10. Blink, B. Effect, instantly teleport to a location. Range, 20 meters. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Energy cost, 300. With the Ring of Blink, Mu Chen could now use the teleportation skill. For magic-based classes, which were slow-moving and had weak defenses, this ring was a game-changer. Quick mobility? Yes, please. Delighted with his find, Mu Chen immediately equipped the ring. He tested the Blink skill. Instant teleportation. He checked the skill's cooldown. There was none. His Chaos Apostle talent also applied to equipment skills. With the Ring of Blink, Mu Chen could use Blink indefinitely. Having obtained the Ring of Blink, the purpose of this expedition was fulfilled. In high spirits, Mu Chen began exploring the laboratory. After some thorough searching, he found 7 or 8 potions. Unfortunately, most were expired, leaving only 2 in decent condition. Expired potions had halved effects and could even cause side effects. These low-grade, expired potions held little value, so Mu Chen left them behind. The 2 intact potions were Minor Intelligence Elixir, plus 5 intelligence for 30 minutes. Small Speed Potion, increases movement speed for 10 minutes. Aside from the potions, Mu Chen found nothing else. He had hoped for alchemical recipes but realized the Baron would have taken those when he fled. For a mere level 7 area, finding a golden treasure chest was already a stroke of luck. Compared to defeating an ogre dark mage that dropped only a silver weapon, obtaining golden gear was something usually reserved for level 20 plus bosses. Stashing the potions, Mu Chen took one last look at the laboratory before activating the Blink skill to leave. The Blink skill was tricky to master, especially when controlling teleportation range or teleporting through walls. A slight miscalculation could lead to being buried alive. As a reborn player, Mu Chen recalled that at level 200, mages could learn the Mind Teleportation skill, Grade A, which was similar to Blink but with a longer range. Mind Teleportation, 50 meters versus Blink, 20 meters. Top-tier magic players mastered such skills. In the Gods of Chaos invasion battle, mobility skills were lifesavers. In unfamiliar areas, Mu Chen avoided using blink, as anything could lie beyond a wall. But in places he had already explored, it was safe. He teleported back to the main hall of the villa, immediately sensing the ghost's malicious intent. However, cloaked by the Dawn Amulet's protection, the ghosts dispersed. Mu Chen ignored them and headed straight for the villa's entrance. Exiting the villa, he felt elated. Under the night sky, the moon hung like a jade disk. Its serene light blanketed the sea of flowers in a silver glow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Mu Chen sighed, "How beautiful. It's been so long since I saw such a view in my previous life." He greedily took in the floral landscape. However, not far away, a group of ghosts was chasing Chushi and her companions, their wailing cries disrupting the tranquility. Mu Chen glanced at Chushi, slightly surprised. "They're still alive?" He had assumed they'd perished in the greenery maze. In the novice village, spirit vision potions weren't sold. The only way to see invisible ghosts was by using a spirit vision potion. Or like Mu Chen, who relied on experience to sense ghosts, or those who had purchased the Dawn Amulet. The low-quality version of the Dawn Amulet was useless. One could also go to the church and ask the priest to bless them with detect evil. Apart from invisibility, ghosts weren't all that formidable. Without mastering these methods, entering the gloomy garden was akin to courting death. You wouldn't even survive the first stage. No one expected Chushi to make it through the maze. In truth, their success in reaching this point was entirely due to Mu Chen boldly attracting the ghosts in the maze. Chushi and her group came upon a sinister-looking mansion and assumed that a powerful monster lived inside. They decided not to enter and instead stayed in the flower fields to harvest moonlight flowers and search for the villagers' remains. The villagers' remains were buried beneath the flowers. The group excitedly picked the moonlight flowers while three men surrounded Chushi, trying to make her laugh. Danger crept in silently. Manhwaluo blared at her brother, who circled Chushi like a dog, and wished she could kick him into the sky. "Idiot! Picking moonlight flowers wasn't supposed to turn you into a sycophant." Muttering under her breath, Manhwaluo continued picking flowers. Suddenly, a skeletal, emaciated arm with a ghastly pale hand reached out from the soil. Following it, a woman with disheveled hair and a white dress crawled out of the flowerbed, her limbs grotesquely twisted like a horrifying puppet. Manhwaluo did not notice at all. Meanwhile, Chushi's side was lively as ever. She was live-streaming and expressing her gratitude to her top-ranking supporter for sending her a rocket. Suddenly, she spotted the woman behind Manhwaluo. "It's a ghost!" Chushi screamed. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Bei quickly cast a skill, Wailing Soul, Elite. Information popped up, Level 7, Attack 84, Ignores Resistance, Skill, Wailing Howl. It's an elite monster. Bei's face turned grim. The freeloader hero immediately jumped to the forefront. "Chushi, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Bei sneered coldly. "It's just an elite monster. Chushi, don't worry, I've got this." Chushi regained some composure and smiled sweetly. "I'll be counting on you guys, then. I've got a secret weapon specifically for dealing with ghosts." The freeloader hero smirked and shot a disdainful look at Bei. Meanwhile, Luo Huawuching was sprinting toward his sister. "Don't be scared, sis. Big brother's here." Manhwaluo was petrified, sitting on the ground in shock. But she reacted quickly, scrambling to her feet and running for her life. Strangely, the Wailing Soul stood still, as though it were waiting. Chushi's livestream chat exploded. "This game is way too scary. My poor heart can't take this." Chushi was puzzled. "Why isn't it moving? Should we make the first move?" Bei responded, "Strike first." Fireball. Ineffective. The Wailing Soul let out a deafening howl, its wail echoing across the flower field. The nightmare had begun. Countless ghosts and spirits surged out of the flower field. There was even an elite monster dressed like a gardener. "What do we do now?" Chushi panicked. "Chushi, don't be afraid. I'm here." Bei reassured, though his confidence wavered. The freeloader hero sneered. Bei pulled out a Dawn Amulet. The freeloader hero exclaimed, "You have one too?" Bei smirked triumphantly. "Watch and learn." A flash of light. And then? The ghosts remained unscathed. Bei was dumbfounded. "How is this possible?" The shopkeeper assured me. The freeloader hero scoffed, "Worthless junk." Saying this, he also pulled out a Dawn Amulet. The show was just getting started. "What a pair of clowns." The freeloader hero muttered as he lifted the Dawn Amulet. Another flash of light. And then? Nothing. He froze, his expression mirroring Bei Bei's disbelief. Bei gritted his teeth. Did you buy yours from the Twilight Village too? The freeloader hero was stunned. You as well? They'd both been scammed. Cursed merchants. Luo Huawuching and Nahua Luo screamed, hey, you too. Get it together. We can't hold them off. Luo Huawuching's dagger was useless against the ghosts, and Nahua Luo's charged shots barely scratched them. -19. -21. -18. As defeat loomed, they desperately turned to Bei and the freeloader hero for help. Even Shu Shi grew anxious. Where are your trump cards? Hurry up! If we're dying together. The two exchanged guilty glances, avoiding eye contact. Shu Shi's voice grew stern. Wait. So that flash of light earlier, that was your trump card? They both nodded sheepishly. Shu Shi, degree. This is comedy gold. Experts? More like clowns. Another team wiped tonight. Except for Nahua Luo, everyone else fled. At that moment, Mu Chen appeared. These idiots are still alive? Good. The moonlight flowers are mine now. Mu Chen calmly approached the group being chased by ghosts. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Run, handsome guy. Nahua Luo still found time to warn him. Mu Chen ignored her and pulled out a dawn amulet. Shu Shi rolled her eyes, while Bei and the freeloader hero looked on with schadenfreude. In the next instant, holy light erupted. The ghosts were obliterated. Only the two elite monsters were left with critical health. Mu Chen finished them off with 2 lightning arrows. The field fell silent. Holy crap, he's the real deal. Hiding his strength all alone. What kind of item is that? I want it too. Bei and the freeloader hero's faces burned with humiliation. Shu Shi asked tentatively, hey, handsome, can we be friends? Mu Chen shook his head. The loot is mine. No objections, right? No objections. Rules were rules, the loot and moonlight flowers belonged to Mu Chen. Though reluctant, Shu Shi and her group had no choice but to agree since Mu Chen had saved their lives. Mu Chen was slightly surprised by their compliance and decided not to press further. After harvesting the flowers, their adventure in the gloomy garden came to an end. Luo Huawuching and his sister bade him a warm farewell, but Shu Shi lingered, pestering Mu Chen to add her as a friend. Mu Chen waved her off, unwilling to be tied down. Shu Shi was disappointed but eventually gave up. At 3 a.m., with a few hours left until sunrise, Mu Chen decided to head to the level 10 map, Black Knight's Castle, to grind levels. Once a Baron's territory, the castle was now overrun by undead, with the boss being a level 10 Black Knight. Mu Chen spent hours clearing skeleton monsters in the canyon. As dawn broke, he decided to log off for breakfast before taking on the Black Knight. Returning to reality, Mu Chen found that Song Jia had already left for school. She had left him a lovingly prepared breakfast on the table, a ham and egg sandwich with milk. After finishing it, Mu Chen still felt a bit hungry. He decided to step out and grab something else. On his way downstairs, he suddenly thought about how long it had been since he last saw his sister. Without hesitation, he hailed a cab to his sister Mu Ji's place. Mu Gu was a senior at Jinnan Music Academy. To help Mu Chen pay off his debts, she worked part-time at a music-themed restaurant. She shared an apartment with her best friend near the academy in a well-maintained, scenic complex called Qingxin Apartments. Mu Chen's arrival drew the attention of many young women. However, when they noticed his inexpensive clothes, they quickly lost interest. Mu Chen headed straight to room 3012 and knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing Mu Gu. Her oval face and delicate features were framed by her long hair. Dressed in white pajamas, she looked surprised but delighted to see him. Chen, what brings you here? Mu Chen's eyes glistened slightly. Nothing, I just missed you and wanted to check on you. Mu Gu chuckled. You're out of money, aren't you? Hold on, I'll transfer some to you. She turned to grab her phone. It's not that, Mu Chen said awkwardly. I really just wanted to see you. Seeing his sincerity, Mu Gu smiled. How rare. This is the first time you've come looking for me. How did you even know where I live? I don't remember telling you. You mentioned it before. Did you forget? Mu Chen replied. Mu Gu was puzzled but treated it as a trivial matter. She warmly invited Mu Chen into the house. Come in quickly. Are you hungry? I'm cooking instant noodles. The apartment was 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, fully furnished. Big sis, where's your roommate? Mu Chen asked casually. She's still lying in the bedroom. Like you, she's playing Dawn, Mu Gu replied. In his previous life, Mu Chen had heard his sister mention her close friend Long Yashuang. She had an A-grade gaming talent, a hidden class as the Frost Knight, and was also the founder of the all-female studio Fenghua Studio, which had been managed exceptionally well. However, when the Corn Legion attacked Jinnan City, both his sister and Lang Yashuan lost their lives. A cold and violent fury surged in Mu Chen's eyes at the memory. Come, Chen, eat up. Mugu brought over 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles, melting away the coldness in Mu Chen's eyes and replacing it with deep warmth. Mu Chen wondered why they always ate instant noodles. Mugu laughed and explained, because Yaya loves eating them. Learning it was Lang Yashuang's preference, Mu Chen didn't question further and started devouring the hearty instant noodles. Besides the noodles, the bowl was filled with fish balls, luncheon meat, squid balls, lettuce, and beef rolls. The taste was exceptional, and Mu Chen quickly finished his meal in a whirlwind. Mugu asked with concern if he'd had enough. Mu Chen patted his stomach and said he was full. She then asked if he wanted yogurt. When Mu Chen nodded, she brought over yogurt and some freshly cut fruit. Mugu wanted to put on a cartoon, but Mu Chen reminded her that he was already 20 years old, prompting her to give up the idea. She then wanted to do his laundry, but Mu Chen waved it off, saying he'd already washed his clothes. Mugu gently suggested taking him out to buy some new clothes, but Mu Chen said he preferred shopping online. Mugu pouted, "Be good, listen to me. The clothes you buy online are either cheap or ugly. Let your sister pick out a few nice outfits for you, okay?" At that moment, a lazy woman's voice came from the bedroom. "Mumu, I'm starving. Is breakfast ready?" Before the words had fully settled, Lang Yashuan emerged from the bedroom wearing a wine-red, thin silk nightgown. Her tall figure and long legs were on full display, and under the sunlight, the sheer gown was even more alluring. Mu Chen saw this scene but remained as calm as still water, his heart unperturbed. In his previous life, he had encountered countless temptations, from the chaos god of lust to Slaanesh herself, none of which could shake his resolve. The beauty before him was insignificant in comparison. Lang Yashuang froze upon seeing Mu Chen, while Mugu quickly stepped in front of him, scolding, "Chen, don't look. It's bad for your eyes." Lang Yashuang was displeased. "Hey, what do you mean bad for his eyes? Is my body that unbearable to look at?" Mugu hurriedly explained, "Sorry, yeah, that's not what I meant. Chen is still young, and he shouldn't see such indecency. You're getting more and more insulting." Lang Yashuang puffed her cheeks in mock anger. Mugu, at a loss for how to explain further, could only urge her to go put on some proper clothes. Understanding that Mugu meant no harm, Lang Yashuang returned to the bedroom and emerged only after wrapping herself up tightly. "Is this better?" Lang Yashuang twirled and asked. Mugu nodded in satisfaction. Mugu introduced the two to each other. "This is my younger brother, Mu Chen. Chen, this is your sister's best friend, Lang Yashuang." Lang Yashuang scrutinized Mu Chen's handsome face, thinking that no wonder Mugu was so protective. He really was quite good-looking, though his outfit was a bit plain. She gracefully extended a slender hand and smiled. "Nice to meet you, little brother Mu Chen." Mu Chen shook her hand politely and said, "Hello, Sister Yashuang. Such a good boy. I'll buy you candy next time," Lang Yashuang teased with a playful laugh. Yeah. "Stop teasing my brother," Mugu said unhappily. Okay, you little brother Khan," Lang Yashuang retorted with a flirtatious roll of her eyes. "I'm not a brother Khan," Mugu protested softly. "Alright, Mumu, I'm really hungry. Could you please make me a bowl of my favorite instant noodles?" Lang Yashuang pouted and acted coquettishly toward Mugu. Mugu replied gently, "Okay, wait a moment." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Mu Chen wanted to help but was stopped by Lang Yashuang. She smiled radiantly and said, "Little brother Mu Chen, stay here and chat with your sister instead, okay?" From the kitchen, Mugu poked her head out and said to Mu Chen, "Chen, just sit down and rest. The kitchen's too small for 2 people." Only then did Mu Chen sit back down. Lang Yashuang sat beside him and started asking about his progress in the game. Mu Chen candidly shared that he was an apprentice at level 10. Lang Yashuang praised his leveling speed and asked which main city he planned to head to in the future. Mu Chen chose Black Lion City. Lang Yashuang was puzzled since Black Lion City was barely mentioned in online rankings of main cities. Mu Chen explained that he liked the local culture and customs. Lang Yashuang invited Mu Chen to join her in Frost City, promising to protect him. Mu Chen politely declined. Sighing, Lang Yashuang mentioned her intention to start a studio but lamented the lack of people. She added that if Mugu played games, they could slay together for fun. Mu Chen thought it over and decided to make his sister a Dawn player, ensuring her safety. He immediately ordered a gaming helmet online with Sane City delivery. When Mu Chen shared his idea with Lang Yashuang, she immediately agreed. As Mugu exited the kitchen, the helmet was delivered. She scolded Mu Chen for wasting money, saying she didn't have time to play games. Mu Chen gently told her that she wouldn't need to work part-time anymore, he could handle their finances. Seizing the opportunity, Long Yashuang persuaded Mugu, claiming that playing games could lead to overnight riches and provide Mu Chen with a better life. A single piece of golden equipment could sell for millions. Under Long Yashuang's persuasion, Mugu finally agreed to give it a try. Excited, Long Yashuang dragged Mugu into the bedroom to teach her how to play the game. Mu Chen said they could discuss it later. Long Yashuang insisted that Mugu give it a shot, assuring her that no one in the newbie village would dare to bully her. Not long after, Long Yashuang reappeared from the bedroom, dressed in a fresh and breezy outfit. She asked for Mu Chen's ID to add him as a friend. Mu Chen gave his ID, Dust. Long Yashuang gasped. It turned out he was the first player in the world to reach level 10, as announced in the global system notification. Long Yashuang gave him a meaningful smile, saying she'd visit often. In a tone akin to coaxing a little kid, she welcomed Mu Chen to drop by any time. Mu Chen responded calmly before standing up to leave. He thought it might be better to meet his sister for meals elsewhere next time instead of coming here. Back at his rental apartment, Mu Chen bought some groceries and snacks and stocked them in the fridge. Afterward, he put on his gaming helmet and logged into the game. As soon as he was online, he encountered a skeletal warrior wielding a knife. Mu Chen easily dodged its attack and struck it down with his dark rod, killing it in one blow. The monster dropped 2 gold coins and a white stone-grade steel knife. Mu Chen casually picked up the loot and checked his inventory, finding that the totem pole stored 21 souls. All night, he had been hunting ghosts and undead creatures. Since these monsters' souls dissipated upon death, they couldn't condense into soul energy. Thus, skeletal undead couldn't provide soul energy. To obtain it, he would need to kill monsters composed of both flesh and soul, such as wolves or ogres. Around Black Night Castle, skeletal undead respawned quickly. Mu Chen had cleared the area that morning, and within 2 to 3 hours, they had respawned. It was an excellent leveling spot. However, Mu Chen was no longer interested in ordinary monsters. His sights were set on the level 10 boss, the Black Knight, within the castle. He walked straight toward the castle and noticed that the number of skeleton monsters along the way was far fewer than expected. His heart sank. This meant someone had already entered the castle before him, likely aiming for the Black Knight as well. Since boss respawn times were usually long, he needed to hurry. There were traces of battle at the castle entrance, though the corpses of monsters on the ground had already refreshed. It seemed the players who went in earlier had been inside for some time. Mu Chen guessed these players were likely from the Beacon Guild or the Gentle Breeze Guild, as these were the 2 strongest guilds near Twilight Village, both capable of challenging the Black Knight's castle. Silently, he prayed it was the Beacon Guild, as he still had some friendly ties with the Gentle Breeze Guild in his past life. While he had no qualms about stealing a boss, he wouldn't go as far as to eradicate them completely and take all their loot like he would with the Beacon Guild. Like most common maps and dungeons, the Black Knight dwelled deep within the castle, with numerous smaller monsters along the way. The castle itself was gloomy and dilapidated, steeped in dust and the aura of the undead. The further Mu Chen ventured, the more uneasy he felt. Scattered among the monster corpses that hadn't yet refreshed were a few player corpses, clearly the result of infighting. Noticing the IDs on the bodies, Mu Chen saw that there were players from both the Gentle Breeze Guild and the Beacon Guild. Mu Chen hadn't expected the 2 guilds to cooperate to raid the Black Knight's castle, but it was clear that a conflict had broken out along the way. This wasn't surprising. Beacon Guild's Fenghuo Liancheng was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, betraying even his own guildmates. As Mu Chen moved further inside, he began to hear the sounds of fierce combat and loud arguments. In a spacious hall ahead, 2 groups of players were locked in a chaotic brawl. One side held the upper hand, while the other was clearly at a disadvantage. From the aggrieved roars of Gentle Breeze Tianxia and the arrogant laughter of Fenghuo Liancheng, it was obvious who was winning. Gentle Breeze Tianxia cursed Fenghuo Liancheng for his treachery, accusing him of ambushing their allied forces. Fenghuo Liancheng sneered in return, claiming that all was fair in war and that the Gentle Breeze Guild was doomed regardless. Gentle Breeze Tianxia was fuming. His bronze tier gear had been purchased at great expense, and the guild members were his painstakingly nurtured team. If they were wiped out here, the loss would be devastating. The Gentle Breeze Guild had only just started to show promise. It couldn't afford to collapse now. At this moment, Gentle Breeze Tianxia had no choice but to abandon the boss and issued an order in the team channel: break out with everything you've got. The Gentle Breeze players, upon receiving the command, fought as if their lives depended on it, attempting to break out in all directions. However, they were just ordinary players, and breaking through was no easy task. Despite their desperate resistance, they were crushed under the overwhelming force of the Beacon Guild. The Beacon Guild had superior numbers and had been conserving their strength while waiting for the Gentle Breeze players to weaken. As more and more Gentle Breeze members fell, Gentle Breeze Tianxia's expression grew increasingly grim. It was over. Days of effort were about to go up in smoke. Fenghua Lianqing, that treacherous scoundrel, this grudge would not be forgotten. At that moment, a party invitation notification caught Gentle Breeze Tianxia's attention. System, player ID, Dust, has applied to join your team. Do you accept? Dust? Why is he here? Gentle Breeze Tianxia looked around but couldn't spot Dust anywhere. Where was he? No matter. Gentle Breeze Tianxia had no time for questions. Perhaps this was the key to turning the tide. One more person meant one more chance. Without hesitation, Gentle Breeze Tianxia approved Mu Chen's party application. The moment Mu Chen received the system notification, he stepped out from the shadows. He couldn't help but smile as he said, Fenghua Lianqing, long time no see. Have you missed me? Dust. Fenghua Lianqing reacted as if he'd seen a ghost. The last encounter with Mu Chen had left him with a deep psychological scar. Why are you here? He demanded nervously. I came for the boss, but it seems I stumbled upon you instead. Today must be my lucky day. Mu Chen said, eyeing Fenghua Lianqing's top-tier gear. He couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy the man was. Internally, he thought, your gear is excellent, but soon, it'll all be mine. Mu Chen's bold entrance nearly made Gentle Breeze Tianxia explode with anger. He cursed Dust as an idiot for revealing himself instead of staying hidden. Originally, Gentle Breeze Tianxia had hoped to rely on Dust's explosive combat power to ambush the Beacon Guild. Now, everything was ruined. Even if Dust was powerful, could he possibly take on the entire Beacon Guild alone? Fenghua Lianqing's face darkened. Dust, I advise you to stay out of this. If you walk away now, I can let bygones be bygones. I've said it before, and I won't repeat myself, in the wild, every time I see you, I'll kill you. And I always keep my word, Mu Chen replied coldly, raising his dark staff. Now, you can shut up. With that, silver lightning danced in the air as several bolts of lightning arrows shot toward Fenghua Lianqing. He immediately raised a silver shield in an attempt to block the attack. But it was futile, like trying to stop a chariot with a mere arm. In an instant, he was dead. Fenghua Lianqing was killed in a flash, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The players from the Gentle Breeze Guild were witnessing Mu Chen's power for the first time, utterly shocked. A C-grade talent, a level 9 warrior with bronze-tier gear and a silver shield, Fenghua Lianqing, who boasted top-tier defenses, had been instantly killed by Mu Chen as if it were child's play. The Beacon Guild players immediately scattered in panic, and Mu Chen began hunting them down. After all, these players were practically walking loot bags. He unleashed his skills wildly, mercilessly reaping the lives of the fleeing Beacon players. The tide of the battle turned. Gentle Breeze Tianxia seized the opportunity, rallying his guild members to join the pursuit. Before long, every last Beacon Guild player was wiped out, leaving behind piles of gold coins and equipment. Mu Chen paid no attention to the spoils of war. Instead, he approached Fenghua Lianqing's corpse and carefully examined the attributes of the silver shield. The shield's attributes: wolf bone iron, silver. Type, heavy shield. Defense, 100. Bonus, block, E. Durability, 40/40ths. Though the attributes were simple, it was still a decent find. Mu Chen stowed the shield away and noticed Gentle Breeze Tianxia and Qingshui Miaomia standing beside him. Mu Chen greeted them with a smile. Long time no see. Gentle Breeze Tianxia cupped his hands in gratitude, but Mu Chen waved it off. When asked about his talent level, Mu Chen replied, "You're better off not knowing." Gentle Breeze Tianxia didn't take offense. Gentle Breeze Tianxia lamented Fenghua Lianqing's betrayal and invited Mu Chen to team up to take down the boss, offering to split the loot evenly. Mu Chen refused, saying he wanted everything. Gentle Breeze Tianxia's expression darkened for a moment but quickly turned into a smile. Then we won't disturb your solo boss raid. After exchanging friend requests with Mu Chen, Gentle Breeze Tianxia led his guild members out of the Black Knight's castle. Privately, Qingshui Miaomia messaged Gentle Breeze Tianxia, puzzled as to why they had given up the boss to Dust. Gentle Breeze Tianxia replied that they would wait outside. The boss wasn't easy to defeat, especially for someone going solo. Once Dust failed, they could swoop in and claim the prize. Gentle Breeze Tianxia believed Mu Chen was too young and overconfident. After the Gentle Breeze Guild left, Muchen began collecting the loot scattered across the battlefield. He sighed, reminiscing about the days when he had a team to handle this for him. Resolving to establish his own guild in the future, he finished gathering the spoils and headed toward the massive doors at the end of the castle hall. The Black Knight lay beyond. He pushed the door open just enough for one person to pass through. Several bone arrows shot out but were blocked by Muchen's dark shield. With a defensive skill now at his disposal, Muchen could easily withstand ranged attacks head-on. A hall several times larger than the castle's main hall stretched out before him. At its center stood a towering knight clad entirely in black armor, mounted on a 2-meter-tall undead warhorse. Black Knight, Lord. Level, 10. Health, 4000. Attack, 240. Racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devour. Skills, Evil Strike, E, Undead Summon, E. Besides the Black Knight, there were more than a dozen elite monsters accompanying him. Skeleton Warrior, Elite. Level, 10. Health, 1000. Attack, 60. Racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devour. Skill, Undead Armor, F. Skeleton Mage, Elite. Level, 10. Health, 1000. Energy, 15. Attack, 60. Racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devour. Skill, Evil Frenzy, F. Skeleton Archer, Elite. Level, 10. Health, 1000. Attack, 60. Racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devour. Skill, Corrosive Arrow, F. While Muchen was boldly using his scouting skill to read the attributes of the monsters, the Black Knight coldly unsheathed the longsword at his waist and charged at him. The skeletons beside him also launched their own assaults. The long-range attacks from the Skeleton Mage and Skeleton Archer were blocked by the dark shield surrounding Muchen. And facing the Black Knight's fearless charge, like that of an iron war machine, Muchen chose to confront it head-on. Several lightning arrows shot out wildly, striking the skeleton warriors and the Black Knight with precision, triggering the paralysis effect. Instantly, the creatures stiffened, unable to move, and the Black Knight's imposing charge was effortlessly interrupted. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. The lightning arrow truly lived up to its reputation as a divine skill. Although in the hands of other spellcasting professions, lightning arrow was of moderate power. After all, it only had a 50% paralysis chance and a mere 1-second paralysis duration. In Muchen's hands, its strength lay in sheer quantity. Under the relentless storm of lightning arrows, the mighty Black Knight quickly fell to his knees before Muchen. System notification: you have gained 1,200 experience points. Congratulations, player, for reaching level 11. You have earned 5 free attribute points. Muchen skillfully allocated the attribute points to stamina and intelligence. Then, stepping over the scattered bones, he approached the massive corpse of the Black Knight. With the Black Knight's death, the undead warhorse beneath him also perished. The death of the Black Knight dropped a piece of silver tier equipment and an E-rank skill stone. Black Knight Sword, Silver. Type, Greatsword. Attack, 90. Lifesteal, 8%. Equipment skill, Evil Strike, E. Durability, 50-50. Necromancy, Summon Undead. Rank, E. Profession restriction, none. Effect, summons a random undead creature to fight for you. Permanently follows and exists indefinitely. Cooldown, 7 natural days. Energy consumption, 700. Upon seeing the effects of Summon Undead, Muchen's eyes lit up. This skill had no summoning limit, and the summoned undead creatures would permanently follow and exist indefinitely. Combined with his talent, Apostle of Chaos, couldn't he instantly raise an undead army? Without hesitation, Muchen learned Summon Undead. He immediately conducted a test. For the first summon, he brought forth a level 11 skeleton. The second summon yielded a level 11 skeleton mage. The third summon produced a level 11 undead hound. After several summons, a team of undead creatures at the same level as Muchen had already formed around him. The cooldown for Summon Undead was extremely long, 7 full natural days. Fortunately, Muchen's innate talent, Apostle of Chaos, allowed him to bypass this cooldown. Unfortunately, the skill level of Summon Undead was too low. It could only summon ordinary level creatures. If it were capable of summoning elite or boss level undead, they might have been more useful. Ordinary creatures on the battlefield could only serve as cannon fodder. Muchen then utilized the skill's secondary effect, Dismiss Summon, to send the Summon Undead army back to their world. In the world of Dawn, undead creatures originated from the Undead Realm, a kingdom of the dead, a paradise for spirits. 1,000 years ago, the Undead Realm had invaded the world of Dawn, led by the cursed cult that worshipped the Lich King. they unleashed waves of undead calamities, attempting to transform all living beings into undead creatures and turn the world of Dawn into an extension of the undead realm. Eventually, the Lich King was sealed by the gods of Dawn, and the cursed cult suffered massive losses. Millions of cultists were executed on the holy cross of the Temple of Retribution. Today, remnants of the cursed cult still linger, hiding like sewer rats in the corners of the world of Dawn. For example, the Baron who owned this castle was a member of the cursed cult. He had worked for them his entire life, and at the moment of his death, he transformed himself into a Black Knight through a necromantic ritual, achieving eternal life, although his current state was no different from death. These were details unearthed by certain players in the previous timeline, pieced together from scattered clues and posted on the forums. Unfortunately, after the Baron transformed into the Black Knight, the cursed cult had taken all their belongings from the castle. Otherwise, those items would have been worth quite a fortune. Mu Chen attempted to place the Black Knight's silver tier greatsword into his inventory, but there simply wasn't enough space. Left with no choice, he dialed Qingfeng Tianxia for a voice call. He knew Qingfeng Tianxia hadn't left and was likely hiding nearby, waiting for Mu Chen to fail against the boss so he could swoop in and reap the rewards. Mu Chen knew Qingfeng Tianxia all too well. He was a cunning guy who always thought himself smarter than others, constantly treating people like fools. In a small place like Twilight Village, he could still make a name for himself, but if he went to the main city, where talent was abundant and strong players gathered, Qingfeng Tianxia would soon fade into obscurity, unable to make any waves. The call connected. Qingfeng Tianxia's surprised voice came through. "Brother Dust, aren't you fighting the boss? What's up? The boss is already dead. My inventory is full, and I want to sell some equipment to you to clear some space," Mu Chen said. Upon hearing that Mu Chen had killed the boss, Qingfeng Tianxia went silent. After a moment, he replied in a deep voice, "All right. How about we meet at the resurrection point in Twilight Village?" Mu Chen said flatly, "No need. Aren't you still inside the castle? Just come over." On the other end of the call, Qingfeng Tianxia's pupils constricted instantly, and disbelief flashed across his face. He forced a laugh. "What are you talking about? We already left." Mu Chen interrupted him directly, "Cut it out. Do you, Qingfeng Tianxia, seem like the kind of person who'd give up so easily? My guess is you're hiding here, waiting for me to fail so you can loot the boss and my equipment, right? When dealing with people like him, it was best to be blunt. Otherwise, they'd think you were just a lucky fool and continue to treat you like an idiot." Mu Chen didn't waste any more words and exposed him outright. Qingfeng Tianxia's expression shifted. After a long pause, he finally said, I'll be right there." When Qingfeng Tianxia and his party saw Mu Chen and the corpse of the Black Knight, they were dumbfounded. Qingshui Miaomiao's gaze toward Mu Chen was filled with both admiration and dread. Qingfeng Tianxia approached Mu Chen with a serious expression. "How did you figure it out?" Mu Chen replied indifferently, "It just took a little thought." He got straight to the point. "I'm selling all the equipment. Name your price." Speaking, Mu Chen displayed the equipment in his backpack. Qingfeng Tianxia set aside his inner struggles and closely examined the items. Equipment was critical for players. The starter village was suffering from a severe equipment shortage. Qingfeng Guild didn't have as much money as Finghua Guild, and all the good equipment had been snatched up, leaving them to turn to the black market. The black market was expensive, and there were additional shipping fees. As a result, Qingfeng Guild's equipment was far inferior to Finghua Guild's. Now that Finghua Guild's elite members were wiped out, all their equipment was in Mu Chen's possession. Qingfeng Tianxia wouldn't miss this opportunity. Quickly, Qingfeng Tianxia picked out dozens of pieces of black iron equipment. He also wanted to buy the bronze gear and silver shield dropped by Finghua Liancheng. But Mu Chen refused to sell. He intended to take them back to the village to sell. Besides, Qingfeng Tianxia didn't have enough financial resources to buy much more right now. These dozens of black iron pieces were already his limit. Mu Chen estimated the value. These black iron pieces added up to about 300,000 yuan. That was quite a bargain. Qingfeng Tianxia agreed. However, collecting this much money would take 5 to 6 hours. Mu Chen needed to clear out his backpack. Right now, his bag was full, and the silver greatsword dropped by the Black Knight was still lying on the ground next to the corpse. Qingfeng Tianxia was clearly tempted. But Mu Chen didn't have the time to wait 5 or 6 hours. Mu Chen directly handed Qingfeng Tianxia his bank account number along with the black iron equipment. "When you've gathered the money, transfer it to my account." Having said that, Mu Chen prepared to leave. Qingfeng Tianxia was stunned. "You aren't afraid I'll take the equipment and not pay you?" "You can try," Mu Chen said with a smile. A chill ran down Qingfeng Tianxia's spine. The man who could annihilate Finghua Guild could just as easily wipe out Qingfeng Guild. Mu Chen wasn't trusting him, he was confident in his own strength. With his backpack space freed up, Mu Chen retrieved the Black Knight's greatsword. After a brief farewell, he logged off the game. The time was now 12:45 p.m. He was hungry. He had eaten so much this morning, yet he was still hungry. Mu Chen laughed at himself. What a glutton! He got up and headed downstairs. Song Jia was wearing her sailor-style school uniform, an apron tied around her waist, as she prepared food in the kitchen. Her feet moved lightly across the tiled floor. Noticing Mu Chen coming out, Song Jia smiled and asked, Mu Chengij, you're awake? Yeah. What's for lunch? Stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers over noodles. Mu Chen thought, great. I'm starving. Song Jia's cooking was excellent. Before long, Song Jia served the noodles, and Mu Chen wolfed them down. As he ate, they chatted casually. Song Jia asked curiously, Mu Chengij, what game were you playing in your room? You don't know? It's the popular game Dawn that's been trending lately. Song Jia replied, I've heard my classmates talk about it, but I've never seen anyone actually play it. She didn't play games herself, focusing entirely on her studies. Her question stemmed purely from seeing Mu Chen play. Mu Chen glanced at Song Jia. A sudden thought crossed his mind, if Song Jia started playing Dawn, then he'd have a little follower in the game to help him pick up loot. But that idea seemed too much. He shrugged off the thought and changed the subject. After finishing his meal, Mu Chen returned to his room and logged back into the game. The Black Knight's corpse had already disappeared. The respawn time for the Black Knight, was it 5 days? 7 days? He couldn't remember exactly, but it was definitely no less than 5 days. Mu Chen fought his way out of the Black Knight's castle, clearing the canyon territory with lightning bolts as he went, and returned to Twilight Village. Even though he had killed Finghua Guild members, it was in self-defense, so his slaughter value hadn't increased. As of now, the village chief's medal could still shield him from one disaster. Back in the village, Mu Chen headed to the tavern first. The herbalist buying moonlight flowers lit up with joy when he saw him. Moonlight flowers times 343, totaling 34,300 gold coins. At that moment, apprentice trainer Anna stopped him. Deliver a letter to Armor Rock City for me. The reward will be generous, Anna said with a sultry smile. Deliver a letter? Mu Chen instinctively grew wary. Questing for a demon warlock always spelled trouble. He refused outright. I'm heading to Black Lion City, not Armor Rock City. Anna replied, I'll cover the teleportation fee. The mission reward is substantial. Mu Chen shook his head and walked away. Anna's expression darkened. So cautious. She was obviously hiding something. A delivery quest wouldn't come with a high payout, and teleporting through a postal service would be cheaper. Anna's insistence on Armor Rock City was clearly suspicious. Before heading to the main city, Mu Chen visited the voodoo shop in Shadow Alley. He still had a good amount of soul ash in his backpack, and Zol would definitely be interested. He pushed the door open, and the shop looked the same as always. A figure in a black robe sat behind the counter. Good afternoon. The figure stood, letting the black robe fall away. It was Zol. With sun-kissed skin and a wild, exotic beauty, her face was adorned with strange, colorful markings. Zol batted her eyes flirtatiously. Adventurer, what brings you here? I've got something you'll definitely find interesting. Mu Chen handed her the soul ash. Zol's expression remained neutral. Soul ash. I need it. How about 50 gold per piece? Mu Chen nodded. This time, he didn't haggle. It seemed she had returned to her normal self. He sold all the soul ash, earning a total of 16,050 gold coins. Adding this to his previous earnings, his wallet now contained 150,000 gold coins. All of it came from players, or more accurately, from Finghua Lianqing's drops. Once Qingfeng Tianxia's money arrived, he could finally pay off his debt to Yan Ruyu. Flashback, after several failed attempts to seduce him, Yan Ruyu had resorted to outright force. That was a dark chapter in Mu Chen's history. Why do you look so pale? Zol asked, curious. It's nothing, Mu Chen replied with a forced smile. Oh, and take a look at this, Mu Chen said, pulling out the core of resentment. Zol asked, you want me to remove the curse after you use it? Exactly. No problem. Removing curses was child's play for her. After using the core of resentment, Mu Chen gained plus 10 strength but was cursed with hemolytic pain, reduced attack. He then had Zol lift the curse, which cost him 1,000 gold coins. He used another, core of resentment, gaining plus 10 stamina but was cursed with spell plague, spell power plus 20%, skill cooldown plus 200%. However, Mu Chen's innate talent, Apostle of Chaos, SSS level, activated, nullifying the curse and granting him the 20% spell power boost instead. What a win! Zol was eager to earn money for lifting the second curse. Mu Chen smirked. No way am I removing this one. Thanks anyway. He used this as an excuse to leave. Zol sneered. No one but me can lift it. Mu Chen replied, maybe not in Twilight Village, but the main city will have someone. Zol asked, are you headed there? Black Lion City. Zol seemed lost in thought. After leaving the voodoo shop, Mu Chen messaged Ye Jichuan, asking if he needed any equipment. Ye Jichuan replied, I do. The price is negotiable. Mu Chen said, meet me at the village entrance. When they met, Mu Chen displayed the equipment. Ye Jichuan exclaimed, I'll take it all. Name your price. Mu Chen said, 400,000. Ye Jichuan agreed. Done. Transferring now. The money arrived. With Qingfeng Tianxiao's 300,000, Mu Chen had earned a total of 1 million. After the deal, Ye Jichuan asked, when are you heading to the main city, boss? Mu Chen replied, right after I challenge the Steel-Tooth Boar Lord. Ye Jichuan tried to dissuade him. Don't challenge the Steel-Tooth Boar Lord right now. Why? The Fenghua Guild's vice president is leading a group to challenge it. Fenghua Guild? Mu Chen's interest was piqued. He hadn't had a chance to deal with Dai Lianhua this morning. The Steel-Tooth Boar Lord respawned every half hour. It didn't drop money, gear, weapons, or items. Thanks, Fenghua Guild. Mu Chen bid farewell to Yi Ji-chun and set off for the Black Mushroom Mill. A 10-minute journey. Upon arrival, he saw Dai Lianhua leading a group of Beacon Fire players in an assault on the Steeltusk Wild Boar Lord. Beacon Fire players were falling continuously. Dai Lianhua stood in the rear, observing the battle. As long as the Boar Lord was defeated, they could advance to the main city. Dai Lianhua did not want to be disturbed, so she had several ranger players on guard duty. One of the Beacon Fire players noticed Mu Chen approaching and shouted loudly for him to leave. But after taking a closer look at Mu Chen's ID, their tone changed instantly, and they screamed in terror, it's Dustfall. Run, before fleeing hastily. The Beacon Fire players fighting the boss immediately abandoned the near-dead Steeltusk Wild Boar Lord and scattered in all directions, leaving Dai Lianhua alone. Dai Lianhua was furious and yelled for them to return, but no one heeded her call. The Steeltusk Wild Boar Lord was severely injured. Dai Lianhua wanted to flee but was reluctant to let it go. While hesitating, Mu Chen approached her. Mu Chen glanced at Dai Lianhua, whose equipment was no less impressive than that of Beacon Fire City's elites, and smiled. We meet again. Dai Lianhua's expression darkened. There was no escape. Seeing her subordinates had all run off, leaving her with no chance to avoid her fate, she suddenly had an idea. She gave Mu Chen a flirtatious smile. Brother Dustfall, it was all my fault before. Can you forgive me this time? Mu Chen replied flatly, I'm afraid not. Dai Lianhua, unwilling to give up, hinted, if you let me go, I wouldn't mind being with you. In the world of Dawnlight, such transactions were not uncommon. With Dai Lianhua's decent looks, most people would find her tempting, but Mu Chen was not like most people. Sorry, I don't like you. With that, Mu Chen acted decisively. Several lightning bolts shot out, taking Dai Lianhua down. In her final moments, Dai Lianhua's expression was complicated. More than her death, what hurt her most was realizing that her prized beauty meant nothing to Mu Chen. After Dai Lianhua's death, she dropped a pile of bronze equipment, but only a few hundred gold coins. Mu Chen picked up 3 pieces of bronze mage equipment, the Wolf's Eye necklace, the Blood-Red Wolf Bone belt, and the Frostwolf Claw gloves. Equipped with the new gear, Mu Chen's spell power increased significantly. Mu Chen then turned to the nearby heavily wounded Steeltusk Wild Boar Lord and finished it off with a few lightning bolts. After killing the boss for the quest, Mu Chen received a notification of completion and immediately returned to the village. He found the village chief and turned in the quest. The village chief rewarded him with a pass and a teleportation token. Exiting the village chief's house, Mu Chen logged out of the game, took off his helmet, and picked up his phone to call Yen Ruyu. Sister Yen, I need to see you about something. Yen Ruyu's soft, languid voice came through. Alright, I'm at room 7029 of the Honeymoon Hotel, waiting for you. Mu Chen paused briefly. Sister Yen, it's about the debt. Yen Ruyu sounded a bit disappointed. Alright, in that case, I'll wait for you at the Night Rose Bar. After hanging up, Mu Chen headed to the Night Rose Bar. At around 4 p.m., the bar was not yet open for business. A waiter led Mu Chen to a private room on the 3rd floor. The The room was lavishly decorated, with crystal chandeliers, famous paintings, and soft carpets. Yen Ruyu, dressed in an ink-colored cheongsam that accentuated her mature allure, sat gracefully on the center sofa. Opposite her sat another woman, around 25 or 26, wearing a white cheongsam. Her demeanor was calm and elegant. "Sister Yen, good afternoon," Mu Chen greeted as he entered the room. Yen Ruyu's tone was teasingly languid. "Come, sit next to your sister. Have a drink with me first." Mu Chen declined outright. "No, thanks. Sister Yen, I've gathered the money and can repay you today." Yen Ruyu seemed surprised. "Really? Yeah, I can transfer it to you right now. No rush. Come over here and chat with me first." I've got things to do." Fine. Yen Ruyu rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. "You troublesome little thing, I really can't handle you." Mu Chen transferred the money to Yen Ruyu. Besides repaying his own 500,000 debt, he also cleared Song Jia's 200,000 debt, including interest. "Sister Yen, you've helped me a lot. I'll always remember this favor. If you ever need help, just let me know," Mu Chen promised earnestly. Yen Ruyu's expression turned slightly troubled. "Actually, there's something that's been bothering me lately." Mu Chen immediately perked up. "What is it?" Yen Ruyu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief. "I've been feeling so lonely and cold at night, all by myself. I could use someone to warm my bed." Mu Chen rolled his eyes and left the room. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Before he left, Yen Ruyu tossed an S-tier talent card to Mu Chen. Cheng Man, the woman in the white cheongsam, remarked, "He doesn't seem too appreciative." Yen Ruyu was certain. "He'll end up in my bed eventually." Yen Ruyu wanted to take her time cultivating Mu Chen, rather than rushing to claim him. She wanted to protect this precious fruit. Cheng Man, however, was there under orders from their organization. "Cheng Man, you're to immediately register a Dawnlight game account and establish a guild as quickly as possible. Recruit top players and grow the guild." "Yen Ruyu, I'm retired." "Cheng Man, in the organization, there's no retirement, only vacations." "Yen Ruyu, fine, what does the organization want?" "Cheng Man, you're to assist me." "Cheng Man, and someday, when there's a chance, let me play with your little puppy, will you?" "Yen Ruyu, keep dreaming." "Cheng Man, we'll see." Back at his rental apartment, Mu Chen ordered barbecue delivery. When Song Jia returned home and saw Mu Chen, she was pleasantly surprised. Mu Chen said, "No need to cook. I've already ordered takeout. And here's some good news, I've paid off your uncle's 200,000 debt." Song Jia was moved to tears. "Thank you. I'll repay you even if I have to work myself to the bone." When the food arrived, Mu Chen and Song Jia enjoyed a hearty meal together. Afterward, Mu Chen prepared to sleep. The next morning, he would head to the main city. The next day, the sun shone brightly. With the teleportation token and pass in hand, Mu Chen arrived at the teleportation point in Dusk Village. He had to choose a main city. There were options like Divine Promise City, Dawn City, Flame City, and Mechanic City, among others. Each main city had its unique advantages. Some cities provided buffs. Others offered hidden jobs or exclusive dungeons. Once a main city was chosen, it would be difficult to change later. Mu Chen didn't pick any of the popular cities. Instead, he chose Black Lion City. After handing over the teleportation token, he appeared in a vast plain, with towering city walls behind him. A system notification appeared, "Welcome to Black Lion City." Before entering Black Lion City, Mu Chen first needed to go to the city hall for certification. In his past life, Mu Chen had chosen Divine Promise City. It was the strongest and most populous city in Dawnlight. This time, however, he chose Black Lion City because it hid a formidable hero-class secret. Within Black Lion City, the streets were wide, and the architecture had a dark, medieval European vibe. Following the signs, Mu Chen found the city hall. Inside, Mu Chen appeared to be the only player present. The receptionist NPC at the front desk informed Mu Chen that the city clerk was in an office on the second floor. The city clerk, Eve Blacklion, wore a black uniform, had straight, beautiful legs, and donned black over the knee stockings. The name piqued Mu Chen's interest. Eve was affiliated with the Duke's Manor. Mu Chen knocked on the office door, and after receiving permission, he entered. Eve set aside her paperwork and asked what brought Mu Chen there. Mu Chen handed over his pass to Eve. Eve said, "You're looking to join Black Lion City?" Eve continued, "It's been ages since an adventurer wanted to join Black Lion City. You're the only one in years." Eve added, "To join, you'll first need to pass a small test." Mu Chen, "I am willing to take the test." Test content: solve the goblin problem at outpost number 32 outside Black Lion City. Quantity, over 30. Eve granted special permission for Mu Chen to change his class before heading out to eliminate the goblins. Eve handed Mu Chen a certificate of approval. Mu Chen exited the city hall and headed toward the class change hall. The class change hall was located in Adventurers Square. The class change hall appeared rather ordinary, with a statue of a hero standing at its entrance. Inside, there were 7 advanced classes available for players to choose from: Shield Warrior, Berserker, Knight, Rogue, Divine Archer, Priest, and Mage. Apprentices could only change to either Priest or Mage. The Mage trainer was an elderly man with white hair, engrossed in reading a magic tome. Mu Chen explained his purpose and handed the certificate to the old man. The old man pulled out a magic staff, chanted an incantation, and a Mage class change stone appeared. Upon use, the system prompted, "You have successfully changed your class to Mage. You have also acquired an E-rank Mage talent, Elemental Harmony." An E-rank talent was quite underwhelming. The old man offered his blessings to Mu Chen. Mu Chen left, preparing to head to outpost number 32. He spent 100 gold coins at the general store to buy a map. The location of outpost number 32 was relatively close to Dragon Hill. The goblin raiders were likely coming from Dragon Hill. On the way, he encountered monsters, lone goblins and slimes. The monsters were at least level 10. But before Mu Chen, they all fell like flies. When Mu Chen arrived at outpost number 32, he found it in ruins. The watchtower had been burned down, and goblin corpses were scattered everywhere. NPC soldiers were cleaning up the scene. The squad captain approached to inquire about his purpose. Mu Chen presented the clerk's certificate. The soldier captain explained, "A goblin fire mage set the fire, causing severe damage to the outpost. Goblins love to launch surprise attacks, so the soldiers cannot leave their post." Mu Chen learned that the goblins were hiding in Dragon Hill. He set off for Dragon Hill, and the soldiers reminded him to follow the blood trails to track the goblins. Dragon Hill, a level 10 to 60 zone. Main monsters, goblins, slimes, gnolls, and others. Mu Chen followed the goblins' blood trails and located their lair. Rather than rushing in immediately, he first threw a mini gas poison potion. As the goblins fled the cave, Mu Chen ambushed and attacked them. Among them was a goblin fire mage, which dropped a great fireball spell, skill stone. Mu Chen collected goblin teeth as proof for the mission. He returned to outpost number 32 and reported to the squad captain. Then he headed back to Black Lion City Hall, presenting the goblin teeth to Clerk Eve. Eve was satisfied and processed Mu Chen's citizenship for Black Lion City. Black Lion City citizenship tiers: 3rd class citizen, 2nd class citizen, 1st class citizen. Noble titles: Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke. Players could increase their citizenship level or exchange for noble titles using contribution points. System prompt: Black Lion City 3rd class citizen. You have gained the Black Lion's Roar buff. Attack speed plus 5%. Main city reputation, 0, neutral. Mu Chen glanced at the notification and said to Clerk Eve, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Eve smiled and nodded, "All right." Leaving the city hall, Mu Chen headed straight to the Temple of Life to bind his respawn point. Having offended the Temple of Life, his reputation dropped to unfriendly, meaning resurrection would now require a 12-hour waiting period. He didn't care about this minor penalty at all. At the temple gates, the guards glared at him as if they wanted to devour him. But since the respawn point was already bound, they could do nothing about it. Next, Mu Chen went to the bank in Adventurers Square, depositing 150,000 gold coins and leaving 30,000 as pocket money. Equipment and items could also be stored safely there. He even deposited his Great Dungeon Challenge qualification certificate. This was because of the killing value mechanics. Exceeding 30 points would lead to arrest by guards, exceeding 50 would result in being wanted with rewards for killing you. Exceeding 100 points granted the Butcher title, allowing player kills to drop equipment. Exceeding 500 points transformed you into a Bloodhand Butcher. At 1,000 points, you'd become the Sinful Butcher. In his previous life, red-named players ran rampant, but bounty players also hunted them down. Mu Chen knew the ins and outs of this system like the back of his hand. To unlock the hero class, he began grinding levels like mad. Black Lion City had hidden quests, but he was unfamiliar with them, so he roamed around talking to NPCs and taking on minor errands. By the end of the day, he had gained 2 levels, just shy of reaching level 15. The next morning at 8 a.m., he removed his helmet, only to find his phone flooded with missed calls and messages. His sister Mu Ge, his friend Ji Yuanzhong, and even Yen Ruyu had all been trying to contact him. Mu Chen sighed, went to the living room, and ate the breakfast prepared by Song Jia while returning his sister's call. "Sis, what's up? On the other end, a sweet voice replied, "My dear brother, I missed you so much." Mu-chan, exasperated, said, "Yashuang, where's my sister?" Lan Yashuang chuckled, "Your sister's playing the game. I picked up the call just to tease you. It's no fun now that you've figured me out." Mu-chan became intrigued. His sister was playing the game too? Lan Yashuang excitedly said, "Your sister agreed to team up with me to start a studio. It's a success." Mu-chan responded flatly, "Congratulations." What he truly cared about was whether his sister could protect herself when the apocalypse arrived. "What's the studio's name?" Lan Yashuang asked. "Whatever. You guys decide." Lan Yashuang teased. Mumu agreed, "So why won't you join? Help us out. I'll even introduce you to a girlfriend." "I prefer playing solo." Lan Yashuang mocked, "You're destined to be lonely. People play games to socialize. The studio will only recruit girls, but you're the only exception. Thanks for the offer, but I've already made up my mind." "I won't join any guilds or studios," Mu-chan declined. Lan Yashuang sighed, "Fine, I won't push. Do you have any message for your sister?" "Tell her the debt is repaid, she doesn't need to worry anymore," Mu-chan said. Lan Yashuang laughed, "You paid it off so quickly? Did you get some golden gear?" Mu-chan remained silent, smiling faintly. Lan Yashuang teased, "You're so rich, why not keep me as your mistress? I can cook, clean, and master 360 positions to serve you perfectly." Faced with such a flirtatious remark, Mu-chan was utterly helpless and chose to escape. "Yashuang, I have something to do. Gotta go," he said and quickly hung up. Mu-chan sighed. Why were there always women like this around him? A moment later, he called his college friend Ji Yuanzhong. As soon as the call connected, Ji Yuanzhong's familiar voice came through. "Mu-chan, where the hell have you been? Skipping school, and not playing Dawn with us?" "I've been at my rental place, playing Dawn the past few days." "No time for school," Mu-chan explained. "Damn it! Didn't we agree to team up?" Ji Yuanzhong asked. "What's your level now? What class? Are you in the main city yet?" "Level 13 mage, and yes, I'm in the main city," Mu-chan replied. "Holy crap, you're leveling fast. I'm only level 8. Ji Yuanzhong exclaimed, then asked, "Which main city are you in? I'll come find you once I hit level 10. "Black Lion City." "Why the hell did you go there?" Ji Yuanzhong was baffled. Currently, discussions about the main cities were trending online, even making it to Weibo's Hot Topics. The official website provided basic information about the major cities, and Black Lion City wasn't among the top 10. Ji Yuanzhong had never even heard of it. With so many good choices, why would anyone pick such an obscure place? He had assumed Mu-chan would choose one of the major cities, but instead, Mu-chan had picked such an unknown location. Mu-chan calmly replied, "Black Lion City suits me better." He was there for the hero class, and until he obtained it, he wouldn't reveal a single detail about the city's secrets. Well, Ji Yuanzhong was at a loss for words. Not wanting to make things awkward, Mu-chan added, "Even if we're not in the same main city, we can still team up for dungeons." "Alright, I'll visit Shinhua City in the future. I'll come find you to hang out if I get the chance." After chatting casually with Ji Yuanzhong for a few moments, Mu-chan hung up the phone. After breakfast, he still felt a bit hungry, so he went downstairs and had a bowl of beef noodles. Returning to his bedroom, he put on his helmet and continued leveling up. Dragon Hill. An ugly, short goblin wielding a bone-crushing knife charged at Mu-chan. Mu-chan raised his hand and cast a lightning bolt, killing it instantly. The goblin dropped 5 gold coins, and the system notification sounded. "System, you have gained 255 experience points." "System, congratulations. You have leveled up to level 15. "System, you have gained 5 free attribute points." Finally level 15. Mu-chan muttered to himself. Looking back, the ground was littered with goblin corpses, piled into mountains, with rivers of blood flowing. Upon reaching level 15, Mu-chan did not rush to unlock the hero class inheritance. He took out the totem pole from his backpack. By sacrificing souls, he could obtain shaman skill stones. Over the past 2 days, he had already performed the sacrifice twice. This was the 3rd time. His luck had been poor the first 2 times, as he only obtained shaman exclusive skill stones. This time, Mu-chan hoped to get an elemental skill stone. He prayed devoutly, though his heart was far from sincere. Perhaps it is for this reason that, although I obtained the elemental skill stone, it turned out to be wind element. Wind Blade Technique. Level, F. Class, Shaman/Whirlwind Mage. Effect, launches wind blades at enemies, dealing wind elemental damage. Casting range, 50. Cooldown time, 12. Energy consumption, 75. Mu Chen's mage profession could only learn fire, lightning, ice, and dark magic, but not wind magic. However, he was not disappointed, as the totem pole was originally a shaman-exclusive item, and it was naturally unsuitable for him to use it forcibly. Soon, he would be able to switch to a hero profession, at which point he wouldn't have to worry about skills. The totem pole still had 16 sacrificial uses left, which he planned to save for selling at a good price later. Mu Chen set off to return to Black Lion City. Next up was the trial ground for the hero profession. Mu Chen returned to Black Lion City with a solemn expression and an air of determination. He first went to the potion merchant to buy a large quantity of healing and enhancement potions, then visited the general store to stock up on supplies, making thorough preparations. Subsequently, Mu Chen arrived in front of an abandoned house in the slums of the western district of Black Lion City, with the address Elm Street number 13. That's right, this is the place. He took a deep breath to calm himself and walked straight in. The interior was a mess. Mu Chen went upstairs to the second floor, checked all 3 rooms, and finally confirmed that the entrance was in the smallest room. The room was cramped, possibly once a storage room. It was piled with clutter, and the floor was covered with a thick carpet. Mu Chen lifted the carpet, revealing a hidden teleportation array. He took out several glass bottles filled with beast blood from his backpack, which he had purchased from hunter NPCs. Certain special profession skills require beast blood. Pour the fresh blood onto the teleportation magic array. A regular teleportation magic array only requires energy to activate. But this eerie teleportation magic array demands blood. After exhausting all the beast blood, the magic array activated. Red light flickered, and Mu Chen was transported to a bizarre palace. Collapsed stone pillars, blood-stained carpets, murals of war and slaughter, with a throne standing in the center. Alert, danger. Leave immediately. Mu Chen ignored the alert and walked straight toward the throne. The alert disappeared, replaced by an old, hoarse voice. Welcome to the Nightmare Palace. Are you ready to face the challenge of the Abyssal God? Mu Chen, bring it on. Nightmare Fusion Beast, Lord, appears. Level, 15, Health, 24,000, Energy, 5,000, Attack, 1,440, Shield, 6,000. Racial traits, Giant Strength, War Bloodlust, Beastification, Berserk, Mechanical Heart, Druid's Wrath. Skills, Boulder Toss, A. War Stomp, B. Black Dragon Breath, A. Energy Overload, A. Moonlight Arrow, S. Defeat it, and you shall inherit. This place does not belong to the gods. If you die, there is no resurrection. What awaits you is true death. Mu Chen, come on, I will march forward over your corpse. Glory belongs to me. The Nightmare Fusion Beast began with a Dragon Breath attack, a mix of 3 types of Dragon Breath. Mu Chen blinked his ring, dodged, and unleashed a fierce output of lightning bolts. The Nightmare Fusion Beast stomped and unleashed a thunderous strike. Mu Chen blinked to evade. Mu Chen kept blinking, attacking frantically, with a spell power of 408 and electric damage of 1428 points. The Nightmare Fusion Beast's talent made it immune to paralysis. It also summoned undead to harass. The Nightmare Fusion Beast entered a critical state, triggering Berserk and Blood Battle. Attack speed and skill frequency increased, and its health rapidly regenerated. Mu Chen remained calm and continued his ghostly attacks. Damage, minus 1,280, minus 1,325, minus 1,444, minus 2,139, critical hit. The Nightmare Fusion Beast's life was exhausted and it collapsed with a crash. A hoarse voice, you are strong. Worthy of inheriting. Take the throne and inherit the profession. Mu Chen approached the throne, remained silent for a long time, and then sat down. A large number of memory fragments flooded into my mind. In the ancient and primitive world, all beings were enslaved by the gods, and their rebellion failed. There was a group of people who never surrendered. They were nightmares, from the abyss, known as nightmare mages. Congratulations, adventurer. Your strength has earned my trust, and you shall receive a part of my legacy. If you wish to obtain the complete legacy, come back to see me after reaching level 80. Now, leave. Child, go forth, slaughter the gods, and slaughter those humans who willingly become slaves to the gods. Use their pain and blood to please me. I shall grant you power. When Mu Chen regained consciousness, he found himself sitting at the center of a blood-stained teleportation array, perched on a rickety wooden chair. The experience he had just gone through felt like a dream, illusory, surreal, and blurry, yet overwhelmingly real. He shook his head to fully awaken, then immediately opened the character panel. ID, Dust. Level, 15. Class, Nightmare Mage. Talent, Apostle of Chaos, SSS. Professional Talent, Nightmare Fusion, SSS. Hero Talent, Abyssal Will, SSS. Life, 700. Energy, 330. Attack Power, 12. Defense, 200. Spell Power, 408. Strength, 11. Stamina, 50. Agility, 11. Spirit, 13. Intelligence, 65. Hidden Attribute. Luck, 0. Seeing the profession column displaying Nightmare Mage, Mu Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. Great, I finally succeeded, he murmured to himself. Unfortunately, he only obtained the Nightmare Inheritance. The Twisted Inheritance would have to wait until level 80 to qualify. However, this was already enough. Mu Chen eagerly checked the class talents and hero talents of the Nightmare Mage. SSS level Professional Talent, Nightmare Fusion. Effect 1, Fusion of Creatures, merging various different creatures together to create your own unique Nightmare Fusion Beast. Effect 2, Fusion of Skills, you can learn any skill without being restricted by profession, merge them together, and create spells exclusive to you alone. SSS level Hero Talent, Abyssal Will. Effect, you are blessed by the ancient abyss, and your soul will become eternal and immortal, just like the abyss. No mental type skills can shake your will or affect you. After carefully reading the effects of these two talents several times, Mu Chen roughly understood their functions. Nightmare Fusion, in simple terms, allows creatures and skills to merge and stack together. For example, the Nightmare Fusion Beast he defeated earlier was created by fusing dozens of creatures, inheriting the attributes, talents, and skills of the fused beings. This is just one of the effects. As for the second effect of Nightmare Fusion, Mu Chen planned to test it himself. In his skill bar, he had 7 skills: Detection, Fireball, Corrosion, Lightning Bolt, Dark Shield, Necromancy Summon, and Killing Will. Among them, Detection was a mandatory skill for every player and couldn't be altered. He decided to experiment with the less frequently used Fireball and Corrosion skills. As soon as he focused his gaze on the Fireball skill in the skill bar, a system prompt sounded in his ear, asking whether to use the class talent, Nightmare Fusion? Mu Chen's mind stirred as he fused the Fireball spell and Corrosion spell. About 2 to 3 minutes later, a brand new skill appeared before him. Corrosive Fireball. Level, E. Effect, throws a fireball with corrosive properties at the enemy, dealing 200% times spell power times 2, fire damage, with additional continuous corrosion damage of 20 per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Casting range, 120. Cooldown time, 70. Energy consumption, 200. Seeing the good effect of the fusion skill, Mu Chen casually fused the lightning arrow into it as well. Moments later. Thunderfire Corrosion Arrow. Level, E. Effect, fires a magical arrow, dealing triple damage of lightning, fire, and corrosion, 400% times spell power times 3, with an additional effect of Paralytic Fire Corrosion. Paralytic Fire Corrosion deals 30 points of continuous damage per second, with a 50% chance per second to paralyze the target, lasting for 60 seconds. Casting range, 120. Cooldown time, 120. Energy consumption, 250. After reviewing the effects of the new skill, Mu Chen was very satisfied. He took out all the skill stones from his backpack: Wind Blade Technique, Flame Tongue Totem, Stone Skin Totem, Great Fireball. Technique. Due to his class talent, Mu Chen can now learn any skill, including all skills from the Warrior and Archer classes, and even skills exclusive to Gale Mages, Shaman Priests, and Fire Mages. After learning all the skill stones, he integrated Wind Blade Technique into Thunderfire Corrosion Arrow, creating a new skill called Storm Erosion. Then, he combined Great Fireball Technique, Flame Tongue Totem, and Stone Skin Totem to create a new skill named Lava Serpent. Let's focus on the Lava Serpent skill. Its effect is to summon a stationary serpent-shaped totem pole that spews lava, attacking nearby enemies. Fortunately, he did not fuse Storm Erosion with totem skills. While skill fusion can enhance power and combine effects, the unique feature of totem poles is that once summoned, they are planted on the ground, providing buffs to allies within range or dealing damage to enemies. After skill fusion, the totem pole's unique characteristics would not be lost. Compared to the relatively uncontrollable and difficult to manage combat style of summoning, Mu Chen prefers spell duels, a state where he can fully control the rhythm of the battle. As for the last skill in the skill bar, Dark Shield, Mu Chen plans to fuse it with defensive skills he acquires in the future. True. High-level operations are always as simple as possible. The more steps involved, the higher the likelihood of mistakes. No one can guarantee they will never make a mistake, not even the gods, who occasionally falter. When others make mistakes and die in the game, they can simply start over. But Mu Chen is different. He cannot afford a single mistake or failure, for what awaits him would be true death. Mu Chen stood up and glanced at the blood-drawn teleportation array on the ground. He bent down, grabbed a corner of the carpet, and covered the teleportation array once again. The voice earlier had made it very clear, after reaching level 80, he should return to receive the remaining part of the inheritance. Next time, to activate this teleportation array again, it wouldn't require blood but the power of nightmares. If someone else discovered it, they wouldn't be able to activate the teleportation array either. Currently, in the world of Dawn, Mu Chen was the only nightmare mage in existence. After finishing all this, Mu Chen left the dilapidated house. Exiting the slums, he walked along the wide streets of Black Lion City. Mu Chen looked around. The surroundings were filled with NPCs, with hardly any players in sight. In recent days, as more players reached level 10, many had left the novice villages and flocked to the major main cities. The top 10 main cities were almost bursting with players. Everyone was trying their best to squeeze into the top 10 main cities. Of course, aside from the top 10, there were other main cities that were also quite attractive, such as Holy Sword City, which housed the Sword Temple. Players could change to the hidden class Sword Emperor in the temple. Holy Sword City also had the best swordsmith NPCs. Each city had its unique perks to attract players. But Black Lion City was different. Apart from the Black Lion's Roar buff and the Black Flame Lion mount, it had nothing else to offer. Mu Chen had no mount and could only rely on his legs to travel. It's time to buy one. The Black Flame Lion in Black Lion City is bronze level, rare, and the only one available for purchase in the main city. In the beast stable, Mu Chen spent 100,000 gold coins to buy the Black Flame Lion. The money in his bank was instantly emptied. Black Flame Lion. Asterisk level asterisk bronze. Asterisk movement speed asterisk 300%. Asterisk hunger value asterisk 99/100. Asterisk status value asterisk 100/100. Asterisk note asterisk skilled in jumping and climbing. The Black Flame Lion looks like an enlarged version of a lion, with black fur and red magma patterns. Mu Chen mounted the Black Flame Lion and charged toward the general store. As expected, the speed was significantly faster. He bought 30 cans of mount food and 5 teleportation tokens. Mounts have hunger and status values, and if they drop to 0, they die. Afterward, Mu Chen mounted his ride and headed to the teleportation point, preparing to farm dungeons. To make money, farming gold dungeons is the fastest. The teleportation token is expensive, so he needs to earn money quickly. Dungeons are divided into main city and wilderness types. The main city dungeon Black Lion City doesn't have one. You can only go to the wilderness to find public dungeons. Mu Chen used the teleportation token to teleport to the Tuksh gold mine. This is a level 10 to 20 gold dungeon, where hundreds of players are gathered. Form a team for dungeon runs. Looking for a priest. Hiring gold farmers. Great benefits. Pro player seeking a carry. Beware of ironclad mad dragon, scammer. Mu Chen looked at the chaotic scene before him, a sense of familiarity welling up. In his previous life, he used to hang around here, farming gold for a studio. The exploitation was severe, but he had to do it. Now, he didn't need a team, but the gold dungeon required 5 people to enter. At this moment, a cute girl dressed as a priest approached. Want to team up? ID, Fairy Bunny, level 12 priest. We're 4 short 1, a mage. You're a mage, right? Mu Chen nodded. Alright, let's start as soon as we join. Xian Tutu immediately said. Mu Chen didn't waste words and nodded. Anyway, with him around, the teammates didn't matter. Xian Tutu led Mu Chen to the front of the team. Stop arguing, we've found the person, hurry into the instance. Fairy Bunny, along with 3 female teammates, IDs are Peerless Beauty the marksman, frowning tightly. Bunny, why are you causing trouble? Fairy Bunny rolled her eyes, helping you save time. Alright, stop arguing. Dream Knight sneered softly, some people, stop pretending, hypocritical. Blue Sea Bird roared, make it clear, who's being fake? Dream Knight softly, you. Stealing someone else's boyfriend and acting so justified? Blue Sea Bird, you broke up, so what's wrong with me dating him? Dream Knight gently, it's either me or him. Alluring Beauty persuades, calm down. Fairy Bunny pouts, hurry up with the dungeon. What are you dawdling for? Next to them, deeply devoted, a level 13 water mage, feigned innocence, though their gaze was full of mischief. Mu Chen listened for a while and understood, Yi Wang Qingshan was Meng Yi Qingqing's ex-boyfriend. Cheating, breakup. As a result, Hailan Bird, Meng Yi Qingqing's best friend, ended up dating Yi Wang Qingshan. Meng Yiqing was jealous and resentful. They arranged a dungeon run, but Hailan Bird brought the scumbag along. Mu-chan, can you argue after the dungeon? Hailan Bird, get lost. The team is full. Dream Knight gently, no. You must come down with us. Blue Sea Bird, Yaowen is skilled, let him in. Dream Knight gently hesitated, saw the scumbag, and her expression changed. Mu-chan, in a hurry. Deeply devoted, get lost. Too much nonsense. Mu-chan's cold gaze. Peerless beauty, sorry, go to another team. Fairy Bunny grabbed Mu-chan, don't go. Even if it drags on until nightfall, the arguing won't end. Mu-chan sighed, alright, I'll handle it. Raising his hand, gale, lightning, flames, corrosion, one arrow. A head deeply in love exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Immortal Bunny, Dreamy Night Gentle, Peerless Beauty, Sea Blue Bird, were instantly stunned. Mu-chan wiped off the bloodstains. Look, we have enough people. Let's start the dungeon. Blue Sea Bird, you killed him? Mu-chan, sorry, busy. Don't waste time. Fairy Bunny nodded stiffly. The Blue Sea Bird wanted to lose its temper but didn't dare. No one wants to die. Mu-chan picked up the equipment and gold coins and said to the Blue Sea Bird, your boyfriend's not bad, good gear, lots of gold coins. To Alluring Beauty, invite me to the team. After some hesitation, Alluring Beauty sent an invitation. Mu-chan joined. Mu-chan, dungeon. The few women exchanged glances, their eyes full of fear. Dungeon entrance, abandoned mine. Pay fatigue points, the time-space gate opens. A narrow, dark mine shaft. The mine cart overturns, the mining lamp flickers faintly. Xian Tutu and the others enter the dungeon for the first time. What they fear is not the environment, but Mu-chan. Mu-chan kills without batting an eye. Extremely dangerous. No one dares to utter a word in front of Mu-chan. Fairy Bunny trembled and said, what should we do, what if he bullies us? The high degree of freedom in Dawn has led to female players being easily harassed in the game if they're not careful. They have reported this to the officials multiple times, but there has been no response. As the oldest and most mature woman, Xinghua Qingchang comforted, don't be afraid, harming teammates will result in severe punishment. He probably wouldn't dare to bully us. As she spoke, she herself felt a bit uncertain. She had never seen such a decisive and ruthless man. Even in the game, she had a hunch that in reality, he would also strike without hesitation. Her hunches were always very accurate. Meng Yiqing, however, seemed eager to try, saying softly, he helped me kill that scumbag and vent my anger. If he really wanted to bully me, I'd be willing. Don't you think he's very handsome? She licked her lips with her pink tongue. Xian Tutu was no longer afraid, rolled her eyes, and muttered, little flirt, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Meng Yiqing wasn't annoyed and retorted with a cheeky smile, I have the charm to be flirty. Do you underdeveloped little brat? Xian Tutu looked down at her flat figure and instantly became sullen. Just as a few girls were whispering about Mu-chan, he suddenly said, watch out, the monsters are coming. The group was startled and immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. Dense footsteps echoed from the depths of the mine, and short, ugly figures slowly emerged. They wore simple miner hats and held iron shovels and pickaxes. Mu-chan cast a scouting spell. Kobold Miners, common. Level, 10. Health, 500. Attack, 30. Skill, Heavy Strike, E. Weak monsters, but in large numbers. The first wave has 80 of them, and more will keep coming. The Alluring Squad was quite experienced in battle. She immediately devised a strategy, Bunny heals, Lightly kites, Sea Blue defends, and S4. Dust, you focus on magic output. When she saw the ID dust, it felt familiar, but she couldn't recall why. There was no time to dwell on it, as the monsters were already upon them. She forcibly pushed aside her distractions and entered combat mode. Just as everyone was getting into position, Mu-chan silently walked to the front of the team, stopping in front of Sea Blue Bird. The girls were stunned, what was he doing? Alluring immediately shouted, Dust, get back. You're a mage, you can't be on the front line. Mu-chan didn't speak, proving himself through action. He took out the dark rod and cast the first skill, Lava Fire Serpent. A half-emerged flaming giant serpent appeared on the ground, continuously spewing lava balls the size of human heads. The lava balls exploded among the kobold miners, scattering molten rock and igniting flames, dealing multiplied damage to the level 10 kobolds. In just a few seconds, nearly 80 kobolds were wiped out, and the survivors were precisely harvested by Mu-chan's storm erosion. This scene completely stunned the group from Alluring Beauty. Fairy Bunny exclaimed in disbelief, what class is he? He's incredible. Bluebird analyzed, could his skill be S level? Dream Knight said excitedly, handsome and strong, he's simply the perfect boyfriend. Fairy Bunny snorted coldly, be careful he doesn't abuse you. Dream Knight chuckled softly, I wish he would ravage me thoroughly. Fairy Bunny looked disgusted, hopeless, you're way too flirty. Dream Knight lightly sneered, what do you know? This is called romance. Fairy Bunny retorted, humph, maybe he likes someone as sweet and adorable as me. Shut up, you little grade schooler, flat-chested. Dream Knight countered. Humph, you little flirt, you shameless minx. Xian Tutu retorted defiantly. Qinghua Ching Cheng's face turned red, hey, keep your voices down, don't let him hear you. What's there to be afraid of? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Meng Yi Qing Ching flirtatiously cast a seductive glance at Mu Chen's back. Mu Chen couldn't be bothered with the chatter behind him. Whether it was Qinghua Ching Cheng or Meng Yi Qing Ching, they were just tools to him. As long as they stayed put and didn't interfere with his monster hunting and gold farming, it was fine. Soon, the second wave of monsters arrived, still level 10 kobold miners, but the number doubled to 160. Mu Chen once again started with Lava Fire Serpent and finished with Storm Erosion. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. Next came the third wave, twice as many as the first wave, with 240 level 10 regular monsters. Facing the overwhelming horde, Mu Chen remained calm and cast spells smoothly. The Lava Fire Serpent dealt high group attack damage but only lasted for 12 seconds. With others present, Mu Chen didn't want to reveal too much of his talent, so this battle took a bit longer, ending in about 7 minutes. After the battle ended, the system notification sounded. System, congratulations on successfully challenging the Gold Coin Dungeon. Clearance rating, B. System, received a reward of 3,200 gold coins. System, exit the instance immediately? Wow, it's a B-level rating. Yay! So much money. Dust is amazing. Awesome, you actually got a B-level rating on your first try. The girls were all thrilled. Only Mu Chen remained calm. A mere B-level rating was nothing in his eyes. What he wanted was an S-level rating. Qinghua Ching Chang was about to exit the dungeon when Mu Chen immediately stopped her. Wait a moment, don't exit the dungeon yet. Alluring Beauty was taken aback and asked, why? Mu Chen said calmly, stay, and I'll lead you to challenge for an S-rank score. Ha! The few women were shocked. An S-rank score, no one had achieved it so far. Over the past 2 days, countless top players and pros had attempted it, but none succeeded. It was speculated that the world's first S-rank player would receive a hidden reward or a global announcement from the system. Just like Dust, the first player to reach level 10. This mysterious expert never spoke online, and no one knew what reward they received. A senior operator once said that if Dust had streamed back then, they would now be a top-tier streamer with millions of followers. Dust missed the opportunity, but that didn't mean others wouldn't seize it. Many professional players were going all out to challenge the dungeon, aiming for an S-rank score to make a name for themselves. At this moment, Alluring Beauty suddenly remembered who Dust was. She couldn't help but ask, are you the legendary Dust, the first player to reach level 10 and be announced globally? Mu Chen nodded. The girls were shocked. Meng Ye's eyes lit up slightly, and she said with a smile, as expected of the man I like. Xian Tutu murmured to herself, my luck is just too unbelievable. I randomly picked someone, and it turns out to be a legendary big shot. The sea blue bird looked at Mu Chen with a complicated gaze, unsure of what it was thinking. If the dungeon is not exited within 3 minutes, the challenge continues. The next moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the mine. Frenzied Kobold, Elite, Level, 10. Health, 1000. Attack, 60. Skill, Berserk. The Berserk Kobolds appear much more savage than ordinary kobold miners, with blood-red eyes, drooling mouths, unstable mental states like they have rabies, wielding deadly weapons, and showing no fear of death. The women were startled. Mu Chen took the lead, using Lava Fire Serpent combined with Storm Erosion to instantly clear out a large group of kobolds. The elite monsters had thick hides, and it took Mu Chen 3 consecutive casts of Lava Fire Serpent to eliminate all the Berserk kobolds. The Gold Coin Dungeon has special rules. Killing monsters yields no rewards, no experience points, no item drops, and naturally no soul output. Otherwise, with so many monsters killed, the souls produced would be enough to sacrifice to the totem pole many times over. The first wave ended, followed by the second wave, the third wave. The pattern remained the same, the monster levels unchanged. But their numbers doubled. Most professional players couldn't hold out past the second or third wave and failed the challenge. Mu Chen, however, breezed through and earned an A-grade evaluation. This was already a height that most players could hardly reach. The system prompt appeared again, asking whether to exit the dungeon. With Mu Chen's instruction, Xinghua Qingcheng chose not to exit and continued onward. This time, the monsters were even more ferocious and terrifying. They were still elite-level Berserk Kobolds, and among them appeared 10 boss-level Berserk Kobolds. Kobold Overseer, Boss. Level, 10. Health, 2000. Energy, 10. Attack, 120. Skill, Lash, E. The whip of the Kobold Overseer strikes the frenzied kobold, adding a layer of amplification buff to it. Frenzied kobolds with the amplification buff gain even greater combat power. But in front of Mu Chen, ants are still just ants, and the presence of a few stronger ones won't change that. The lava fire serpent unleashed several attacks, instantly turning the area ahead into a sea of flames. The few members of Xinghua Qingcheng were so shocked that they were speechless, their beautiful faces filled with admiration. The desire to admire the strong is universal. Coupled with Mu Chen's appearance and demeanor, which were already exceptional, and now displaying such strength, it was only natural for him to attract the affection of women. The first wave, the second wave. By the third wave, a dungeon boss of Lord level appeared. Kobold Mine Chief, Lord level. Level, 10. Health, 8000. Energy, 200. Attack, 480. Racial trait, Child of the Mine. Skills, Heavy Strike, F, Tenacity Aura, D. The Kobold Mine Lord stands 3 meters tall, with an ugly appearance and a massive physique, wielding a giant stone hammer. Seeing the replica boss appear, Xinghua Qingcheng and the others immediately felt their hearts leap to their throats. Xinghua Qingcheng kindly asked, Chen Ai, do you need our help? Yeah, just let us know if you need help. Xian Tutu said. Darling, you can do it. Meng Yi cheered for Mu Chen with a soft and flirtatious glance. Mu Chen turned to look at her and refused, no need. With that, Mu Chen stepped forward to engage, raising his hand as several storm erosion attacks landed on the dungeon boss, instantly killing it. At the same time, the minions accompanying the dungeon boss were also burned to death under the lava balls spewed by the lava fire serpent. All monsters eliminated. The system notification echoed in the ears of everyone in the team. System, congratulations on clearing the dungeon, challenge rating, yes. System, reward received, 12,800 gold coins. System, as your team is the first in the world to achieve an S rating in the gold coin dungeon, a global announcement will be made. Global announcement, a team from the Huaxia region, player IDs Xinghua Qingcheng, Xian Tutu, Mingya Qingqing, Helenio, and China, cleared the level 10 gold coin dungeon and achieved an S rating. Congratulations to them. Global announcement, a team from the Huaxia region, player IDs Xinghua Qingcheng, Xian Tutu, Mengyi Qingcheng, Hailan Yao, Chen Ai. Global announcement, a team from the Huaxia region, player IDs. Global announcement, attracting worldwide attention. Damn it, the S-rank score for the gold coin dungeon has been taken by someone else. We were so close. What a pity. What is the background of this team clearing the gold coin dungeon? How come I've never heard of its members before? Dust. Once again, Dust is the first to achieve an S-rank score. Dust's strength cannot be underestimated. They've already appeared on the world announcement twice. Investigate immediately and find out who Dust is. If we can invite Dust to our streaming platform and ride the wave of popularity, we're bound to gain some traction. This world announcement was like a bolt from the blue, bringing immense shock to this otherwise quiet world. Whether domestically or internationally, major corporations, guilds, top players, and professional gamers all scrambled to investigate Dust's background, hoping to obtain his contact information. For such a talented and capable player, ambitious powerhouses began to entertain the idea of recruiting Dust into their ranks. Divine Promise City, Temple of Fate. Yi Tian, who had just been blessed by the god of fate and became the son of God, hadn't even had time to celebrate when the world announcement popped up again, reporting the news of Dust reaching the summit. Dust? Jumping out to steal the spotlight again. Damn it! Yi Tian cursed angrily. This Dust was always opposing him at every turn. Like Mu Chen, Yi Tian had also entered the game during the public beta and had incredible luck, obtaining an S-grade talent. He laughed wildly. Mu Chen didn't give me an S-grade talent card? I can still soar without it. In the past, he had sworn to show Mu Chen that even without an S-grade talent card, he could still crush him. Yi Tian harbored a grudge against Mu Chen for not giving him a talent card. Upon entering the game, he had obtained an S-grade talent and had been on a roll, leveling up rapidly. Just as he was about to become the first to reach level 10, Dust had snatched the lead from him. He entered the main city, Divine Promise City, easily became a third-class citizen, and even switched to a hidden class, Dragon Knight. Over the past few days, he had been working with his team to study the gold coin dungeon, aiming for an S-grade rating. Today, while he was strolling with Lin Yanran, he was spotted by the goddess priestess of the Temple of Fate and was directly taken to the temple, becoming the son of God, a status equal to that of the Pope. This means that Yi Tian can leverage the power of the temple to rise rapidly. Before he could revel in his triumph for long, Dust posted another announcement. Lin Yanran softly comforted him, "Brother Yi Tian, don't be upset. What does that dust even count for?" Before her words had faded, the chief high priestess Emiya walked over. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, her figure was stunning, and she exuded an aura of nobility. Yi Tian immediately put on a flattering smile. "Miss Emiya, were you looking for me?" Emiya smiled, just showing some concern for the divine child. "You seem to be troubled. Just a trivial matter." Yi Tian waved his hand, pretending not to care. Emiya chuckled, "You are the hero destined to save the Dawn world." Yi Tian's smile grew even brighter. Lin Yanran watched this scene, feeling uneasy in her heart. After Emiya left, Yi Tian was still staring at Emiya's back, almost drooling. Lin Yanran let out a cold snort. Yi Tian immediately coaxed, "Baby, are you jealous? You were flirting with Emiya." Lin Yanran huffed angrily. Yi Tian defended himself, "I'm doing this for us. If I win over Emiya, won't the temple's equipment and skills be ours to use freely? I only love you." Lin Yanran was half convinced by Yi Tian's coaxing but still forbade him from getting entangled with Emiya. Yi Tian gradually grew impatient. Anyway, he was tired of Lin Yanran. He'd find an opportunity later to kick her out, hand her back to Mu Chen, and trick him again. Yi Tian revealed a sinister smile. S-level rating, besides announcements and gold coins, there's a mysterious reward. Mu Chen was the first to claim it. System prompt: would you like to occupy the gold coin dungeon? Hint: after occupation, 1/10 of the rewards from other teams will belong to you. However, if someone surpasses you, the dungeon will change ownership. There are more than a dozen level 10 gold dungeons in the Huaxia region, with countless people challenging them every day. Mu Chen didn't want to grind slowly, he wanted to directly take over the dungeon and sit back to collect money. Without hesitation, he chose to occupy it. System announcement: you have occupied the Tuksh Gold Mine Gold Dungeon. At the same time, all players challenging the dungeon received a notification: 1/10 of the rewards will go to the dungeon master. The crowd was dissatisfied, no one wanted to share the benefits they had gained. Mu Chen made the greatest contribution and automatically became the master of the instance. With the rewards in hand, Mu Chen said to Qinghua Qingchang, "Let's go." Qinghua Qingchang nodded. The dungeon ends, and several people leave. Each person has 100 fatigue points, and challenging the dungeon once consumes 10 points. Mu Chen has 90 points left and plans to continue farming. First, distribute the gold coins. After clearing the dungeon, 12,800 gold coins are in Qinghua Qingchang's hands. Such things, Mu Chen had seen many times in his previous life, captains running off with the loot. Alluring Beauty said, "Dust, the S-level rating is all thanks to you, all the gold coins are yours." Mu Chen refused. "Split it evenly, I only want my share." Alluring Beauty tried to persuade him repeatedly, but Mu Chen stood firm. In the end, the gold coins were split evenly, and Mu Chen accepted his share. The master of the dungeon is the key. Qinghua Qingchang and the others agreed to team up again. Mu Chen and his group are still useful. Just after exiting the dungeon, a furious roar sounded, "Boss Pancher, it's him." Mu Chen turned around to see Yi Wang Qingshan leading over a dozen players, approaching with murderous intent. Deeply devoted is Su Yaowen, coming for revenge after being headshot and instantly killed by Mu Chen. Meng Yingqing gently questioned, "Su Yaowen, what are you trying to do?" Deeply devoted sneered, "For the sake of having liked you before, stay out of this." Meng Yingqing, "If you have the guts, fight one-on-one. What's the point of calling so many people?" Deeply proud, "I have many friends. Can this guy call for help?" This is Rockfong of the Rock Guild from Razor City. Over 100 people. Blame yourself for killing mine. I'll count to 3. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Hand over your equipment and gold. Otherwise, hoof. Bluebird tried to persuade, "Yaowen, you should leave." Deep Affection said angrily, "What do you mean? It's one thing if you don't seek revenge, but now you're even speaking up for him. Whose girlfriend are you?" Bluebird awkwardly glanced at Mu Chen. Deep Affection, "I'll count to 3. Kneel." While Deep Affection was still ranting, Pancher Qingya respectfully asked, "May I ask if you are Dust?" Mu Chen nodded. Pancher Qingya's expression changed slightly, then he put on a flattering smile. "Great God Chinai, I made 2 world announcements, a young hero indeed, congratulations." Saying this, he waved his hand and led his people away. Wait! Iwang Qingshan stopped him and asked in confusion, Boss, what's wrong? Why are we leaving? Pancher Qingya said coldly, Do you know he is Chenai? Deeply Devoted hesitated for a moment, then nodded, He is indeed strong, but he's just one person. There are more than 10 of us. Are we really afraid we can't beat him? Rock Solid's dark face carried an air of authority, especially when he was angry. Deeply Devoted cautiously asked, Boss Rock Solid, what's wrong? He's dust. He made it to the world announcement twice in a row. His strength is undeniable, and his potential is limitless. Rock Solid said angrily, I've already told you, his potential is limitless. If I teach him a lesson for you today, what if he joins a major guild someday? Do you think he won't come back to retaliate against us? Deeply Devoted was left speechless. Rock Solid glanced at him, said nothing, and walked away. They were just casual friends. Rock Solid had only come to help because he heard there was something in it for him. He hadn't expected to provoke dust. He certainly wouldn't offend the promising Mu Chen for Deeply Devoted's sake. Pancher Qingya and the others came on aggressively but left in a hurry. Iwang Qingshan knew he was no match for Mu Chen and slinked away as well. Mu Chen didn't pursue them. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Xinghua Qingcheng chose to enter. Each person consumed 10 fatigue points to re-enter the dungeon. Mu Chen, all by himself, once again cleared the dungeon with an S-rank score. After exiting the dungeon, Mu Chen noticed that gold coins were being credited to his account at regular intervals. This was the benefit of occupying a dungeon. In the previous life, both main cities and public dungeons could be conquered, and for the sake of profit, various factions fought fiercely against each other. In just a few hours, Mu Chen earned several thousand gold coins. The level 10 gold dungeon could only bring in small profits. As players leveled up and grew stronger, his S-rank rating would soon be surpassed, and the dungeon master would change hands. Mu Chen didn't mind, he would earn as much as he could while it lasted. A level 10 gold dungeon couldn't satisfy his ambition. With income comes attention. Just as Mu Chen and his team exhausted their fatigue points and were about to leave, 20 to 30 players surrounded them, blocking their way. Xinghua Qingchang glanced around and saw the hostile expressions on the opponents' faces, realizing they were up to no good. She typed in the team chat, Everyone, exit the game. Immediately. Since they hadn't entered combat mode yet, they could still log out. The opposing group had the advantage in numbers, and it was clear they would suffer a loss. Just as Xinghua Qingchang and her team were quietly preparing to retreat, the opponents saw through their intentions at a glance. A water bomb spell struck. Xinghua Qingchang and the team immediately received a system notification, attacked by a player, entered combat state, free to retaliate within half an hour. The faces of Xinghua Qingchang and her companions changed drastically, except for Mu Chen, who remained calm and composed. The leader of the opposing group was a frail young man with black-framed glasses, ID, Heijin Dexiong, profession, water mage. The black-framed glasses. On his head were likely a piece of fashion gear, a low-level one at that. It was the first time Mu Chen had seen someone wearing such an outdated item. Heijin Dexiong chuckled and said, Everyone, no need to be so tense. Dream Shadow softly shouted, What do you want to do? We are the heads of the Black Gold Studio. Black Gold Dexiong introduced himself. If I'm not mistaken, the master of the Tuksh Grand Gold Mine gold coin instance is you, right? The system only notified that 1/10 of the earnings would go to the instance master, but it didn't specify who the instance master was. Fairy Bunny softly denied, What instance master are you talking about? That's not us at all, you've got the wrong people. Several women immediately retorted, That's right, we are not the masters of the dungeon. Exactly. Black Gold Dexiong said confidently, Stop pretending. Your team got an S-rank score in the gold dungeon. Who else could it be besides you? Alluring Beauty frowned, What exactly do you want? Black Gold Dexiong, we want to make money off the dungeon master and split half with the Black Gold Studio. Otherwise, we are the local tyrants here and will make sure you can't take a single step in Tuksh. Dream Shadow gently tugged on Alluring Beauty and whispered, Are you crazy? Alluring Beauty typed in the team channel, Keep them calm for now. We'll talk after we leave here. Tuksh's gold dungeons aren't limited to just this one. Alluring Beauty looked at Mu Chen, seeking his opinion. From beginning to end, Mu Chen kept his eyes on Black Gold Bear's black-framed glasses. Mu Chen suddenly made a move. A magical arrow imbued with the 4 attributes of wind, thunder, fire, and corrosion instantly killed the Black Gold Bear, scattering equipment and gold coins all over the ground. Just as the players from the Black Gold Studio were about to counterattack, Mu Chen unleashed a lava fire serpent, followed by several casts of storm erosion, wiping out all the enemies in an instant. The few members of Alluring Beauty were completely stunned. They had witnessed Mu Chen's combat prowess in the dungeon, but those were monsters. Players are always slightly stronger than monsters. This is a consensus in the gaming community. Unexpectedly, Mu Chen killed players as effortlessly as he killed monsters. Mu Chen walked over to Black Gold Dishyoung's corpse and picked up a seemingly unremarkable black-framed glasses. Then, a smile appeared on Mu Chen's face. His guess was correct. Black-framed glasses are not fashion items but special equipment disguised through illusions. The Eye of Omniscience. Eye of Omniscience, Special. Type, Accessory. Class, Unlimited. Effect 1, allows you to see the player's class, ID, level, and hidden identity. Effect 2, allows you to see the monster's weaknesses. Effect 3, grants night vision ability, unaffected by visibility. Durability, 10 out of 10. Fashion Transmog, Black Frame Glasses. The All-Seeing Eye is one of the special equipment recorded on the Dawn official website, valued at several million. Effect 1 of the All-Seeing Eye allows you to see various information about players. Effect 2 reveals monster weaknesses. With the All-Seeing Eye, one can target the weaknesses of monsters. Black Gold Dishyoung somehow obtained the All-Seeing Eye, but he didn't dare to wear it directly, so he bought black-framed glasses on the black market. Mu Chen grew suspicious and killed him. As for Black Gold Dishyoung, daring to blackmail Mu Chen was courting death. The old hand of Panshur Qingya knows to avoid trouble whenever possible, and even if trouble arises, he only picks on the weak. Mu Chen is not someone to be trifled with. Mu Chen picked up the Eye of Omniscience, which had transformed into black-framed glasses, and put it on. The group of stunning beauties snapped out of it and helped collect the equipment. The Black Gold Studio dropped nearly 50,000 gold coins and a bottle of miniature fatigue potion. In addition to task reward drops, another way to obtain the mini fatigue potion is by completing tasks. Mu Chen put away the potion. Qinghua Cheng Cheng and the others handed the dropped equipment and gold coins to Mu Chen. Mu Chen expressed his gratitude. Mu Chen said goodbye and turned to leave. Meng Ying gently stepped forward to stop him. Dust God, let's add each other as friends. We're all students from Jinan University. Maybe we can visit you sometime. Where are you from? Mu Chen nodded in agreement. Fairy Bunny also came to add him as a friend. Alluring Beauty also added Mu Chen as a friend. The Blue Sea Bird added him too. Women's friendships, truly inexplicable, Mu Chen muttered to himself. Alluring Beauty and her group left cheerfully. Mu Chen thought to himself, relying on just them isn't enough. To clear that hidden dungeon, I need to find more people, a total of 20. It's best if they can follow orders and not cause trouble. Mu Chen exited the game. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He was starving. Taking off the helmet, his vision blurred with double images. Walking out of the bedroom, Song Jia was lying on the sofa reading a book. She was wearing a camisole and shorts. Brother Mu Chen. Song Jia sat up. Are you hungry? I can go downstairs and cook for you. Mu Chen shook his head. No need, I'll just order takeout. All right. Song Jia felt a bit disappointed. You haven't eaten either, right? I'll order something for you as well. Mu Chen sat on the sofa and used his phone to order takeout. Didn't you go to dance class today? Mu Chen asked. Song Jia said she was about to enter high school, and academics were the priority, so she had put it aside for now. Mu Chen knew this was just Song Jia's excuse. She had no money. Mu Chen, do you want to play Dawn? Song Jia was tempted. Her classmates had mentioned that the equipment in Dawn could make money. If I can make money, I can pay back brother Mu Chen's money. But, even the cheapest gaming helmet costs 10,000 yuan. Mu Chen, I can buy it for you. Song Jia declined politely. How could I accept that? I'm already feeling bad about freeloading. Mu Chen smiled and said, it's fine, you can pay me back when you earn money. Song Jia nodded. Mu Chen immediately placed an order for a pink gaming helmet. After eating, Mu Chen brought Song Jia to the bedroom. In the small bedroom, there was a double bed. Mu Chen connected the game helmet to the power supply and started it. Mu Chen, let's give it a try. Song Jia's pretty face turned red. She took off her short white stockings, lay barefoot on the bed, and let Mu Chen put the helmet on her head. Song Jia entered the game. Half an hour later, Song Jia exited the game. Mu Chen asked, is the character created? Song Jia nodded. What profession, what talent? Mu Chen asked again. Song Jia said, apprentice, the talent is called Demon Banner. Demon Banner? Mu Chen was stunned and quickly asked, S-level talent Demon Banner? Yes. Song Jia looked at Mu Chen curiously. Brother Mu Chen, what's wrong? Is it not right? Song Jia doesn't use her phone or Weibo, nor does she understand the gaming world, so she has no idea how impressive an S-level talent is. That's why she's so calm. Mu Chen was shocked, not because of the S-level talent, but because it was the demon banner. In his previous life, he only knew of one person who had this S-level talent. Mu Chen pondered, "What's your ID?" "Ancient Alley Beauty," Song Jia said. Hearing this ID, Mu Chen's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. He smiled and asked, "Which beginner's village did you choose?" Song Jia replied with a smile, "Sunkenwood Village, all my classmates are there." "Alright, very good, you keep playing," Mu Chen said. Okay." Song Jia smiled sweetly, put on her helmet, and continued playing the game. As soon as Song Jia entered the game, the smile on Mu Chen's face immediately disappeared, replaced by vigilance and indifference. Gu Xiang Jiarun, a top expert of the evil faction in the previous life, the world's #1 demon warlock, wielding several demonic artifacts, with formidable strength. In the later stages of the Chaos Gods invasion, the evil factions all sided with the Chaos Gods. The beauty of the ancient alley was no exception. The first time Mu Chen saw her was on the battlefield. Amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, demons surrounded her. Dressed in a luxurious robe and holding a scepter, she resembled a demon queen, coldly stunning, peerless, reigning supreme. Looking back now, the beauty of the ancient alley from the previous life indeed bore some resemblance to Song Jia, who was lying on the bed at this moment. No, it should be said that in the previous life, she was exactly what Song Jia would look like when she grew up. Mu Chen took a deep look at Song Jia lying on the bed. In his previous life, the two of them were enemies, clashing several times on the battlefield. She had an S-level talent, while Mu Chen was a trashy F-level. No matter how hard he worked or how desperately he leveled up, he was no match for the demon queen Song Jia. In several battles, Song Jia always had the upper hand, and Mu Chen was repeatedly defeated. He could never forget the humiliation Song Jia had brought him. The Song Jia of his previous life was nothing like the obedient and adorable girl she was now. Words like cruel, terrifying, and bloody were more fitting to describe her. At that time, Song Jia had several chances to kill Mu Chen, but she didn't. She toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse, tormenting him bit by bit during the battle. Fighting against Song Jia inflicted far more mental damage than physical. She enslaved a high-level demon called the Mind Ravager. Song Jia loved using this demon to destroy her enemies' sanity, turning them into her puppet playthings. Once she grew bored of them, she fed them to the demon as food. Such cruelty struck fear into the hearts of players from the Order faction. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, the demon queen Song Jia lay defenseless on his bed. Mu Chen's fingertips slid over Song Jia's fair foot, tracing along her body, from her leg all the way up to her slender neck. With just a little force, Mu Chen could snap her neck and kill her. But he didn't. Since Song Jia had fallen into his hands, proper guidance might make her useful to him. This was far better than simply killing her. Mu Chen removed his hand from Song Jia's neck. He lay down next to Song Jia, put on his helmet, and entered the game. Returning to the Dawn World, Mu Chen glanced at the system mailbox and saw an email containing over 20,000 gold coins. This was the tribute collected as the master of the gold dungeon. Since Mu Chen had logged off for a while, the gold coins were directly mailed to him. He extracted the gold coins into his backpack. After becoming the master of the gold coins, he had already earned 70,000 gold coins, averaging over 7,000 coins per hour. Occupying the gold dungeon was far better than grinding dungeons tirelessly. Mu Chen immediately contacted Yi Shichun to ask if he wanted the equipment. The equipment from the Black Gold Studio was quite good, with each piece being black iron equipment. For ordinary players, black iron equipment was already excellent at this stage. The drop rate of monsters in the Dawn World was inherently low. He got in touch with Yi Shichun. The first thing Yi Shichun did was congratulate Mu Chen on making it to the world announcement for the second time, gaining fame and recognition. Then he asked about the equipment's grade and attributes. Mu Chen sent the equipment attributes to Yi Shichun one by one. Spring of One Leaf looked for a moment and replied, "Dust Master, I'll take it all." No one knows what Spring of One Leaf does. Regardless of the grade, regardless of the number of items, he wants them all. Mu Chen guessed that he wasn't an ordinary rich second generation. He was likely running a guild, serving as its president or part of the management team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate for equipment. Since he had cleared his debts, Mu Chen wasn't in a hurry to use money. For this transaction, Mu Chen requested payment in gold coins. Spring of One Leaf agreed without hesitation. After settling on the price, the two began discussing the method of transaction. Now trading equipment is not as convenient as it was in the novice village. After reaching level 10, Spring of One Leaf went to the City of Discipline, which is the territory of the Temple of Retribution. In the end, the two decided to trade at the auction house. The auction house is convenient and efficient, but the downside is that it charges both the seller and the buyer a 5% transaction fee. A 5% transaction fee is already quite significant. If trading a piece of golden equipment worth 1 million, both the buyer and seller would have to pay 50,000 gold coins each. Most players try to save wherever they can. Teleporting gold only costs 1,000 gold per transfer, which isn't expensive. Arranging a meeting place and trading face-to-face works just fine too. But Spring of One Leaf said he was completing a hidden quest and couldn't leave the City of Discipline for the time being. The City of Discipline is controlled by the Temple of Retribution. The laws are strict, and outsiders are not allowed to step even half a foot inside. Spring of One Leaf couldn't come out, and Muchen couldn't get in. There was no other way but to trade through the marketplace. Returning to Black Lion City, Muchen had killed again today, accumulating over 20 more points of slaughter value. He was now very close to the 30-point forbidden threshold. This caused the guards of Black Lion City to look at him with unfriendly eyes. Muchen paid no attention, riding his Black Flame Lion to the Adventurer's Square. He found the marketplace and listed all the equipment he wanted to sell. Sent another message to Ye Jichuan, informing him that the equipment had been packed and listed on the trading house with item number 37189. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the equipment Muchen had listed on the trading house was sold, earning him 340,000 gold coins. Being able to come up with 340,000 gold coins in one go, Ye Jichuan is no ordinary person. Muchen tried hard to recall. Want to find a glimpse of Spring from the memories of the past life. Someone who can come up with 300,000 gold coins is definitely not simple. Gold coins can also be bought on the black market, but the quantity is limited. Moreover, with Dawn being so popular recently, black market gold coin prices have risen, and the exchange rate has reached 1:2. If he bought from the black market, that would be such a loss. This indicates that Ye Jichuan's gold coins were earned in the game. This kid, could it be that he got a golden equipment drop? Muchen racked his brains but still couldn't recall who Ye Jichuan was. In his previous life, he had at least some impression of people with a bit of fame. No clue, Muchen simply stopped thinking about it. Since he was already at the trading hall, Muchen decided to see if there was anything good. Inside the trading hall, thousands of magical monitors were neatly arranged, resembling a school computer lab, with each monitor spaced quite far apart. The magical monitors were grayish-white crystals, 30 centimeters square, with metallic frames embedded along the edges, engraved with mysterious runes. The monitor is placed on a small table, with a chair next to it, and operates like a tablet. Muchen slid his finger, and on the trading page, all that was being sold were junk items, such as greystone-level equipment, potions, goblin blood, brown bear fur, and so on. Suddenly, Muchen's eyes lit up. Someone was selling a level 2 backpack expansion scroll. Priced at 80,000 gold coins. Expensive, the normal market price is 50,000. But he doesn't want to give up. He urgently needs the backpack expansion scroll. The trading house allows private chats with sellers. Muchen sent a message asking if it could be cheaper. The other party replied, "Take it or leave it, that's the price, I won't sell for less." Muchen had no choice but to give up. Although he had money, there was no need to spend an extra 30,000. Level 2 backpack scrolls are not rare items. If he wants to buy them, he can still get them. Finding good items in the trading hall is too difficult. Muchen got up, left the trading hall, walked to the nearby bank, and deposited the gold coins. Standing at the bank entrance, after some contemplation, he walked towards the city hall. In the second-floor office, Muchen found the uniformed clerk, Eve. "Adventurer, is there something you need from me?" Eve asked. Muchen, "Miss Eve, I have fallen in love with this beautiful city and want to contribute to it. Could you give me a chance?" Eve smiled. "Black Lion City welcomes any citizen. Just so happens, I have a task. Would you be willing to take it on?" "What task?" "Alchemist Master Uar has come to Black Lion City to treat the city lord. He's missing an ingredient for the medicine. Can you go gather it?" Eve said. Muchen nodded. The system notified him that he had accepted the task. In the taskbar, the time limit is 24 hours. The medicinal material Uar needs is bloodwood fruit. It grows in the Scarlet Forest, near Black Lion City. Muchen left the city hall, mounted the Black Flame Lion, and galloped toward the Scarlet Forest. The Scarlet Forest is a level 15 map, the activity range of Bloodfawn goblins. Bloodfawn goblins resemble flame goblins in appearance, with blood-colored fangs on their mouths. Scholars in Black Lion City say that bloodfawn goblins might be hybrids of trolls and goblins. Trolls deny it. Trolls are an intelligent race with civilization, while goblins are forest creatures, on the same level as wild wolves and slimes. Trolls believe that saying goblins are their relatives is an insult to them. If you want to anger a troll, insult them by saying, "Your mom was screwed by a goblin to give birth to you." Ensure he loses his temper. Back to the point. The blood forest, a vast expanse of crimson. There is only one type of plant, bloodwood. Bloodwood fruits are borne by bloodwood trees. They are scarce, as only century-old bloodwood trees bear fruit. Bloodwood fruit is an alchemical ingredient, and century-old bloodwood is the best material for crafting magic wands. Bloodwood over 100 years old, there are no more than 3 trees in the Scarlet Forest. In a few years, there might not be even one left. Mu Qin rode a black flame lion into the forest and soon encountered an attack by bloodfawn goblins. Level 15 bloodfawn goblins, wielding crude weapons, ambush and attack lumberjacks or adventurers entering the forest. Unfortunately, today they picked the wrong person. Facing the bloodfawn goblins, Mu Qin took out the dark rod, gave it a gentle swing, and lava fire serpents emerged from the ground, slaughtering the surrounding bloodfawn goblins. In less than a minute, 20 bloodfawn goblins were burned to ashes by Mu Qin's lava fire serpents. Ding! You have gained 225 experience points. The system notifications kept ringing. The battle ended, and the goblin dropped some materials and coins. Mu Qin picked up the loot, summoned his mount, and continued forward. The century-old bloodwood grows deep within the Scarlet Forest. On the way, Mu Qin encountered 2 more ambushes by bloodfawn goblins, one of which included a leader. After taking it down, it dropped a piece of black iron equipment. In the depths of the Scarlet Forest, Mu Qin discovered a bloodwood tree that was twice as thick and lush as the surrounding ones. Between the layers of leaves, a blood-red fruit the size of a fist hung on the branch. This was the bloodwood fruit required for Mu Qin's mission. Mu Qin looked around, confirming there were no monsters lying in ambush. He stepped forward and approached the century-old bloodwood, kicking the trunk roughly a few times. The century-old bloodwood swayed slightly, and the ripe bloodwood fruit fell in response. Standing under the tree, Mu Qin was just about to reach out to catch it when a dark shadow streaked through the air. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow swept past Mu Qin's eyes, piercing through the bloodwood fruit and nailing it firmly to the tree trunk. Mu Qin turned around. Not far away, a young man in his 20s, dressed as an archer, still maintained his bow-drawing posture. The arrow was shot by him. This was clearly a provocation. The bloodwood fruit was pierced by the arrow, almost destroyed, with juice flowing everywhere. Submitting this for the task would definitely result in failure. Mu Qin looked back. The young man with the ID Iron Lion Bebe raised his head and said to Mu Qin, "The blood forest is reserved by our Iron Lion Guild. All irrelevant people, get out immediately. I won't say it twice, did you hear me? If you don't want to die, then put." Before Iron Lion Bebe could finish his sentence, a magical arrow carrying immense power instantly pierced through his head, killing him in one shot. Iron Lion Bebe's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, scattering equipment and coins everywhere. Mu Qin walked forward coldly, gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, and muttered to himself, "Iron Lion Guild. If it weren't for this damn slaughter value mechanism, today, all of you scum would die here." Mu Qin's kill count had almost reached 30. He looked toward the depths of the Scarlet Forest, where shadows flickered. The number of people was no less than 30, presumably all members of the Iron Lion Guild. So many people gathering in the Scarlet Forest near Black Lion City, it seems the Iron Lion Guild has settled in Black Lion City. Some small guilds, knowing they can't compete with the big ones, end up serving as mere foils even if they go to one of the top 10 main cities. The resources in the main cities are monopolized by the big guilds, making it hard to even get a sip of the leftovers. Therefore, some small guilds took a different approach, with all their members moving to obscure little towns. For example, Black Lion City. Although the benefits and resources were not as good as those in the major cities, the advantage lay in less competition and better development opportunities. In the previous life, there was a precedent of a single city supporting an entire guild. Judging by the posture of the Iron Lion Guild, they were clearly aiming for the same idea, monopolizing all the resources of Black Lion City, leaving no room for ordinary players to survive. Mu Qin coldly stared at the Iron Lion players within the Scarlet Forest, then withdrew his gaze after a moment. He couldn't kill anymore. If he continued, his kill value would exceed the forbidden limit, and he wouldn't be able to return to Black Lion City. Fortunately, there were 2 other century-old bloodwood trees in the Scarlet Forest, which should have borne fruit by now. Mu Chen picked up the spoils dropped by Iron Lion Bebe, then left to continue searching for those 2-century-old bloodwood trees. Not long after, Mu Chen found another century-old bloodwood. Hanging on the tree was a large, ripe bloodwood fruit. Fortunately, destroying one doesn't matter. The Scarlet Forest still has other bloodwoods and bloodwood fruits. Mu Chen glanced around, confirming that there were no monsters or players nearby this time. Then he kicked the bloodwood fruit off the tree. He reached out to catch the bloodwood fruit falling from the air. After taking a look to confirm it was correct, he stored it in his backpack, mounted his steed, and left the Scarlet Forest, running all the way back to Black Lion City. The mission requires directly handing the bloodwood fruit to the alchemy master to be considered complete. Lives in the most famous tavern in Black Lion City, the Black Lion Tavern. It is also the most expensive and luxurious tavern in the city. Mu Chen arrived at the Black Lion Tavern, asked the owner, and learned that the alchemy master lived in the room at the very end of the second-floor corridor. Following the boss's directions, Mu Chen found the room and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door was pulled open. A heavily made-up, provocatively dressed nightingale stepped out of the room. As she passed by Mu Chen, she even threw him a flirtatious glance. After the nightingale left, a short, slightly balding old man in a gray robe, around 50 or 60 years old, came out. The old man carried a mixed scent of alcohol and cheap perfume. His face was weary, like an old man completely drained. He sized up Mu Chen and said with a smile, "Adventurer, are you here to deliver the bloodwood fruit to me?" Mu Chen nodded. The old man chuckled and said, "Then come on in, I am the alchemy master, you are." Mu Chen equipped the Eye of Omniscience. At first glance at the gray-robed elder, he immediately read his identity information. You are, NPC, profession, alchemy master. Faction, lawful. Identity, one of the honorary chairmen of the Alchemy Guild. Weakness, fond of alcohol and women. Life professions are divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Achieving the title of master is already quite impressive, especially since Yul is also one of the honorary chairmen of the Alchemy Guild. The Alchemy Guild has a total of 22 council seats, and UR being able to occupy one is enough to prove his strength. As for Master UR's weakness, isn't it quite obvious? Anyone can see it. UR invited Mu Chen into the room. The Black Lion Tavern was indeed luxurious, ornate decorations, thick and soft carpets, a plush and comfortable bed. The bed was unusually messy, with many women's clothing scattered around. There were also ropes, candles, and other items. Mu Chen gave UR a strange look, thinking to himself, the old man sure has some tricks up his sleeve. On the table opposite the bed, there were various alchemy materials, glass test tubes, and potion bottles. UR skillfully operated, the materials dancing in his hands as the potion was quickly prepared. He drank it in one gulp and immediately became full of energy. Alright, give me the bloodwood fruit, and you go deal with the people from Black Lion City. After speaking, UR carefully inspected the bloodwood fruit. Mu Chen took the order and prepared to leave. Adventurer, wait. UR called out to him, do me a favor and tell Miss Leah that I'm waiting for her. Mu Chen agreed. UR tossed him a potion. Mu Chen accepted it, left the tavern, and found Leah to relay UR's message. Afterward, Mu Chen went to the town hall to find Eve and informed her that the bloodwood fruit had been delivered. Eve nodded in satisfaction. The system notified him that the task was completed. Night fell, and returning to reality, Mu Chen felt uneasy. The image of the demon queen Song Jia made his heart tremble. He took off his helmet and saw Song Jia cooking in the kitchen. Song Jia smiled sweetly and said, "Brother, I made you a late-night snack." Mu Chen looked at Song Jia, his gaze complicated. Song Jia brought over steaming hot noodles, adding a poached egg and meat rolls. Mu Chen took a taste and looked at Song Jia. "Aren't you eating?" Song Jia replied, "Not hungry." Mu Chen thought to himself, in his previous life, Song Jia had endured so much suffering. In this life, he would change everything. He would nurture Song Jia into a powerful ally. "What level are you?" Mu Chen asked. "Level 3. Has anyone bullied you? Tell me, and I'll beat them up." Song Jia said emotionally, "Brother, you're so good to me." After eating, Mu Chen re-entered the game. Song Jia gazed obsessively at the bowl and cup Mu Chen had used, lightly licking the rim of the cup and murmuring, "Brother Mu Chen, I really want to have you." After tidying up, she went to the bedroom and gently touched Mu Chen, who was wearing a helmet. Suddenly, Mu Chen grabbed Song Jia's wrist and forcibly exited the game. "What are you doing?" Song Jia held a blanket and explained, "The temperature dropped, so I brought you a blanket." Song Jia just wanted to cover Mu Chen with a blanket, nothing more. Mu Chen thought to himself, she's just an innocent young girl, what bad intentions could she have? He laughed at his own paranoia, released Song Jia's hand, and apologized. Sorry, did I scare you? Does it hurt? Song Jia shook her head, but Mu Chen noticed the red mark on her wrist, and his heart sank. He knew it was because he had gripped her too tightly. His strength now far exceeded that of ordinary people, entirely due to his excessive vigilance against Song Jia's demon identity. However, Song Jia said it was fine, which made him feel she was even more understanding and kind. He asked Song Jia if she wanted some ointment, but she declined. Mu Chen didn't insist further, thinking that an ice pack would suffice. He apologized again, put on his helmet, and resumed his game. Song Jia looked at the redness and swelling on her wrist, her face unexpectedly showing a blush and a fascinated smile, as if enjoying the pain. She gently covered Mu Chen with a blanket, then lay down beside him, her head very close. She wanted to kiss him but knew Mu Chen was highly sensitive, so she had to suppress the urge. After a while, she also put on a helmet and entered the game. In the game, Mu Chen organized his backpack and saw the Demon Warlock Class Change Stone and the Summon Demon Skill Stone. He had originally planned to sell them, but considering Song Jia's talent, he decided to keep them for her. The Demon Warlock class suited her best. The Black Lion City was desolate at night, with most shops closed and only a few players wandering around. Mu Chen summoned his Black Flame Lion, and seeing it was hungry, he fed it a can of Mount food. After eating its fill, the lion affectionately licked his hand. Mu Chen patted it, then mounted it and left Black Lion City, heading to Dragon Hill to level up. He was still 21% experience away from reaching level 16. Venturing deeper into Dragon Hill, he encountered a group of goblins, along with a troublesome. Mu Chen thought about being able to use game abilities in the real world, so he decided to use lesser healing on Song Jia. He found the potion and called Song Jia over. Although Song Jia didn't want to trouble him, she eventually complied. During the process of applying the potion, Mu Chen secretly used lesser healing. In an instant, the bruise on Song Jia's hand disappeared. He explained that the potion was very effective, and Song Jia didn't suspect anything. Breakfast was sandwiches. Mu Chen went out and took a taxi to his sister's apartment. The one who opened the door was Lang Yashuan, dressed lightly. Mu Chen said he was looking for his sister. Lang Yashuan let him in and said his sister was taking a bath. Lang Yashuan asked Mu Chen what level he was. Level 16, Mu Chen replied. Afterward, Lang Yashuan mentioned that Mu Chen had been on the bulletin twice and also said that his sister wanted to follow him to the same main city. My opinion? Mu Chen was puzzled. Lang Yashuan, annoyed, mentioned Black Lion City. What is my sister's profession? Ranger. Mu Chen remained silent. Black Lion City was not suitable for his sister and was dangerous. His sister walked out of the bathroom and asked Mu Chen if he wanted to go to the same main city together. Mu Chen suggested his sister go to Frost City, where there was a profession more suitable for her. Lang Yashuan expressed doubt, and Mu Chen lied, saying he had been there once. He told Lang Yashuan that Frost City had 2 hidden class transfer quests, Cold-Blooded Hunter and Frost Knight, and he explained in detail how to trigger the quests. Lang Yashuan was very surprised that Mu Chen would tell her for free. After all, these 2 hidden class transfer quests were discovered by Lang Yashuan in her previous life, and she had edited the quest process into a post and shared it on the forum. Mu Chen described the details of Frost City vividly, and Lang Yashuan was half convinced. She had seen too many boastful people and was long tired of it. But this time, she started to believe Mu Chen a little. What he said might actually be true. When Mu Chen finished speaking, Lang Yashuan immediately rushed into the bedroom to verify it in the game. His sister wasn't in such a hurry. She asked, Chen, are you sure you don't need your sister to accompany you? Mu Chen smiled and declined, no need, I'm not a child anymore. The brutality of Black Lion City isn't suitable for you. Frost City, which is rich in resources and safe, is better, and Yashuan can take care of you there. All right then. His sister's tone was a bit disappointed, and then she said, yesterday, I went out shopping and bought you some clothes. Last time Mu Chen came, Mu Ge thought he was dressed too plainly and insisted on taking him to buy clothes. After being refused, his sister kept it in mind. Sis, I already said I can buy them myself. Before Mu Chen could finish speaking, his sister came out holding 2 high-end shopping bags and handed them to him. Try them on and see if they fit. Mu Chen helplessly took the clothes and told his sister that next time he would buy them himself. The elder sister smiled gently, all right, I got it. Mu Chen knew she would do it again next time, but there was nothing he could do. After chatting with his sister for a while, Mu Chen left the apartment. In September, under the bright sunshine, he he walked along the tree-lined path carrying shopping bags. Golden light spilled over him. It had been a long time since he breathed fresh air. After his rebirth, he became a homebody, spending most of his time in the Dawn world. Although the Dawn world felt real, reality was even more real to him. Walking along, Mu Chen arrived at a small park. On the weekend, the elderly played cards and chatted, children frolicked, and couples nestled together. He found a spot to sit down, enjoying the sunshine while pondering his next move, the burial grounds. An important early-stage dungeon that could be occupied long-term, yielding countless profits. It required 20 people. He had already chosen Qinghua Qingcheng and others, but still needed 15 more. Suddenly, exclamations and cries came from near the slide. Mu Chen saw a little girl fall off the slide, seemingly breaking her leg. It looked quite serious. Beside her was the girl's grandfather, flustered and at a loss. The onlookers had already called for emergency services. A medical university student wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend and volunteered to fix a little girl's broken leg to relieve her pain. The elderly man believed him, but the girl's injury worsened. The girl cried out in pain, and the elderly man roared, "Can you do it or not?" The medical student awkwardly said, "I did it the way the school taught me. The ambulance hasn't arrived yet. It's best to do nothing to avoid secondary injuries." "Grandpa, my leg hurts so much," the girl cried. The old man wiped his granddaughter's tears with a heavy heart and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Xian, we'll be at the hospital soon." "Grandpa, can my leg still be treated?" The old man hesitated but still nodded. "Of course, we can go to the hospital later." He understood in his heart that this injury could very likely result in a disability. Mu Chen stepped forward, leaned in, and took a closer look at the girl. Her calf bone was twisted, and the injury was severe. He estimated that even if the ambulance arrived, it would be hard to avoid disability. Mu Chen glanced at the old man again. The help from the medical school student had worsened the situation, and he guessed the old man wouldn't agree to let him treat her again. He no longer sought the old man's consent. Instead, he bent down, extended his right hand, and pressed it lightning fast on the little girl's wound, activating lesser healing spell. "What are you doing?" the crowd exclaimed in shock. The old man also noticed the stranger's hand on his granddaughter's wound, his eyes widening in anger. "What are you doing?" he roared, lunging at Mu Chen, trying to push him away. Mu Chen quickly stepped back, causing the old man to miss his target. The medical student jumped out and accused, "Do you know what you've done? This could cause secondary injuries and leave her disabled for life." He was just trying to shift the blame, refusing to mention his own mistake earlier. Mu Chen ignored him and turned to leave. The medical student's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Trying to run? Stay right there." He stepped forward to block him. Without even looking, Mu Chen kicked out, sending the medical student flying dozens of meters. He landed rolling on the ground, bruised and battered, a pitiful sight. This scene shocked the entire crowd and extinguished the anger of several men who wanted to stop Mu Chen. The onlookers voluntarily made way, and no one dared to block him. The old man glared angrily at Mu Chen's departing figure, intending to call someone to stop him. Suddenly, his granddaughter's voice came from behind, "Grandpa, I think I'm fine now." "What?" The old man turned around in astonishment. He saw that his granddaughter's fractured leg was completely healed, with no trace of injury. She even stood up and walked 2 steps around him. "Grandpa, my injury is healed. It was that big brother just now who cured me." The girl hopped and skipped, cheering with joy. Only then did the old man realize that the young man earlier was saving someone, and he had misunderstood him. He quickly walked in the direction where Mu Chen had left, wanting to thank him in person. Chasing after him, the old man found no trace of Mu Chen. He quickly took out his phone to contact his subordinates, determined to find Mu Chen at all costs. He wanted to apologize in person. Leaving the park, he returned home. Mu Chen, acting as if nothing had happened, greeted Song Jia, who was in the living room wearing a dance outfit and white stockings while stretching her legs. He went back to his bedroom, casually placed the high-end clothes his sister had bought into the wardrobe, then put on his gaming helmet and lay on the bed to enter the game. Returning to the Dawn world, Mu Chen stood at the city gate, hesitated for a moment, and walked toward the skill tower in the Adventurer's Square. The skill tower, a place to learn skills. The rule in the Dawn world is, the higher the floor, the higher the level of skills that can be learned. Skills are divided into 7 grades from F to S, with deities possessing SSS grade skills. The skill tower in Black Lion City has only 3 floors, allowing the learning of F, E, and D grade skills. However, the universally recognized primary city of the Dawn world, Shinhua City, has 7 floors. From F to S, as long as you have money, you can learn them. The gap between the main cities is enormous. Apart from the skill tower, skills can also be learned from professional trainers, but they must meet the profession's requirements. Mu Chen is a nightmare mage, and no trainer is qualified to teach him. No choice but to come to the skill tower. There are no profession restrictions here, any profession can buy skill stones, but the prices are much higher than those from trainers. Mu Chen arrived in front of the skill tower, glanced up at the low tower structure, then withdrew his gaze and walked inside. The interior of the skill tower was about 30 square meters, constructed with grayish-blue rocks, with 8 magic-powered machines resembling vending machines placed in the center. Mu Chen walked straight to one of the machines, which had a magic display screen the size of an A4 paper, showing 3 options: strength, magic, agility. He first clicked on the magic category. Magic missile, F, clarity, F, arcane wisdom, F. 1 offensive and 2 supportive skills, each F-level skill costing 500 gold coins. Mu Chen bought them all, returned to the main page, and clicked on the strength category, which also had 3 skills: blood cross / leap strike, whirlwind /. Due to his talent, Mu Chen could learn any skill in the Dawn world. Martial techniques, archery, magic, divine arts, he accepted them all. He also purchased these 3 strength skills. Next are the 3 agility-based skills: Scorching Arrow, Frost Shot, Phantom Step. A total of 9 skills were purchased, costing 4,500 gold coins. After payment, the machine trembled, and 9 skill stones rolled into the basket below. Mu Chen picked them up and learned them one by one. He is likely the first mage in history to possess skills from all professional categories. This time, Mu Chen wanted to try combining these 9 skills to see what it would create. Magic Missile plus Clarity plus Arcane Intellect plus Blood Cross / plus Leap Strike plus Whirlwind / plus Scorching Arrow plus Frost Shot plus Phantom Step. Nightmare Fusion. Finger of Death. Effect: deals 500% asterisk spell power, damage to the target and burns 1 point of all attributes of the opponent. Casting range, 120. Cooldown time, 600. Energy consumption, 3000. What? It can actually burn 1 point of all attributes. Mu Chen was shocked. If he used it on an enemy dozens or even hundreds of times, it would completely burn away the opponent's attributes. He didn't stop and once again activated Nightmare Fusion, merging Finger of Death with Chain of Destruction. A brand new skill appeared before Mu Chen's eyes. Finger of Destruction. Grade A. Effect: launches a destructive attack that continuously jumps between enemies, weakening with each jump, burning 1 point of all attributes of the enemies, and inflicting additional damage such as bleeding, burning, paralysis, and freezing. Casting range, 300. Cooldown time, 700. Energy consumption, 1200. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He walked toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the skill tower and was about to step on it when he received a system notification: the 2nd floor of the skill tower is only open to first-class citizens. Currently, he is a 3rd-class citizen and cannot enter. Helpless, Mu Chen walked out of the skill tower. After taking just a few steps, he received a private message from Meng Yingqingqing. Meng Yingqingqing, Dust God, what are you up to? Want to team up for a dungeon run? Mu Chen replied, not going. Meng Ying softly said, then I'll ask you to join me for a dungeon run next time, bye-bye. Mu Chen, goodbye. Closing the private message, Mu Chen looked toward the east, in the direction of Shenhua City. Now Yi Tian is probably already a favored one of the Temple of Fate, Mu Chen murmured. It's time to start planning to find that item. Yi Tian, in his previous life, was hailed as the Child of Destiny, the hero of humanity, the Child of Hope, the Dragon Knight, the Son of God, the Savior, and the last hope of all humanity. At the peak of his fame, possessing supreme glory and power, Mu Chen was merely a struggling low-level player. One was as lofty as the blazing sun, while the other was as humble as the dirt. This was the true portrayal of Mu Chen's life in his previous existence. Yi Tian's achievements were entirely due to the favor and patronage of the God of Fate. Yet ironically, the son of God Yi Tian, who was nurtured by the God of Fate, betrayed the Order faction during the war against the Chaos Gods, succumbing to their temptation and joining Chaos. After joining the Chaos faction, Yi Tian mercilessly slaughtered his former comrades. The glory once bestowed upon Yi Tian became a colossal joke. He was never a savior but a cowardly, selfish scoundrel. In his previous life, Mu Chen only regretted saving Yi Tian once. He should have just stood by and watched him get beaten to death in the street. In this life, although Mu Chen had the strength to quietly eliminate Yi Tian without anyone noticing, he chose not to, because he knew of a special artifact that could seize the luck bestowed upon Yi Tian. Mu Chen couldn't understand why the God of Fate, as if blind, would choose Yi Tian as his divine favored one. The divine favored ones, admired by the gods, were either killed or lured into the chaos faction. Only Mu Chen, who was not favored by any deity, fought against the chaotic gods until the very last moment, shouldering the mission of protecting humanity. It was precisely because of this that Mu Chen saw through the true nature of the gods. They were nothing more than powerful beings. They were neither omniscient nor omnipotent, nor could they control fate. When the chaotic gods wantonly slaughtered them, they, like mortals, faced death with collapse and fear, abandoning their divine dignity, kneeling on the ground, and begging the chaotic gods for mercy. Such an ugly and laughable scene made Mu Chen completely abandon his faith in the gods. After seizing the favor of the god of fate from Yi Tian, it would not be too late to kill him then. Mu Chen remembered very clearly where that mysterious artifact capable of seizing divine favor was located. To reach the hidden location of the mysterious artifact, one must first gather 5 map fragments. Without a complete map, even knowing the entrance's location would be useless. It could be said that the complete map was the key to the hidden location's entrance. Therefore, the 5 map fragments had to be collected first. As for the whereabouts of those 5 map fragments, Mu Chen knew them all. One of the 5 map fragments was hidden within the city of Shenhua. When he had the time, he would need to make a trip to Shenhua City and find a way to locate that map fragment. He absolutely couldn't let anyone else get to it first and take the map fragment. Although the probability of such a situation was extremely low, it wasn't impossible. Only after the item was in his hands could Mu Chen feel at ease. This matter could wait for a while. After reaching level 20, he could go to the mysterious merchant to purchase a Shenhua City pass, which would allow him to enter and exit Shenhua City freely. Except for a few cities, most main cities imposed restrictions on outsiders. Without a Shenhua City pass, players could forget about setting foot in Shenhua City. Fortunately, main city passes weren't rare items, and the mysterious merchant had them for sale. Before that, he needed to occupy the burial grounds dungeon first. Speaking of occupying dungeons, so much time had passed, and over the past 2 days, he hadn't checked how the profits from occupying the gold coins dungeon were doing. He opened his mailbox. Sure enough, he found many unread emails. Some of the emails were the profits from occupying the gold coins dungeon during his offline period. There was also one email sent by a player named Black Gold Dishong. Emails could be sent as long as the player's ID was known, but friend requests required face-to-face interaction to process. During this time, Mu Chen had appeared twice on the world announcements and even trended on Weibo. He had gained some fame. Back then, he would receive numerous emails daily, including invitations to join guilds, interview requests from reporters, or offers from live streaming platforms. Mu Chen ignored them all. Not long ago, Black Gold Dishong had attempted to extort Mu Chen, and Mu Chen had killed all members of the Black Gold studio. Now, why was he sending him a letter? With curiosity written all over his face, Mu Chen clicked on the email sent by Black Gold Dishong. The email contained a letter with just a few lines of text, which roughly conveyed, Black Gold Dishong deeply regretted offending Mu Chen and wanted to meet him in person to apologize publicly, along with offering a gift as an apology. Black Gold Dishong specifically emphasized that the gift was very generous and pleaded with Mu Chen to honor him with his presence. Seeing Black Gold Dishong's apology letter, Mu Chen smiled. In his previous life, Mu Chen worked as a gold farmer for a studio. Although he had never collaborated with Black Gold Studio, he had heard a bit about Black Gold Dishong's reputation. This guy, who appeared honest and simple, was actually someone who would devour others without leaving a trace. Would he really admit defeat so easily and apologize to Mu Chen? Moreover, the meeting place he chose was deliberately set in a desolate wilderness, clearly a trap. But Mu Chen was not afraid. Since Black Gold Dishong was courting death, he would gladly oblige. Received. Mu Chen received Black Gold Dishong's email and replied with one word, okay. 3 p.m., Miner's Forest. He knew that place was prepared for him. Black Gold Dishong was planning something shady and would definitely bring a lot of people, at least 30 or 40. Better get ready. Mu Chen went to the bank and stored away the equipment he didn't need along with most of his gold coins. The dungeon earnings were credited. 163,872 gold coins. His expression remained unchanged. Compared to making money, becoming the master of the dungeon was the real path. He logged out of the game and took off his helmet. Song Jia was still in the game, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, with a pair of beautiful legs, white stockings, and a helmet. Mu Chen ignored her, took out his phone, and went to the black market to buy a level 2 backpack expansion scroll. Items listed in the trading hall were already snapped up instantly, so he had to pay a high price for black market goods. After making the payment, Mu Chen logged in. Half an hour later, he received the expansion scroll. Expansion. Initially 30 slots, now 120 slots. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Minor Forest. I hope Black Gold de Xiong won't let me down. At noon, Mu Chen logged out of the game to prepare lunch. Too lazy to buy groceries, he ordered takeout. Dong, dong, dong. Knocking on the door. It wasn't the takeout, but two men in black suits. Sunglasses woman, Mr. Mu Chen? Mu Chen, that's me. What's the matter? This morning, at Beihu Park, did you save the granddaughter of the chairman of the Chun Group? Mu Chen nodded. Sunglasses woman, Mr. Chen Zhengshi wants to thank you and has specially organized a banquet in your honor. Mu Chen didn't even think about it and directly refused, not going. Sunglasses woman, why? This is the Chen Group's banquet. Mu Chen shook his head. Sunglasses man, what difficulties have you encountered? The Chun Group can help you settle them. His arrogance was evident. Mu Chen, if there's nothing else, please leave. He intended to close the door. Sunglasses man, wait. Are you doubting us? Mu Chen, no. Sunglasses woman, you refuse to forgive the chairman? Mu Chen, not exactly. Then why? The man and woman in sunglasses were about to lose their minds. An invitation from the Chun Group was something countless people dreamed of. The man in sunglasses frowned, planning to give him a proper lesson. The power of the Chun Group was laid out before him. The chairman personally instructed that Mu Chen must be invited to the banquet. If they messed it up, the two of them would end up idling away at the Chun Group. Mr. Mu Chen, you don't understand the influence of the Chun Group. This is your chance to rise to prominence. The man in sunglasses glanced at Mu Chen's shabby appearance. Mu Chen replied indifferently, are all the big shots in Jinan City from your family? And now you want to recruit a gaming expert? The two were instantly shocked. Mu Chen knew even more than they did. Failing to entice him, the man in sunglasses immediately softened his tone. The chairman is very sincere. Please make sure to attend. Mu Chen, tell him, saving someone was just a casual act. I'll skip the banquet. I've ordered takeout, not going out for lunch. Takeout. The delivery guy is here. Mu Chen, that's me. Took the delivery, closed the door. Just because of a delivery? Giving up the Chun Group? Utterly ridiculous. Sunglasses woman, what should we do? Knock again? Man with sunglasses, it's useless. This guy has no desires or demands. Report the truth and let the chairman decide. The black sedan drove away. In the car, a call was made. Chen Zhengshi, where is he? The banquet is all set. The man in sunglasses braced himself. Chairman, Mr. Mu Chen, he won't come. What? You can't even handle such a small matter? Chen Zhengshi roared. The man in sunglasses quickly explained. Because of a takeout meal. Chen Zhengshi fell silent. After a while, Chen Zhengshi said, all right, got it. He hung up. Inside the rental apartment, Mu Chen was eating takeout. Song Jia logged off on time. Mu Chen said, put on your shoes. Don't go barefoot. Song Jia smiled. Mu Chen, roast duck, do you like it? Song Jia, I like it. Eat up. Song Jia handed Mu Chen a lotus leaf pancake with roast duck. Mu Chen, what level are you now? Song Jia, level 8. Not bad. Brother Mu Chen, which main city are you in? I'll come find you when I reach level 10. Song Jia asked softly. Mu Chen does not recommend Black Lion City. Its resources are poor, and its benefits are lacking. He originally wanted to refuse, but upon considering Song Jia's S-level talent, Demon Banner, the most compatible profession is Demon Warlock. Demon Warlock is an evil profession and will be hunted by the Order faction. He decides to gift Song Jia a Demon Warlock profession change stone. Black Lion City has weak divine authority, and the City Lord's mansion is dominant, making it more suitable for Song Jia. I'm in Black Lion City. Come if you want, Mu Chen said. Okay, Song Jia replied happily. Black Lion City has few resources and poor benefits. Think it through. Song Jia, wherever Brother Mu Chen is, that's where I'll be. After lunch, Mu Chen continued gaming, while Song Jia studied. Song Jia said that the Ministry of Education wants to reduce students' burdens and encourage them to play games, such as Dawn. Mu Chen thought to himself, the era of nationwide gaming is coming. After logging in, Mu Chen repaired his equipment. Then, he decided to contact One Leaf of Spring to go to the Miners' Forest together. The equipment that dropped would be sold directly to him, saving trouble. Voice call, One Leaf of Spring, Dust God, do you have more equipment to sell? Mu Chen, that's right. How much? Many, not less than last time. Spring of a Leaf asked in confusion, Dust God, where did you get so much equipment? Mu Chen, you want to know? Spring of a Leaf, I do. Can you leave the city of penitence now? I can. Come find me in the miner's forest near the Touch Gold mine. After the deal, you'll know. What time? Now. Mu Chen, empty the backpack, make more space, there might be a lot of equipment. The call ended. Mu Chen teleported to the Touch Gold mine. The entrance to the gold coin dungeon was crowded with people. A world announcement, the master of the dungeon, countless players were envious, jealous, and resentful of Mu Chen. Mu Chen, the more challengers, the better. No one can replace me before level 20. Objective, Miner's Forest. Arriving early was to save time. 10 minutes later, Spring of a Leaf also arrived, calling out Mu Chen's name and searching everywhere. Mu Chen shouted, I'm here. Spring of a Leaf ran over, smiling, Great Dust, trade? Wait, Mu Chen said seriously, want to know where I got so much equipment? You'll understand in a moment. Spring of a Leaf nodded excitedly, alright. The two remained silent. Yishi-chun couldn't help but ask, how much longer? Mu Chen checked the time, there was still an hour left. The Black Gold Bear King should be arriving soon. He was just about to say, wait a little longer. In the distance, the sound of commotion could be heard. Black Gold Dishion led over 50 people into the miner's forest. Red named players. Yishi-chun's expression changed drastically. Grabbing Mu Chen's sleeve, he said, let's go. Don't get spotted. Mu Chen patted his shoulder. You go get the equipment. Then he walked straight toward Black Gold Dishion. Wait. Spring Leaf of One was anxious. There's no equipment over there. Don't throw your life away. Unable to catch up, he could only watch helplessly. Sigh. Spring Leaf of One scratched his head in frustration. Had Dust gone mad? Maybe they should retreat for now. Suddenly, Spring Leaf of One was shocked. Black Gold Bear laughed smugly. Mu Chen was too foolish, tricked into coming to apologize and bringing gifts. Last time I was killed, the loss was huge. Even more hateful is the Eye of Omniscience. I must take it back. This time, there are studio members and dozens of red-named players. Mu Chen is definitely doomed. You guys ambush, I'll hold him steady, then launch a sudden attack. Black Gold Dashiong instructed. Stop dawdling, said the impatient swordsman called Blood Frenzy, it's just killing someone. Black Gold Dashiong coldly said, get lost. Blood Mad Kill sneered and turned to leave. Black Gold Dashiong angrily said, no one leaves, get lost. No one laughed. Black Gold Dashiong, the target is tricky, stay sharp. The red-named player asked, who's the target? Still a secret? Black Gold Dashiong, Dust. Dust? Is it the Dust that appeared twice on the world announcement? That's right, it is. Mu Chen appeared, walked to the front of the crowd, and said calmly. Black Gold Dashiong was stunned. Mu Chen, good afternoon. Then, your equipment is nice, I like it. Now, it's mine. After speaking, attack. Destruction Finger descended, and the Black Gold Giant Bear was instantly killed. Equipment and gold coins scattered all over the ground. Mu Chen looked at the stunned Black Gold Studio and the red-named players, calmly saying, sorry, you all have to die. He then fired several more, Destruction Finger, attacks, taking down several red-named players. The remaining ones suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly fought back. Several red-named players with control skills immediately cast their abilities, charging straight at Mu Chen. Vine Entanglement. Slow Spell. Dark Imprisonment. Mu Chen stood still, letting the skills land on him. The spellcasters were overjoyed, got him. They thought Mu Chen was doomed. But Mu Chen was testing Abyssal Will, his SSS level talent, which grants immunity to all mental and control effects. System notifications flooded the screen. Vine Entanglement, resisted. Slow Spell, resisted. Dark Imprisonment, resisted. Mu Chen nodded with satisfaction, not bad. The melee players charged forward, thinking Mu Chen was immobilized. However, with a few, Finger of Destruction, half of them fell again. What's going on? Control skills aren't working, a red-named player screamed. He has purification potions? Run! This bastard is too strong. Damn it, I'm going to report him for cheating. The scene descended into complete chaos. Some were still struggling, only to be instantly killed by Mu Chen. Others, realizing they were no match, turned and fled. Retreat quickly, if we don't run, we're all going to die. Agile players like archers, rogues, and swordsmen ran the fastest, darting over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Mu Chen's Destruction Finger has a long range. A streak of red lightning caught up with an archer, delivering a critical hit and killing them instantly. The lightning leapt again, taking out other fleeing players. The battle ended. Of the 58 people brought by Black Gold de Xiong, all but one were killed by Mu Chen. The minor forest quieted down, with the scent of blood lingering in the air. Corpses, equipment, and gold were scattered everywhere. Mu Chen counted the corpses on the ground, confirming the number was correct. He waved into the depths of the dense forest, while Spring of a Leaf was still in a daze. Spring of a Leaf struggled to move in front of Mu Chen, wanting to speak but unable to say anything. Mu Chen said calmly, "Give me a price for this equipment. I'm not selling for gold coins." "Got it, I understand." Spring of a Leaf nodded stiffly, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Dust God, was your previous equipment also?" "That's right, I killed and looted them, then sold them to you," Mu Chen interrupted. Yi Shichen's expression turned peculiar. He had once thought Mu Chen had access to secret dungeons or mysterious merchants. Unexpectedly, all of Mu Chen's equipment came from killing others. And it was Mu Chen alone who had taken down more than 50 people. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Earlier, he thought Mu Chen was strong, but not to an absurd degree. Now, he was starting to feel fear. "All right, hurry up, I don't have much time," Mu Chen urged. Springleaf dared not slack off, quickly picking up the equipment and piling it together for appraisal. Mu Chen squatted down to pick up the gold coins. This time, the people from the Black Gold studio didn't have much money on them, not even Black Gold Xiong, with less than 100 coins. Mu Chen guessed that after he wiped them out last time, these people had to re-equip themselves, spending all their money. The people from Black Gold Studio were broke, but the red-named players were filthy rich. Their high kill values made them wanted by the main city, unable to return, leaving them to wander in the wild. No auction house, no bank, no skill tower. There are wandering merchants and the dark bank in the wild. Wandering merchants sell everything, but their goods are random, ranging from good to bad. Occasionally, you might find a bargain, but it depends on luck. Counterfeit goods are also common. They never stay long, and whether you encounter them is entirely up to chance. The Dark Bank is exclusive to the evil faction and is generally inaccessible to regular players. Red-named players cannot return to town to store money. Gold coins and valuable items can only be carried with them. Daily necessities can be entrusted to friends or purchased through other players for a fee. If equipment breaks, they can also find someone to take it to the main city for repairs. Despite the inconvenience and lack of safety, life in the wild is barely manageable. These more than 30 red-named players dropped a total of 1.1 million gold coins. Truly, killing and arson bring wealth, while building bridges and repairing roads leave no corpses. This way of making money is much faster than grinding monsters or bosses. No wonder red-named players keep coming in droves. After picking up all the scattered gold coins, Mu Chen straightened up, feeling sore in his back and waist. Mages have poor stamina, even a little extra movement tires them out. It seems that picking up money can sometimes be a painful task. Mu Chen sighed and looked at Yi Shichen. He had already organized the equipment and was now calculating its value using a virtual phone. Yi Shichen was very focused. Mu Chen didn't disturb him and stood to the side, studying the skills in his skill bar, patiently waiting. About half an hour later, Yi Shichen finally finished calculating. He let out a long breath, looked up at Mu Chen, and said, "Master, it's done. Are you satisfied with this price?" He showed the price on the virtual phone to Mu Chen. Mu Chen glanced at it. The price was about as expected. "All right." Mu Chen nodded. Spring of One Leaf licked his lips. "I can't gather that many gold coins at the moment. Can it be converted into Huaxia currency?" "That's fine too." Mu Chen wasn't short on gold coins right now, and Huaxia currency was good as well. He planned to save enough money to move to a better place and buy a deluxe version of the gaming pod. Spring of One Leaf saw Mu Chen agree and immediately transferred the money. Mu Chen glanced at Spring of One Leaf's virtual phone. The unique feature of the gaming pod allowed online transfers without exiting the game, which was very convenient. 3 or 4 minutes later, after finishing the operation, Spring of One Leaf looked up and asked, "Master, has the money arrived?" "Yes." Mu Chen exited the game, took off the helmet, picked up his phone, and checked the bank transfer record. 1.78 million Huaxia currency, not a cent missing. Confirmed correct. Mu Chen logged back into the game. "The money has been received, take the equipment with you." "It's time for me to go," Mu Chen said to Yi Shichen. "All right," Yi Shichen agreed, but then found himself in a dilemma. Previously, Mu Chen mentioned there was a lot of equipment and told him to free up more inventory slots. He hadn't taken it seriously. His level 2 backpack had 120 slots, which seemed more than enough. But now, the equipment Mu Chen gave him far exceeded his expectations and also far exceeded his backpack's capacity. He couldn't fit it all, nor could he carry it with both hands. He was reluctant to throw it away, as it was bought with real money. Just as he was fretting, Mu Chen gave him a suggestion: you can ask your friends to come and pick you up. One friend might not be enough, but if a few more come, they should be able to carry it all. That's a good idea, it's just that. Springleaf hesitated. Mu Chen asked, is there a problem? A Springleaf looked troubled. Great God, Mu Chen, those people you killed have probably already revived at the respawn point. This place is close to the Tuksh gold mine teleportation point, and I'm afraid they might come back for revenge. My friend won't be here for a while. They're all red-named players who kill without hesitation. What if they steal my stuff? Red-named players revive at the respawn point in the prison zone, not in towns. Don't worry, they can't leave the prison zone until they've atoned for their sins, Mu Chen explained. As for those non-red-named players from the Black Gold Studio, if you're worried about their revenge, I can stay and protect you until your friend arrives. How could I trouble you, great God, with such a thing? A Springleaf said politely, though inwardly he was eager for Mu Chen to stay. He was genuinely afraid of retaliation, but he was even more curious to figure out what class Mu Chen was, given his incredible prowess. Great God, Mu Chen, you look so young. Are you still in college? Yeah, he is. Coincidentally, so am I. I study at Haicheng University of Finance and Law, and I'll graduate next year. My home is in Haicheng. When you have time, Great Master, come visit Haicheng. I'll personally host you and show you around for a few days. I guarantee you'll leave satisfied. While casually chatting with Ye Jichuan, Mu Chen subtly declined Ye's probing. Ye wanted to know Mu Chen's profession, but he deflected with vague responses. Nightmare mages are the #1 enemies of the temple, taking pleasure in slaughtering deities. If discovered by the gods of order, they would face utter annihilation. Mu Chen was cautious and would not easily reveal his identity. Yi Jichun was born into wealth, being the son of Yi Xuanlin, a real estate tycoon in Haicheng. He was also an investor in the Deep Blue Dream Guild and the heir to the Yi family. The Deep Blue Dream Guild was in urgent need of equipment. Although Deep Blue Dream was not very famous at the moment, Mu Chen knew that it was one of the top 10 guilds in China. Although Yi Jichun didn't manage to find out much, Mu Chen had already figured out his background. Yi Jichun also realized Mu Chen's depth and caution. So, he stopped probing and opened up for a conversation. As they chatted, Yi Jichun's friends arrived. My friends are here. Well, then I'll take my leave. Master, where are you planning to go? Your ID is already a bit red. You must have killed someone. Yes, that's right. Mu Chen killed members of the Black Gold Studio. His kill value exceeded 30, and he became a criminal. Great Master, what are you going to do then? At worst, I'll stay in the wild for a few days, wait for the kill value to drop, and then return to the city. Mu Chen had already calculated this before taking down the Black Gold Studio. Got it. Let me know if you need any help. After bidding farewell to Ye Jichuan, Mu Chen prepared to teleport out of the miner's forest. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he immediately logged off. His consciousness returned to the real world. What's the matter? Mu Chen asked Song Jia. Song Jia said softly, there's an old man outside named Chen Zhongsher, saying he has something important to discuss with you. Who? Chen Zhongsher? Mu Chen was the one who treated Chen Zhongsher's little granddaughter's injury. He had declined his dinner invitation at noon, but unexpectedly, Chen Zhongsher personally came to visit. Go tell him that I'm a bit busy right now and don't have time to see him. Tell him not to come looking for me again. I already told him, but that old man said he won't leave unless he sees you tonight. It doesn't seem like he's joking, Song Jia said. Mu Chen felt a bit irritated. He only wanted to treat the little girl but didn't expect to attract so much trouble. After thinking for a moment, Mu Chen decided to go out and meet Chen Zhongsher. Chen Zhongsher definitely had something to ask of him. Mu Chen got up, walked to the door, and opened it without hesitation. Chen Zhongsher stood outside the door, over 60 years old, yet as straight as a pine tree. During the day, Chen Zhongsher had been flustered and at a loss because his granddaughter was injured. Now, his gaze was resolute, his spirit revitalized, even more energetic than the young. Tonight's Chen Zhongsher was the true Chen Zhongsher, the man in control of the Chun Group, a big figure who could call the shots in Jinnan City. At least 20 bodyguards were stationed downstairs, standing guard. Chen Zhongsher didn't waste words, took out a bank card, and handed it to Mu Chen. There's 10 million in here, just a token of respect. Mu Chen didn't take it and said calmly, that's too much. I don't want it. How much do you want? Chen Zhongsher asked. 300 to 400,000. Fixing your granddaughter's leg is very reasonable. Chen Zhongshu laughed. My granddaughter is the person I cherish the most. This 10 million is worth it. Take it. Mu Chen said coldly, in my eyes, your granddaughter is no different from anyone else. Chen Zhongshu's face stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to a smile. Sir, you are indeed extraordinary, a true gentleman. I am greedy and lustful, Mu Chen said. Chen Zhongshu continued to praise, a man of true temperament. Mu Chen asked directly, stop beating around the bush. You came tonight not just to express your gratitude, right? Chen Zhongshu raised an eyebrow. You think my intentions are impure? Mu Chen stared at him. You want to learn the method to treat your granddaughter. Straight to the point. Chen Zhongshu indeed did not waste his efforts, still maintaining his composure, and asked, can we talk inside? Mu Chen nodded. Chen Zhongshu entered the house and sat down on the sofa. Song Jia poured some tea and hid in the bedroom. Chen Zhongshu praised after Song Jia left, good kid. Is she your sister? Mu Chen said coldly, haven't you investigated me? Cut the nonsense. In his previous life, Mu Chen had encountered too many big shots like Chen Zhongshu. He was well aware of their tactics. Chen Zhongshu gave an awkward laugh. Early this morning, Chen Zhongshu sent someone to investigate Mu Chen's background. Mu Chen's scheming is not as naive as his appearance suggests and should not be underestimated. Chen Zhongshu said solemnly, what did you use to cure my granddaughter's leg? That's right, Mu Chen admitted directly. Chen Zhongshu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Chen Zhongshu's granddaughter's leg injury was very serious, with broken bones. Even the best doctors couldn't guarantee a full recovery. But Mu Chen healed it with just a light touch, surely using a different method. He can even treat more serious injuries? As a businessman, Chen Zhongshu is most concerned about making money. The abilities Mu Chen displayed are tools for making money. That's why Chen Zhongshu hosted a banquet, personally visited, and even offered 10 million to win him over. Chen Zhongshu breathed heavily. Is it immortality? Taoist arts? Or magic? Mu Chen said expressionlessly, game skills. Chen Zhongshu's face darkened, forcing a smile. Mr. Mu Chen, you really know how to joke. Mu Chen smiled without saying a word. He knew Chen Zhongshu wouldn't believe him. Mr. Mu Chen, teach me, no matter the cost. 1 trillion huaxia currency, how about that? Chen Zhongshu fell silent. Even if the Chen Group were sold, it wouldn't be enough to gather 1 trillion. After a while, Chen Zhongshu said, let's collaborate. You have the skills, I have the resources. How about a 50-50 split? Mu Chen shook his head, finding it troublesome. He stood up, looking down from above. Old man, you should go home and sleep. Chen Zhongshu slowly got up, stared into Mu Chen's eyes, and softly said, can we exchange contact information? Mu Chen, of course. After exchanging contact information, Chen Zhongshu took his leave and departed. Closing the door, Song Jia came out of the bedroom. She didn't ask, and Mu Chen didn't say. Song Jia was well-behaved and sensible. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. Brother Mu Chen, what do you want to eat tonight? Song Jia asked sweetly. Anything. All right, wait a moment, I'll do it right away. Song Jia smiled and went to the kitchen. At this moment, the door sounded again. Who is it? Mu Chen went to open the door. It was the sunglasses man who invited him at noon. The sunglasses man had a complicated expression and respectfully said, Mr. Mu Chen, the chairman asked me to give this to you. He handed over a bank card, 500,000, the password is the last 6 digits of your phone number. Mu Chen did not refuse. This was the reward for curing Chen Zhongshu's granddaughter. He understood that what Chen Zhongshu gave would eventually be taken back. He refused the 10 million because he didn't want to owe Chen Zhongshu a favor. Chen Zhongshu valued his healing skills and wanted to use him. Meanwhile, Mu Chen had his eyes on the Chun Corporation. After the man in sunglasses left, Mu Chen closed the door. After dinner, Mu Chen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went back to his bedroom to play games. Song Jia also went to take a shower and stayed in there for a long time. Later, Mu Chen discovered that all his dirty clothes had been washed clean by Song Jia. Song Jia is so nice, Mu Chen sighed. After logging in, Mu Chen teleported to the muddy swamp near Dawn City. There is bog iron here, a black iron-grade material, priced at 10 gold coins per piece. He came here not for the bog iron, but for a hidden quest. Field NPCs can trigger hidden quests with generous rewards. Mu Chen's high kill value prevents him from entering the city, so he might as well complete all the hidden field quests he knows about. Muddy jungle, swamps everywhere, with pale green miasma all around. Mu Chen stepped into the mud, walking with uneven steps. Along the way, he saw plenty of bog iron ore, which could be obtained by striking it with a pickaxe. Deeper inside, there were many players mining, solo players, studios, and guilds, all bustling with activity. Mu Chen did not attract any attention. It's very safe, the ore won't explode. He continued walking inside. A berserker in grey-blue heavy armor reminded him, Mage brother, don't go any further, it's a swamp, dangerous. Mu Chen knew the danger. But he still turned back, thank you, I will be careful. He continued deeper. The swampy jungle is divided into 3 zones. Area 1, Poisonous Toads, the regional boss is a leader-level creature. Area 2, Concentrated Mud Iron Ore. Area 3, full of trap swamps, no monsters, no ores, very dangerous. The NPC for the hidden quest is located in Area 3, hard to find. Mu Chen had no flying skills, no flying mount, and no companion support. Here, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he had the Blink Ring, and its equipped skill, Blink, was extremely useful. He remembered the NPC living in seclusion in the muddy swamp, residing in a small wooden hut deep in the marshes, roughly to the west of his current location. The map of the muddy swamp was only sold at the Dawn City General Store, which Mu Chen couldn't reach, so the map was completely dark, and he could only proceed blindly. He remembered that the NPC's wooden hut was deep in the swamp, where there was a graveyard of bones, very conspicuous and should not be hard to find. After determining the direction, Mu Chen proceeded cautiously. This was all swampy terrain, so he had to be extra careful. As he was thinking, his foot suddenly sank, and his left foot got stuck in the rotting mud. Damn it, stuck in the swamp. He had barely stepped into Zone 3 for less than half a minute before encountering misfortune. This was just too unlucky. He even wondered if he had been targeted by the god of misfortune. However, a powerful suction in the swamp firmly gripped Mu Chen, attempting to devour him. Mu Chen stopped overthinking and tried to pull out his left foot, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In just a moment, his lower body was completely trapped in the swamp, unable to move. Without hesitation, Mu Chen immediately activated the skill of the Ring of Blink. Within a few blinks, he had teleported to a safe area. Phew! That was close. If it weren't for the Ring of Blink, I might have died here. Mu Chen reached a safe spot and looked back. The swamp that had almost claimed his life just now looked no different from the rest of the muddy jungle, at least as far as Mu Chen could tell. Zone 3 was the most dangerous part of the muddy jungle. The danger here was invisible. With that, Mu Chen turned around and stepped into the swamp again, sinking into it once more. Mu Chen. He didn't even know what to say, unsure whether he was just unlucky or if the swamps in Zone 3 were simply this abundant. In the end, Mu Chen decided not to bother anymore. He picked a direction and repeatedly used the Blink skill, traveling at an extremely fast speed. In this way, who cares about swamps or no swamps? As long as his teleportation speed is fast enough, there's nothing to fear. Thus, 15 or 16 minutes passed. While teleporting at high speed, Mu Chen caught a glimpse of a ghastly white skeleton hanging on a withered tree and immediately stopped teleporting. The skeleton hanging on the tree is human bones. The human bones' hands were bound to the withered tree branches with iron shackles, and the feet were similarly restrained by iron shackles, with a lead ball the size of a human head hanging from them, pulling downward with force. The entire skeleton had been stretched to twice its original length. There were no external injuries on the skeleton. It must have been either starved to death or tortured to death. Around here, it's not just this one set of tortured human bones. With every few steps deeper, you can see a skeleton hanging on a withered tree, like a series of tombstones. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen not only wasn't afraid but even revealed a faint smile. It seems I've found the right place. The NPC living in the rotten swamp is just ahead. Mu Chen immediately quickened his pace and walked forward. Unexpectedly, the next moment he stepped into the swamp again and sank into it. Mu Chen. He used the Blink skill once more to escape the danger and finally arrived in front of a small wooden hut deep within the swamp. This small wooden cabin is built on a massive dead tree. The trunk of the tree is so large that it would take 6 adults holding hands to encircle it. Its roots are thick and extremely massive. Calling it a small wooden cabin, it would actually be more accurate to describe it as a treehouse. The cabin is constructed from the dead wood, seemingly built using local materials. It stands 4 to 5 meters above the ground, with a rope ladder hanging down from the treehouse. There are traces of life all around this area. The area near the treehouse is also where the most human bone tombstones are located. It's clear that the NPCs living here probably have bad tempers, might even be a bit psychopathic, and are tough characters. But Mu Chen didn't feel scared and instead shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. Mu Chen called out again, and this time a hoarse male voice came from inside the treehouse. "Who are you? What kind of person?" The NPC inside the treehouse seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. His speech was intermittent and incoherent. Muchen said, "I am an adventurer mining in the swampy jungle. I accidentally got lost and wandered here. Seeing this treehouse, I came to seek help." "Adventurer, good, you come up. I have the map, follow the map, you can get out." Inside the treehouse, the man stammered as he spoke. "Why don't you come out instead?" "I won't go in." Muchen discreetly glanced around the treehouse. It appeared unremarkable, yet concealed deadly traps. He could sense the murderous intent hidden near the withered tree roots beneath the treehouse, as well as the waves of malice emanating from within. When Muchen finished speaking, the treehouse fell into silence. After a while, the person inside the treehouse asked again, "Are you really not coming in?" Muchen replied with a smile, "Your wooden house is too small to accommodate me." "Ha!" The person inside the treehouse let out a few cold laughs. The next moment, the door of the treehouse was opened from the inside, and a man in a gray robe, with a face full of beard, about 40 years old, walked out. He wore a long robe, covered in dirt and patches, which seemed to have been worn for a long time. Muchen was equipped with the Eye of Omniscience, capable of reading hidden information about players, monsters, and NPCs. At the first glance of this man, Muchen used the Eye of Omniscience to read his hidden information. Farron. Level, 51. Profession, Earth Mage. Identity, former squad leader of the 5th Mage Regiment in Dawn City, now a deserter. Personality, cruel, suspicious, cunning. You say you're an adventurer here for mining. Show me your mining tools and the ores you've collected. Farron fixed a sharp gaze on Muchen, speaking each word deliberately. At this moment, there was no trace of the stuttering or awkwardness in his earlier speech, indicating it was all an act to lure Muchen closer. To have survived in this swamp for so long proves his remarkable skills. It goes without saying that he would set up some traps around his residence to prevent anyone from sneaking up on the treehouse to ambush him. Facing Farron's questioning, Muchen put on a panicked expression and said, "I just encountered a monster and accidentally lost all the ores and tools I had collected." "What kind of monster did you encounter?" Farron pressed further. "Rotten lizard," Muchen answered after a moment of silence. "You're lying," Farron said coldly. "The Swamp of Decay only has venomous toads. Where would rotten lizards come from?" Muchen was speechless. Farron stared intently at Muchen and demanded sharply, "Who are you really? What are you doing here?" He stepped forward a few paces, somehow producing a golden staff made of purple sandalwood, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A trace of panic flashed across Muchen's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I just got lost while mining." "Still trying to lie?" Farron glared at him and roared, "The stench of blood on you is strong. You've killed quite a few people, haven't you? Are you on the run because you're wanted?" Muchen feigned surprise. "How did you?" Before finishing his sentence, he seemed to realize something and immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this reaction, Farron became even more convinced that his guess was correct. This kid must also be wanted by Dawn City and had no choice but to flee into this swamp. Since he wasn't being pursued by someone after him, Farron let out a sigh of relief, looked up, and said, "Kid, spill it. Why exactly is Dawn City after you, and why did you escape here?" I didn't. I'm really just here to mine. I'm not wanted." Muchen tried to argue. Farron interrupted impatiently, "All right, stop pretending. I used to be a squad leader in the Dawn City Mage Corps. I can tell at a glance whether you've committed a crime." Muchen fell silent. After a while, Muchen finally spoke, "I'm not wanted by Dawn City, it's the City of Retribution." Farron was surprised when he heard the name City of Retribution. To be wanted by the Temple of Retribution, the crime committed by Muchen must not be minor. "Then how did you end up here?" Farron asked again. The City of Discipline, under the jurisdiction of the Temple of Retribution, was very far from Dawn City. It was impossible to get here on foot, and even flying mounts couldn't match the speed of the temple's exclusive golden-grade Scarlet Griffins. A teleportation array? That was even less likely. Anyone arriving would be immediately apprehended by Dawn City's law enforcement team. As for the teleportation points near the Swamp of Mire, those were set up by the system for players, and NPCs neither knew about them nor could use them. That was why Farron posed the question. "That's a long story," Muchen sighed, pulling out a prepared explanation. "I was originally a young mage from Armor Rock City. I came to Dawn City on an errand to deliver a letter under my mentor's orders. But as soon as I teleported here, I heard that my mentor had been accused of colluding with demon warlocks." At this point, Muchen stopped speaking, as Farron had already understood. When it came to demon warlocks, a profession considered. Inherently evil, the Temple of Retribution was always merciless, preferring to err on the side of caution. They even practiced collective punishment, implicating friends and family for one person's crime. Every year, people were burned alive by the temple for being associated with demon warlocks. Farhan had encountered a few unlucky individuals like Mu Chen before. The Temple of Retribution didn't prioritize hunting down such fugitives. They would capture them if possible but wouldn't waste manpower if not. However, this also meant that Mu Chen could only hide in the wilderness from now on, unable to set foot in any town. All towns had temple guards stationed, and entering one while being wanted was tantamount to seeking death. The temple's lack of pursuit didn't mean forgiveness. This perfectly explained why Mu Chen was hiding in the swamp of mire, a sparsely populated and perilous place, making it an ideal hiding spot. After hearing Mu Chen's story, Farhan looked him up and down a few times, clicking his tongue in amazement. If an ordinary person hid in this cursed place, they'd have drowned in the swamp by now. Not only are you fine, but you also managed to find me here. Either you have some special skills or you're ridiculously lucky. Farhan glanced at Mu Chen's equipment, guessing that his level wasn't very high, probably not exceeding level 20. With such a low level, it was likely not strength but sheer luck that got him this far. In the past 3 or 4 years, anyone who dared venture here was after my life, but you've seen what became of them. With that, Farhan gestured for Mu Chen to look around at the skeletal tombstones hanging from the withered trees. He paused for a moment before continuing, meeting like this must be fate. Come, have a seat at my place. Mu Chen revealed just the right amount of hesitation. Farhan snorted disdainfully, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Why would I bother tricking you into my cabin to make a move? Mu Chen no longer hesitated and followed Farhan to the treehouse. As they approached, Farhan whispered to Mu Chen, be careful. There are many living alchemical bombs planted beneath this treehouse. They only recognize my scent. If a stranger gets close, the living bombs will immediately emerge and stick to them, so stay close to me. Hearing about the living alchemical bombs, Mu Chen immediately understood. No wonder he had sensed a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent emanating from the decayed ground beneath the treehouse earlier. Living alchemical bombs are a type of special biological weapon. They resemble octopuses, can move, automatically seek targets, and are quite fast. Once they latch on, they are difficult to remove, and their explosive power rivals that of a sea-level skill. Climbing up the rope ladder to the treehouse, Mu Chen and Farhan entered inside. The space was cramped, furnished with only a small bed and a tiny square table. The corners were piled with miscellaneous items, and the walls were adorned with dried lizard meat and dried toad meat. On the small table was a magic stone lamp, its energy depleted, casting a dim light. Mu Chen and Farhan each took a seat on opposite sides of the small table. Farhan looked up at Mu Chen across from him. What are your plans for the future? Mu Chen immediately pretended to look dejected, saying in a low mood, what plans could I possibly have? My life is over. As long as I can live a few more days, that's enough. Farhan remained silent for a moment. I know a good place. You could go there. Where? Mu Chen asked. Farhan lowered his voice. Undercity, have you heard of it? No. Mu Chen feigned ignorance. What kind of place is that? Farhan said in a deep voice, it's normal that you don't know. The Undercity is one of the 3 major cities of the evil faction, a paradise for evil professions, and the only hope for those oppressed by the temple. Where is the Undercity? Mu Chen asked anxiously. Farhan replied slowly, no rush. But you have to do me a favor. Mu Chen asked, what? Farhan's gaze lingered on the dim magic stone lamp, memories surfacing in his mind. He said slowly, I want you to go see my daughter, and while you're at it, kill Jacob. While I'm at it? Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Isn't killing the main point here? Who am I supposed to kill? The son of the Archbishop of the Temple of Dawn, Jacob. Farhan enunciated each word with hatred. Mu Chen shook his head, I'm only level 16, kill him? That's suicide. Besides, I'm wanted by the Temple of Retribution, how can I enter the city? Don't be so quick to refuse, Farhan urged. Wait until you have the chance to act. I'll pay you. Before I defected from Dawn City, I hid half of my belongings. Kill Jacob, and I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Mu Chen still shook his head, I can't even protect myself. You should find someone else. Farhan smiled bitterly, I'm dying. The miasma is eating away at me, I won't live much longer. You're my only hope. He couldn't leave the swampy jungle, the pursuers were nearby, and he needed Mu Chen. Farhan suddenly looked up, staring into Mu Chen's eyes, and said, help me, and my staff is yours. With that, he took out a golden-purple sandalwood staff. A golden weapon, radiating brilliance. Mu Chen suppressed his excitement, thinking, after acting for so long, I finally tricked him. Kill Jacob, and it's yours. Farron said harshly. Mu Chen pretended to be tempted. I can kill Jacob, but give me a few days. No problem. But we need to sign a contract. Farron said. Mu Chen immediately agreed. Farron rummaged under the bed, pulled out a wooden box, and took out a blank scroll, a quill, and ink. He wrote vigorously, finished the contract, and handed it to Mu Chen. Mu Chen read it carefully 3 times. The general content of the contract: within 10 years, kill Jacob. If not completed within 5 years, the soul will dissipate. If Jacob dies accidentally within 5 years, it also counts as completing the task. Confirmed without error, Mu Chen wrote down the ID. Farron also signed his name. The contract was established, and a golden mark flashed. System prompt: you have accepted the hidden quest Avenger of the Swamp. Farron, don't let me down. He handed the golden staff to Mu Chen. Mu Chen took it and immediately checked its attributes. Fearbringer staff, gold. Type, short staff. Profession, mage. Intelligence, 40. Spell lifesteal, 10%. Equipment skill, fear spell, D. Durability, 5 of 30. The skull at the top of the staff is eerie and sinister. Farron often engaged in battles, and his equipment was long damaged, leaving only this staff usable. Farron handed Mu Chen another map, marking a location outside Dawn City. There lies treasure, and his daughter. Mu Chen agreed to visit her. Objective achieved. Mu Chen got up to leave. How are you leaving? Farron asked. Returning the same way. Be careful on the road. Don't die halfway. Just as Mu Chen was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. By the way, where is Undercity? I just once heard an evil profession mention it. I only know the general location of the Undercity. That place has evaded the temple's sieges multiple times. It's not so easy to find, Farron said in a deep voice. Mu Chen felt a bit disappointed. Alright, then I'll think of another way to get to the Undercity. Accompanied by Farron, Mu Chen left the treehouse. Farron took the initiative to offer to escort Mu Chen out of the swamp, and Mu Chen did not refuse. It wasn't because Farron was particularly hospitable. He was worried that Mu Chen might accidentally sink into the swamp on his way out. If he were to lose his life, Farron's golden staff would be a total loss. Farron was an earth mage, and his mastery of turning mud into stone was exceptional. It was precisely this earth magic that had allowed him to survive in the swamp until now. Farron raised his hand, and the rotting mud on the ground instantly transformed into solid rock. A rocky path leading to Zone 2 appeared before Mu Chen. Go on, and don't forget to visit my daughter, Farron said. Without the support of the golden staff and after years of exposure to the swamp's miasma, he looked utterly exhausted after casting the spell. The rocky path was sustained by Farron's magic, and the longer it lasted, the more mental energy it consumed. Mu Chen simply said, Don't worry, I won't forget. Let's hope so, Farron replied wearily. Mu Chen sprinted along the rocky path, quickly leaving the third swamp area. By the time he reached the second area, the rocky path created by Farron behind him instantly collapsed and disappeared. Mu Chen looked back and had a feeling that Farron was probably still gazing at him from the swamp. Mu Chen withdrew his gaze, opened his backpack, and took out the newly acquired golden staff, playing with it in his hand. This was the first piece of golden equipment in Mu Chen's lifetime, and also the first to appear among global players. At this moment, without hesitation, Mu Chen removed the silver magic staff Dark Rod from his weapon slot and equipped the golden short staff Staff of the Fearsome. Mu Chen did not hide the brilliance emanating from the golden staff. The attributes of the Dark Big Stick are actually quite good, it's just that the name and appearance of the equipment are a bit indecent. This trip to the muddy jungle can truly be described as a huge profit. As for the 10-year pact signed with Farron, the punishment for failing the mission sounds severe and terrifying, but as long as Mu Chen is given 2 years, he can level up to above 200. In 10 years, he might even grow to the level of the God of Dawn. By then, would he still fear being unable to kill the son of a mere archbishop of the Dawn Temple? Mu Chen is not worried about this 10-year pact at all. He might not even need to act personally. 3 years from now, when the Chaos Gods invade both the real world and the Dawn world, not only will the real world face destruction, but the Dawn world will also meet the same fate, unable to escape the doom of annihilation. Whenever he thinks of the Chaos Gods, Mu Chen feels a bit heavy-hearted. The Chaos Gods are like a ferocious tiger following closely behind him, constantly driving him forward. The moment Mu Chen relaxes even slightly, they would eagerly devour him completely. Next, it was time to dig up the treasure Farron had hidden. Mu Chen took out the map Farron had given him, studied it carefully for a while, roughly determined the location of the treasure, and set off on his way. Zone 2 is the area with the most mud iron mines. Just like when Mu Chen first arrived, players coming to Zone 2 of the muddy jungle to mine were endless, with people coming and going, creating a lively scene. Just as before, Mu Chen passed through the bustling crowd and headed in the direction of leaving the muddy jungle. Unlike his quiet and unnoticed arrival, Mu Chen left under the spotlight, with the surrounding players' gazes all drawn to him, firmly fixed on him. To be precise, their attention was captured by the golden staff hanging at Mu Chen's waist. Am I seeing things? Could that really be a golden staff? No doubt about it, that's definitely a golden weapon. Wow, where did he get that golden weapon from? Damn, this is probably the first golden weapon in the national server. Not just the national server, I bet this is the first golden weapon in the world. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Here I am, working my ass off mining, barely making $100 a day, and someone else gets a golden weapon worth millions. This is so unfair. This guy seems to have come back from the swamp in Zone 3. Could it be that golden weapons are found there? It's possible. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mu Chen remained composed, walking step by step out of the muddy jungle. Along the way, he encountered many players who approached to chat, asking where he had obtained the golden weapon, whether it was from the swamp in Zone 3. Mu Chen answered truthfully, telling them that deep within the Zone 3 swamp, there was an NPC who could provide a hidden quest, and the golden staff was the reward for completing it. Apart from daily quests and reputation quests that could be repeated, most quests could only be accepted once. This was common knowledge in the game. Upon learning that the golden staff was a reward for a hidden quest, many people showed disappointment on their faces. Some, unwilling to give up, put away their mining tools, abandoned the half-extracted muddy iron ore, and teamed up with companions to explore the Zone 3 swamp. Of course, there were also players who greedily eyed Mu Chen with malicious intent. Mu Chen was well aware of those hostile and covetous looks. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Mu Chen enjoyed hunting, the golden staff was his bait. Some players adhered to the principle of not flaunting their wealth, hiding the shine of their high-level equipment and keeping a low profile. But Mu Chen was different. He loved slaughter, loved combat, and loved killing to seize treasures. However, he never bullied the weak, he only killed the strong and those who dared to provoke him. Thus, bait became particularly indispensable in moments like these. Coming out of the muddy jungle and walking on the road to the buried treasure of Farron, Mu Chen was followed by a group of 10 to 20 people. They gathered in 3s and 5s, trailing far behind him. It was obvious they were not a single group but rather several small teams. Clearly, they had set their sights on Mu Chen's golden weapon. No one dared to rashly make a move against Mu Chen. Everyone wanted to be the final Oriole, and no one wanted to be the mantis catching the cicada. When they reached a deserted and open area, a 5-person team summoned their brown warhorse mounts and galloped quickly to catch up with Mu Chen, blocking his path. The team consisted of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The leading young mage looked about 15 or 16 years old. His teammates were roughly the same age, all students. The young mage's ID was Kingdom's Reign. Although he was young, his ID was quite imposing. Kingdom's Reign was riding the cheapest brown warhorse in Dawn City, which could be bought for just 1,000 gold coins. Hey, you're wearing gold tier equipment, aren't you? Kingdom's Reign looked down at Mu Chen from his elevated position. Mu Chen cooperated fully, that's right. He had always been lenient toward those on the brink of death. Hand over your equipment, gold coins, and all the good stuff in your backpack, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, humph humph. King's Dominion sneered, while his teammates jeered from the side, hurry up, or we'll take your life. Stop wasting time, kill him. The 2 girls, though silent, had smiles on their faces that showed their agreement. The malice of youth was laid bare before Mu Chen. Mu Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. He pulled out his golden staff and unleashed a finger of destruction. Instantly, 4 were killed, leaving only King's Dominion. Although he was still alive, the aftermath of the finger of destruction had left him seriously injured. How could you take down so many people in an instant? He asked, his face full of shock. Nothing is impossible, Mu Chen replied calmly. He raised his staff once again. King's Dominion panicked, losing all his previous arrogance, his face filled with fear. Big brother, please spare me. I'm still a student, forgive me. Mu Chen said nothing and showed no mercy. Another finger of destruction. He killed King's Dominion. Students are just students, pitifully poor. Those few horses are probably the most valuable possessions. Mu Chen glanced at the dropped equipment and items. They could be described as trash, making him shake his head. He had originally intended to lure a big fish but ended up catching only a few small shrimps. Looking back, those scheming players were still in the distance, with no intention of approaching. It was clear they had retreated in fear. The scene of Mu Chen instantly killing a few had scared them off. The players in the swamp of mud had little strength. They were hoping to rely on numbers to snatch equipment. Mu Chen found it boring, but at least it saved him from being followed. Farron's treasure site is very close to Dawn City, and there are frequent patrols. Mu Chen proceeded cautiously, trying to avoid them. His kill value exceeded 30 points. Approaching towns would cause soldier NPCs to attack him. Fortunately, it hadn't surpassed 50 points, or he would be hunted down. This is also why Farron, despite being on the run for years, didn't dare to retrieve the treasure. Mu Chen arrived at the location marked on the treasure map, a seemingly ordinary small hill, with the treasure buried beneath the tree. After ensuring safety, take out the shovel and start digging. As a seasoned player, essential tools are a must. At a depth of 2 meters, you encounter something hard. It's not a rock, but an iron box. This should be Farron's treasure. Open the iron chest. Inside, it was packed to the brim with various valuable jewels, antiques, as well as skill stones, potions, and scrolls. Mu Chen roughly estimated the value of the jewels and antiques to be about 500,000 gold coins. The rest was what he truly needed. He stuffed everything into his backpack. Retreat was the priority. He would find a safe place later to study them. Still can't forget Farron. His daughter lives in a nearby village. It's just before dawn now, any later and it will be difficult to sneak into the village. Following the directions on the treasure map, Mu Chen arrived after walking for over 10 minutes. He stopped on a small hill outside the village. Under the night sky, a few torches moved within the village, carried by militiamen on night patrol. Quite dedicated, patrolling so late. Mu Chen muttered to himself. He observed the militia's patrol route for a while, memorized it, and then quietly made his way toward the village. This village wasn't a beginner's village but a small settlement made up of NPCs. Occasionally, players would come here seeking quests, but usually, there were no outsiders. The village population wasn't large. About 50 to 60 people. Farron had mentioned that his daughter lived in the northernmost and most secluded house in the village, with a brass wind chime hanging on the door, making it easy to identify. Mu Chen arrived at the northern part of the village and saw there was only one household. A brass wind chime was indeed hanging on the door, confirming it was Farron's daughter's residence. He quickly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knocked a few times, but there was no response from inside. Continued knocking, and after a while, a cautious female voice came from within. "Who is it?" "I was sent by Farron," Mu Chen replied. "I don't know any Farron. Leave now, or I'll call someone." Farron's daughter was highly vigilant. "I need to show proof." "Wait, take a look at this," Mu Chen said, sliding the contract he signed with Farron through the crack in the door. It bore Farron's sole signature, making it impossible to fake. After a while, the door was slowly pushed open. "Quick, come in, don't let anyone see." Mu Chen didn't respond but swiftly rushed inside. Once inside, the door was immediately shut. The room was dim and unlit, with moonlight streaming through the window, providing some illumination. Only then did Mu Chen see what Farron's daughter looked like. She has long pale golden hair that reaches her waist, an oval face, a curvaceous figure, and is dressed in linen pajamas. Under the vision of the omniscient eye, Mu Chen easily read the information about Farron's daughter. Mira, NPC. Real name, Norma. Profession, intermediate tailor. Identity, tailor of Baigua village. Hidden identity, daughter of a Dawn City defector, member of the Imperial Army. Personality, gentle, strong. Previously, upon seeing that Farron was wanted, Mu Chen was somewhat curious. Farron was a cunning and shrewd person, so why had he ended up in such a predicament? Upon discovering Norma's hidden identity, Mu Chen immediately understood. Thousands of years ago, during the War of the Gods, numerous deities fell, and divine authority waned. A king of a small nation rose to power, sweeping across the Dawn world and establishing the only unified empire in its history. Later known as the Millennium Empire. Royal authority reached its peak, while the church and temples declined. Eventually, the surviving deities from the War of the Gods awakened and cast divine punishment upon the Millennium Empire. The mighty and immortal empire instantly crumbled. The temples took control of many major cities of the Millennium Empire, a situation that persists to this day. The Imperial Army, on the other hand, is an underground organization formed by the last remaining royal family members of the Millennium Empire. Their organizational belief is to restore the glory of the Millennium Empire. Members of the Imperial Army are spread throughout the Dawn world, with extensive influence. They are deeply hidden and very difficult to detect. Apart from a few special pieces of equipment like the all-seeing eye, it is hard to uncover their true identities unless they actively expose themselves. On the heretic list of the Church's temple, the Imperial Army ranks among the top. Once the temple discovers a member of the Imperial Army, their fate is the same as those in evil professions. Farron is not a member of the Imperial Army, but his daughter is. It is likely that he was implicated by his daughter, which led to his defection from Dawn City. The act of burying the treasure indicates that Farron had long known his daughter was with the Imperial Army, so he prepared an escape route in advance. Mu Chen was observing Norma, and she was also observing him. Norma asked first, "How is my father? Where is he? Is he doing well?" Mu Chen answered truthfully, "Not very well. He has been hiding deep in the rotten swamp for years, constantly inhaling the swamp's miasma. He is already gravely ill, beyond cure, and doesn't have many years left to live." "What?" Norma was startled, then her eyes filled with tears. "Is it true?" "Absolutely true. Father." Norma covered her mouth, sobbing softly. After venting her emotions, Norma wiped away her tears and looked at Mu Chen. "Why did you come to see me?" "I was entrusted by your father to check on you," Mu Chen said. "All right, I understand." Then, Norma asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where my father is in the muddy swamp? I want to see him." "Mu Chen, as far as I know, the people hunting your father are stationed on the outskirts of the muddy jungle. If you approach without reason, it will definitely arouse suspicion. That's not something you need to worry about. I have a way to avoid those people. You just need to tell me where my father is," Norma said confidently. Since she said so, Mu Chen didn't stop her and told her Farron's location. "All right, thank you. This is a token of my gratitude for you," Norma said, taking off the necklace from her neck and handing it to Mu Chen along with the contract he had just slipped through the door. Mu Chen put away the contract and picked up the brass horn necklace. Horn of Charge, bronze. Type, necklace. Occupation, unlimited. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Equipment skill, charge, F. Durability, 10 out of 10. Norma immediately offered a bronze necklace. How generous. The attributes of this equipment are suitable for selling to Spring of One Leaf or on the trading market. Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the rewards for this hidden quest are truly generous. The matter entrusted by Farron has been settled. Mu Chen, not wanting to linger, greeted Norma and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, I want to ask you for a favor," Norma called out to stop him. "What kind of favor?" Mu Chen turned back, sensing the hint of a mission. "Help me kill the priest of the White Fruit Village Church," Norma said. Mu Chen asked, "Which temple is he from?" "Of course, the Temple of Dawn. Within the territory of Dawn City, no other temples are allowed to interfere," Norma answered matter-of-factly. Mu Chen showed a hesitant expression. Killing a priest of the Temple of Dawn would undoubtedly offend the temple. Unlike the Temple of Life, there are also differences in strength among the temples. The Temple of War, the Temple of Dawn, and the Temple of Retribution are the first-tier temples of the Church, possessing the greatest power and influence. The Temple of Life belongs to the second tier, responsible for potion-making, healing followers, cursing enemies, and managing player resurrection points. Offending the Temple of Life at most results in minor annoyances, such as extended resurrection times or a curse, nothing too serious. The Temple of Life doesn't have many strong fighters, so Mu Chen wasn't afraid of them. But the Temple of Dawn was different. Offending them meant facing their Light Apocalypse Mage Corps and Judgment Paladin Corps, who were not to be trifled with. These groups had earned their fearsome reputation through multiple divine wars. If you dared to provoke them, they would genuinely gather forces to hunt you down, much like the Temple of Retribution, relentless and unyielding. Just look at Farron's fate. After so many years, Dawn City still hasn't given up on pursuing him, even stationing people on the outskirts of the muddy jungle or venturing deep into the swamps to continue the hunt. Seeing Mu Chen hesitate, Norma asked, "What, are you scared?" Her tone was laced with mockery, as if she were trying to provoke him. Mu Chen was not angered by her words. He replied with unusual calmness, "That depends on how much you're willing to pay me. If you pay enough, I'd even dare to kill the God of Dawn for you. If you pay too little, don't blame me for weighing the pros and cons." Mu Chen wasn't afraid of the Dawn Temple, he was simply concerned that Norma wouldn't be able to offer adequate compensation. Offending the Dawn Temple was the kind of thing that had to be worth his while. As for the bronze necklace Norma had just offered, it wasn't enough to make Mu Chen risk killing a priest of the Dawn Temple for such a small benefit. Who would offend the Dawn Temple for such meager gains? Besides, the fact that she resorted to provocation suggested she probably couldn't offer the appropriate reward and had to resort to such a low-level tactic to spur him into action. You dare to kill a god? Don't make me laugh. Norma mocked mercilessly. Sheep like you, raised in the god's pasture, don't even dare to kill a lowly priest. And you talk about killing a god? Believe it or not, without sufficient payment, I won't make a move, Mu Chen said. Norma said angrily, you profit-driven adventurers have no sense of conviction at all. Mu Chen looked at her with an expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Norma gradually calmed down, remained silent for a moment, and asked, what do you want in exchange for helping me kill the priest? It depends on what you have, Mu Chen said, his gaze sweeping across the room. Apart from a sewing machine, some coarse fabric, and a few pieces of ungraded clothing, there was nothing else. Norma remained silent. Mu Chen said softly, I'm very busy, so I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment, Norma called out to Mu Chen again. Mu Chen turned his head to look at her. Norma said seriously, I really don't have any valuable items on me right now, but... She paused, straightened her back, and asked proudly, do you want to gain the friendship of the Imperial Army? Mu Chen replied, no. After speaking, Mu Chen left without looking back. Norma's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, why? If you were an officer or a senior officer in the Imperial Army, your words might carry some weight. But you're just an ordinary member of the Imperial Army. To put it bluntly, you're cannon fodder. Your friendship is worthless, Mu Chen replied. Norma's expression froze. She wanted to retort but didn't know how. Mu Chen was right. The Imperial Army had a vast potential influence. If someone from the upper ranks of the Imperial Army had said this, Mu Chen might have agreed, especially since he disliked the temple and the Imperial Army's reputation could be quite useful. But Norma... All right, I understand. You can go, Norma said, her expression dim. Seeing her like this, Mu Chen asked curiously, why did you want to kill the priest of Baigua village? He's nothing but a scumbag bastard. Norma said angrily. He often uses his status as a priest to bully the women in the village, even preying on girls under the age of 10. Why not go to the village chief or seek justice from the priests at the Temple of Dawn in the city? Mu Chen asked. The village chief is the priest's father, and the temple priests are all in cahoots with him. Norma said bitterly. If only I were a combat class, I would risk my life to kill him. Mu Chen remained silent. After a moment, he took an item out of his backpack and handed it to Norma. This is a voodoo doll from the voodoo cult, it will help you. Norma trembled upon hearing the name of the voodoo doll and quickly took it from Mu Chen's hand. The voodoo doll is one of the voodoo cult's prized treasures, capable of killing invisibly, more than enough to deal with a mere priest. Back in the voodoo shop in Twilight Village, when Mu Chen was looting, he took several voodoo dolls at once. Later, most of the items he looted from the voodoo shop were sold, but he kept a few voodoo dolls. These are truly valuable items. After confirming the authenticity of the voodoo doll, Norma looked up at Mu Chen with a complicated expression and said thoughtfully, thank you, I will definitely repay you in the future. Mu Chen said indifferently, I hope so. It's true. Your kindness, I will remember it for a lifetime. Afraid that Mu Chen wouldn't believe her, Norma said with a serious and earnest expression. Mu Chen smiled but said nothing more. He glanced out the window to ensure there were no militia patrols outside. Then, he stepped out of the door and left the boundaries of Baigua village at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the sky was already beginning to brighten. On the eastern horizon, a rising sun slowly emerged, piercing through the pitch-black night. Dawn had arrived. When he reached a safe point, Mu Chen logged out of the game. After logging out, his consciousness returned. Mu Chen took off his helmet, his eyes brimming with excitement. Golden equipment. In his previous life, Mu Chen wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick up golden equipment if it were lying on the ground. But in this life, having golden equipment in the early stages of the game was quite impressive. Mu Chen picked up his phone and glanced at the time, 5:07. Turning his head, he saw Song Jia lying beside him, wearing a gaming helmet, very close to him. She was dressed in a white jasmine dress, her straight and slender legs wrapped in thin white stockings. Since her consciousness was in the game world, her body occasionally moved involuntarily, like dreaming. Song Jia was the same, her body moved involuntarily while playing the game, and the hem of her dress accidentally rolled up to her waist. Mu Chen instinctively glanced over, his pupils instantly dilated, his face flushed, and he quickly turned his head away. This little girl, why isn't she just wearing long socks? Chen didn't dare to look and hastily grabbed a blanket to cover Songjia, concealing her gradually maturing figure. Only then did Chen dare to look at Songjia. Songjia was wearing a gaming helmet, most of her face obscured, leaving only her cherry-like lips and slender chin exposed. Her small mouth slightly parted with her breathing, and the pale pink lip gloss emitted an alluring sheen. What an innocent child. I don't know what she experienced in her past life to become the infamous Demon Queen. Chen thought to himself, since Songjia has fallen into my hands, it's my duty to educate her into a gentle and kind child. After silently making up his mind, Chen went to the kitchen. Today, he planned to personally cook a hearty breakfast for Songjia. Just as Chen was busy. At 5:30, Songjia exited the game on time. The first thing she did after taking off her helmet was to check on her brother Chen, who was lying beside her. Seeing that Chen had already gotten up, Songjia noticed a blanket had been placed over her. A delighted smile immediately appeared on Songjia's face as she thought to herself, it seems my plan worked. I wonder if brother Chen felt excited or shy when he saw it. A blush spread across Songjia's delicate face as she murmured dreamily, should I install a hidden camera in the bathroom and bedroom in the future? That way, I can admire brother Chen all the time. Ah, I can't take it anymore, brother Chen, I really want to have you. Songjia murmured to herself. After a while, Songjia got out of bed, her small feet in white stockings stepping on the cold floor, and walked out of the bedroom. Walking out of the bedroom, the dazed expression on Songjia's face had long disappeared, replaced by the innocence of a young girl. Brother Chen, good morning. Songjia greeted Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, with enthusiasm. Good morning to you too. Chen responded with a smile. Brother Chen, let me handle making breakfast, Songjia said as she reached out to take over. Chen waved his hand to refuse, no need, I'm almost done. Just wait and enjoy your meal. Alright then. Songjia obediently sat at the dining table, waiting for the meal. It's better to have light and convenient food in the morning. Last time at the supermarket, Chen bought Japanese tonkatsu ramen and some frozen foods like spring rolls, steamed buns, and dumplings. The ramen goes into the pot, and after cooking, the soup packet is added. It's ready in 3 minutes. Spring rolls and buns take quite a bit of time to heat up. Once everything was heated, Chen carried 2 bowls of ramen and a plate of steaming hot spring rolls and buns to the dining table on a tray. Songjia helped Chen take the food off the tray. The two enjoyed breakfast. Songjia eagerly shared that yesterday she and her classmates defeated an elite monster, which dropped black iron equipment and sold for over 10,000 gold coins. Each team member got 2,000 to 3,000. Brother Chen, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll buy it for you, Songjia said with a cheerful smile. Chen smiled and said, keep the money for your pocket expenses. If it's not enough, just ask me anytime. After a pause, Chen deliberated and said, autumn is coming soon, the weather is getting colder. It seems like you don't have any warm clothes. When you have time, buy some online. This house is quite chilly, don't wear too little, be careful not to catch a cold. I got it. Songjia smiled sweetly. After breakfast, Songjia cleaned the room while Chen sat on the sofa browsing forums. What surprised him was that he equipped the golden staff, walked around in front of others, and even such a small matter could make it to the trending searches. Chen shook his head, these people were really too idle. After finishing the cleaning, Songjia didn't change her clothes. She was still wearing a white jasmine dress and white long socks, dressed entirely in white, practicing dance in the living room. With large movements, under the hem of the skirt. Chen had no choice but to focus his attention on his phone. Browsing forums, checking Weibo, and reading game guides. At 7 o'clock, his sister Gu called him. Chen immediately answered, and his sister's gentle voice came through. Chen, are you awake? Ji's question was a bit redundant. If Chen wasn't awake, how could he answer the phone? Chen still answered honestly, I'm up. What's the matter? Today, your sister and Yashuan want to come see you. Where do you live? Gu asked softly. Ugh. Chen glanced down at Songjia, who was practicing her splits. Although Songjia and he were completely innocent, it was better not to let his sister know they were living together, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Not to mention, there was Lung Yishuang, that troublemaking old schemer. Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp just thinking about that scene. My place is too dirty and messy, better not come over. Where are you? I'll come find you, Chen said. Elder sister Gu gently replied, it's okay, I'll help you clean up. No need, I'm already this grown up, how can I let you help me clean up? I can do it myself. By the way, sis, I want to eat Han Ming's soup dumplings. Can you take me there? Of course. We're at the shopping street. Hurry over, and I'll take you to eat soup dumplings, his sister said softly. Okay. He hung up the phone. Muchen sighed, my sister is still as easy to fool as ever. After freshening up and changing into clean clothes, he said to Song Jia before leaving, I'm going out for a while, I'll be back before noon. Okay, take care, brother Muchen, Song Jia said with a smile as she saw him off. Going downstairs, Muchen hailed a taxi and headed to the commercial street in Jinan City. The commercial street is located in one of the busiest areas in the city center. Today is another weekend, and by a little past 7 in the morning, quite a few people have already gathered on the commercial street. At the entrance of the commercial street, there is a huge and magnificent fountain pool, which is the landmark building of the area. In front of the fountain pool, 2 stylishly dressed and stunningly beautiful women are standing there waiting for someone. Muchen arrived at the entrance of the commercial street by car and immediately spotted his sister and Lang Yashuang. After paying the fare, Muchen got out of the car and walked straight toward his sister and Lang Yashuang. From a distance, his sister saw Muchen and waved excitedly, Chen, over here. Muchen saw this and waved back at his sister. Standing next to his sister, Lang Yashuang looked speechless. Alright, it's only been a few days. Why are you putting on such a dramatic sibling reunion act? Sister Muge awkwardly put down her hand, I just missed my brother too much. I haven't seen him for a few days, and I got a bit emotional. Lang Yashuang licked her lips and said, missing your brother is a good thing. So, you should persuade your brother to move into our apartment. That way, you can take good care of your brother, Muchen, all the time. But our apartment only has 2 rooms. If my brother comes, where will he stay? Lang Yashuang replied without hesitation, that's not a big problem. At worst, I'll set up a small bed in the living room and sleep there from now on. I'll give up my room for your brother to stay in. How about that? But isn't this a bit unfair? My sister hesitated, making you sleep in the living room, isn't that too pitiful for you? It's fine, after all, we're good sisters. Lang Yashuang said with a look of deep sisterly affection, for you, I'm willing to sleep in the living room. Lang Yashuang thought Mugu would be touched by this. Unexpectedly, Mugu changed her tone and suspiciously said, you're so eager to have my brother come live with us, could it be that you have some ulterior motive? How could I? Lang Yashuang felt a bit guilty, not daring to meet Mu Ji's gaze. Seeing her like this, Mugu said irritably, yeah, my little brother is still young, he's just a kid. You can't lead him astray. How could I lead him astray? Oh, come on, what kind of person do you think I am? Lang Yashuang rolled her beautiful Kazalan big eyes and said discontentedly, do you think I'm the kind of bad woman who likes to seduce innocent young boys? Mugu nodded earnestly. Lang Yashuang didn't even know what to say. For the future prosperity of the studio, Lang Yashuang made a promise in front of Mugu, I swear, once your brother moves into the apartment, I absolutely won't flirt with him. If I break this vow, let me live a lonely life until the end. Is that good enough? Alright, I'll trust you this time. Mugu reluctantly nodded. At this moment, Muchen also stepped forward and saw his sister talking to Lang Yashuang about something, seemingly arguing. Lang Yashuang appeared to be pleading with his sister, which made him curious. What's going on with you two? Nothing, just some idle chatter, his sister said softly. Lang Yashuang glanced at Muchen a few times and giggled, you brat, not letting me and your sister visit your house, could it be that you're hiding someone there, perhaps a little girlfriend? Hiss, what an accurate guess. Although Song Jia wasn't his girlfriend, a man and a woman living under the same roof, even sharing a bed every day. If his sister found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Muchen felt a bit flustered inside, but outwardly he remained as calm as an old dog. I stay home all day, living a reclusive life. How would I even have the chance to hide a beauty in a golden house? That's right, my little brother is very well behaved, his sister Mugu chimed in. Alright, you brother-obsessed girl, stop standing there foolishly and go have breakfast first, Lang Yashuang said with a laugh. Today, his sister Mugu was wearing a beige knitted sweater, dark blue jeans, and white flat shoes, looking both youthful and gentle. Lang Yashuang, on the other hand, was dressed in light-colored jeans, a black tank top, and a women's windbreaker. Her long legs, round hips, slim waist, and ample chest outlined a mature and alluring figure to perfection. Walking together with these two beauties attracted the attention of passers-by. The soup dumplings at Han Ningji on the commercial street are very delicious, his sister used to bring him here often. In the morning, the shop was quite crowded. Muchen and the other two found a small spot to sit down and ordered 3 signature soup-filled meat buns, along with 2 servings of small pickled vegetables. While waiting for the food, his sister told Muchen that she had reached level 10, traveled to Frost City, and changed her profession to cold-blooded hunter. The hidden class you recommended is really amazing. Now I can kill a level 9 normal monster with just one shot, my sister marveled. Cold Yashuan, standing nearby, also asked curiously, how did you know the trigger methods for these two hidden classes? Didn't I already say? I visited Frost City before and stumbled upon it by chance. Since I'm a mage and couldn't change classes, I just noted it down. Now that you guys are heading to Frost City, I figured I'd share it with you, Mu Chen replied with a pre-prepared excuse. My sister, Mugu, trusted her brother unconditionally and didn't suspect anything. Lan Yashuan was somewhat skeptical. She couldn't believe someone could be so lucky as to casually visit Frost City and trigger two hidden profession quests in a row. That annoying little brother was clearly hiding something from her. He seemed to have quite a few little secrets. This piqued Lan Yashuan's strong interest, and she thought to herself, as for me, your sister, I love uncovering the little secrets others try to keep hidden. Sooner or later, I'll uncover every single one of your secrets. Lan Yashuan looked at Mu Chen with eyes like a hungry she-wolf staring at a juicy, tender steak. She poked Mugu, who was sitting beside her. Mugu understood and smiled as she said to Mu Chen, Chen, isn't your rent about to expire? Yeah, why? Mu Chen asked. When the lease expires, you can move in and live with us, Mugu said. Mu Chen pondered and said, that doesn't seem appropriate. I'm a guy, living with you might cause a lot of inconvenience. Besides, I'm used to living alone and don't like living with others. I'm your real sister, not some outsider, his sister Mu Chen said, somewhat angrily. Sis, I didn't mean you, that's not what I meant, Mu Chen quickly explained. Lan Yashuan smiled and said, are you saying you don't want to live with me? Mu Chen said bluntly, yes, that's right. Lan Yashuan looked displeased. You don't appreciate my kindness. Not living with me is your loss. Living with you, are there any benefits? Mu Chen asked deliberately. Of course. Sis will wear black stockings for you every day. Before Lan Yashuan could finish her sentence, Mugu shot her a sharp look, and she quickly shut her mouth. Mugu turned to Mu Chen and said gently, move in and live together. It'll be easier for us to look out for each other as siblings. Mu Chen shook his head. Let's wait a bit, until my lease expires. He wanted to switch to a bigger place, one that could fit a gaming pod and also allow his sister to move in. Having someone to rely on sounded nice. Mu Chen was resolute, and Mugu couldn't persuade him, so he had to give up. Lan Yashuan suspiciously sized up Mu Chen, thinking, this guy isn't even tempted by black stockings, could he possibly like men? She was the campus belle of the music academy, with suitors lining up around the teaching building. Any ordinary man would have been overjoyed at such an opportunity. But Mu Chen remained indifferent, showing no interest. At his age, doesn't he just like black stockings? Lan Yashuan was confident. Her beautiful legs in black stockings would dazzle anyone who saw them. Mu Chen wasn't interested only because he hadn't seen them yet. Once he did, would he still dare to disobey? She'll find an opportunity to wear black stockings for him to see. Let's see if he can resist. Lan Yashuan muttered to herself in her heart. Not long after, the soup dumplings and side dishes were served. The three of them ate and chatted. Lan Yashuan suddenly remembered something, swallowed her food, and asked Mu Chen, saw the trending topics, did you get the golden staff? Mu Chen was about to pick up some pickled vegetables when his hand paused. News sure spread fast. But it made sense, he had appeared twice in the world announcements and was considered a celebrity now. Searching dust online brought up plenty of his photos. Last night, he had equipped the golden staff and flaunted it in front of a crowd in the muddy swamp. Many players had taken pictures of him and the staff and posted them online. Although he had hidden his ID, he hadn't covered his face. A careful comparison made it easy to recognize him. Mu Chen nodded, yeah. Mugu covered her mouth in surprise, wow. Golden equipment. I heard it's very valuable, it can sell for over $1 million. These days, following Lan Yashuan and playing Dawn, Mugu had also learned a bit about equipment prices. Golden equipment is currently priceless in the market. This is the first one in the national server. If you sell it, someone would offer 10 million. Lan Yashuan said. That's an exaggeration. 2 or 3 million might be possible, but 10 million is out of the question. The wealthy players and big companies in Dawn may have money, but they wouldn't spend it recklessly. 10 million is no small amount. No one would casually spend it on a single item. After some time, when golden equipment becomes less scarce, 10 million could buy 7 or 8 pieces. Who would spend 10 million now to be a fool? That's true. Lan Yashuan nodded in agreement. Mugu sincerely praised, Chen, you're amazing. We've been grinding monsters every day, and we haven't even gotten a single piece of silver equipment. Hee hee, little brother Mu Chen, you're so rich. Why not keep me as your sugar baby? I'll wear black stockings for you every day. Lan Yashuang hadn't finished speaking when Mu Ge shot her a murderous glare, and she immediately shut her mouth. Lan Yashuang changed the subject. Mu Chen, little brother, let me remind you, don't flaunt your wealth. You're not even hiding the glow of your equipment. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by red-named players in the wild? That's right, Chen Shen, you need to be careful. There are plenty of bad people in the game. Mu Gu also looked worried. Mu Chen smiled and said, got it, I'll be more careful next time. After eating, Mu Ge wanted to take Mu Chen shopping. Mu Chen didn't want to go. She persuaded, staying cooped up at home every day can make you sick. Come out, get some exercise, and breathe some fresh air. Mu Chen couldn't resist and had no choice but to go shopping with them. They shopped until 4 in the afternoon. Mu Chen parted ways with his sister and Lang Yashuang, then returned to the rental apartment. There was no sign of Song Jia in the living room. Mu Chen entered the bedroom to find Song Jia lying on the bed with a gaming helmet on, still immersed in the game. Although Mu Chen's body was digitized and his physical strength was several times that of an ordinary person, walking around from morning till night today had still worn him out. He really couldn't figure out how his sister and Lang Yashuang managed to endure it. He was exhausted, yet they seemed completely unfazed. He lay on the bed, next to Song Jia's delicate figure, and the faint fragrance of her youthful scent was very pleasant. Smelling Song Jia's fragrance, Mu Chen gradually calmed his mind. He took a moment, put on the gaming helmet, and entered the game. The hidden quest in the muddy swamp was still incomplete. He needed to kill the son of the Archbishop of the Temple of Dawn to officially finish it. Although the experience reward had already been prepaid, Mu Chen was mainly after the golden staff. Whether the quest was completed or not didn't matter, as long as he got the staff. Arrived at the swamp jungle teleportation point. Mu Chen didn't have many teleportation tokens left in his backpack, only 3 or 4. There are still many hidden quests to complete in the wild, and these tokens aren't enough. He needs to find a way to get more. The first person he thought of was Yi Shi-chun. Next time they trade, he'll ask him to bring some teleportation tokens. Mu Chen glanced at his backpack. He hadn't killed anyone recently, so there was no equipment to sell. Asking Yi Shi-chun to make a special trip? Mu Chen didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Scarlet Bazaar. I wonder if it's been established yet. After pondering for a moment, Mu Chen decided to go take a look first. If it hadn't been established, he would ask Yi Shi-chun to send over some teleportation tokens. He entered the teleportation point and selected the Forgotten Wilderness. After consuming a token, his figure disappeared. Forgotten Wilderness, the edge of the Dawn world, barren and desolate, with weak monsters. As its name suggests, it has been forsaken by the gods. Mu Chen came here because there is a marketplace established by Red Name players, the Scarlet Bazaar, exclusively for Red Name player transactions. In his previous life, Mu Chen only learned about the existence of the Scarlet Bazaar in the mid to late stages. It was said to have appeared early in the game, but he wasn't sure about its current state. Stepping out of the teleportation point, Mu Chen searched for players in the wilderness. He really found it. About 1,000 meters to the southwest, dozens of players were gathered. Summoning the Black Flame Lion, Mu Chen rushed over at full speed. Mu Chen's arrival attracted the attention of those players, but they paid him no mind. As he got closer, the full view of the marketplace gradually came into sight. In his previous life, Mu Chen visited the Scarlet Bazaar for the first time and saw thousands of red-named players gathered, a sea of people bustling with activity. High-level equipment, rare items, gems, and even hired killings and illicit transactions were commonplace. The Scarlet Bazaar had a guard team to prevent disturbances. After all, this was not a safe zone. Without order, red-named players would act recklessly, and the Scarlet Bazaar wouldn't be able to operate. In this life, the Scarlet Bazaar was just starting out, desolate and quiet, with only a dozen or so players setting up stalls. Mu Chen arrived riding a Black Flame Lion, drawing considerable attention. Those players didn't see the exact level of the Black Flame Lion clearly. When they got closer and saw it was bronze level, they immediately turned their gaze to Mu Chen. The mounts commonly seen in the main city are mostly iron level, with bronze level being very rare. Those who can afford bronze mounts are all wealthy. As soon as Mu Chen approached, a red-named warrior with the ID Death Maniac came up to him. "Hey, brother, how are you?" Death Maniac said enthusiastically. Before Mu Chen could respond, he continued, "Did a friend refer you, or did you come on your own?" "A friend referred me." "I heard there's a market specifically for red-name players," Mu Chen asked. "That's right, this is the place," Dead Madman said. I'm the initiator and manager of this market. If you want to set up a stall, you need to pay a 50 gold management fee. Of course, with me overseeing things, no one dares to cause trouble, and no one dares to double-cross anyone. You can do business here with peace of mind. This 50 gold is absolutely worth every penny. Mu Chen asked, do you have a teleportation token? Of course, go find Owen, he specializes in selling teleportation tokens. Mad Death pointed to a thin young man in the distance. All right. Mu Chen put away his mount and walked toward Owen. The black flame lion was too large and inconvenient. Because the mount was blocking the view, no one noticed the golden staff at Mu Chen's waist. Retracting the mount, the obstruction instantly disappeared. Dead Mad suddenly noticed the golden short staff at Mu Chen's waist and gasped in shock. Brother, is this a golden weapon? Dead Mad asked in a deep voice. Mu Chen nodded, yeah. Why don't you hide the glow of your equipment? This place is full of red-named players who kill without hesitation. Walking in so openly, aren't you asking for trouble? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Dead Madman asked anxiously. Not afraid, Mu Chen replied honestly. You? Dead Madman wanted to persuade him further, but it was already too late. Mu Chen appeared with a golden weapon, and immediately, the entire Scarlet Bazaar erupted. A golden piece of equipment. It could easily sell for over 1,000,000 gold coins. For these red-named players, it's an absolute temptation. Take him down, grab the equipment, and get rich instantly. Moreover, they were all red-named players, killing and looting equipment was an everyday occurrence for them, with no psychological burden at all. Madman regretted persuading too late. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 red-named players surrounded them. Madman's face changed drastically, and he angrily rebuked, Hey, have you forgotten the rules? No fighting in my marketplace. Get lost. A mage with the ID Saber-Tooth Tiger cursed. Dare to insult me? Believe it or not, I'll blacklist you and ban you from ever entering my market. Death Maniac threatened. Saber-Tooth Tiger sneered, who cares about this lousy place of yours? Blacklist me if you want, but stay out of this. Blocking my income is like killing my parents. The saber-toothed tiger spoke to Dead Madman, but his eyes were fixed on Mu Chen. Tianya Wanderer, a swordsman, said to the saber-toothed tiger, you guys think you can just take it? This golden equipment is mine. Get lost, or I'll kill you too. Ha, just the 4 of you? The saber-toothed tiger sneered. The other people in the blood market were also itching to make a move. Madman Death hurriedly said, brothers, let's talk this out. This brother is here to do business. If you act like this, who will dare to come in the future? We're all red-named players, it's not easy for any of us, but we can't just do one-off deals. Sustainable development is the way forward. Madman Death had put in a lot of effort to build the blood market into what it is today. In business, reputation is everything. Especially when dealing with red-named players and conducting transactions in the wild, everyone fears being double-crossed, making trust even more crucial. His market had finally gained some recognition, but now this incident had occurred. If not handled properly, the market would be ruined. Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Madman Death called over 2 brothers, ready for a fight. Madman Death issued a harsh warning, anyone who breaks the rules, I'll make it my mission to hunt them down. Before his death frenzy, he was responsible for managing the Scarlet Bazaar, mediating disputes, providing protection, and handling troublemakers. Without some real strength, it would be impossible to keep these unruly red-named players in check. Saber-Tooth Tiger and Wandering Vagabond were somewhat apprehensive, not daring to act recklessly. But the temptation of golden equipment was too great. After a psychological struggle, greed got the better of Saber-Tooth Tiger. He sneered, I'll offer 1 gold coin for his golden weapon. That's not against the rules, is it? Let me make it clear, if you don't sell it to me, I'll kill you. Death Frenzy's face darkened, little tiger, are you really not afraid of offending me? The saber-toothed tiger decided to go all out, there's no other way. Normally, I wouldn't dare, but this is 1,000,000. I can't give up. Kill him, take the gear, and I'll have the down payment for a house. Boss Madman, I've been with my girlfriend for 3 years. Without a house and car, I can't get married. Can't you make an exception just this once? Wanderer of the Horizon cursed the saber-toothed tiger for being shameless. You think you're the only one with troubles? I still have to pay off my mortgage, raise kids, and support my elders. Wanderer of the Horizon shouted, exception my foot. The saber-toothed tiger's face darkened, once I grab the gear, I'll kill you next. Wanderer of the Horizon, try making the first move, and I'll kill you. Madman's face grew increasingly grim. Both Wanderer of the Horizon and the saber-toothed tiger were strong. Alone, he wouldn't be afraid of either, but with two groups and those spectators nearby, they all seemed intent on killing Mu Chen first before settling their own scores. The temptation of golden equipment is too great, no one present is willing to give it up, and everyone wants a share. What should we do? Dead Mad's brain was racing. He glanced at Mu Chen. The cause of this situation, if it weren't for him not hiding the equipment, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing Mu Chen still looking so calm and composed made him even angrier. Suddenly, Dead Mad felt that Mu Chen looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Mu Chen asked, "If I take out these two groups, would it be considered breaking the rules?" Dead Madman almost laughed out of anger. "Damn, you're about to die, and you're still acting tough." Impatiently, he said, "If you can counterkill them, I'll give you 20,000 gold coins for free. How about that?" The next moment, Mu Chen raised the golden staff, and several fingers of destruction shot out. The saber-toothed tigers and the drifters at the edge, two groups, 7 red-named players, were all taken down in 3 seconds. Equipment and gold scattered all over the ground. Mu Chen patted the shoulder of the dumbfounded madman. "Go prepare the gold. I'll help you take care of those who want to break your rules." Madman and the group of red-named players were all stunned. Instantly killing 7 red-named players with excellent equipment, what kind of godlike power is this? A loud bang went off in Madman's mind as he suddenly recalled Mu Chen's identity. Currently circulating online is the mysterious top player, Dust, the only owner of a golden weapon in the national server. "Are you the great Dust?" Madman stammered as he asked. Mu Chen nodded. Death Maniac was filled with surprise, fear, and disbelief, thinking to himself, as expected of a powerhouse who has appeared on the world announcement twice, such terrifying strength. He slightly adjusted his emotions, a smile spreading across his face. "Great Dust, rest assured, if you help me settle this matter today, I should naturally show my gratitude." Based on the strength Dust just displayed, Great Dust is undoubtedly a big shot. A truly powerful and formidable big shot. Encountering such a powerful figure, how could one not cling to them? Madman immediately decided to grovel before the big shot and seek protection. Today's incident also made him realize his own strength and position. The Scarlet Bazaar he created was manageable when it was small, but when the red-named players became stronger, he could no longer control it. Mad Death is an ambitious person. When Dawn was officially launched, someone established the Dawn Trading Network in the game, commonly known as the Black Market, becoming the first to take the plunge. The Black Market's daily transaction volume exceeded hundreds of millions, and the creator, taking only a 1% handling fee, made a fortune. Madman also wanted to establish a place similar to a black market in the game, but unfortunately, the game already had an auction house. The auction house was official and well established, leaving him no room to intervene. Madman went against the grain and established the Scarlet Bazaar, a marketplace dedicated to serving red-named players, a paradise for red-named players. Madman had a broader vision than ordinary players. He discovered that the game Dawn encourages players to fight and kill. Although the penalty for being marked as a red name is severe, the rewards are substantial. Killing a player yields benefits many times greater than killing a boss. He predicted that red name players would inevitably become a trend. Even if he doesn't establish the blood market, someone else will eventually do so. Since the opportunity has been seized, how could it be easily let go? Si Kuang is ambitious. He wants to expand and strengthen the Scarlet Bazaar. To be honest, it's very difficult relying on him alone. After the black market website became popular, capital entered the scene, and the black market became increasingly formalized. In the game, the reach of capital is limited, strength reigns supreme, and having the bigger fist is the ultimate truth. Lacking strength oneself, clinging to a powerful ally is key. Dead Mad stared at Mu Chen, growing increasingly envious, thinking to himself, if I can build a good relationship with Dust God in the future, who would dare cause trouble in his market? God, let's add each other as friends. 2,000 gold coins is a bit much, I need to gather it. Rest assured, within 3 days, I'll definitely have it ready for you, Dead Mad said ingratiatingly. Mu Chen was quite surprised. His words were merely a joke, whether the 20,000 gold coins were given or not didn't matter. Unexpectedly, the madman took it seriously. Mu Chen, having lived 2 lives, was quite cunning. After a brief thought, it was clear that the drunken madman's intentions were not about the wine. He thought to himself, no wonder he was able to make the blood market so massive in his previous life. This guy has some skills. Mu Chen accepted the friend request from the madman. Hee, great master, you said you wanted to buy a teleportation token. Follow me, I'll personally take you to buy it, the madman said, leading the way. Mu Chen instantly killed the saber-toothed tiger and the Horizon Wanderer groups, intimidating all the red-named players. No matter how unruly they were, none dared to act arrogantly in front of Mu Chen. Dead Madman led Mu Chen to the stall of a young priest with the ID cultured and refined. Cultured and refined looked just as his name suggested, slim, scholarly, and refined. However, his blood aura was intense, and his kill value was likely higher than anyone else present. A ruthless character. Strangely, this person has such a high kill count, yet only sells teleportation tokens. Mu Chen approached the stall and greeted politely with a smile, "Great Dust God, are you here to buy teleportation tokens?" At this moment, most people had already guessed Mu Chen's identity. Those who hadn't guessed had also learned about it from others. Mu Chen said, "Yes, that's right. How many? What price?" Gentle and Refined said, "Teleportation tokens are 1,000 gold coins each at the main city's general store. I'm selling them for 1,200 gold coins each." Madman spoke up, "That's too expensive. It's not even a rare item. You're flipping it and making a clean profit of 200 gold coins, way too greedy." Wenji Binbin smiled and said, "I never said you couldn't haggle." "Then 10-20 gold coins, you can make a profit of 20 gold coins," Dead Maniac said bluntly. Wenji Binbin smiled wryly, "I came to this godforsaken place, used up a teleport token, and will have to use another one to return. The cost is 2,000 gold coins, so I have to at least break even." Dead Maniac grumbled, "You can't just squeeze someone dry for profit. How about this, I'll add 20 more gold coins, and sell a teleport token for 1040 gold coins, okay?" Refined and Thoughtful, after some consideration, agreed. Madman turned his head to look at Mu Chen, trying to please, "Great one, do you think this price is acceptable? If not, I can haggle further." Refined and Thoughtful seemed a bit displeased. "Madman boss, we've known each other for a while now, right? At least we're friends, this is too much. Get lost." Madman shot a sidelong glance. "When you were being bullied by Wandering Vagabond and Saber-Toothed Tiger earlier, where were you? Why didn't you step up then?" Gentle and Refined, smiling, "Isn't this because I have confidence in you? A few worthless fools and mangy dogs, don't you handle them effortlessly? Why would you need me? I'm still waiting for you to dominate the scene, slicing off those punks' heads with a single flame blade." "Ha, that won't work on me." Death Maniac said bluntly, "If you're a friend, come with me tomorrow to seek revenge. If not, then shut up. Haven't they already died once? What's the point?" Gentle and Refined said. Death Maniac replied, "I don't care. If they dare to break my rules, they're going against me. I have to kill them myself. Same as before, if you're a friend, come with me. If not, then shut up." Gentle and Refined ignored the madman and looked at Mu Chen. "Great Dust God," as he said, 1,040 gold coins for a teleportation token. "How many do you want?" Mu Chen, 30. Gentle and Refined, "Sorry, I don't have that much in stock." Mu Chen, "However many you have, I'll take them all." Wenji Binbin, "Alright, 23 of them, a total of 23,920 gold coins. I'll round it down for you, 23,900. Mu Chen promptly paid the gold coins. The transaction was completed. Wenji Binbin glanced at Mu Chen a few times, curious, "Dust God, you're a red-named player too, huh? I'm curious, how come you're a red name as a priest?" Mu Chen asked. Sigh. "There's no choice. Out here, they don't play fair. In dungeons, they always greedily take my rewards and bully honest people. I couldn't take it anymore, so I had to kill them all," Wenji Bean said calmly. Dead Maniac sneered, "Don't listen to his nonsense, great God. This guy is extremely scheming, specializes in sabotaging teammates, has ruined plenty of teams, and is hated by everyone like a rat crossing the street." Hey, boss Dead Maniac, you're being way too disloyal. How can you expose my secrets like that?" Wenji Bean said anxiously. "Those lousy things of yours, who in the market doesn't know? It's all over the forums. Just search your ID, and everything comes up." Dead Madman showed no mercy. Gentle and Refined is a disciplined priest, focused on heavy attacks and light healing, with combat power comparable to a mage. He deliberately held back, got his teammates killed, harvested the boss, and monopolized the dungeon rewards. Gentle and Refined has a high kill count, can't return to the main city, can't do quests, and finds grinding monsters too slow for making money, so he simply came to the Scarlet Market to trade goods. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking he was quite talented, and added him as a friend. Madman and Gentle assumed Mu Chen wanted to make it easier to buy tokens in the future. "Great Master, is there anything else you'd like to buy?" Madman followed beside him. "Nothing else." Mu Chen turned his head, "But I do have some things I want to sell. Can you help me sell them?" "What is it?" Mu Chen took out the equipment he had obtained. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You can sell this equipment on my behalf, and give me the money when there's an opportunity later. You can take a reasonable share as compensation. After saying that, Mu Chen summoned his mount and left. Madman, a true master is indeed a true master, trusting me like this. No wonder you're destined for great things. Gentlemen, now I understand why Madman wants to be a bootlicker. This is such a profit. Is Dust really just a rich fool, selling equipment and even handing it over to others? The prices of equipment are not fixed, leaving a lot of room for manipulation. Equipment transactions are usually direct trades, rarely involving third parties. Moreover, Mu Chen isn't even aware of the quantity or quality of the equipment, which provides even more room for maneuver. Gentle and refined, Boss Madman, how about leaving this to me? I guarantee you'll profit, and no one will find out. What do you say? Madman waved his hand. Get lost, don't meddle in this. Gentle and refined, suspicious, huh? Boss Madman, what's up with you? This isn't like your usual style. What was my usual style? Madman squinted. Gentle and refined, of course, loyalty comes first, never betraying friends. Madman snorted coldly and left. Gentle and refined, feeling bored, went to chat with others. The madman has a keen eye for people, knowing that Mu Chen is no ordinary person, with a deep and calculating mind. He wouldn't do anything foolish. The madman is determined to handle this matter well, leaving a good impression on the great deity and not betraying their trust. Mu Chen and Qingfeng Tianxia. Mu Chen rode the black flame lion, heading toward the teleportation point in the forgotten wilderness. The voice request from Qingfeng Tianxia suddenly sounded. Mu Chen frowned. The president of the Qingfeng Guild had always looked down on him. After connecting, Qingfeng Tianxia's tone was low. Chen AI, do me a favor. What is it? Mu Chen replied impatiently. Do you still remember the Finghua Guild? They've joined forces with another guild from War City to suppress me. The brothers have all left, and I can't hold on anymore. Qingfeng Tianxia's tone carried an unusual hint of pleading. Mu Chen sneered inwardly. The Finghua Guild, huh? If it could make Qingfeng Tianxia bow his head, the situation must be far from simple. How do you want me to help you? Kill Finghua Liancheng. And it'd be best to wipe out his gang's upper ranks too. They're arrogant because of their high-tier equipment. Qingfeng Tianxia said urgently. High-tier equipment? What grade? Mu Chen became interested. At least 5 pieces of silver. Finghua Liancheng has spent quite a bit of money. It's the god of wealth again. Mu Chen was tempted. If you want to vent your anger, killing him once is fine. But if you want to turn the tables, it's not that easy, Mu Chen reminded. Don't worry about it. You just need to kill him once. Qingfeng Tianxia's tone returned to arrogance. Mu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue. The Beacon Guild was rich, and Qingfeng Tianxia only knew how to act recklessly. Counting on him to turn the tables? Impossible. Payment? Mu Chen asked directly. Payment? After you kill it, all the dropped equipment is yours. Qingfeng Tianxia was stunned. Nonsense. Would it belong to you otherwise? Mu Chen sneered. Qingfeng Tianxia fell silent for a moment. Wait a bit, I'll get back to you. Then he hung up. Mu Chen looked at his friend's avatar, speechless. Freeloading? With this stinginess, nothing will be accomplished. Mu Chen rode the black flame lion, disappearing into the twilight sunset. Mu Chen versus Qingfeng Tianxia, gold, trade, and war. The sun set over the wilderness, golden light spilling across the land. Mu Chen leisurely teleported, enjoying the scenery. A private message from Qingfeng Tianxia arrived. Help me, I'll give you 10,000 gold. Mu Chen sneered. 100,000, no discussion. Qingfeng Tianxia, impossible. 50,000. 100,000, final offer. The silent Qingfeng Tianxia finally gave in after a few minutes. Fine, help me kill a few more people. Alright, Mu Chen responded coldly. Qingfeng Tianxia was stunned. Is this the confidence of the strong? Thinking back to the past, Qingfeng Tianxia was once high and mighty, but now he had to rely on Mu Chen. The clear water beside him asked, did Chen AI agree? Qingfeng Tianxia nodded, yes. Qingshui Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, the guild is saved. Qingfeng Tianxia forced a smile, but his heart was filled with humiliation. Clear water, Miao Miao comforted, just make use of it, and you can counteract the flames of war. Mu Chen sent a private message, should I go to the city of war now? Come find us at the Battle Axe Tavern. Mu Chen, I'm red named, see you outside the city. Tomorrow morning, Centaur Plains. Turning off private messages, Mu Chen decided to help Qingfeng Tianxia first. The black flame lion was throwing a tantrum, so he fed it to calm it down. Feeling hungry himself, he logged out of the game to prepare a late-night snack. Song Jia was still in the game. Mu Chen called her softly, and she took off her helmet, her pretty face looking confused. Do you want to have dinner? I'm setting up a stall to sell equipment. Mu Chen, sorry to bother you. Barbecue, games, and emergency calls. Song Jia's stall attracted no customers, and Mu Chen suggested she sell to the blacksmith. Dinner was barbecue takeout. Song Jia served attentively, and Mu Chen told her to eat as well. Song Jia said, the white stone equipment I'm selling isn't in much demand. Already reached level 10. Tomorrow, heading to Black Lion City, we can play the game together. Song Jia was full of anticipation. Mu Chen asked, are you going to school tomorrow? Song Jia immediately felt disappointed, muttering, so annoying, still have to go to school. Mu Chen said, I think you shouldn't go to school anymore. Why? Song Jia asked, puzzled. Dawn is not an ordinary game, it will change the world. We need to follow the trend. Mu Chen said seriously. Song Jia, alright, I won't go to school anymore. Will the teacher and the school agree? Song Jia, it's okay, my father is in debt, the teacher will understand. Mu Chen remained silent. Mu Chen's appetite increased significantly, and he cleaned up after the meal. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yen Ruyu called for help. Mu Chen, come save me. Imperial Nightclub. VIP private room. The background noise was chaotic. Song Jia nervously said, call the security office. Mu Chen, I'll go personally. She treats me. Song Jia felt uneasy. Mu Chen, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Mu Chen got into the taxi, his expression calm as he headed toward the Emperor nightclub. If it had been in his previous life, before he had figured out Yen Ruyu's background, receiving a distress call would have definitely thrown him into a panic. In Jinan City, there weren't many who dared to provoke Yen Ruyu. In his previous life, Mu Chen's understanding of Yen Ruyu was limited to this: she had a mysterious background, impressive skills, and was adept at combat and firearms. In reality, 4 or 5 people couldn't even get close to her. She also had a professional security team, composed of desperados and veterans. She would be bullied? Mu Chen didn't believe it. This phone call was very likely Yen Ruyu's trick, just a ploy by a wicked woman to tempt him. In the previous life, Yen Ruyu had done this a few times. Mu Chen had a hunch that this time it was also fake, but he still felt a bit uneasy. Yen Ruyu had shown him kindness. Even if he was deceived, it didn't matter. What if it was real? A dozen minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Emperor nightclub. The driver leaned over and said, brother, it seems like the nightclub is closed today. How about going somewhere else? No need, I'll get off here. Mu Chen paid the cab fare and headed straight to the nightclub. The Emperor nightclub is the largest entertainment venue in Jinan City, a place teeming with all sorts of people. Yen Ruyu is a regular here. The nightclub is luxuriously decorated, with a fountain at the entrance, jade staircases, and marble columns, exuding an imposing aura. On regular days, as night falls, the nightclub lights up brightly and business thrives. But today, the nightclub's doors were tightly shut, cold and deserted. Mu Chen walked to the entrance, faintly sensing that someone was watching him. He looked up and glanced around but found nothing. Inside the Imperial nightclub, a sturdy man dressed in black with a resolute face quickly stepped back as Mu Chen looked up. Good kid, sharp senses. The sturdy man thought to himself, who is this guy? He actually noticed my surveillance, not simple. He quickly walked toward the luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. In the private room, Wang Yanbing, the boss of the Emperor nightclub, and several of his subordinates knelt on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards stood menacingly, holding black guns. Real guns. In Huaxia, this is a serious crime. Yen Ruyu and Chang Manman sat on the sofa. Yen Ruyu was dressed in a black cheongsam, exuding sensual allure. Chang Manman wore a white cheongsam, her legs long and slender. A stunning beauty, yet no one dared to look directly at her. The burly man who had just been spying on Mu Chen walked into the private room and reported with his head lowered, "Boss, he's here." Got it. Yen Ruyu casually ordered, "Drag them out, they're an eyesore." The subordinate asked, "Kill or bury?" Wang Yanbing looked up, utterly terrified. "Miss Yen Ruyu, I beg you to spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you the nightclub, the savings, and all the properties. Please, just give me a way out. I still have a wife and daughter." Wang Yanbing wept bitterly, kowtowing. Yen Ruyu's subordinate said coldly, "Your wife and daughter were driven out by you long ago. Now you think of them? You deserve to die. Don't worry, we will give them compensation. You can go in peace." Wang Yanbing was dragged away. Yen Ruyu adjusted her makeup and said to Chang Manman, "I'm leaving first. You handle the rest, make it clean." Chang Man glanced at her. Where are you going? My personal business, stay out of it. Humph, don't think I don't know. You invited that little puppy over. What are you planning? Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Yen Ruyu closed the makeup box and gave Chang Man a sidelong glance. None of your business. Flirty little thing, still playing the damsel in distress card. Such a cliché. Yo, so cliché. Chang Man sneered. Yen Ruyu's eyes were seductive, as long as it works. Chang Man gave a cold laugh. Careful he doesn't even bother with you. Just wait and see how I toy with him. Yen Ruyu smiled like a blooming flower. Tonight, I've got a handsome guy to keep me company. You go home and sleep, don't envy me. Chang Man forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes, but inwardly she was seething. Just wait, once I hook up with your little puppy and train him well, you'll be the one crying. Yen Ruyu swayed her hips and walked away. Imperial Nightclub. Knocking on the door, no one responded. Muchen pushed open the door. It was dim and empty, not a single shadow in sight. Yen Ruyu said she was in a private room. Upstairs? Muchen went upstairs, just about to search when hurried footsteps came from the staircase. Yen Ruyu. Her face was flushed, and she swayed as if about to fall. Muchen, help me. Muchen quickly supported her. She fell into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Soft and fragrant, utterly captivating. But Muchen's heart remained unmoved. With the abyssal will, he would not be swayed by beauty. What's wrong? What happened? Run quickly, they're coming. Yen Ruyu's eyes were dazed. Footsteps and angry curses came from the second floor. Muchen noticed that the footsteps were close at hand, yet no figure appeared. Run, the car is in the parking lot. Muchen looked at this familiar trick. In his previous life, he had almost been deceived. This time, Muchen hesitated for a moment. Forget it, no need to expose her. Take her home and be done with it. Expose her? If Yen Ruyu gets angry out of embarrassment and pounces directly, it would be even more troublesome. Alright, let's go, Muchen said softly. With that, Muchen wrapped his arms around Yen Ruyu's waist, lifting her in a princess carry, and walked toward the parking lot. Yen Ruyu was tall, and with high heels on, she was almost as tall as Muchen. Carrying her over the shoulder seemed inelegant, and carrying her on the back was too high, so he had to hold her like this. Nestled in Muchen's arms, Yen Ruyu closed her eyes, feeling his extraordinary strength, her heart surging with emotion. She imagined what it would be like when they were on the bed. At the parking lot, Yen Ruyu, half-conscious, pointed out to Muchen where the car was. Yen Ruyu's car was a luxury sports car, with a Trident logo. Inside were car keys, a makeup kit, a pistol, and a phone. Seeing the pistol, Muchen's expression remained unchanged. He opened the car door, placed Yen Ruyu in the passenger seat, got in, and drove toward her home. On the way, Yen Ruyu lay quietly. Upon arriving at the villa community, Yen Ruyu regained a semi-conscious state as she got out of the car. Her face was flushed, and in a daze, she hugged Muchen. Muchen carried her all the way home. Originally, he planned to place her on the living room sofa and leave, but she clung to him tightly and refused to let go. Helpless, Muchen had no choice but to take her to the bedroom. On the large bed in the bedroom, Yen Ruyu was satisfied and voluntarily let go. She lay on the bed, murmuring to herself, "Water. I want to drink water." Muchen ignored it and turned to leave. Yen Ruyu thought to herself, at this point, you still want to run. She stood up, grabbed Muchen's hand, and said coquettishly, I want some water. I'm scared. Please don't go, okay? Muchen tried to pry her fingers apart. Wow, such strength, I can't pry it open. Looking at the enchanting figure entangling him, Muchen thought, is this even human? After Muchen's data transformation, his physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. But in front of her, he was reduced to a mere weakling. Too bullying, too insulting. He regretted only adding points to intelligence back then. From now on, he must add points to strength. Since it can't be avoided. No choice, Muchen went to fetch water. On the small table, there were glass cups, alcohol, and mineral water. Muchen handed her a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and passed it to her. Yen Ruyu took the water but didn't hold it steady, spilling it all over herself. Her clothes were made of a special material that quickly turned transparent when wet, especially those black stockings. Muchen wanted to grab some tissues to help her wipe it off. But then he saw on the bedside table, next to the tissue box, a brand new, unopened box of condoms, clearly prepared for Muchen. Hiss. Muchen took a sharp breath. This setup was too elaborate, one step leading to another, who could resist? At this moment, Yen Ruyu, whose clothes were soaked through, had already begun to openly take off her clothes. He couldn't stay any longer, he still had to go back and play games. There was no time to waste on this tedious exercise. Mu Chen stared at Yen Ruoyu's smooth back. At the same time, a faint golden ring began to appear on his left index finger. In less than a few seconds, Yen Ruoyu understood men, knew what they liked, and no one could resist temptation. Little one, no matter how aloof you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Yen Ruoyu thought smugly, but when she turned around, she was stunned. Where is he? Where did Mu Chen go? There was no one behind him. Mu Chen had vanished into thin air. In the villa garden, Mu Chen used the ring of blink to escape from Yen Ruoyu's boudoir. He looked up and thought to himself that Yen Ruoyu would probably rack her brains tonight and still not figure out how he had left. Retracting his gaze, Mu Chen activated the blink skill once again. After leaving the neighborhood, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and went home. Inside the rental apartment, Song Jia sat on the sofa with a face full of worry. She neither slept nor played games, waiting quietly for Mu Chen to return. Waited until midnight. Mu Chen returned to the rental apartment. Seeing that Mu Chen was fine, Song Jia's worried expression faded. She stepped forward and asked with concern, "Brother Mu Chen, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Miss Yen just drank too much, so I took her home." "That's good." A woman's sixth sense made her feel that Yen Ruoyu was coveting Brother Mu Chen's body. Song Jia was certain. Brother Mu Chen is so kind, he must not be deceived by a bad woman. Song Jia had already regarded Brother Mu Chen as her own, and no one else should even think about it. She was too weak to protect Brother Mu Chen properly. Song Jia secretly made a vow. Mu Chen glanced at the clock and said, "It's getting late. Sleep or continue the game?" "Of course, it's the game. I need to prepare for going to Black Lion City tomorrow morning," Song Jia said with a sweet smile. Mu Chen asked in confusion, "Going to Black Lion City? What kind of preparation do you need?" "I just want to clear my backpack and sell some useless items. Otherwise, once I get to the main city, I won't be able to sell them, and it would be a pity to throw them away," she said. "Oh, I see. If it's Whitestone equipment, sell it directly at the blacksmith's shop. Monster materials can be sold to the general goods merchant, and NPC merchants also buy ores and herbs." Pausing for a moment, Mu Chen asked, "By the way, have you decided what class you'll switch to at level 10? Song Jia replied without hesitation, "I want to switch to priest and become your exclusive little priest, protecting you." "Switching to priest would be such a waste of your talent. What profession should I switch to?" Song Jia asked, tilting her head. Mu Chen pondered and said, "Have you heard of demon warlocks?" Song Jia shook her head. "Never. Demon warlocks are the most compatible with your talents, but they belong to the evil faction. It's an evil profession. Do you know what an evil profession is?" Song Jia nodded solemnly. "I know, I read the introduction on the official website. Since you know the downsides, let me tell you the benefits, which aren't on the official website. Choosing an evil profession has two reasons. First, your talent, Demon Banner, aligns with the Demon Warlock. 2. The strength of the evil faction is not weaker than that of the lawful faction. Evil professions are rare and highly sought after in the evil faction. If you have the chance to visit the 3 major cities of the evil faction in the future, you are likely to encounter opportunities and adventures that will greatly benefit your future development. In addition, there is another reason. Evil professions are not tolerated by the Order faction, but Black Lion City is not under the rule of the Church Temple, where divine authority is weak, making it very suitable for you. Coincidentally, I happen to have a class change stone and skill stone for demon warlocks. Once you come to Black Lion City, you can change your profession immediately." Mu Chen has paved the way for Song Jia, now it's up to her to decide. As expected, Song Jia hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to change her profession to Demon Warlock. She must have been studying her talents these past few days. It wasn't that Mu Chen deliberately guided her, but rather her talent determined that she would become a Demon Warlock. S-level talent Demon Banner. The effect is to summon the enslavement battle flag, throw it to hit a demon, and if the demon's level is lower than the player's, it will be enslaved 100%, if higher, there is a chance of success. This is a heaven-defying talent. When used properly, it can form a demon army. Just like the demon queen Song Jia in the previous life, who brought the demon banner's potential to its peak. The only flaw is, ordinary players cannot summon demons, and in the Dawn world, only a few high-level maps have demons, while low-level maps have none. The only class capable of summoning demons is the Demon Warlock. Moreover, the Demon Warlock has a B-level skill called Demon's Domain, which can teleport the Demon Warlock to a demon lair for 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, the Demon Warlock can move freely in the demon nest. The demon nest is home to numerous powerful demons and is the origin of the demon race, essentially the homeland of the demon clan. In his previous life, Mu Chen had heard about it. The demon queen Song Jia had repeatedly used the demon realm to enter the demon nest and select powerful demons for enslavement. There are nearly 100 professions in the Dawn world. Only the demon warlock is most suitable for Song Jia. This is beyond doubt, whether in the previous life or this one. Song Jia listens to him very well, which makes Mu Chen very happy. Sure enough, in her previous life, the twisted, evil, and terrifying demon queen Song Jia had undergone a drastic personality change and complete corruption due to external factors. At her core, she was a kind-hearted child. With just a little guidance, Song Jia would undoubtedly become a great ally to him in the future, contributing to the resistance against the invasion of the chaotic gods. He conversed with her for a while, then returned to the bedroom, lay on the same large bed, and entered the game. Song Jiaming will go to Black Lion City early, and after entering the city and becoming a Black Lion citizen, don't change professions yet. Tomorrow, Mu Chen has to go to War City to kill someone. He has already made an appointment with Qingning Tianxia, and the reward has been agreed upon. He has no choice but to go, though he doesn't know how long it will take. Anyway, Song Jia is not in a hurry to change professions. He can probably settle the matters under the clear sky in just one day, it won't take too long. After handling the affairs of the City of War, he will return to Black Lion City to personally guide Song Jia in changing her profession to Demon Warlock. For some special professions, simply having a profession change stone is not enough. A profession change quest must also be completed. This profession change quest is not mandatory. Some players encountered it when changing classes, while others didn't and successfully changed classes directly using the class change stone. Log into the game. Mu Chen opened his eyes again and was still in front of the teleportation point in the Forgotten Wilderness, unmoved. He looked back, and the distant blood market was already deserted. At this time, the blood market was small in scale. In addition, Dead Maniac and his two brothers also needed to level up and run dungeons, so they couldn't spend all their time at the Scarlet Bazaar. Therefore, when the time came, the Scarlet Bazaar automatically disbanded. Some went to level up, some went to eat, and some went to sleep. Once the red-named players of the Scarlet Bazaar left, the entire Forgotten Wilderness seemed to have only Mu Chen left. An evening breeze blew through, brushing against the knee-high wild grass on the wilderness, swaying with the wind. As usual, he glanced at his emails. There was a reward email from the master of the Tuksh Gold Mine Gold Coin Dungeon, along with one or two spam emails from Black Gold Bear. He first opened the reward email, staring at the string of gold coin numbers in the attachment. Mu Chen's lips curved into a satisfied smile. In the past few days, the rewards from the dungeon masters alone have amounted to nearly 500,000 gold coins. Adding to that the 1,100,000 gold coins he saved from selling equipment these days, plus a pile of gold and silver jewelry hidden by Farron in his backpack, which, once sold, would bring in a considerable amount of gold coins. After claiming the attachments from the dungeon master's mail, Mu Chen looked at the two emails from Black Gold Bear. Just from the email titles, there was a pile of unsightly profanity. In Dawn, there is no such thing as banned words. Here, the beautiful language and characters passed down through 5,000 years of Chinese heritage have been given unprecedented room for expression. Black Gold Dashion can't handle losing, his character is too poor. When he can't win, he resorts to insults. Mu Chen didn't even look and directly deleted it. This trash Black Gold Dashion, even after killing him twice, he still doesn't learn. Next time, don't let me run into him again, or I'll kill him until he calls me daddy. Aside from Black Gold Dashion, many strangers also sent him emails, either from a large guild trying to recruit him, a streaming platform wanting him as a host, or someone looking to purchase Mu Chen's golden weapon. Mu Chen skimmed through them briefly and deleted all the useless emails. Cleared out the inbox. Afterward, Mu Chen took a few steps to the center of the teleportation array, consumed a teleportation token, and teleported to the Centaur Plains near the City of War. The agreed time with Qingfeng Tianxia and others is early tomorrow morning. There is still one night left before the agreed time, and Mu Chen has nothing to do. Completing those hidden outdoor tasks would likely take more than one night. So, Mu Chen decided to come here early and spend the night killing monsters and leveling up in the Centaur Plains. The Centaur Plains is a map for levels 10 to 20, with monsters within this range, serving as the beginner leveling area for players of War City. The City of War is also one of the 10 major cities. The number of players choosing to become citizens of the City of War is considerable. Nowadays, a small part of the vast Centaur Plains has been occupied by players. In particular, the area near the teleportation point is bustling with activity, with people shouting to find teammates, setting up stalls to sell goods, and chatting and laughing. As Mu Chen arrived, the scene gradually fell silent, and everyone focused their gaze on Mu Chen, or more precisely, on the golden tier fearmonger staff hanging at his waist. This is the first golden weapon in the national server. It is Mu Chen's second piece of golden equipment. The Ring of Flicker is also of gold grade, but Mu Chen is wearing a mage robe, which is wide and has long sleeves, perfectly covering his hands, so the Ring of Flicker on his hand is generally not visible. Nowadays, it is the era of the internet. Whenever something major happens, it doesn't take long for it to spread across the internet. The national server, being home to the world's first golden weapon, naturally attracts a lot of attention. In the national server, only the legendary player Dust has a golden staff. Although Dust's ID is hidden, upon seeing the golden staff, someone naturally recognized Dust's identity. He's Dust? He looks even more handsome in person than in the photos online. Such a legendary player, and he's also a red name. His ID is hidden. How did you know he's a red name? Are you dumb? Do you know detection? Detection is not only useful against monsters but also works on players. Although you can't see much useful information about players, you can see their affiliated main city and current status, among other basic details. This is the first time I've heard it can do that. Dust is a red name, so could his golden weapon have been snatched from someone else? So what if it was? This is the game world, worldly rules don't apply here. That's right, winner takes all, loser eats dust. Dust God is so handsome, I'd willingly let him kill me. TSK, this dust god doesn't look that strong either, only level 16, and I'm level 16 too. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Mu Chen walked past expressionlessly, heading toward the monster spawn point. Dust, a god-level player, is low-key, with unknown strength, but not to be underestimated. This is the evaluation of Mu Chen on the Dawn Forum. Sometimes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Being able to appear on the world announcement twice in a row and obtaining the first golden weapon, anyone can guess that Dust is not someone to mess with. Therefore, for a time, no one dared to provoke him. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Mu Chen summoned his mount, the Black Flame Lion, and headed toward the depths of the Centaur Plains. They saw Mu Chen's bronze mount. Once again, many people voiced their admiration. Nowadays, most players don't even have a black iron mount, let alone a bronze mount. A black iron mount costs anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 gold coins, while a bronze mount is priced at over 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins is equivalent to $100,000. That's enough money to buy a car. In the early stages of the game, apart from a few second-generation rich players and wealthy players, no ordinary player would be willing to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a mount in the game. Whether one is willing or not is one thing. Whether one is envious or not is another. Of course, there were quite a few players jealous of Mu Chen. Besides admiration, there were also plenty of sour remarks. What's so impressive about that? Spending 100,000 gold coins on a useless mount, isn't that just foolish? Exactly, with teleportation arrays around, I feel mounts are pretty much useless. Too far to use, too close to need, wasting money for nothing, such a waste. Do you guys know? I just used a scouting spell and saw that Dust's affiliated main city is Black Lion City. Is he stupid? What's he going to that godforsaken place for? I've never even heard of Black Lion City. Whether it was praise, criticism, or insults, Mu Chen had heard plenty. He had long cultivated a heart as steadfast as a rock and would not be troubled by the opinions of others. He rode the Black Flame Lion deeper and deeper, all the way to the heart of the Centaur Plains, stopping only when he was completely alone and no other players were in sight. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life. In the combat system of Dawn, the experience points for killing monsters are awarded to the player who lands the final blow, which has led to a culture of kill-stealing in the world of Dawn. Whether it's an ordinary wild monster or a boss, their kills are often stolen. Some mischievous players specialize in this kind of behavior. While you're fighting a monster, they watch from the sidelines. When the monster's health drops to a sliver, they suddenly strike, finishing off the monster and stealing the experience points that should have been yours. There are also certain players who are assassins, killers, or thieves. Relying on their stealth skills and being an agility-based class with high movement speed, when you're fighting monsters, they use stealth to approach the monsters. As soon as the monster dies, they immediately act, grabbing the equipment from the monster's corpse and running away, which is extremely unethical. They have stealth skills, making them invisible, and they run fast, so you can't catch them. It's very disgusting. For thieves and assassins who disgust people like this, it's fine if they manage to escape. But if they're caught on the spot, their death will be miserable. In his previous life, when Mu Chen was leveling up alone, he encountered many such situations, almost leaving him with psychological trauma. This led to Mu Chen later preferring to find secluded places to level up alone. He wasn't the only one with this habit, many players shared it. This habit of his has been retained to this day. He likes leveling up alone in quieter places. Mu Chen now isn't afraid of anyone daring to steal his wild monsters. Whoever dares, he'll twist their head off. It's just that Mu Chen has too many secrets on him right now. In the future, he will kill many people, fight with others, and the effects of the Chaos Apostle won't stay hidden. Sooner or later, everyone will know. But Mu Chen hopes that his talent can be concealed for as long as possible. If you can hide it for a day, then hide it for a day. The fewer people know, the better. Exposing your talent early makes it easy to become a target. Enemies can prepare strategies in advance to counter and restrict you. In his previous life, Mu Chen personally witnessed a player with an A-level, flame amplification, talent, level 177, whose profession was Blazing Knight, offending a major guild. He was hunted down by that major guild. Due to the exposure of his talent effects, that large guild specifically formed a team with extremely high fire resistance, composed entirely of frost-type professions, to hunt him down. They completely suppressed that flame knight. This is just one example. If you don't want to be targeted, you must keep your talents and attributes secret and not let outsiders know. Keep a bit of mystery and a few trump cards, it's never wrong. Back to the point. Mu Chen arrived at a slightly sunken plain. Not far ahead, a large bonfire was burning, surrounded by dozens of centaurs reveling in celebration. Target spotted. Mu Chen patted the massive head of the black flame lion. Unfortunately, his bond with the black flame lion wasn't strong enough, far from reaching the level of mutual understanding. It didn't grasp Mu Chen's intentions and thought he was playing around. It let out a series of low growls, shaking its head with an adorably clumsy demeanor. Mu Chen was speechless. He had no choice but to issue a command: charge, attack. Mounts and pets both possess intelligence, though not very advanced, and can understand simple commands. In his previous life, Mu Chen had a black iron mount, an earth dragon, that had been with him for many years. It didn't even require verbal commands from Mu Chen, it would act according to his intentions. His bond with the black flame lion was slightly weaker. It just needed more time to develop. After Mu Chen gave the command, the black flame lion immediately carried it out. Charged towards the centaurs by the bonfire, and during the charge, Mu Chen cast a detection spell on one of the centaurs. With the blessing of the all-seeing eye, the detection spell revealed the monster's attributes in greater detail than ever before. Black Sorcerer Centaur Warrior, Elite. Level, 16. Health, 3200. Defense, 64. Attack, 192. Shield, 500. Resistance, Fire, 20%. Darkness, 80%. Light, -100%. Talent, Archery, F. Dark Voodoo, F. Skill, Voodoo Spear Throw, F. Weakness, Light-based skills. Possesses the Eye of Omniscience. In addition to information such as health points, attack power, talents, and skills, Mu Chen could also see attributes like defense, shields, resistances, and weaknesses. Mu Chen was now roughly in the heart of the Centaur Plains, where any random monster he encountered was uniformly an elite monster. But whether they were elite or not, it no longer mattered. Mu Chen's current destruction finger deals damage fluctuating around 5,000. A single destruction finger can instantly kill an elite black shaman centaur. The centaur tribe follows the voodoo religion, divided into black shamans and white shamans. Black shaman centaurs enjoy slaughter and plunder, with a strong desire for destruction, residing in plains regions, while white shaman centaurs are the complete opposite in temperament, loving peace, disliking killing, and living in forested areas. The same tribe. Two completely different personalities. This is quite interesting. After Mu Chen cast a scouting spell on the centaurs, they were enraged, picked up their weapons, and charged at Mu Chen. The centaurs' weapons include the following. Short spears can be used for melee combat or thrown. Bows and arrows, the primary weapons of the centaur race, are used skillfully in mounted archery. Slings, a type of ranged weapon equipped by some centaurs, deal moderate damage. They are typically used for hunting hares or wolves. Some centaurs also equip daggers, long swords, and other weapons. These weapons were seized from the enemy and are rarely used in battle. Centaur warriors are all very experienced in combat. Seeing that the enemy was only Mu Chen, they naturally spread out, surrounding him and cutting off his retreat. When they reached a certain distance, the centaur held the bow, nocked an arrow, aimed, and shot. Dozens of arrows whistled through the air, carrying an overwhelming momentum, shooting toward Mu Chen. Each arrow targeted his vital areas, the head and the heart. Mu Chen cast dozens of layers of dark shield on himself. This was his only shield skill, and he had never merged it with other skills. The defense power of this skill is quite average, but its only advantage is that it can be stacked. Dozens of layers of shields can be stacked, and even hundreds of layers can be achieved. The dark shield after stacking. The shield value is formidable. It easily blocked the sharp arrows shot by the centaur warriors. Next, it's my turn. Mu Chen raised the golden shortstaff high in his hand, and beams of red lightning like light shot out. After hitting the enemies, the beams would leap between them. With each leap of the red lightning, a centaur would perish. In an instant, dozens of centaurs were all slain. Mu Chen rode the black flame lion, strolling around the centaur corpses, searching for gold coins, items, and equipment dropped by the centaurs. There were about a dozen gold coins. No items or equipment, but quite a few materials from the centaurs' bodies were dropped, such as carved hooves, fur, eyeballs, and so on. These materials are quite valuable. Taking them to the City of War, there are plenty of merchants willing to buy them. The purchase price in the City of War is about 10 to 20% higher than in other main cities. The reason? First, because centaurs are magical creatures, the materials they drop possess a certain spirituality. Centaur fur can be made into magic scrolls, their eyeballs are key ingredients for crafting farsight potions, and their hooves can be used to create tools. Centaurs, their entire body is a treasure. The second reason is that the Temple of War dislikes centaurs because they often raid small villages near the City of War. Therefore, one of the daily tasks of the City of War's town hall is clearing out centaurs. Kill the centaurs, cut off their scalps, and take them to the town hall to exchange for gold coins. Mu Chen couldn't enter the City of War or see the small rewards from the town hall's daily tasks, so he didn't continue to desecrate the centaur corpses. Finished collecting the spoils, Mu Chen continued to venture deeper into the centaur plains, slaughtering centaurs to accumulate experience points. After a few days without leveling up, Mu Chen's level had fallen behind. Many players took the opportunity to surpass him, reaching level 17. Time flies. Very soon, the night passed. That night, Mu Chen focused on leveling up, delving deep into the centaur plains, defeating numerous elite monsters and boss monsters. In one night, he leveled up twice, reaching level 18, just 2 levels away from level 20. At dawn, it was time for the meeting with Qingfeng Tianxia. Mu Chen sent him a private message, asking what time and where to meet. After a while, Clear Wind Under Heaven replied, "The valley west of Centaur Plains, go there now." "All right." Turned off private messages. Mu Chen rode the Black Flame Lion, heading to the agreed location. By the time he arrived at the agreed location, Clear Wind Under Heaven had been waiting for quite some time. He wasn't alone. Besides him, there was also the vice president, Clear Water Meow Meow. "Master Dust, long time no see." Qing Shui Meow Meow greeted warmly, a stark contrast to her previously cold demeanor. Mu Chen smiled and nodded in response. Qingfeng Tianxia, however, frowned deeply, clearly displeased. "Something wrong?" Mu Chen asked directly. "Nothing." Qingfeng Tianxia replied with a cold face. After a pause, he added slowly, "Last night, you were so high profile on the Centaur Plains, someone recognized you. It's all over the forums now. Fenghuo Lianchang must know too, his intel is always spot on. I originally planned to challenge Beacon of the City, using you as a secret weapon to catch him off guard. Now that he's prepared, my entire plan is ruined." Qingfeng Tianxia complained, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. Just because he stood out too much last night? And this could be called a plan? It's so lousy that even elementary school kids could come up with it. If it weren't for the silver equipment on Beacon of the City, Mu Chen would have really wanted to leave. Talking nonsense with someone like Qingfeng Tianxia, who thinks too highly of himself, is completely pointless. Mu Chen patiently explained, "You're weaker than him, yet you dare provoke him. You're either foolish or have a trump card. Beacon of the City may be dumb, but the guild behind him isn't. They'll warn him not to fall for your tricks. Besides, who would play with you if there's no benefit? Tell Beacon of the City you'll put up 300,000 gold coins as the prize for a duel, and he'll definitely agree." Breeze Under Heaven was stunned. He realized he hadn't thought things through. Clear Water Mist quickly said, "Great Dust is right, it's our oversight." She first admitted the mistake, then couldn't help but question, "Great One, this plan is good, but in a one-on-one fight, Breeze can't beat Beacon of the City. And we can't come up with 300,000, At most 100,000 is our limit. 300,000 is just bait to lure Beacon of the city out, Muchen said calmly. When the time comes, I'll step in and take him down. Breeze under heaven couldn't help but say, your plan is the same as mine. Will Beacon of the city fall for it? No temptation, of course he won't fall for it. What if he doesn't come? The dual location is set at Centaur Plains, an open terrain where no one can hide. He'll agree to it. But, no buts. If the plan fails, I will storm the city of war and take his life. I promised you. Muchen's confidence inspired the two of them. They exchanged a glance and agreed. Take a gamble. If beacon fire across the city doesn't come, they lose nothing. If he dares to come, beacon fire across the city is doomed. Changfeng Tianxia thought to himself, didn't you say I was naive? I want to see just how capable you are. If you fail, he will definitely mock Muchen thoroughly. When Qingfeng Tianxia contacted Fenghua Lianqing, Muchen called Iya Jichuan, a big deal is here, at least 5 pieces of silver equipment as the base. Are you in? Iya Jichuan was stunned. When Muchen called, it meant someone was going to die. He knew that. Every deal always came with a bloody scent. Iya Jichuan quickly said, I'm in. Of course, I'm in. 5 pieces of silver equipment. Anyone who didn't want that would be a fool. Master, where are you? I'll come find you right away. No rush, help me with a small favor, Muchen said. What favor? Spring of One Leaf asked cautiously. Muchen said, spread a rumor on the forum that I discovered a golden treasure chest in the eastern part of Black Lion City and opened it to find a golden ring. All right. Spring of One Leaf did not understand the purpose. Spreading rumors was a trivial matter to him. The Shuangling group was involved in a wide range of fields. Muchen took a photo of the ring of flicker and sent it to Spring of One Leaf. Spring of One Leaf received the photo and began to breathe heavily. He hurriedly asked, Great Master, did you really find a golden treasure chest in the eastern part of Black Lion City? Muchen said, I did find a golden treasure chest, but it wasn't in Black Lion City. Then where was it? Spring of One Leaf asked. Muchen answered truthfully, Dusk Village, Silent Garden. Dusk Village? Silent Garden? Spring of One Leaf repeated these 2 places over and over. Like Muchen, he was also a player who had started out from Dusk Village. He hadn't expected such a small beginner's village to have a hidden golden treasure chest. This made Spring of One Leaf wonder if Dusk Village might have other hidden treasures as well. Wait until later. No, wait a couple of days. I need to return to Twilight Village for a visit and search carefully, maybe I can discover something. With this map, the credibility of the rumor will increase somewhat. His actions have 2 purposes. First, to lure Beacon of Unity into believing the false impression that he is no longer near the City of War. Second, the Death Dungeon that Muchen has been longing for is located in the Death Mountains east of Black Lion City. The Death Dungeon requires the activation of players' souls. This rumor will inevitably drive many greedy players to head to the Death Mountains, and by then, someone will discover the Death Dungeon within. This plan can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only tricks Beacon of Unity into willingly falling for the trap but also paves the way for his upcoming journey to the Death Dungeon. After discussing the details with Muchen, he ended the voice call. Spring of One Leaf immediately ordered someone to spread the rumor on the forums. With the efforts of interested individuals and professionals, a post titled Dust God obtained a golden ring this morning in the Death Mountains of Black Lion City was pinned to the top of the forum. The Dawn Forum is officially outsourced to another company for management. Since it is managed by another company, it means there are loopholes to exploit. Spending a little money can secure the special privilege of having a post pinned to the top. Dust himself is already a trending figure. 2 world announcements, coupled with Muchen obtaining the first golden staff in the national server, and several appearances on hot searches. When the name Dust is associated with a golden ring, the popularity skyrocketed. For a time, Muchen received unprecedented attention. Players discussed fervently, leaving comments like, is Dust possessed by the spirit of luck? Just got a golden weapon, and now a golden ring too. I'm so jealous. Where in the Death Mountain of Black Lion City? Where did you find the golden ring? Why isn't there an exact location? Are you dumb? If there were an exact location, do you think they'd tell you? Brothers, let's form a team to explore Death Mountain. Who's in? Just as the rumors were spreading, Qingfeng Tianxia, who had just finished speaking with Fenghua Lianqing, walked up to Muchen. His expression was slightly awkward as he said in a deep voice, Fenghua Lianqing agreed. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, at the Centaur Plains. Neither side can bring too many people. Very good, Muchen nodded and said, when the time comes, just go calmly. And what about you? I'll set up an ambush in advance. As soon as Finghua Lianqing arrives, I'll take him out. The Centaur plains are flat and open. Where are you planning to hide for the ambush? That's not something you need to worry about. I have my own brilliant plan. Meanwhile, Finghua Lianqing, who had just finished a call with Qingfeng Tianxia, looked excited. Beside him, Finghua Lianqing's girlfriend Dai Lianhua asked curiously, "What's going on? Who just called you?" "He, it was Qingfeng Tianxia. Why is he looking for you? Could it be that he wants to beg for mercy?" "Better than begging for mercy, he's coming to give me money." "Give you money? What's going on? Explain it clearly," Dai Lianhua asked. Finghua Lianqing chuckled and said, "Qingfeng Tianxia suddenly said he wants to challenge me to a duel, one-on-one, with a bet of 300,000 gold coins. His equipment isn't as good as mine, you know that. So wouldn't I just crush him? Isn't this basically free money for me? Besides, it's not like I haven't had a one-on-one duel with Qingfeng Tianxia before. I beat him so badly he was utterly defeated. Looks like he's still not convinced. This time, I must teach him a proper lesson and make him bleed a little." Finghua Lianqing said with a smug smile. Dai Lianhua said warily, "When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. I just heard that Chen Ai has arrived in the City of War and is wandering around the Centaur Plains area." "What, Dust is here?" Beacon of the city's face changed, and he recalled the fear of being dominated by Mu Chen back then. "Why is he here?" "I don't know. I just happened to see it on the forum. Someone spotted Dust at the teleportation point on the Centaur Plains," Butterfly Loves Flower said. "Hiss, this is going to be tricky." Beacon of the city looked worried. "Do you think this could be a trap set by Dust and Clear Wind World working together?" "That's quite possible." Dai Lianhua nodded seriously and said, "Otherwise, why would Dust come near the City of War for no reason? He must have a purpose. Maybe he has already discussed it with the Qingfeng Guild and is planning to set you up." "I think so too," Finghua Lianqing said solemnly. "Maybe I shouldn't go this afternoon, just to avoid falling into their trap." As he said this, Finghua Lianqing felt a slight pang of pain. 300,000 gold coins were no small amount. Even for someone like Finghua Lianqing, a second-generation rich kid, this sum was significant. Letting go of this money so easily was something he was reluctant to do. But at the thought of Dust, Finghua Lianqing felt a wave of stomach pain. He would rather forego the 300,000 gold coins than provoke Dust again. "I think we should take a step back and plan carefully," Dai Lianhua said thoughtfully. Like Finghua Lianqing, she was also reluctant to give up the 300,000 gold coins so easily. From what Finghua Lianqing and Dai Lianhua knew, Dust's relationship with the Qingfeng Guild was average. He probably wouldn't travel all this way just to stand up for the Qingfeng Guild. Of course, the exception would be if the Qingfeng Guild had paid Dust to act as a hired hand. The key question now is, where exactly is Dust? Beacon of Unity sent a voice message to his subordinates, asking them to help investigate Dust's whereabouts. This is the advantage of being a guild leader. Many things don't require personal effort, a single command will have someone handle it for you. Initially, he thought investigating Dust's whereabouts would take a long time. Unexpectedly, after just a minute or two, Beacon of Unity's subordinates replied, "Guild leader, Dust should currently be in the Death Mountain Range in the eastern part of Black Lion City." "Really? Guild leader, have you checked the forum or looked at the trending topics on Weibo today?" a subordinate asked. Beacon of Unity replied, "Not yet." "Why? Did something major happen today?" "Pretty much, it can be considered a big deal." Hearing this, Finghua Lianqing became interested, took out his virtual phone, and logged into the forum. Dai Lianhua also leaned over, staring at the screen. She was curious to know what major event had occurred on the forum. As soon as they logged in, the two saw the pinned post on the forum. Both were momentarily stunned, and then jealousy and envy appeared on their faces. "This Chen Ai, his luck is just too good," Finghua Lianqing muttered, his tone full of jealousy. Seeing Mu Chen easily obtain 2 pieces of golden equipment, while he had to spend a fortune just to get silver equipment. So far, Finghua Lianqing had invested nearly $1 million in Dawn. Despite spending so much money, he hadn't even gotten a single piece of golden equipment. This left him feeling a bit unbalanced. Butterfly Love stared at the handsome face of Mu Chen in the photo, her expression complex. Back in the novice village, during the main storyline boss fight, Butterfly Love had also reached level 10 and was doing the main quest. She led the beacon players to bring the boss to critical health, and the task was about to be completed. Victory was within reach. Then Mu Chen suddenly intervened, killed Butterfly Love, and snatched the boss. After reviving, Butterfly Love was so angry she almost cried. Moreover, she even tried to seduce Mu Chen, but he wasn't having any of it and killed her outright. Especially that sentence, "I don't like you," dealt Butterfly Love a psychological blow of 10,000 points, hurting her more than being killed. To this day, Butterfly Love still holds a grudge. She carefully browsed through the post's content. Butterfly Love and Beacon Flame City exchanged glances, both seeing the meaningful look in each other's eyes. Beacon Flame City mused, "It seems Dust has really left and gone to the Death Mountain range. Don't take it lightly. With the teleportation point, it won't take long for Dust to travel back and forth between the Centaur Plains and the Death Mountains, just a few minutes," Dai Lianhua said. "So, about the duel invitation from Qing Feng Tianxia, are we going this afternoon or not?" Feng Huo Liancheng hesitated. He couldn't make up his mind. In the past, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Back then, he was arrogant and domineering, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. But now, Feng Huo Liancheng had been thoroughly intimidated by Mu Chen. Just hearing Dust's name made him feel scared. "Maybe we should go?" Dai Lianhua hesitated. She still couldn't bear to part with those 300,000 gold coins. Qingfeng Tianxia had decent strength and good skills, but his equipment was not as good as Fenghuo Liancheng's. In the past, Qingfeng Tianxia had also challenged Fenghuo Liancheng, but each time ended in defeat for Qingfeng Tianxia. He wanted to spend money to boost his combat power, but he wasn't a second-generation rich kid and didn't have much money. While Dai Lianhua and Fenghuo Liancheng were discussing strategies, someone suddenly came to visit. The Fenghua Guild's base was located in a rundown tavern at the west corner of War City. Land in the main city cost money. Fenghua Guild couldn't afford to buy land, so they had to settle in the most dilapidated west corner of War City. Fenghua Liancheng spent 10,000 to rent the two-story tavern for a year. The visitor was Balian Changgang, a level 15 berserker, affiliated with the Steel Legion Guild. As soon as he entered, Balian Changgang complained, "Young Master Fenghua, you're so rich, can't you find a better place to set up your guild?" Fenghua Liancheng put on a smile and said, "Brother Steel, what brings you here?" "Just checking in, and passing on the president's orders." Tempered Steel replied casually, his eyes fixed intently on Butterfly in Bloom. Butterfly in Bloom cast him a flirtatious glance. Beacon of Flames saw it all, anger boiling inside him, yet he dared not express it. Tempered Steel withdrew his gaze and continued, "The president plans to ambush the boss, Bloodletter Scorpion King, in the bloody soil. The day after tomorrow. Your job is to clear the area and make sure no regular players wander in and disturb the president. Got it?" Beacon of Flames suppressed his fury. "Yes, understood." After assigning the task, Tempered Steel didn't leave. He kept staring at Butterfly in Bloom. For a task like this, a private message would have sufficed. Tempered Steel was clearly here for Butterfly in Bloom. 100 refinements into Steel said with a smile, "Sister Dai Lianhua, it's been a few days since we last met, and you've become even more radiant and beautiful." Dai Lianhua showed no shyness and even threw a flirtatious glance. Fenghua Liancheng's face turned pale, but he said nothing. "Before coming in, I saw you looking worried. Did you encounter some trouble?" "Yes." Dai Lianhua recounted the matter of Qingfeng Tianxia challenging Fenghua Liancheng to a duel. Refined Steel laughed and said, "I was wondering what it was." "Sister Dai Lianhua, don't worry. For the duel this afternoon, I'll be watching from the side. I doubt Qingfeng Tianxia would dare to play any tricks in front of me." Dai Lianhua beamed with joy. "Thank you, Brother Steel." "Thank me?" Refined Steel smirked mischievously. "I prefer gratitude shown through actions rather than just words." "Brother Steel, you're so naughty." Butterfly Love and Tempered Steel completely ignored Beacon Fire City, continuing their flirtatious banter. Upon learning that the duel was scheduled for 2 p.m., Tempered Steel had other matters to attend to and decided to leave first. As he was leaving, he glanced sideways at Beacon Fire City with disdain, and said, "It's still uncertain whether Dust will show up. Look at you, scared like that. Even if Dust dares to come alone, what's the point? We have so many people here, what are you afraid of? You don't understand how terrifying Dust is," Beacon Fire City tried to explain after being reprimanded by Tempered Steel. But Tempered Steel, unwilling to listen, impatiently waved his hand repeatedly and walked straight out of the Beacon Fire Guild base's main gate. Butterfly Love called out sweetly from behind, "Steel bro, come visit us when you have time." After 100 refinements left, Beacon Fire glared fiercely at Butterfly Love Flower and angrily said, "You shameless flirt." Butterfly Love Flower snorted coldly and said, "Humph, so what if I'm a flirt? If it weren't for Steel bro introducing you to the president of the Steel Legion, we'd still be getting bullied by the Breeze Guild every day. Even so, you can't flirt with 100 refinements right in front of me. Where does that leave me? I'm your official boyfriend. Beacon Fire said furiously. Butterfly Loveflower replied nonchalantly, I'm just repaying steel bro, that's all. Besides, we were just chatting, we didn't do anything inappropriate. Cut. Fenghua Lianqing said coldly, back then, Chen Ai was kind enough to save you, but you repaid kindness with enmity. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Chen Ai. So why are you now thinking about repaying Bailey and Changgang? Aren't you being a bit too hypocritical? It would have been better not to bring this up, but as soon as it was mentioned, Fenghua Lianqing was filled with anger. To be fair, he had offended Chen Ai back then to stand up for his girlfriend Dai Lianhua. Otherwise, how could he have been overshadowed by that trash Qingfeng Tianxia? None of the subsequent events would have happened, and he wouldn't have ended up as a lackey for the Steel Legion Guild, being ordered around without any dignity. Dai Lianhua raised her head and said, if you agree, I can climb into Chen Ai's bed right now, please him, flatter him, serve him, and ensure he reconciles with you. Then go ahead. Fenghua Lianqing mocked, I'm just afraid Chen Ai won't want you. This sentence hit Dai Lianhua's sore spot. She had once tried to seduce Mu Chen, but he wasn't interested and directly killed her. This made her doubt her own charm for a time. Fortunately, she later met by Lian Changgang, which helped her regain her confidence. You bastard! Dai Lianhua cursed angrily and slammed the door as she left. Fenghua Lianqing didn't chase after her. Once today's matters were settled, buying her a bag or some jewelry would be enough to appease her. Apart from being somewhat pretty, her only redeeming quality was how easy she was to pacify. Since Bai Lian Changgang promised to be present during the duel this afternoon, there was nothing to fear. Bai Lian Changgang's guild, the Iron Legion, was the top guild in War City. Its overall strength was unmatched, even if you combine 10 Fenghua guilds and 10 Qingfeng guilds. No matter how strong Chen Ai's individual abilities were, he likely wouldn't dare provoke the Iron Legion guild. Just as Bai Lian Changgang had said, with him there, neither Chen Ai nor Qingfeng Tianxia would dare act recklessly. Although Fenghua Lianqing disliked Bai Lian Changgang, he had to admit that having Bai Lian Changgang and the Iron Legion Guild's protection was quite advantageous. There were still a few hours left until the scheduled duel with Beacon Fire Linked City. During this time, Beacon Fire Linked City did not waste a moment. He dispatched guild members to gather intelligence, checking whether the Breeze Guild was planning any schemes. He also sent people to scout the duel location to prevent any ambushes that might catch them off guard. On the other side, Mu Chen remained in the valley. Meanwhile, Breeze Under Heaven and Clear Water Miao Mao returned to the guild base to prepare for the afternoon's duel. Before they left, Mu Chen asked, you mentioned that the Beacon Fire Guild has allied with a major guild from War City. Which major guild is it? Breeze Under Heaven replied with a solemn expression, it's the Steel Legion Guild. Steel Legion? Mu Chen was taken aback and repeated the name. That's right. Qingfeng Tianxia paused for a moment and asked, what, are you scared? Scared of what? The Steel Legion is several times more arrogant than the Fenghua Guild. If they find out about this, they'll definitely get involved. Mu Chen laughed and said, by then, Fenghua Lianqing will have no choice but to come. Qingfeng Tianxia was silent for a moment and said, do you still remember the earlier promise? What? Aside from the heads of Fenghua Lianqing and his people, there are also a few heads from the members of the major guilds allied with the Fenghua Guild. Of course I haven't forgotten, but do you really want me to kill someone from the Iron Legion? Why not? Are you scared? Qingfeng Tianxia pressed. I'm afraid you'll die too miserably, Mu Chen explained. You entrusted me to kill the Beacon Guild and the Iron Legion. When the time comes, they'll retaliate against both me and you. I can withstand their retaliation, but what about you? I can withstand it too. Alright, since you said so, I'll have to start the slaughter, Mu Chen said with a smile. Beside him, Cheng Shui Miao Miao still wanted to persuade Qingfeng Tianxia, but his mind was made up, and he wouldn't listen to anyone. The Beacon Fire Guild and the Steel Legion had joined forces multiple times to ambush Qingfeng Guild's teams in the wild. The two sides were already enemies. Since they had spent a large sum to hire Mu Chen, they intended to make full use of him. With a resolute expression, Qingfeng Tianxia and a worried Cheng Shui Miao Miao left the valley. After the two left, Mu Chen rummaged through his backpack and found a D grade skill stone. Concealment Technique. Level, D. Profession, Assassin. Effect, allows the player to enter a concealed state for a short duration. Attacking or touching enemies will forcibly exit the concealed state. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 300. Energy consumption, 80. The effect of stealth is similar to the rogue's invisibility and the assassin's sneak, differing only in name with slight variations in effect. The skill stones found in Farron's treasure were not used by Mu Chen at all. He plans to gather more skill stones for a big fusion spree. Fusing them one by one is just not interesting. After learning the D-level concealment technique, Mu Chen conducted some experiments. When the concealment effect ended or was interrupted, he used the technique again, entering a concealed state once more. Theoretically, he could conceal himself infinitely, achieving permanent invisibility. When beacon fire across the city and gentle breeze under heaven scheduled their duel, he could use the concealment technique to hide nearby, ensuring he could catch them off guard. Mu Chen pondered that once he had money, he would give his sister $1 million as pocket money, then rent a better place, buy a gaming pod, get Song Jia some beautiful clothes, and take her out for delicious food. Buying a house is out of the question. 3 more years until the Chaos Gods invade. Buying a house to live in for 3 years would be a loss. It's better to rent. Maybe the landlord might unfortunately perish during the invasion, then you could get a house for free. This thought was too wicked. Mu Chen quickly shook his head, trying to drive the idea out of his mind. Mu Chen, you are humanity's last guardian. How can you have such an evil thought? Back to the point. Mu Chen checked the time and called Yi Shi-chun, asking how long it would take for him to arrive. After the call was connected. Yi Shi-chun, Master, I spread the rumors as you instructed, and now you're trending again. Mu Chen wasn't interested in trending topics. He only hoped the Death Mountain would attract players' attention. Great, when are you coming to War City? I'm heading out now, where can I find you? Come find me in the valley on the west side of Centaur Plains. Alright, I'll be there soon. Ended the voice call. Nothing to do, Mu Chen exited the game. He prepared to eat something. It was almost noon, and he was hungry. Logged off. Taking off the helmet, he heard the sound of torrential rain and thunderclaps in his ears. Mu Chen gazed out the window at the continuous drizzle. The scent of rain and earth filled his nostrils. He liked the smell because both his death and rebirth were like today, with torrential rain washing over the city. Unconsciously, Mu Chen walked to the window, his pitch-black eyes staring outside. The boundless black clouds seemed to pull him back to his previous life. In his final moments, the earth was scarred and battered, and black rain poured from the sky. The enemies, for chaotic evil gods, their followers, and traitors, were all laughing. Mu Chen felt no pain as death consumed his will. He could never forget what he saw just before his death, the 5th chaotic evil god. The voice of Song Jia came from behind. She had exited the game. Brother Mu Chen, what's wrong with you? Mu Chen turned around, his smile radiant. I'm so hungry. How about hot pot today? Yay! There's a hot pot ingredients store downstairs. I'll go buy some, and you prepare at home. All right. Mu Chen casually grabbed a coat and went downstairs to buy ingredients. A moment later, Mu Chen returned home carrying 2 large bags of ingredients. Song Jia had already washed and chopped the vegetables. The hot pot base was brought to a boil, and beef rolls, vegetables, fish balls, luncheon meat, sweet potatoes, hot pot noodles, and potatoes were added. Once cooked, they were ready to eat. On a drizzly, overcast day, eating hot pot is the best. After eating, Song Jia cleaned up the dining table, and Mu Chen returned to his bedroom to continue gaming. He spent an hour and a half on lunch, so One Leaf in Spring was probably waiting for a long time. After logging in, he indeed saw One Leaf in Spring and another person in the valley. Besides One Leaf in Spring, there was a young girl. One Leaf in Spring was whispering softly with the girl. The young girl was unhappy, and Iya Jicho explained with a smile. Mu Chen came online and suddenly appeared. Iya Jicho was startled, afraid of encountering assassin players/killer players. These 2 classes have the highest probability of getting a red name. He relies on equipment and dislikes conflict. Iya Jicho avoids red names whenever he encounters them. Seeing it was Mu Chen, Iya Jicho breathed a sigh of relief. Master, where did you go? I waited for you for over an hour in vain. Sorry, I was about to log off and grab a quick bite, but suddenly I felt like having hot pot. My apologies. Spring of One Leaf smiled. With such an apology, I'll forgive you. For the next deal, you have to give me a discount. Of course, Mu Chen replied. It really wasn't a big deal. Apologizing and offering a discount, what harm was there in Spring of One Leaf waiting a little longer? The girl who could go together was unhappy. ID, budding cutie, level 14 water shadow mage. What the heck, making this lady wait so long, and that's all you have to say, just a casual apology? Mu Chen was stunned. Spring of a Leaf, oh my little ancestor, how could you dare provoke this killer? Hard to say, if Mu Chen gets angry, he might kill Meng Daofeya. The key issue is, if Mu-chen is provoked and refuses to cooperate in the future, where would we go to buy equipment? Shut up. Yi-Ji-chan angrily rebuked Meng Daofeya. Then he hurriedly explained to Mu-chen, Master, she's my cousin. She's still in middle school and doesn't know any better. Please forgive her. Mu-chen smiled lightly and said, It's fine. Having seen many storms and waves, she's just a slightly arrogant little girl, not worth getting angry over. Sprouting dissatisfaction, what gives you the right to tell me to shut up? If you don't listen to me, I won't take you to play anymore, Yi-Ji-chuan said. Then don't take me. I'll play with Sister Yi-Xia instead. Then I won't allow Yi-Xia to play with you either. Yi-Xia's sis wouldn't listen to you anyway. I'm her real brother, of course she'll listen to me. At this point, Meng Daofeya had nothing to say, obediently shut up, and stood aside. Yi-Ji-chuan quickly explained to Mu-chen, Great Master, I'm really sorry, just childish words without malice. Off to the side, Meng Daofeya whispered, I'm not a child, I'm already 16 years old. Shut up! Yi-Ji-chuan said furiously. Meng Daofeya closed her mouth in grievance and said no more. Master, when shall we make the deal? Yi-Ji-chan asked. Mu-chen replied, a little after 2 in the afternoon. Alright, so are we making the deal here or somewhere else? He asked again. Follow me. After speaking, Mu-chen walked toward a low hill within the valley. Yi-Ji-chuan pulled Meng Daofeya and followed closely behind. They reached the peak of the valley. From here, they could look down and have a bird's-eye view of the entire Centaur Plain. Mu-chen turned back and instructed, Stay here and keep watch. Once I'm done killing, come over immediately. Understood. Killing people? Killing who? Meng Daofeya asked with a face full of confusion. You shut up first, I'll explain to you later. Oh. Meng Daofeya closed their mouth again. Mu-chen glanced at the time, it was 20 minutes until 2 p.m. He looked up and said to Yi-Ji-chuan, Then I'll be off first. Okay. Yi-Ji-chuan had just finished speaking. Mu-chen activated the concealment technique, and his figure instantly vanished in front of Yi-Ji-chuan and Meng Daofeya. Great Master? Where did he go? Yi-Ji-chuan's face was full of astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Teleportation? Or invisibility? Lin Chunji, where did he go? I don't know either. Just shut your mouth. But he's already gone, so why are you still telling me to shut up? Meng Daofeya complained indignantly. Yi-Ji-chun said nonsense, I'm worried he might have used some kind of invisibility skill, making it look like he's disappeared, but he's actually still nearby, eavesdropping on our conversation. Really? Sproutingly Cute said with a face full of disbelief. Be good, listen to your brother, and keep your mouth shut. Sproutingly Cute. After using the concealment technique, Mu-chen immediately activated the blink rings attached skill, teleporting all the way to the location where Clear Wind Under Heaven and Blazing Fire Across the City had agreed to duel. The duel was scheduled for 2 p.m. sharp. Clear Wind Under Heaven's side arrived on time, with a total of 10 people, including Clear Wind Under Heaven and Clear Water Misty. Apart from the two of them, who looked normal, the rest of the Clear Wind Guild members had grim expressions. They were puzzled, what on earth was the guild leader thinking? Why had he suddenly decided to challenge Blazing Fire across the city and even wager 300,000 gold coins? Never mind whether the guild leader could defeat Blazing Fire across the city, it was questionable whether he could even come up with the 300,000 gold coins. The Clear Wind Guild had been struggling under the combined targeting of Blazing Fire and the Steel Legion, and their days were already tough, they were practically out of money. It was possible that after this battle, the Clear Wind Guild would collapse entirely. While waiting for the Blazing Fire players to arrive, the Clear Wind Guild members were already contemplating which guild they should switch to once Clear Wind Guild went under. Unlike traditional online games, due to the unique nature of Dawn, many professional players have emerged, treating monster hunting and dungeon farming as their profession. Guilds, in order to attract players, not only provide equipment but also pay monthly salaries, bonuses, and benefits. Correspondingly, joining a guild and enjoying salaries and benefits also comes with certain responsibilities. Members must log in on time, maintain a daily online time of no less than 10 hours, and submit most of the earnings from monster hunting and dungeon farming, keeping only a small portion for themselves. They must obey the leadership and orders of the guild leader and officers. Simply put, it's akin to having a job. Such guilds are referred to as professional guilds. There is another type of guild, more akin to traditional online game guilds. These guilds have fewer rules than professional guilds, do not offer salaries, and allow members to keep all their earnings from monster hunting and dungeon farming. However, due to their informal nature, they lack cohesion, and their overall strength is inferior to that of professional guilds. Traditional guilds and professional guilds, guilds in Dawn can generally be divided into these two types. The Qingfeng Guild belongs to the professional guild category, with average salary levels. Ordinary members receive a monthly salary of 2,500, elite members earn 3,000, and guild officers are paid 5,000 per month. Such salaries can only be considered mediocre. Seeing that the Qingfeng Guild is on the verge of collapse, many core players of the guild are already contemplating switching to another guild. At this moment, Qingfeng Tianxia and Qingshui Miaomiao are still unaware of their subordinates' hidden thoughts. Their expressions are somewhat tense, fearing that Fenghua Lianqing might not show up, but also worried that if Fenghua Lianqing does come, Mu Chen might fail in his assassination attempt, leading to a series of consequences. Times have changed. Back in the novice village, players had low levels, poor equipment, and few skills. Mu Chen's ability to suppress 10 to 20 members of the Fenghua Guild back then does not guarantee he can do the same now. Being strong once does not mean being strong forever. If Mu Chen were to lose, especially to Fenghua Lianqing, they would be utterly defeated, not only defeated but also reduced to a laughingstock. After all, such underhanded tactics, even if successful, are not particularly honorable. If they fail, they would be worse than clowns, becoming the subject of ridicule. When the agreed time arrived, a group of 20 people from Beacon Fire City rode their exclusive mounts, the war beasts, and approached aggressively from afar. The war beasts, with their imposing name, were actually just large, blood-colored giant bulls, classified as black iron mounts. Due to their strong endurance and proficiency in long-distance charges and assaults, they were chosen by the Temple of War as a type of beginner mount for the War Knights. They were exclusively used by novice War Knights and players of War City. Breeze Under Heaven cast an F-level Farsight spell on himself. He had come to War City at level 10 and changed his class to Mystic, specializing in all sorts of peculiar spells. With the enhancement of the Farsight spell, Breeze Under Heaven's vision was greatly improved. From a distance, he could clearly see that among the group from the Beacon Fire Guild were Beacon Fire City, Butterfly and Bloom, and several senior officials of the guild. Additionally, there was Steel Legion's melee regiment leader, Tempered Steel, along with 9 Steel Legion players following behind him. These 9 players were all members of the melee regiment and direct subordinates of Tempered Steel, his close brothers. The Steel Legion had strict rules. Any personnel movements required the guild leader's approval. However, privately, it was no big deal for a regiment leader to take a few members out for a stroll. Breeze Under Heaven wasn't surprised that the Steel Legion members had come along. Ever since Beacon Fire City had latched onto the Steel Legion Guild's support, the Steel Legion had repeatedly stood up for Beacon Fire City. He speculated that if the Steel Legion hadn't shown up. Okay, got it. Here is the rewritten version. Beacon Fire Lianqing dared not come. He was well aware of how terrifying dust was, a fear etched deep into his bones. Beacon Fire's rider mounted his steed and stopped in front of the people of Clear Wind Under Heaven. Tempered Steel glanced around and said to Beacon Fire Lianqing, "Where's Dust? What are you scared of?" Beacon Fire City didn't see Mu Chen, and the stone in his heart finally dropped as he let out a long sigh of relief. It seems Mu Chen was merely passing through the Centaur Plains. Thinking of Mu Chen heading to the Death Mountain Range and even taking the Golden Ring, he was consumed with jealousy. Beacon Fire City vented his anger on Clear Wind World. "Clear Wind World, you're nothing but trash. Bringing money here? Have you forgotten how you knelt in the Bone Forest?" The members of the Beacon Fire Guild joined in mocking him. Meanwhile, Tempered Steel and several players from the Steel Corps stood by, watching the drama unfold. Qingfeng Tianxia's face turned ashen. He didn't retort, only shouted, "Chen Ai, take action." Fenghua Lianqing and Dai Lianhua were both startled. The members of Fenghua Guild, unaware of Mu Chen's terrifying prowess, were just waiting to watch the show. Fenghua Lianqing frantically searched for Mu Chen in fear, while Dai Lianhua threw herself into Bailian Shenggong's arms. Bailian Shengang was smug, and a few brothers gave him a thumbs up, shouting, "Awesome." The members of the Steel Legion were all smiles, while the members of the Beacon Fire Guild looked grim. Their guild leader's girlfriend was in someone else's arms, humiliating. Meanwhile, Beacon Fire Lianqing was still searching for Mu Chen. After waiting for a long time without seeing Mu Chen, Beacon Fire Lianqing concluded that Qingfeng Tianxia was bluffing. Dai Lianhua also stepped out of 100 Refinement Steel's embrace, and he gave her a pinch on the backside, making her eyes glimmer seductively. Beacon Fire Lianqing glared angrily at Qingfeng Tianxia. "Today, I'll kill you." "You can't do it." Mu Chen appeared, using invisibility and blink, silently arriving beside Qingfeng Tianxia. Qingfeng Tianxia asked in a low voice, "Invisibility technique? Okay. Qingfeng Tianxia remained calm. Beacon Fire across the city was startled again, and Butterfly Loves Flower threw herself into Tempered Steel's arms. Dust, why are you here? Beacon Fire across the city trembled. Just arrived an hour ago. Mu Chen made it up. Beacon Fire across the city did not expect Mu Chen to turn invisible. What profession exactly is Dust? Fear surged in his heart as Beacon Fire across the city looked to Tempered Steel for help. You, what are you trying to do? Kill you. Balian Shangang said slowly, I am Balian Shangang, from the Steel Legion. Fenghua Liancheng is under our protection, you. Before he could finish, Mu Chen unleashed a destruction finger. Fenghua Liancheng, dead. Resolved the Beacon of Fire. Mu Chen glanced at Tempered Steel, you talk too much. Next time you want to protect someone, can you be quicker? Tempered Steel's face turned ashen. Mu Chen's strength instilled fear in everyone. Beacon Fire spreads across the city, defense off the charts, famously known as the Iron Turtle. Assassins want to take him down in seconds? Impossible. But what about Mu Chen? A few strikes of destruction finger, and the Iron Turtle instantly turns into paper. The rest? They're all terrified. Before they could react, Mu Chen unleashed a few more strikes of destruction finger, wiping out everyone in the Beacon Fire Guild in seconds. 8 seconds. Dai Lianhua hugged Ba Lian Chenggang tightly in fear, screaming, Gangji, save me. Ba Lian Chenggang braced himself and said, Friend, show some respect, I'm from the Steel Legion. Mu Chen interrupted, Steel Legion? Useless. Destruction finger. Tempered Steel, you dare. Before finishing the sentence, he also fell. The ground was littered with corpses, equipment, and money. Mu Chen smiled, another wave of profit. Turning back, Qingfeng Tianxia and the others were all dumbfounded. Where are my 10,000 gold coins? Qingshui Miao Miao, already prepared. Mu Chen got the money. Qingshui Miao Miao looked at the equipment scattered all over the ground, feeling tempted. What a pity. Great God Chen Ai, these pieces of equipment. Mu Chen, no need for you to worry. A leaf nose spring, master, we've arrived. Mu Chen looked over to see a leaf nose spring and sprouting cuteness riding a horse together. Mu Chen asked in confusion, she's your cousin, why doesn't she have a mount? A leaf nose spring explained, her family is strict and doesn't allow her to spend money. This time, she's helping out as a storage keeper. Shrinking at the back, so adorable she didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that Mu Chen might point at her too. Yi-Ji-Chun asked, who are they? Mu Chen, employers. Yi-Ji-Chun felt regretful, if we killed them all, there would be more equipment. One leaf nose spring and sprouting start picking up equipment. Beacon Fire across cities has learned the tricks. All gold coins are deposited in the bank. Tempered Steel is in trouble, carrying at least 190,000 gold coins. Mu Chen, return to the guild and prepare for retaliation. Enemies, all dead. Qingfeng Tianxia left, and Mu Chen felt elated, reminding himself to return and take charge. Qingshui Miao Miao expressed her thanks. Mu Chen began collecting equipment in gold with Yi Jichuan and Meng Dao Faya. Mu Chen discovered that equipment was useless to him. Dai Lianua's mage equipment was quite good and was left to Song Jia. 129 pieces of equipment, a total of 129 pieces, 10 silver, 35 bronze, 62 black iron, and 22 white stone. Mu Chen took 1 silver and 2 bronze pieces from Dai Lianhua. Baisha equips everything for Yi Jichuan. Sold 104 pieces of equipment, estimated at 2,034,000 gold coins. Yi Jichuan, is cash okay? Sure. Transfer to your bank card? Transfer to another card. Mu Chen logged off, noted down his sister's card number, and logged back on to inform Yi Jichuan. The transfer will take a few hours to process. Earn some money, give your sister some pocket money. The transaction is complete. Yi Ji-chan and Meng Daofeya are organizing their equipment. Meng Daofeya wants a bronze magic staff, Yi Ji-chan wants her to pay for it. Adorable but ineffective at acting spoiled, in the end, for the staff and to fulfill the promise of One Leaf Heralding Spring to buy a black iron mount, she agreed to pay. One Leaf Heralding Spring agreed. Mu Chen smiled, recalling how he used to pester his sister for toys as a child. One Leaf Heralding Spring apologized, sorry for the trouble, she's spoiled at home. Unhappy but afraid to say anything. Unhappy, she noted down her cousin's bad words, planning to complain to Sister Xia when she returned. Alright, I have things to do, bye. With the commission from Qingfeng Tianxia completed, there was no need to stay. Mu Chen bid farewell to Yi Jichuan, mounted the Black Flame Lion, and headed straight for the teleportation point to go to Black Lion City. Song Jia should have arrived today, he wondered if she had successfully registered. Black Lion City had fewer people, and the entry test was simple. Song Jia's talent was certainly not an issue. Mu Chen had confidence in her. After all, in her previous life, Song Jia was a fierce demon queen, and he had almost fallen into her hands. Goodbye, master. See you next time. Even as Mu Chen had gone far, Yi Jichuan was still waving and shouting from behind. Alright, stop trying to please me, the person has already left. Sproutling pouted disdainfully. Springleaf lowered her head, suddenly grabbed Sproutling's face with both hands, and pulled hard to the sides, distorting her pretty round face. Oh, daring to threaten me? Let's see if I bring you along next time. Sproutling broke free, rubbing her reddened cheeks, and said disdainfully, who cares about going out with you? It's no fun at all, and you even made me interact with such a dangerous person. Even if you beg me on your knees next time, I won't come. Springleaf unceremoniously knocked her on the head. Next time, call him Dust God, not some dangerous person. He's not here, he can't hear us, what are you afraid of? Sprout to Bud said with a smile, her earlier timid demeanor completely gone. Spring in a Leaf suddenly lowered her voice, do you really think Dust God has left? He can turn invisible. Sprout to Bud shivered and nervously looked around. Dust God is magnanimous and won't bother with a little girl like me. I'm not afraid. You little rascal. Spring in a Leaf chuckled in exasperation. She looked tough, but deep down, she was truly timid. On the other side, Mu Chen rode the Black Flame Lion to the teleportation point. The striking mount attracted quite a few gazes, but he didn't stop and directly teleported to Whip Castle near Black Lion City. During the last killing spree, he accumulated 43 points of slaughter value. A few days had passed, and some points had dropped. Today, he killed another 20 people, pushing his slaughter value past 50 points. Black Lion City must have issued a bounty on him by now. How much would the bounty be for his first wanted notice? According to the rules, the initial bounty is 5,000 gold coins, and the more crimes committed, the higher the bounty. Now that he was on the wanted list, he couldn't return to Black Lion City and could only head to Whip Castle. After teleporting there, he looked at the ruins of the castle hall and suddenly remembered, he hadn't added Song Jia as a friend, so he couldn't contact her in the game. With no other choice, Mu Chen had to log out of the game. His consciousness returned to reality, and he took off his helmet, turning to look at Song Jia beside him. She was still in the game, and he reached out to touch her small foot wrapped in white silk. Her smooth instep was taut, and her toes clenched tightly, resembling pearls. It seemed Song Jia was facing some difficulty, otherwise, she wouldn't be so tense. In this state, Mu Chen didn't want to disturb her. Since there was no rush, he got up to grab something to eat and use the restroom. The house was tidied up by Song Jia, making it clean and organized, much more pleasant to look at. Entering the bathroom, Mu Chen immediately noticed Song Jia's clothes hanging in the shower, mostly pure white, with a few in light pink and blue and white stripes. Since the rental apartment had no balcony, clothes could only be dried in the bathroom. Mu Chen averted his gaze and thought to himself that he should remind Song Jia to be more mindful next time. After all, they weren't relatives, and this didn't seem quite appropriate. Coming out of the bathroom, Mu Chen opened the refrigerator, grabbed a cola and some cheese-flavored chips, and sat on the sofa, eating while browsing forums. The sofa still carried a faint trace of Song Jia's fragrance. Just then, his sister called. Mu Chen knew it was about the 2.2 million yuan that had just been transferred. Answering the call, his sister's anxious voice came through. Shen Shen, my bank account suddenly has over 2.2 million yuan. Does this have anything to do with you? For an ordinary person, suddenly receiving such a large sum of money might bring overwhelming joy. But since the money had a source, it could have been a mistaken transfer or a bank error. Mu Ge, his sister, thought the same and was about to call the bank. Her best friend, Lang Yashuang, reminded her that her younger brother had been doing quite well in the gaming world recently, so it might be money he had earned and transferred. That's why Mu Ge decided to call and ask. Well, I sold some equipment in the game today and made a fortune, so I transferred it to your card, Mu Chen said. His sister was stunned. You sold the golden weapon? What kind of equipment is worth so much? Mu Chen explained, I said a batch of equipment, not just one or two pieces. I wouldn't sell this golden staff unless I had a better weapon to replace it. You take the money and spend it. No way, it's too much. You keep it. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. Mu Chen paused for a moment and then said, I'll visit you when I have time. After saying that, Mu Chen hung up the phone. Just as he did, another call came in from an unknown number. Mu Chen answered, and a familiar yet aged voice came through. Mu Chen, my young friend, do you have a moment? Chen Zhongshi. Mu Chen recognized the voice on the phone and remembered exchanging numbers before leaving. Why is Chen Zhongsher calling at this time? Something's up. Chen Zhongsher got straight to the point. My old friend is gravely ill and likely won't make it through the night. You want me to save him? Exactly. Chen Zhongsher paused for a moment and quickly added, it won't be for nothing. My old friend has money, and if you save him, the payment will definitely satisfy you. How much? At least 10 million. Mu Chen asked, US dollars? Chinese yuan. Mu Chen said indifferently, that works too, let's consider it as saving a life. Young friend Mu Chen, you have a heart of gold. My old friend meeting you is truly a stroke of great fortune. Chen Zhongsher flattered him so excessively that even Mu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. This old guy really had a thick skin. Where's your old friend? I'll go right now. No need, the young friend is waiting at home. I'll send a driver to pick you up. All right. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chen stretched lazily, washed up, and changed clothes. Heading out, of course, requires looking sharp. Just changed clothes, and the doorbell rang. Looks like the driver has arrived. Mu Chen grabbed his phone and keys, ready to open the door. To his surprise, it was Chen Zhongsher standing outside. Coming to pick him up in person? This old guy really knows how to make an impression. Are you ready, young friend? Chen Zhongsher asked with a cheerful smile. Mu Chen nodded, let's go. The two went downstairs. After all, Chen Zhongsher was old and was panting after just a few steps. Here you go. Mu Chen took out a small bottle of amber-colored stamina potion from his game backpack and handed it to Chen Zhongsher. Chen Zhongsher asked warily, what is this? A common potion that can boost stamina. Chen Zhongsher, being an old fox, wouldn't dare drink an unknown liquid casually. Mu Chen, understanding what he was thinking, said in a deep voice, trust me, I won't harm you. Chen Zhongsher gritted his teeth and still took it. He pulled out the stopper and took a small sip. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he drank the potion in one gulp. He felt his whole body filled with strength, as if he had returned to his younger days. Amazing. Mu Chen said calmly, hurry up, the effect is limited. After speaking, he continued walking. Chen Zhongsher hurried to catch up, asking about the efficacy, name, and ingredients of the medicine. Mu Chen only mentioned that the effect lasted 10 minutes. 3 luxury cars were parked downstairs. Such vehicles were rare in this area, attracting a crowd of onlookers taking photos. Chen Zhongsher's car was an extended version. 5 or 6 bodyguards respectfully opened the car door. Chen Zhongsher sat in the car, his face full of excitement. He felt great in this moment and wished he could stay in this state forever. Unfortunately, 10 minutes later, he returned to his frail and aged state, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. Young friend Mu Chen, can you give me a few more bottles? I'm willing to pay any price. Mu Chen took out about 10 miniature stamina potions and tossed them to Chen Zhongsher. Just some cheap trinkets, give whatever you think is fair. In the game, these things cost 50 gold coins per bottle, equivalent to $50. But Chen Zhongsher didn't see it that way. He held the potion bottles tightly, as if cradling treasures. To him, they truly were. What is most precious? Things that, once lost, can never be regained: youth, time. Chen Zhongsher rose to prominence in middle age, enjoying fine food, wine, and women, but youth was no longer on his side. He pondered how much money would be appropriate. What if he gave too little and upset Mu Chen? When he arrived, he hesitated and stammered, 10,000 per bottle, how about that? As he spoke, he stared intently at Mu Chen's expression. Mu Chen merely nodded lightly. All right. A potion worth 50 gold coins was being sold for 10,000 per bottle in the real world. If the alchemists of the Dawn world found out, they would surely be furious. After Chen Zhongsher received Mu Chen's consent, he immediately asked for the bank account number and had the bodyguard transfer the money, fearing that Mu Chen might change his mind. 1.6 million credited. 16 bottles of miniature life potions. Mu Chen thought to himself, why bother selling equipment in the future? Might as well just resell game items. Of course, that was just a thought. The power of national authorities in the real world should not be underestimated. Small-scale transactions like this might go unnoticed by the state, but once they exceed a certain scope, trouble would follow. They arrived at a private estate in the suburbs of Jinan City. Owning an estate, and one built so luxuriously, proved that Chen Zhongsher's old friend was indeed wealthy. Chen Zhongsher held a silver-white box in his arms, which contained the miniature endurance medicine he had bought from Mu Chen. He cherished it greatly and wouldn't let anyone touch it. Let's go, young friend Mu Chen. I'll take you to meet my old friend, Chen Zhongsher said, carefully holding the box. Mu Chen glanced at him, knowing what was inside, but said nothing and simply nodded. The servants in the manor all recognized Chen Zhongsher and respectfully invited them in. The manor was in a European style. In the front was a garden lawn, with a luxurious European-style castle standing in the middle, and at the back was a golf course. Entering the castle, it was magnificent and luxuriously decorated. Mu Chen and Chen Zhongsher followed the servant upstairs to the second floor and pushed open a door. Inside the room, there were medical personnel in white coats everywhere, along with various advanced medical equipment. Chen Zhongsher led Mu Chen through the crowd to the door of an inner suite. Dozens of people stood at the door, dressed elegantly and lavishly. Chen Zhongsher explained that they were the children and grandchildren of his old friend. Tonight, Chen Zhongsher's old friend's condition had worsened, and these descendants had gathered here. Mu Chen noticed that these descendants were arguing over inheritance and company shares. The grandchildren were either playing on their phones or chatting and joking around, with no one caring about the life or death of the elderly person in the hospital room. Chen Zhongsher was long accustomed to such scenes. Mu Chen looked at Chen Zhongsher and asked, "How long until we can see the patient?" "Now, right now." Chen Zhongsher replied hastily, stepping forward to calm the arguing children. After saying a few brief words, he returned. "All right, follow me." Chen Zhongsher led Mu Chen to the hospital room, where there were only a few nurses and a doctor. On the hospital bed lay a bald elderly man connected to a ventilator, his face covered with wrinkles. A beautiful nurse stepped forward and said coldly, "The patient just fell asleep. Please leave." Chen Zhongsher appeared kind in front of Mu Chen, but to outsiders, he displayed the authority of the chairman of the Chun Group. "I am the chairman of the Chun Group and a longtime friend of Yang Kuan. I have urgent matters to discuss and cannot be delayed. Step aside." Yang Kuan is the name of the elderly man on the hospital bed, a financial tycoon in Jinan City with a net worth exceeding hundreds of millions. In his previous life, Yang Kuan passed away due to illness at the age of 71. Mu Chen couldn't quite recall which year it was, probably around the end of this year. The female nurse did not step aside but instead looked toward the doctor beside the hospital bed. The female doctor had a cold and stunning appearance, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail. Even the loose white coat couldn't hide her excellent figure. The female doctor frowned, seemingly displeased. She walked gracefully and said softly, "I am Mr. Yang Kuan's attending physician. The situation is not optimistic. He was just rescued from the brink of death. The patient needs rest and is best not disturbed. Of course, it's something important, and it concerns whether Yang Kuan can survive tonight." The cold and elegant female doctor looked serious. "Don't talk nonsense. The patient's condition is not for you laypeople to judge. Enough, stop wasting words." Chen Zhongsher's tone was stern. "This morning, I already made an appointment with Yang Kuan to bring someone to treat him. There's no time to delay, don't waste my time." "Treat him? Who, him?" The cold and elegant female doctor pointed at Mu Chen with a mocking expression. "You're letting this wet-behind-the-ears boy treat Mr. Yang Kuan? Old man, you must be senile." Mu Chen was speechless. "I ask you, who are you? Do you have a medical license?" the female doctor questioned. "No," Mu Chen answered honestly. The female doctor crossed her arms and stared coldly at Mu Chen. "No medical license, and you still dare to treat people? Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested?" "Oof." Chen Zhongsher kept a stern face and said coldly, "You can try making a call and see who dares to touch him. No matter what, Mr. Yang Kuan is my patient, and I must take responsibility." The female doctor stood in front of the hospital bed. Several other nurses also gathered around. Mu Chen noticed that one nurse had run out, seemingly to call for someone. Chen Zhongsher laughed instead of getting angry. "Doctor, I'm afraid you don't know who you've offended." "All right, stop pretending." Mu Chen despised Chen Zhongsher, this old fox. At a time like this, he was still putting on airs. "Where are your bodyguards? Stop wasting time and just get them out of here." This isn't my territory after all. I can't be too overbearing." Mu Chen cast a disdainful glance at Chen Zhongsher, then turned to the cold and elegant female doctor. His time was precious, and he couldn't afford to waste it. "If reasoning doesn't work, don't blame me for taking action." Just as he was about to make a move, on the hospital bed, a weak voice came through. "Dr. Shaoli." The female doctor hurried over to check on Yang Kuan's condition and advised, "Mr. Yang, you've just woken up. You need to rest and shouldn't talk too much." "Dr. Shaoli, it was I who asked Zhongsher to bring people to treat me. Yang Kuan had just undergone surgery, and speaking was very strenuous for him." "No way. I am your attending physician, and I am responsible for your health. Letting someone like him, who doesn't even have a medical license, treat you is tantamount to murder." The female doctor firmly disagreed. Mu Chen silently rolled up his sleeves. Yang Kuan added, Zhengshi is my old friend, he won't harm me. Besides, if you can cure me, let me live a little longer. I also wouldn't pin my hopes on him. This time, Yang Kuan's tone was very stern. At this moment, Yang Kuan's eldest son, Yang Jianye, barged in with several caregivers. Dr. Li, I heard someone is causing trouble. Yang Jianye's gaze was unfriendly. He had just heard from the nurse that the young man who came didn't have a medical license but was about to treat his father. Utter nonsense. The female doctor immediately complained, Mr. Yang, throw this person out and don't let him cause trouble. All right. Yang Jianye said to the caregivers, throw that kid out, and be careful not to hurt the elderly gentleman nearby. The caregiver approached. Mu Chen said to Chen Zhengshi, if you can't stop them, don't blame me for taking action. Chen Zhengshi was about to speak. Yang Kuan shouted angrily, let's see who dares to act recklessly. Both Zhengshi and Mr. Mu Chen are guests I invited. Disrespecting them is disrespecting me. Dad. Yang Jianye still wanted to say something. Yang Kuan angrily shouted, get out. All of you. In this house, I make the decisions. Yang Jianye didn't dare say anything more and left dejectedly. The caregiver and nurse quickly left as well. In the ward, only Mu Chen, Chen Zhengshi, and the female doctor remained. Mr. Yang, if you let him treat you, don't blame me for resigning. The female doctor wore a frosty expression. Letting this person treat you is an insult to us professional physicians. Yang Kuan said calmly, it doesn't matter anymore. You can't cure me, and I don't have many days left. Trying something else might give me some hope. The female doctor knew that Yang Kuan had made up his mind. Mr. Yang, if you let me continue treating you, you could live for 1 to 2 more months. If you let him, you probably won't make it through tonight. I know, you can leave now. Before leaving, the female doctor sternly said to Mu Chen, if something happens to Mr. Yang, it's all your fault. Just wait to go to prison. And so, only Mu Chen, Chen Zhengshi, and Yang Kuan were left in the ward. Mu Chen and Chen Zhengshi walked to the bedside. Yang Kuan was gasping heavily, the flame of life on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Yang Kuan first looked at Chen Zhengshi, old friend, I hope everything you said is true. Then, he said to Mu Chen, I don't know how you're going to treat me, but I have no choice. My life is in your hands. Mu Chen didn't waste words and took out a fist-sized potion bottle. Inside was a shimmering, brilliant purple liquid. Revitalization potion. Type, alchemy potion. Effect, instantly restores 35% of health and energy, clears any negative status, and cures any disease. Price, 13,000 gold coins. Sold by potion merchants in the main city. Yang Kuan had a terminal illness, and Mu Chen's inferior healing spell was ineffective. Fortunately, he still had the potion in his backpack. This bottle of Vitality Restoration Potion is the most expensive one sold by the main city's potion merchant, priced at 13,000 gold coins per bottle. Currently, no player can afford it. Even wealthy second-generation heirs or rich players are reluctant to use it. The reason the Vitality Restoration Potion is so expensive is not because it can instantly restore 35% of health and energy, but because it can remove any negative status and cure any disease. In the previous life, some players experimented with it. The Vitality Restoration Potion was found to cure 99% of diseases in the real world and was hailed as a panacea. Mu Chen handed the potion to Yang Kuan and said, drink it, and your illness will be cured. Seeing Mu Chen take out such a large bottle of potion, Chen Zhengshi was stunned. First, there was the miniature stamina potion, and now he pulled out such a big bottle of something. Could it be Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket? For someone Chen Zhengshi's age to still watch Doraemon, it surprised Mu Chen a little. Yang Kuan was feeling suspicious. Was this kid messing with him? This potion didn't look quite right. It wasn't traditional medicine, nor was it Western medicine. The purple liquid looked a bit like it was mixed with food coloring. Whether it could actually cure anything was still uncertain. Moreover, he has a terminal illness, how could it be cured so easily? At first, Yang Kuan thought Mu Chen had some special method. Unexpectedly, it was like a scam, just drinking his potion could cure all diseases. Who would believe that? Dr. Li was right. If he doesn't treat it, he might live a bit longer. If he does, he might not make it through tonight. This made Yang Kuan, who had already made up his mind, waver again. Chen Zhengshi took the potion on behalf of Yang Kuan, pulled out the wooden stopper, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. Chen Zhengshi helped Yang Kuan up, placed the mouth of the medicine bottle near his lips, and tried to feed him. At first, Yang Kuan didn't intend to drink. But after smelling the medicinal fragrance, he changed his mind and drank it all in one go. Mu Chen used the omniscient eye to check Yang Kuan's condition. Yang Kuan. Gender, male. Age, 71 years old. Lifespan, 83 years old. Identity, head of the Yang family. Status, late-stage cancer, cured, arthritis, cured, rheumatism, cured. The diseases he suffered from were all cured by the revitalizing potion. Mu Chen said, all the illnesses are cured. Really? Yang Kuan asked. You can try getting out of bed. Yang Kuan felt that all his illnesses had disappeared, his whole body was full of energy. He got out of bed and walked 2 or 3 laps on the floor. Amazing! His terminal illness was truly cured. Yang Kuan was still a bit uneasy. He walked out of the ward and said to the female doctor, Dr. Li, could you please check my body? Yang Kuan was full of vigor, completely unlike someone who had been sick for a long time. Outside the ward, whether it was Yang Kuan's children or Dr. Li, they all looked shocked. After Yang Kuan was diagnosed with a terminal illness, his health deteriorated day by day, and in the end, he could only stay bedridden. Especially the female doctor, who was most familiar with Yang Kuan's condition. Seeing Yang Kuan's rosy complexion, she was the one who found it hardest to believe. Yang Kuan's second son, Yang Jianjia, exclaimed in surprise, Dad, has your terminal illness been cured? The eldest daughter, Yang Jiayu, rolled her eyes and said, Are you stupid? How could a terminal illness be cured so easily? The third son, Yang Jianxi, asked with concern, Dad, how are you feeling? Yang Kuan smiled and said, I feel great right now, but I still don't know if my illness has been completely cured. He paused for a moment and said to the female doctor, Dr. Li, could I trouble you to check my body and do a physical examination? Okay. The female doctor snapped back to reality and immediately arranged the examination. The medical examination report came out quickly. The female doctor looked at the report, her expression gradually losing control. After reading it, her hands loosened, and the report fell to the ground. She murmured in disbelief, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yang Kuan frowned, Pick up the report. Several sons scrambled to pick it up, but in the end, the eldest son, Yang Jianye, got it first and handed it to Yang Kuan with both hands. Yang Kuan could also understand the medical report. When he saw that the terminal illness had been cured, and arthritis and rheumatism were also healed, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. But he quickly calmed down, his lifesaver was still waiting for him. Yang Kuan said to his children, I'm fine now. You can leave and go about your business. Dad, we... Before the children could finish speaking, Yang Kuan closed the door to the hospital room. Inside the room, Yang Kuan beamed with excitement and said, Mr. Mu Chen, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. They're all right, Mu Chen replied. You're too modest, Yang Kuan exclaimed. Mu Chen got straight to the point, Mr. Yang Kuan, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll keep it brief. About the payment. Yang Kuan interrupted, Rest assured about the payment, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, 50 million huaxia currency, how does that sound? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. The vitality potion only cost 13,000 gold coins each. Cash would be useless in 3 years, gold coins from the Dawn world were the real currency. 10 million was more than enough for him to spend. Seeing Mu Chen frown, Yang Kuan thought it might be too little and quickly added, Mr. Mu Chen, I know 50 million might seem insufficient. Most of my assets are in real estate. If you give me a few more days, I can gather another 50 million, making it a total of 100 million. How about that? 50 million will do, I can't spend too much anyway. Just transfer it directly to my bank account. That won't do. Mu Chen waved his hand, enough said, my mind is made up. I'm hungry now and want to go home for dinner. Mr. Chen, could you please give me a ride? Sure thing. Chen Zhongshu agreed readily. Mr. Mu Chen, are you hungry? Please stay. My estate employs renowned chefs from both home and abroad, skilled in both Chinese and Western cuisine. Their craftsmanship is excellent, Yang Kuan suggested. No, I want to go home. Despite Yang Kuan's repeated attempts to persuade him, Mu Chen declined. Mr. Mu Chen, if you insist on leaving, allow me to personally escort you, Yang Kuan said. Mu Chen replied, You've just recovered. Please rest. Chen Zhongshu also advised, Yes, old friend, take a good rest. All right. Yang Kuan said gratefully, Another day, I will definitely visit you in person. Just call me by my name, no need to call me sir. All right, sir. Sir, take care. Mu Chen and Chen Zhongshu left the manor. On the way, Chen Zhongshu asked curiously, Young friend Mu Chen, what is the name of the purple potion you used to treat Yang Kuan? Mu Chen replied indifferently, Vitality Restoration Potion. Chen Zhongshu committed the name of the potion to memory. He then asked, "Where does this potion come from?" Mu Chen said casually, "In the game." Chen Zhongshu smiled, taking it as a joke. He understood that Mu Chen wouldn't tell the truth. The origin of a medicine capable of curing terminal illnesses couldn't be easily disclosed. He thought to himself, if he had mastered the revitalizing potion, no one would ever find out. The two chatted idly. They returned to the apartment building. Mu Chen got out of the car and bid farewell to Chen Zhongshu. Mu Chen was hungry, and a new barbecue restaurant had just opened downstairs. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. He was drooling and quickly walked toward the barbecue restaurant. There weren't many customers in the restaurant, and business was bleak. It was all Dawn's fault, who would still come outside. Mu Chen didn't eat in the restaurant but packed the food to go. When he got home, Song Jia was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a short skirt, and white stockings. Her beautiful legs were truly stunning. Mu Chen noticed that Song Jia seemed to always wear white stockings. "Brother Mu Chen, you're back? Why are you back so late?" "I was helping a friend, got delayed." "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" I wanted to wait for you to eat together." "You must be starving. I bought some barbecue from that new place downstairs. Try it out." The two of them ate barbecue while watching TV. On the TV was a Japanese anime. The male protagonist had his limbs broken and was imprisoned. Mu Chen ate a beef skewer while looking at Song Jia. Song Jia was engrossed in watching the anime, too absorbed to eat. Mu Chen was puzzled as to why Song Jia liked this kind of anime. Song Jia turned back and smiled, saying, "All the girls in our class are into this show. To have something in common to talk about. With them, I had to follow the trend. I don't dare watch it alone, only when you're by my side do I have the courage to watch." "Not too bad, it's not particularly gory. By the way, is it okay for you not to be attending school right now?" "It's fine, the teachers all know about my family situation." Mu Chen asked again, "Weren't you supposed to come to Black Lion City today? Did you pass the entry test?" I passed the test and am now a third-class citizen of Black Lion City." Mu Chen said, "Very good. When you log in, come find me at the Whipping Castle near Black Lion City." "Brother Mu Chen, why don't you just come directly to Black Lion City? I'm currently red-named, so I can't go to the main city. Finish eating, get online." Mu Chen and Song Jia logged in simultaneously. Mu Chen was at Whip Castle, while Song Jia was in Black Lion City, and she could arrive soon. Waited for about 20 minutes. Outside the castle, a voice called out. It was Song Jia. She wore a crescent-white black iron robe and held a white stone staff. Her equipment was average, typical of a regular player. "Brother Mu Chen, good evening," Song Jia said in a soft and sweet voice. "You too," Mu Chen smiled, taking out the prepared job change stone and skill stone and handing them to Song Jia. "Once you've chosen this path, there's no turning back. Think it through." Song Jia nodded earnestly. "Brother Mu Chen, I've thought it through and I won't regret it." "Okay." Mu Chen handed her the Demon Warlock Job Change Stone and the Summon Demon Skill Stone. Song Jia used them without hesitation. A shadowy pentagram of flames appeared beneath her feet, and the phantom of a demon lord flickered briefly. Job change successful. Demon Warlock. How do you feel? Mu Chen asked. Song Jia looked confused. It's okay. Have you received the professional task? Yes. What task? Looking for an 80-level Demon Warlock NPC as a mentor, with a favorability of over 200 points. Fortunately, it's not too difficult, Mu Chen muttered to himself. Favorability is easy to increase, the key issue is that 80-level NPCs are hard to find. He knew a few, but their locations were uncertain. The only one he was sure of was Anna, the mage trainer in the Dusk Village Tavern. It was from her that he obtained these two stones. She even tried to tempt Mu Chen into changing his class. In his previous life, he wouldn't have hesitated to become a demon warlock if given the chance. But now, with a more powerful nightmare mage, he no longer values it. The initial profession trainers in the novice village are at most level 25. However, Anna can evade the church priests and tempt players in the novice village. Her strength is at least above level 50. Her stay in the novice village is most likely to recruit talent for the evil faction or to find a successor for the demon warlock. He decided to let Song Jia go to Twilight Village alone to find Anna. Song Jia is exceptionally gifted, and Anna will definitely treasure her upon meeting her. Even if she hasn't reached level 80, Anna will find a way to help her find a mentor. This task, entrusted to Song Jia, is perfectly resolved. Mu Chen told Song Jia. Song Jia nodded obediently. Brother Mu Chen, won't you go with me? I'm a red name, I'll get caught if I teleport. Song Jia felt disappointed. She had finally reached level 10 and thought she could be with brother Mu-chen every day. The profession tasks have a time limit of only 7 days. Mu-chen added Song Jia as a friend, gave her all the weapons and equipment from his backpack, and converted the gold and silver treasures from the Farland treasure into gold coins as startup funds for the game. He also gave her a few teleportation tokens. She couldn't even come up with a few hundred gold coins. This is the reality for ordinary players. Receiving the gift, Song Jia looked at Mu-chen with eyes full of desire and affection. Mu-chen didn't notice. He simply thought it was gratitude. Remember, go to the tavern in Twilight Village and find Anna. Avoid the church and the priest. Once you find her, you don't need to say anything, she'll know you're a warlock. I got it. Song Jia teleported away. Mu-chen pondered on the spot. Next step, Death God Desert. The teleportation token activated. The edge of Death God Desert, Sand Market. Neutral city, controlled by the Merchant Guild. Red-named fugitive Mu-chen must pay to enter the city. Pay 50,000 gold coins to obtain a 24-hour pass. Must enter the city. The map of the Desert of Death is only sold here. Late at night, the streets were occupied only by patrols and a few scattered players. Mu-chen headed straight for the edge of the Sand Market. The area was like a slum, filled with tattered tents and a foul stench. He barged into a lit tent at random, finding a rogue drifter inside, drinking alone in silence. Inquire about someone. Mu-chen took out a gold coin. Tell me, all of this is yours. The thief's eyes lit up. Who? Cartographer Owen, the goblin who talks way too much. The thief immediately pointed the way, 30 steps north, red-roofed tent. Mu-chen tossed the gold coin and left. 30 steps away, a red-topped tent. Mu-chen went straight in. Inside the cramped tent, books and blueprints were piled up, and the green-skinned goblin Owen was bent over the desk drawing a map. Looking to buy a map? Owen didn't even lift his head. The Mystic Oasis. Mu-chen got straight to the point. Owen's hands paused for a moment but quickly resumed drawing. I've never heard of any Mystic Oasis. No time for nonsense. Either hand over the map or I'll kill you. Choose one. Mu-chen said in a deep voice. Owen raised his head, looked at Mu-chen's handsome face, and muttered, those useless city guards, taking money to release people, will ruin this city sooner or later, murderers. Keep talking and I'll kill you. Mu-chen pulled out the fearmonger's staff. Owen decisively shut his mouth. The map of the mysterious oasis, sell it to me, and I'll offer a good price. Mu-chen threatened and tempted. How much? Owen asked immediately. The goblin's greedy nature was exposed. 10,000 gold coins? Owen shook his head. Too little, give me a bit more, pity old Owen. 30,000? Owen shook his head again. Still too little, my wife is waiting for me back home, the gold coins aren't enough. 60,000. No, that's too little. Owen still wanted to shake his head. Mu-chen said coldly, if you dare shake your head again, I'll twist it off. Owen froze in fear, then 60,000 gold coins. I will keep my promise. Mu-chen took out 60,000 gold coins, spreading them across the table. Owen cheered excitedly, stretching out his claw-like hand, trying to touch the money. Mu-chen blocked him with his staff. The gold coins are yours, now where's the map? Owen forced a smile, turned around, and took a wooden box out from under the bed. Inside the box were a few clothes and some books. He rummaged through it and pulled out an atlas titled Complete Map Collection of the Dawn Continent. He carefully cut out the page of the Death God's desert region and handed it to Mu-chen. Mu-chen used the all-knowing eye to examine. Mystic Oasis. Type, map. Effect, it can guide you to the mysterious oasis. Owen is quite cunning. Mu-chen uses the map. A route from the Sand Bazaar to the mysterious oasis immediately appears on his personal map. Mu-chen withdrew his staff. You should have a map of the entire Death God's desert here, right? Owen nodded. Yes. Give me a copy of all of them. Got it. Please wait a moment. Owen found 7 or 8 maps, covering all areas. Mu-chen checked to confirm there were no omissions. How much? Owen nodded and bowed. If you want them, sir, just take them. No charge. Mu-chen shook his head. How much? Since you insist on giving it, then 1,000 gold coins will do. Mu-chen glanced at him. The general store sells it for 100 gold coins per piece. The full map is at most 800. What do you mean by selling it to me for 1,000? Owen's smile froze, and he corrected himself. It's 800 gold coins, that's right. When doing business with goblins, you have to be careful. Previously, it was free of charge, but now, as Mu-chen insisted on paying, he took the opportunity to raise the price. After Mu-chen gave Owen 800 gold coins, he used those 8 maps of the Reaper Desert area. A large area of the personal map lit up. Mu-Chen had obtained Owen's map and left Owen to deal with the corpses. Owen couldn't wait for Mu-Chen to leave quickly. Mu-Chen left. Owen called out to Mu-Chen, "Sir, are you going to see Yitzis?" Mu-Chen admitted. "Owen, if you see Yitzis, could you pass along my regards?" Mu-Chen, "Maybe I'm going to kill her." Owen, "Sir, you are a good person, you would never harm Miss Yitris." Mu-Chen gave a self-deprecating smile and prepared to leave. To travel quickly, it's best to have camels in desert areas. However, it is now late at night, and the Mount Merchant is resting. Mu-Chen received a private message from the blood market manager, Mad Death, stating that the equipment had been sold and asking how to deliver the gold coins. Mu-Chen instructed to send it via mail. The mail was received, containing 230,000 gold coins. It was the equipment that Mu-Chen previously asked Madman to sell on his behalf. Mu-Chen said to Madman, "Thanks for your help this time. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me anytime." Madman responded excitedly, ready to serve wholeheartedly. Madman is a solo player. The Scarlet Market faces threats from red-named players, and he longs for a strong backing. Mu-Chen turned off private messages, believing that Mad Death had potential for cultivation, to counter the chaotic gods in the future. He wanted to establish his own force, and Mad Death's blood market was a good choice. Mu-Chen exited the game, took off his helmet, got out of bed, and walked to the living room. On the coffee table, the cold skewers were still there. He picked up a skewer of squid, eating while scrolling through his phone. At 3 or 4 in the morning, it was quiet outside. He opened the Dawn Forum, and a piece of news made his eyes turn cold. The newcomer king of Divine Promise City, Emperor Yi, collaborates with the Divine Guild to challenge the Gold Coin Dungeon. Target: take down Dust God Yi Tian and the Divine Guild. In his previous life, he made great contributions to the guild, only to be betrayed and expelled by the guild leader's sister. Yi Tian, Divine Guild. Mu-Chen gritted his teeth. "If I don't avenge this, I am no man." After calming himself, he continued browsing the forums. Currently, the highest level globally was only 19. Those legendary players from his previous life had yet to make their mark. Dawn, everything was just beginning. At daybreak, Mu-Chen logged in again. The sand market was livelier during the day than at night. Merchants and adventurers come and go, gathering here. Occasionally, elves can be seen. These elves, with their handsome looks and beautiful appearances, attract countless gazes. Players exclaim one after another, taking photos, recording videos, and even daring to approach and strike up conversations. They probably think the elves are brainless NPCs. The elves of the Dawn world are arrogant, petty, vengeful, and extremely fastidious. Touch them without their consent, and you're as good as dead. Sure enough, several players who offended the elves angered them. Through the Eye of Omniscience, Mu-Chen saw a level 58 Elf Ranger and a level 60 Elf Warrior. Meanwhile, those players were under level 20, as weak as infants. The elves' favorite method of killing is hanging sinners from trees. The patrol team in the sand market did not intervene. Elves are wealthy and not to be offended. Players dying is inconsequential. The elves only need to pay the public security fee. Mu-Chen watched coldly and walked toward the trading area. In the trading area, there were several goblin merchants and the only human merchant. He doesn't like dealing with cunning goblins. Human merchants, at least there's a 1% chance they might be good people. He walked up to the human merchant, who had a fierce appearance but a gentle voice. "I want to buy a camel," Mu-Chen said directly. "Black iron yellow camel, or bronze white camel?" The merchant immediately perked up. "Yellow camel." The merchant led Mu-Chen to the animal pen. Dozens of yellow camels, a dozen white camels, and one animal enclosure with only a single black camel inside. "Oh, there's even a silver black camel? You are truly knowledgeable, guest. The black camel is too easy to recognize. Actually, there's another kind." The merchant paused. "A demon camel. An epic mount?" "That's right." The merchant explained that the demon camel looks just like the black camel. "This black camel of mine is already reserved by someone." Mu-Chen smiled and said nothing more. Epic mount, demonic camel. He had never seen one before. The merchant led him to the beast pen of the yellow camels. "Choose freely?" The mount merchant's tone was gentle, but his eyes concealed a shrewd glint. Mu-Chen scanned the animal pen. The yellow camels were in varying conditions. What a swindler. Fortunately, he had the all-seeing eye, which allowed him to see through the condition of every camel at a glance. "How much for the yellow camels?" "At market price, 11,000 gold coins. But since we're both humans, I'll give you a discount, 9,000 each." "How about that?" The swindler grinned. "All are 9,000? Of course. I want that one. Muchin pointed to the one in the farthest corner of the beast pen, the one in the best condition. The merchant's smile froze, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. This kid has some skill. The transaction is complete, and Muchin acquires a camel mount. Adventurer, heading to the desert of death, the shifty merchant probed. Yeah, he is. Why not travel together? My caravan is heading there too, we can look out for each other. What do you think? Heading to the Elven Kingdom? Yes. I am not on the same path as you. I am heading to the desert of death to search for the Skeleton King's treasure, Muchin said perfunctorily. The Skeleton King's treasure, huh? The sly merchant sighed. When I was young, I thought about it too. And then? I inherited the family business, the sly merchant said, spreading his hands. Say goodbye to the profiteer. Muchin headed north and mounted the camel. The camel moved extremely fast in the desert. The destination was set to the mysterious oasis. A 2-hour journey. Wait. In the wild, monsters. A group. Level 20 venomous scorpion. Destruction finger. A dozen beams of light flashed, instant kill. Picked up the loot, delayed some time. Trouble, Muchin muttered to himself. Very soon, here we go again. Kill. 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 After a 2-hour journey, Muchin arrived at the mysterious oasis. It was already noon. Exit the game and have lunch at noon. Song Jia also exited the game. Where's Anna? She likes me a lot and is willing to be my demon mentor. Song Jia's eyes sparkled. I completed the class quest and got a class treasure chest, which contained a skill stone and a cloak. Muchin's eyes narrowed slightly. A level 120 mentor, Anna's ambitions are not small. Song Jia's professional quest was completed, and Muchin considered it a load off his mind. This professional quest was essentially a reward for players. Completing it brought generous rewards, while failing it incurred no penalties. Very good, Muchin said softly to Song Jia. Just follow Anna and learn well. With a level 120 mentor, at least in the early stages, you won't have to worry about lacking skills or equipment. But, Song Jia hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Muchin asked. Anna asked me to go with her to Demon Nest City. Demon Nest City? That's one of the 3 major cities of the evil faction, usually accessible only at level 50. Song Jia was invited when she's only level 10. It seems Anna values Song Jia far more than Muchin had imagined. If I go to Demon Nest City, won't I be unable to play games with brother Muchin anymore? Song Jia looked pitiful and full of reluctance. Muchin smiled, of course not. Just because you go to Demon Nest City doesn't mean you can't come back. We'll still be able to do dungeons and fight bosses together. But, I want to be in the same main city as brother Muchin. Muchin pondered and said, to be honest, the main city of the Order faction isn't very suitable for you. After all, you're in an evil profession. If the church temple discovers your true profession, it will be troublesome. Although Black Lion City has weakened divine authority, the temple is not just for show. If a player reports that Song Jia is in an evil profession, the temple will offer rewards and issue a bounty on Song Jia. Unless Song Jia, like him, has a hidden profession. However, Song Jia is a demon warlock, and her skills are too conspicuous, making it easy to guess her profession. The risk is too high. Going to an evil main city would at least spare her from constant fear and allow her to receive focused cultivation from the evil faction. After much persuasion, Muchin finally convinced Song Jia, and she agreed to go to Demon Nest City. Song Jia is currently a 3rd-class citizen of Black Lion City, and leaving the main city would only cost her a few dozen reputation points, which isn't a significant loss. Muchin repeatedly reminded them to make sure to leave Black Lion City first before joining Demon Nest City. Otherwise, it would be considered betrayal, and their relationship with Black Lion City would immediately turn into hatred, making them enemies of all Black Lion City players. In any case, when you log into the game later, go back to Black Lion City first. Quit there before doing anything else, Muchin said. Song Jia nodded obediently, but her face still showed some displeasure. Muchin comforted her with a few more words, and only then did she smile again. At noon, the two had a big plate of chicken and then logged into the game again. In the cramped rental room, Muchin suddenly found himself in a scorching desert. He quickly took out a heat resistance potion and drank it, instantly dispelling the oppressive heat. He summoned a yellow camel and continued riding forward. After about 10 minutes, he reached the edge of a mysterious oasis. The lush green grass and the dry yellow sand were distinctly separated. He did not step in recklessly but instead summoned a clumsy little skeleton. This was his first time using necromancy. As soon as the little skeleton stepped onto the grass, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, reducing it to ashes. The power of the lightning was terrifying. The mysterious oasis was covered by an offensive magic array. The first strike was a single bolt. If that didn't kill, then 2 bolts, followed by 4, until the target was dead. Mu Chen dared not trespass and could only find another way. He came up with a plan. 1 or 2 intruders wouldn't catch Yitzi's attention. Only if the number was large enough to surprise her would she come out to investigate. Without further hesitation, Mu Chen repeatedly cast necromancy spells, summoning skeleton warriors, ghouls, ghosts, zombie hounds, and other low-level undead creatures. Within minutes, a large group of cannon fodder had gathered around him. At his command, the undead launched a death charge toward the mysterious oasis. The magic array was immediately triggered, and bolts of lightning struck down, reducing the undead creatures to ashes. Mu Chen continued summoning and directing them. Above the mysterious oasis, countless lightning bolts rained down, creating a spectacular scene. After more than half an hour, Mu Chen muttered to himself, wondering why Yitzi still hadn't come out. Finally, the thunder ceased, and a graceful figure slowly emerged from the depths of the oasis. Mu Chen immediately commanded the summoned creatures to halt their charge. Etris had a delicate and beautiful appearance, golden sand-colored pupils, long dark green hair, and a pair of pointed ears, proving she was an elf. Etris wore a white mage robe, barefoot on the ground, her slender legs faintly visible. "Young necromancer, leave this place," Etris said coldly. "Honorable Lady Itris, I come from Black Lion City, seeking to become your apprentice." Itris glanced at the undead beside Mu Chen. "This is not the proper attitude for seeking a mentor. In order to catch your attention, I'm not a necromancer either. I'm just a good young man with a passion for magic." Mu Chen defended himself. Seeing Mu Chen voluntarily cancel the summoning, Yitris's expression softened slightly, but she still refused. "I swore never to take on another apprentice or teach anyone magic again." "Please," Mu Chen pleaded, "if you don't agree, I'll summon undead to bother you every day." "Is this what you call begging?" Yitris frowned slightly. "Please, I'll pester you every day. If you don't leave now, I'll kill you right here. Even if you kill me, I won't leave." In his previous life, Mu Chen understood Yitzi's. She was arrogant and indifferent, but not bloodthirsty, at least not one to act personally. Yitzi's turned and left. "I know where Fajana's body is." Mu Chen shouted loudly. Itris teleported over. "Really? I'll bring back Fajana's remains, and you take me as your apprentice and teach me magic. How about that? I hate being threatened. Life is full of suffering. Sometimes, there's no choice. I am an arcane mage, and I have spells that can make the dead speak." Etris's words were filled with menace. Mu Chen chuckled lightly. "Next, you can question my corpse." After speaking, Mu Chen walked toward the oasis. Lightning strikes. Mu Chen is left with critical health. 2 more bolts of lightning strike. Yitzi's acts in time. Her shield blocks the damage. She shuts down the magic array, her face full of shock. "Are you crazy?" The resolve to stop at nothing. Etris mocked. "Dead? How will you achieve your ambition?" "I'm not dead yet." Mu Chen smiled. In Etris's backstory, Fajana was her teacher, who was exiled from the Elven Kingdom and came to the Desert of Death to establish the Mage Guild. Fajana's experience was very tragic. To eliminate the traitors, she ventured alone into the core area, ultimately exhausting her life and perishing. The message Etris received was that Fajana personally dealt with the traitors but also lost her life in the process. Etris's dilemma: she vowed years ago never to take on another apprentice, but her teacher's remains have been left adrift for many years. Etris must retrieve her teacher's remains, a matter of great significance to her. Etris's conditions: first, retrieve the remains, and then complete 3 trials. Understood. Mu Chen accepted the hidden quest: teacher's remains. "Alright, then set off quickly and bring back my teacher's remains. If you can't find them, don't bother coming back," Etris said fiercely. Mu Chen set off. He summoned the yellow camel and headed to the core area of the Death God Desert. The mission rewards are enticing. The monsters in the core area of the Death God Desert are high level, no less than level 70. Mu Chen needs to sneak. He has the stealth technique and the ring of blink. The coordinates of Fajana's remains are crucial. He knows the approximate location but is not certain about the exact spot. It is said that after Fajana's death, her soul transforms into a spirit and guides players to find her skeletal remains, though the truth of this is uncertain. Mu Chen hurried on his way. Avoiding monsters. Mu Chen carefully compared the map. There were no reference points, only sand. Mu Chen searches for Fajana's spirit. It is more active at night and in dark environments. Mu Chen discovers what seems to be Fujana's spirit. The spirit vanishes. Mu Chen arrives at the dune where the spirit appeared. This time, the spirit disappears, and Mu Chen realizes he has found Fujana's remains. Mu Chen takes out a shovel, dug up a skeleton wearing a tattered silver-white robe of a mystic spellcaster. The flesh has completely decayed. System prompt: you have discovered Fujana's remains. Mu Chen placed the remains into his backpack, mounted his steed, and returned. Night had fallen. Extreme cold acquired the frostbite status. Drink the cold-resistant potion. Return to the mysterious oasis. Etrus had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Mu Chen return riding a camel, she asked eagerly, "Did you find the remains?" "Mission accomplished," Mu Chen said, taking out Fujina's remains. Etrus hugged the skeleton tightly and kissed its forehead. Tears rolled down as she trembled and said, "Teacher, welcome home." At the same time, the system notification sounded, "Hidden quest teacher's remains completed. Reward, 50,000 experience points, Etrus favorability plus 10. Mu Chen leveled up to level 19, with experience points reaching 51%. Follow-up quest: the 3 trials of the Arcane Tower triggered. Etrus wiped away her tears and regained her indifference. "I will keep my promise and tell you the first trial tomorrow." She teleported away with the remains. Mu Chen logged off. In the real world, Mu Chen took off his helmet. Song Jia had finished preparing dinner. "Who's outside?" Song Jia asked. 2 old men, Mu Chen replied. "They said they'll treat me to a meal tomorrow, so no need to cook." "Let's go together." "I'm not going." "Let's go together." While eating, Mu Chen asked, "How are things on the main city side?" Song Jia left Black Lion City, didn't join Demon Nest City, need to complete the entry task. "Need any help?" "No, Anna the mentor will accompany me." Mu Chen felt relieved. After finishing the meal, Mu Chen planned to visit his sister's apartment. The call connected, and his sister asked gently, "Miss you, going to see you. Now." "Okay. Come on. Have you eaten?" Mu Chen, "No. Do you want to eat KFC? A new one just opened near our apartment." "All right." Hung up the phone, Mu Chen went out, bought some fruits and snacks, and took a taxi. Arrived at the door of his sister's apartment. Lang Yashuan opened the door, saw Mu Chen, and her eyes lit up. "Little brother Mu Chen, long time no see." "Hello, Sister Yashuan. Come in quickly." Burgundy nightgown, black nails, a sexy older sister. Mu Chen entered the room, the table piled high with burgers and fried chicken. Chen, eat up." Mu Chen sat down, took a bite of the burger, and said, "I missed you, sis. If you miss me, just move in and live together. With the money you gave, Ya and I are getting a bigger house, hiring people, and starting the studio." "Lang Yashuan, you should join the studio too." Mu Chen shook his head. His path was one of blood and slaughter. His sister and Yashuan shouldn't be dragged into it. "If you need anything, just come to me. I'll help you." Lang Yashuan smiled. "You're pretty good at coaxing girls." Mu Ge completely trusted her younger brother. "Buy a house?" Mu Chen stopped her. "The apocalypse will come in 3 years. Rent instead." Lang Yashuan agreed and also wanted to rent a big house. "Sis, buy a gaming pod in the future, it's better than a helmet." Mu Ge, "Too expensive, $1 million. Mu Chen, "We have to buy it. Nutritional spray, life support, suspended animation. You can play for a whole month. Mid to late stage death dungeons require long periods of being online." Lang Yashuang frowned. "A death dungeon? An epic quest?" As a professional gamer, she had never heard of it. "Yashuang, the game is in open beta. Why didn't you buy a gaming pod?" Mu Chen remembered that Lang Yashuang was a rich second generation. $1 million was nothing to her. "The apartment is small, no space to put it. I'll get one after moving." "Where to recruit members?" "The forum." "Be careful of Sun Yinjing." Lang Yashuan, "Why? Who?" Mu Chen smiled and said, "Bad guy, getting involved with her will cost you sooner or later." "How do you know?" Mu Chen, "I know her, bad character." Lang Yashuan nodded. "Don't worry, I got it." In his previous life, Mu Chen heard his sister say that Sun Yinjing was ruthless and cunning, causing significant losses to Lang Yashuang's studio. Mu Chen wasn't clear on the specifics, but now that he thought about it, he casually reminded Lang Yashuang to avoid suffering losses again and dragging his sister into it. He and his sister, Mu Ge, had already decided to set up a studio together, so Mu Chen needed to lend a hand. The 3 of them chatted idly for a while. Feeling bored, Lang Yashuan found a movie to watch. Eating fried chicken and watching the movie with his sister, time flew by. Around midnight, the movie ended. Mu Chen got up to leave. Mugu tugged at his sleeve and said coquettishly, Chen, stay tonight. It's so late already, leave tomorrow. Ling Yashuang also grinned and said, yeah, stay and pull an all-nighter with us. Mu Chen glanced out the window. Since there was nothing to do back home, he agreed. Ling Yashuang suggested, how about watching Ba Wang Tao's livestream? She's my idol. Mugu looked at Mu Chen and asked, what do you think? Does Chen like watching it? Ba Wang Tao is currently one of the most popular streamers, with over 8 million fans. With her beauty, charisma, and gaming skills, she has attracted countless followers. Both his sister and Ling Yashuang are her fans. Although Mu Chen isn't one of her fans, he said, I like it, so as not to dampen the mood. Ling Yashuang teased, what do you like about Ba Wang Tao? Mu Chen thought for a moment and said, her resilience and perseverance. Ling Yashuang looked surprised, I thought you liked her face or her gaming skills. I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. To each their own, Mu Chen said indifferently. Ling Yashuang asked curiously, you haven't met her, so how do you know she's resilient? Mu Chen smiled but said nothing. Ling Yashuang didn't press further. However, Mu Chen couldn't help but recall his past life. Ba Wang Tao betrayed humanity and joined the Chaos faction. After defeating her, Mu Chen tortured her for 10 days and nights to extract information, but she refused to speak until her death. Mu Chen felt both admiration and contempt, admiration for her resilience, contempt for her betrayal. Ba Wang Tao had 2 live broadcasts. Watching them, Mu Chen saw a valiant female warrior, but his expression remained indifferent. Ba Wang Tao was supposed to be humanity's guardian deity, yet she became a lackey of the evil gods. Mu Chen didn't care to know why, he only needed to remember, those who betray humanity must die. Watching the livestream, Mu Chen got sleepy and fell asleep in the living room. When he woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. Sunlight shone on him as he groggily opened his eyes. Ling Yashuang was hugging him in her sleep, her long legs draped over his waist. Mu Chen moved her arms and legs aside. Picking up his phone, he saw it was 10 o'clock and realized he needed to go home. Without waking his sister or Ling Yashuang, he left the apartment. As he exited the apartment, a taxi happened to be there, and he returned to his rental place. Entering the house, there was no one in the living room, bathroom, or kitchen. In the bedroom, Song Jia was lying on the bed playing a game. Mu Chen grabbed a set of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Afterward, he changed into the clothes and returned to the bedroom. Putting on the gaming helmet, he lay down next to Song Jia and entered the game. Last night, he had arranged to meet Yitres this morning. Now it was almost noon, she must be getting impatient. After logging in, there was no sign of Yitres. Just as Mu Chen was about to summon Yitres, a cold voice came from behind. If you want to join the Mage Guild of the Tower of Mysteries, punctuality is the first lesson. Mu Chen turned around, and Yitres was standing there coldly. Mu Chen apologized. Yitres remained silent for a long time before speaking. Do you want to join the Mage Guild? Yes, Mu Chen replied. The trial is very dangerous, you might die. Do you dare? Stop talking nonsense, just get started. Mu Chen was impatient. Yitres was shocked. She took a deep breath and said, head west and kill 10 sand sea worms. This is your first trial. Finish it before nightfall. All right. Mu Chen summoned the yellow camel and headed west. In his previous life, he seemed to have encountered this type of monster. A level 20 elite monster, quite troublesome. But now, it's just an ant. Soon, he found the sand sea worm. This was a type of monster that attacked passers-by. Riding the yellow camel across the desert, he suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Mu Chen put away the yellow camel and teleported to evade the attack. In the next moment, a massive worm, 30 to 40 meters long and as thick as a train, emerged from underground, its mouth full of sharp teeth, looking utterly terrifying. Mu Chen was puzzled. Other beginners faced ordinary monsters, so why was he up against an elite sand sea worm? Could it be that Yitres was taking revenge on him? He smirked and shrugged. Whatever the monster was, it didn't matter, he could kill it instantly. With a few fingers of destruction, the sand sea worm was instantly slain. System notification, you have killed sand sea worm 1 out of 10. Picking up the dropped gold coins and materials, Mu Chen continued heading west. Soon, he encountered another sand sea worm and easily dealt with it as well. At this point, no monster could withstand even one of his strikes. In less than 2 hours, Mu Chen had killed 10 sand sea worms and returned to report. Back at the mysterious oasis, Yitres saw him return so quickly and looked displeased. You, how can you give up so easily? What future can you possibly have? She thought Mu Chen had given up halfway. I didn't give up. I completed the task, Mu Chen said calmly. What? Yitsis was shocked. A green light swept over Mu Chen, confirming that he had indeed completed the task. She pondered for a moment. You're good. You've completed the first trial and earned the qualification to enter the mysterious oasis. As she spoke, she handed Mu Chen a brooch with a white lightning rune. Wear it, and you'll be able to come and go freely. Mu Chen took the brooch, casually put it into his backpack, and looked up to ask, what is the second trial? Aren't you going to rest? Killing 10 sand sea worms, aren't you tired? Yitris asked in confusion. No need, just tell me the second trial quickly, Mu Chen urged. Alright, since you insist. Yitris paused for a moment and slowly said, the second trial is to collect 10 desert star gems. Mu Chen's brow twitched. Desert star? That thing is hard to get. The mine is in the core area of the Death Desert, which is full of level 100 monsters, and he's not even level 20 yet. Going there would be a death sentence. This was clearly making things difficult for him. Suppressing his anger, Mu Chen calmly said, the Desert Star Mine is in the core area of the Death Desert. My level is low, it's dangerous. Yitri said indifferently, sending you to your death? Don't worry, there are some near the core area as well. What? Mu Chen perked up. Desert Star was very valuable, and if there were more nearby, he could monopolize it. Wouldn't that mean he'd strike it rich? Mu Chen suppressed his excitement and asked, where's the mine entrance? I'll go right away. No need, I'll take you there. Yitris explained that it was discovered by Teacher Fajana and was the private property of the mages of the Tower of Mystery. I'll take you in, you collect 10 pieces and bring them back. No hoarding allowed, I'll be monitoring you the whole time. Mu Chen felt a bit disappointed, but it wasn't a big deal. As long as he dealt with Yitris, the mine would be his sooner or later. He smiled and said to Yitris, then send me over now. Yitris took out an ivory-white magic wand and gave it a gentle wave. Mu Chen felt the world spinning, and a few seconds later, he found himself in a pitch-black mine. He immediately took out a torch and a night vision potion, restoring his view. The cave was cold and damp. Mu Chen looked around. This was nowhere near the Desert Star Mine, it was clearly just an ordinary mine. In his previous life, he had learned that the Desert Star Mine not only contained desert stars but also accompanying mineral stardust stones. Wherever there were stardust stones, there would be desert stars. This was a fundamental rule of the Dawn world. Stardust stones glowed in the dark. But there were no stardust stones here. Mu Chen suspected that Yitris had sent him to the wrong place. At this moment, Yitris's voice sounded in his ear, keep moving forward, you haven't found the vein yet, this is just an ordinary mine. Mu Chen noticed a white lightning rune appearing on the back of his left hand, which should be Yitris's magical mark, used to monitor and teleport him. Mu Chen said nothing and walked forward as Yitris instructed. After about 200 steps, at the end of the dim and narrow mine tunnel, a glimmer of dazzling light suddenly appeared, like stars in the night sky. It was the glow emitted by stardust ore. There really was a desert star gemstone mine here. Mu Chen slowed his pace and cautiously stepped into the mine. The Desert Star Mine not only contained stardust ore but also starstone rock golems. These were level 80 Earth Element elite monsters, adept at Earth magic and defense. Fortunately, they spent most of their time in slumber. The second challenge tests the player's ability to respond to danger. While other players are tasked with collecting sand blood plants, Mu Chen is required to gather 10 desert stars from the territory of the Starstone Rockmen. The difficulty levels are vastly different. Yitris is clearly targeting him intentionally, possibly because of his tardiness and defiance earlier in the morning. However, Mu Chen doesn't mind. Collecting 10 gems is a piece of cake. He discarded the torch, cast a concealment spell on himself, and ventured into the depths of the mine. The ground was covered with stardust ore, glowing brightly, making the desert stars the target of this mission clearly visible. Besides the desert stars, there were massive dark oval rocks, which were the Starstone Rockmen. When they sleep, they disguise themselves as rocks. Mu Chen counted roughly 30 Starstone Rockmen in the mine, estimating there were about 90 to 120 desert star gems. Forgot to tell you, there are many Starstone Rockmen in the mine. They're level 80 monsters, very dangerous. If you wake them up, you're doomed, Yitris's voice came through. Mu Chen didn't say anything, just nodded. Yitris originally wanted to see Mu Chen scared, but there was no show to watch. Alright, you can shut up now. Don't wake the Starstone Rockmen, Mu Chen said softly. Yitris was very annoyed but kept her mouth shut. The Starstone Rockmen are highly sensitive to footsteps in mining. Unfortunately, Mu Chen didn't know the levitation spell. He took a miner's pickaxe from his backpack and chose a spot far from the Starstone Rockmen to start digging. While in stealth mode, any attack, gathering, or mining would break the stealth. However, Mu-Chen didn't care. He kept mining while frantically casting the stealth spell on himself to maintain his stealth state. Mining, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 50%. The Starstone Rockman seemed to sense something, and Mu-Chen immediately stopped moving. The Starstone Rockman woke up, saw nothing, and went back to sleep. Mu-Chen waited for a few minutes and continued digging. Mining. 50%, 51%, 52%, 99%, 100%. A Desert Star gemstone acquired. Desert Star level, perfect usage, inlay, collect, sell. When the second Desert Star was mined, the Starstone Rockman woke up again, still seeing no one. Mu-Chen continued digging, this time unearthing 5 pieces. Perhaps the commotion was too loud, as the Starstone Rock Guardian on watch woke up again. It seemed angry, sitting on the ground, its 2 emerald eyes scanning left and right. Mu-Chen remained motionless, patiently waiting. An hour later, the Starstone Rockman was too tired to stay awake. Another hour passed, and the Starstone Rockman finally fell into a deep sleep. Mu-Chen immediately got to work. This time, it did not wake up, and Mu-Chen successfully dug up 10 Desert Star gems. He glanced at the magical rune on the back of his left hand. By all accounts, Yitri should have teleported him away, but the rune was dim and unresponsive. Mu-Chen couldn't help but wonder if the rune had malfunctioned, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Yitris would never make such a basic mistake. Desert Star gems were very valuable. If it were someone else, they might take the opportunity to dig up a few more. But Mu-Chen didn't. He knew Yitris was definitely watching him. If he secretly dug more, Yitris would surely use it as an excuse to declare his mission a failure. He wouldn't fall for such a simple trap. He patiently waited for half an hour. Finally, the rune on his left hand lit up, and he was teleported out of the mine, appearing in the vast desert. Not far away, Itris stood with her head held high, her face full of pride. "Apologies, the rune malfunctioned earlier and failed to teleport you back in time," she said indifferently. Mu-Chen thought to himself, as expected. Itris had delayed teleporting him on purpose, just to catch him off guard. With Itris's proud and lofty personality, she would never admit her mistake, so she made up the excuse of a rune malfunction. How could a rune crafted by a Grand Master of Arcane Arts fail so easily? It was a blatant cover-up. "No problem," Mu-Chen said as he took out 10 Desert Star gems of varying shapes, each the size of a ping-pong ball and a vivid red, from his backpack and handed them over. His expression remained calm, unaffected by Itris's words. A peculiar glint flashed in Yitris's eyes. Just as Mu-Chen had anticipated, Yitris was indeed testing him, observing whether he would greedily steal the gemstones. Mu-Chen's restraint made her regard him more highly. People who can resist temptation are rare these days. Yitris waved her slender hand, and 10 gemstones floated into the air, slowly flying into her palm. With a flick of her hand, the gemstones vanished. Mu-Chen calmly asked, "What is the third trial?" "It's late. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning." After finishing her words, Yitris teleported away, leaving Mu-Chen alone in the desert. "Tomorrow morning?" Mu-Chen murmured. The sky was already darkening, with the setting sun casting its glow across the desert. Mu-Chen originally planned to log off, but he remembered that after completing the first trial, he had earned the qualification to enter the mysterious oasis. He took off the white lightning rune brooch given to him by Yitris and put it on. In his previous life, Mu-Chen had wanted to join the mysterious oasis and change his class to Arcane Mage. He went to great lengths to gather information, study strategies, and arrived at the mysterious oasis full of confidence, only to be turned away by Yitris, who claimed his talent was too poor, grade F. In this life, as Mu-Chen stepped into the mysterious oasis he had longed for in his past life, his heart felt surprisingly calm. It was like a toy he had dreamed of as a child but no longer cared for as an adult. It wasn't the toy that had changed, it was him. The mysterious oasis was no different from an ordinary oasis, with lush vegetation and a lake in the center that resembled a silver mirror. Beside the lake stood a silver-white, 100-meter-tall mage tower, the Tower of Mystery, its walls engraved with enigmatic magical runes. Mu-Chen did not enter. He knew that with his current level of 2 trials, he was not yet qualified to go in. He wandered around the area for a while and discovered an abandoned teleportation array. No, rather than calling it abandoned, it seemed more accurate to say it required a specially crafted teleportation token to activate. Apart from the Tower of Mystery and the teleportation array, there were no other structures in the oasis. After wandering for a while, Mu-Chen logged off. He hadn't forgotten that he still needed to attend the banquet being held for him tonight at Yang Koan's manor. Lying beside him, Song Jia had already exited the game, leaving only a gaming helmet on the bed. Mu Chen got out of bed and went to the living room, but didn't see Song Jia. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, he realized she was taking a shower. Mu Chen picked up his phone and saw a missed call. He called back, and it was quickly answered. It was Yang Kuen's voice. Mr. Mu Chen, are you ready? I've sent someone who has been waiting at your door for quite a while. Alright, please wait a moment. No rush, I can wait as long as needed. Alright, I'll hang up then. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chen sat on the sofa browsing the forum for a while. After a while, Song Jia came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her body still steaming with moisture. Sorry, brother Mu Chen, for keeping you waiting. It's okay, Mu Chen said. Wait a moment, I'll go change now, Song Jia said as she walked toward the bedroom, her damp little feet leaving adorable footprints on the floor. Mu Chen waited a little longer, and Song Jia came out after changing. She was wearing a white teddy bear t-shirt and black denim shorts, revealing a pair of straight, snow-white legs. On her feet were open-toe sandals. She blinked her eyes and said softly, Alright, brother Mu Chen, let's set off. Alright. Mu Chen grabbed his phone and keys and headed out with Song Jia. As soon as he opened the door, he saw someone standing at the entrance. Mu Chen was startled and asked, Who are you? The man had a flattering smile on his face. I am Yang Jianya, my father is Yang Kuen. Mu Chen then remembered who he was, Yang Kuen's eldest son. That day, when Yang Kuen was ill, Yang Jianya had tried to drag him out without understanding the situation. Yet today, he personally came to his doorstep, extremely humble. Mu Chen wondered whether Yang Kuen had sent him or if he had come on his own. Yang Jianya noticed that Mu Chen remained silent. Mr. Mu Chen, I misunderstood last time and didn't get the situation straight. I deeply offended you, and I hope for your forgiveness, Yang Jianya said in a low voice. Ever since Yang Jianya learned of Mu Chen's exceptional medical skills, he had been regretting his earlier offense. Today, Yang Kuen originally planned to personally pick up Mu Chen, but Yang Jianya insisted on coming to apologize, so Yang Kuen agreed. Yang Kuen instructed Yang Jianya to make sure to obtain Mu Chen's forgiveness, or else he would be expelled from the Yang family. Yang Jianya did not dare to take this lightly, as everything he had was given by Yang Kuen. Mu Chen did not mind the matter and expressed his forgiveness. About what happened last time, it's no big deal, Mu Chen said. Yang Jianya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Mu Chen, for your generosity. He said respectfully, Mr. Mu Chen, please go downstairs. The car has been prepared for you, and my father has been waiting for quite some time. Alright. Mu Chen and Song Jia went downstairs. Downstairs was a stretched luxury car. The surrounding people were murmuring among themselves. Get in the car. Song Jia was curious, while Mu Chen remained calm. To please Mu Chen, Yang Jianya had arranged for female models and internet celebrities in the car, but upon seeing Mu Chen and Song Jia attending the banquet together, he dared not act rashly and had them leave. The extended luxury car headed toward Yang Kuen's estate. In the car, after a few awkward exchanges, silence fell. At the entrance of the estate, Yang Kuen led dozens of Yang family members to welcome them. Mr. Mu Chen, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Yang Kuen jogged over. Mu Chen smiled and said, Mr. Yang Kuen, I appreciate your hospitality tonight. Having the honor of your presence today brings great distinction and immense privilege. Mu Chen said, I've brought someone along tonight, I hope you won't mind. Yang Kuen looked at Song Jia. Of course, I wouldn't mind, but I wonder, who is this young lady to you, Mr. Mu Chen? Mu Chen knew that he had long since sent people to investigate him and Song Jia. Yang Kuen smiled and brushed the matter aside, then discreetly glanced at Song Jia a few times, thinking, so Mr. Mu Chen has a preference for this type. He still had a few granddaughters. The large Yang family surrounded Mu Chen and Song Jia as they entered the manor. Yang Kuen introduced the manor along the way, but Mu Chen showed little interest. All he wanted now was to eat. The group arrived at the luxurious building, where the dinner was held in a buffet style. The Yang family gathered together, their eyes occasionally falling on Mu Chen. Mu Chen carried a plate, piled it high with food, and found a table to sit down. Song Jia also sat down beside him with a tray of food, which contained vegetables and whole grains. Yang Kuen also sat nearby with a cup of black tea. Mr. Mu Chen, you have quite an appetite, Yang Kuen said with a cheerful smile. Aren't you going to eat something? Mu Chen asked. Yang Kuen shook his head, I'm getting old, can't eat much anymore. I'll just have a cup of tea in the evening. Yang Kuen gracefully put down the teacup and said to Mu Chen, want to try? It's Queen's red tea from Europe. Mu Chen said, no, thanks. I only like iced tea. Yang Kuan. Mu Chen picked up a piece of Wagyu steak and devoured it. What a pity you don't eat dinner. Your chef's skills are really impressive. Consider it yours, Yang Kuan said with a smile, his eyes glinting. Takeout is fine, no trouble, Mu Chen declined outright. Yang Kuan's smile froze. After a moment, he lowered his voice, Mr. Mu Chen, do you like my manner? It's passable, but the defense is too weak, Mu Chen said honestly. The fence is practically useless, it's highly flammable in a fire attack, and its location in the suburbs makes it an easy target for the Chaos Legion. Yang Kuan's expression shifted unpredictably, forcing a smile. Then, do you like it? Mu Chen's eyes sharpened. Sensing Yang Kuan's long-planned scheme, this manner was definitely not simple. He looked at Yang Kuan and said coldly, what is your purpose? Yang Kuan hurriedly defended himself, it's just to repay a favor. Really? Mu Chen retorted. Once this opportunity is gone, there won't be another. Say what you mean directly. He casually picked up a shrimp, too lazy to peel it. Song Jia immediately stepped forward and carefully peeled it. Yang Kuan's face turned even darker, and he said pitifully, the manner is a gift to you as gratitude for saving my life, but, if you could give me a few more bottles of the divine medicine, that would be even better. Mu Chen asked, how many bottles? 3 bottles? Yang Kuan hesitated, holding up 3 fingers. Mu Chen scoffed, too few, you'll regret it. I'll give you 30 bottles. Yang Kuan was shocked, really? Absolutely true. Mu Chen's tone was calm. Yang Kuan was initially ecstatic, then fell into deep thought and tentatively asked, Sir, what caught your eye about me? The potion is merely for healing, but to you, it's a miracle drug. Mu Chen said indifferently, implying that the potion held little value in his hands. Yang Kuan was deeply shaken. Mu Chen's composure, could it be that everything he said was true? He had been just an ordinary college student, yet he possessed a miracle drug. Could he have truly encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Yang Kuan swallowed hard, took a big sip of tea, and calmed himself. I'll give you the manner, and you give me 30 bottles of the divine medicine, okay? The manner doesn't suit me. What's unsatisfactory? The defense is too weak, maintenance is troublesome, and it's costly, Mu Chen said bluntly. Yang Kuan immediately responded, I'll cover the maintenance costs, including security, servants, and a chef. How does that sound? Implying that he didn't care about the defense issues. That works, just in time to change houses. Yang Kuan respectfully said, it is my honor to ease Mr. Mu Chen's burdens. Mu Chen, there are only 12 bottles now. I'll give you the rest after some time. Mu Chen calculated in his mind that exchanging 30 bottles for the manor was a surefire profit. With only the stock in his backpack, he needed to return to the game to sort it out. He began to lay out the potions, and Yang Kuan impatiently checked them, fearing they might be fake. At that moment, Yang Jianya rushed over hurriedly and whispered a few words to Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, Go, bring the code box. A flash of greed crossed his face, and a storm was about to erupt. Yang Kuan forced a smile. Mr. Mu Chen, please wait a moment, I need to handle something. Okay, Mu Chen responded. Yang Jianya ran over carrying a briefcase. Yang Kuan placed the potion inside, picked up the case, and walked out. Mu Chen noticed that the others also followed outside. Outside, the sound of commotion could be faintly heard. Mu Chen paid no attention, and Song Jia had already prepared the shrimp. Thank you. Mu Chen smiled with satisfaction. After eating, the two prepared to leave. At the entrance of the hall, a group of people blocked the way, and Yang Kuan was confronting several others. Mu Chen recognized the cold and beautiful female doctor. She pointed at Mu Chen and shouted, It's him. All eyes instantly focused. Mu Chen asked in confusion, What's going on? Yang Kuan's face turned ashen, unable to speak. Yang Jianya had not yet spoken when a young woman rushed in front of Mu Chen and angrily rebuked, Are you the fraud who tricked my dad? Mu Chen smiled, My medicine is definitely not fake. Whether it's fake or not, it's not up to you to decide, the woman said sharply. Who gets to decide then? This is Dr. Wang Dan, a medical doctor from abroad. The woman introduced proudly. Wang Dan had good looks and a gentle, refined demeanor. Mu Chen glanced at Wang Dan and then looked at the woman. Are you Mr. Yang's daughter? Yang Si Miao. Mu Chen patiently explained, I'm not a fraud, and the medicine isn't fake. Wang Dan spoke up, Your medicine, can it really cure terminal illnesses? Terminal illnesses have been unsolvable for so many years in the medical field. Wang Dan said righteously, If you truly had a miraculous medicine, you'd already be famous worldwide. Why are you hiding it and not daring to make it public? What's your educational background? Undergraduate degree. Mu Chen. What major? Computer science. Wang Dan sneered, the true face of the liar. Everyone see it clearly now? The Yang family whispered among themselves, pointing and gesturing. My dad's terminal illness was clearly cured. How could that be fake? Yang Jianye retorted. Yang Simiao sneered, Big brother, you're so stupid. The cold and stunning female doctor said, we've all been deceived, this might be a scam. Yang Jianye said, you were the one who initially diagnosed my dad's terminal illness as cured, you can't escape responsibility. The aloof female doctor, the physical examination can be falsified, the equipment has been tampered with. Yang Jianye continued, everyone can see my father's physical condition. The aloof female doctor exchanged a glance with Wang Dan. The aloof female doctor said solemnly, Mr. Yang's physical condition is the key. Perhaps it's hallucinogenic drugs. We want to take Mr. Yang to the hospital for a full checkup. Yang Kuan roared, I won't go. I trust Mr. Mu Chen. Get out. Yang Simiao, Dad, we're doing this for your own good. Yang Kuan was furious, apologize to Mr. Mu Chen, or be expelled from the family. Yang Simiao, go to the hospital for a checkup, and everything will be clear. I'm not going. Yang Kuan stood his ground. Why are you all just standing there? Do you want to watch Dad get scammed to death and see the family business taken away? Yang Simiao began to incite. The Yang family exchanged glances, hesitant but tempted. Wang Dan and the cold and beautiful female doctor walked up to Mu Chen. The cold and beautiful female doctor said disdainfully, fraud. It's not too late to confess now. Otherwise, face legal punishment. Wang Dan said, call the police quickly and arrest him. Mu Chen sighed, everyone, I have a way to prove my innocence, simple and quick. What do you think? The cold and stunning female doctor angrily rebuked, playing tricks? Mu Chen calmly said, I'm not a fraud. Give me a chance, and you'll believe. Wang Dan stopped her and said with a smile, let him show off, let everyone see. The cold and stunning female doctor asked, how are you going to prove it? Treating on the spot. Typical charlatan tricks. Wang Dan sneered. Please, give me your hand, Mu Chen said to Wang Dan. Wang Dan extended his hand disdainfully. I'm not sick, how will you treat me? Mu Chen said nothing and directly broke his arm. Blood spurted, white bone exposed, and screams echoed. The cold and beautiful female doctor's face turned pale, her pupils contracted, and she screamed in terror. Mu Chen seemed accustomed to it, indifferent. The cold and stunning female doctor regained her composure and shouted to those around her, call 120. Report to the police. Someone from the Yang family took out their phone. Yang Kuan immediately stopped them. Yang Simiao disregarded everything and dialed the police. Mu Chen walked up to Wang Dan. Wang Dan fell to the ground in fear, clutching his broken arm, full of terror. Mu Chen walked up to Wang Dan. Don't be afraid, I'll heal you, Mu Chen said gently. Cast lesser healing spell. Wang Dan's severed arm instantly restored. The Yang family was shocked, and Wang Dan was equally astonished. This is impossible. The cold and elegant female doctor was incredulous. Mu Chen, do you believe me now? Wang Dan nodded repeatedly, I believe you. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? He directly broke Wang Dan's other arm, then healed it again. Do you believe me this time? Mu Chen asked. Wang Dan nodded repeatedly, I believe it. The cold and beautiful female doctor looked dazed, impossible. It wasn't over yet. Mu Chen directly broke the cold and beautiful female doctor's leg. Then, he treated and healed it. No one dared to question anymore. Sure enough, winning people over with virtue, Mu Chen sighed. Old Yang, please take us home. Sorry to trouble you. Yang Kuan smiled warmly, I'll personally take you. The driver will do, Mu Chen said. Discussing the transfer of the manor on the way. Yang Kuan said with a smile. Let's go. You go ahead, I'll be right behind. Yang Kuan gestured. Yang Kuan did not say much, his disappointment with the cold and elegant female doctor and Wang Dan was evident, and he turned to treat Mu Chen with greater respect and caution. Yang Simiao was placed under house arrest, with Yang Jianye responsible for supervision. Yang Kuan carried the password-protected case throughout, clearly treating it as a treasure. Why are you holding the briefcase all the time? Mu Chen asked curiously. The transfer takes time, but you can move in any time. Yang Kuan explained. In the car, Mu Chen broke the silence and brought up whether Song Jia had been frightened. Thank you, Mu Chen. Song Jia expressed her disgust for those two people, thinking that it would be even better if she could kill them. Song Jia did not show curiosity because she believed everyone has their own secrets. Then do you have any secrets? Mu Chen asked. Once a secret is known by others, it is no longer a secret, Song Jia replied. At night, Mu Chen watched a movie alone on the sofa. In the early hours, he farmed monsters to level up and connected to Madman's voice chat. Madman was looted by a red-named player and pleaded with Mu Chen. Mu Chen agreed to help with revenge but demanded a reward and the location of the red-named player. The madman gladly agreed, feeling grateful to Mu Chen. The next day, Mu Chen accepted Yitzhi's third trial. Yitzhi's was friendly and gave an F-grade skill stone, mental telepathy. Task: use mental telepathy to move the boulder to the lake. Itris sneered inwardly, this skill could train mental strength and willpower. Itris believed there was absolutely no way Mu Chen could complete it. Itris was planning to suppress Mu Chen, make him suffer a bit, and then take him as her disciple. She imagined Mu Chen being deeply grateful to her. The trial, I've completed it. Mu Chen shattered Itris's daydream. The boulder had really been moved to the lakeside. Itris was stunned, unable to believe it. How did you do it? Telepathy, as you said. Mu Chen replied calmly. Demonstrate it again. Itris commanded. Mu Chen complied, lifting the boulder and placing it back in its original position. Sure. Itris's voice had changed. Mu Chen had long used the Eye of Omniscience to see through Itris, a level 150 master of arcane arts. Mu Chen's teacher, Fajana, was said to be level 200 on the forums. In his past life, Mu Chen was a level 300 god of magic. 100 times stronger than Itris and Fajana. Telepathically moving a giant boulder? Itris couldn't do it, Fajana couldn't do it, but Mu Chen? Easy. Effortless. Mu Chen had no idea how terrifying he truly was, he thought it was all very simple. Itris was in turmoil. A genius. A prodigy among arcane mages. Mu Chen was 100 times stronger than both of them. Itris threw out the arcane phantom skill stone again. Mu Chen was puzzled but still caught it. Learn it, then use it. Mu Chen complied. In an instant, Mystic Phantom activated. The phantom was lifelike and could even perform dual casting. Itris was certain. Mu Chen was the future of mysticism. Itris suppressed her excitement and pretended to be calm. Very well, you've passed. You've earned the qualification to become a great mystic mage. Oh. Mu Chen responded indifferently. Mu Chen also received a system notification, task completed, gained experience, and the Black Iron title, Mage of the Mysterious Tower. Adding points, checking the title, everything was very ordinary. Yitris, you can change your class now. Mu Chen, I won't change my class. What did you say? I've come for the skill tower. Mu Chen looked directly at Yitris. I joined, so I qualify to enter, right? Take me there. Yitris was desperate, trying to persuade him, mystic mages are very powerful. Countless people dream of becoming one. Mu Chen, He coldly refused. Take me to the skill tower. Mu Chen said expressionlessly. Yitris's face stiffened, her heart churning. If she had known earlier about Mu Chen's talent, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Now, she'd rather kneel and beg him to change professions. Mu Chen urged her again, and Yitris had no choice but to lead him away. The mysterious oasis, apart from the Tower of Mystery, was desolate. Where was the skill tower? With questions in mind, Mu Chen followed Yitris to the front of the tower. Entering the tower, Mu Chen was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. Small world creation technique? Mu Chen murmured. Mind, illusion, space, these are the specialties of mystics. Creating a small world of this scale requires at least level 200. Only the first-generation mentor Fajana possesses this ability. In the center, a small town. About 200 steps away from them. A trace of pride flashed in Yitris's eyes. Impressive, right? You can do it too after changing your profession. Mu Chen looked at Yitris, his eyes filled with doubt. Why had her usually indifferent attitude suddenly changed? His purpose for coming here was the skill tower and the experience from hidden quests. Neither had anything to do with Yitris, so there was no need to curry favor. Even helping her recover the remains only earned 20 points of favorability, which was useless. After passing 3 trials, Yitris's attitude changed drastically. Too lazy to bother. Mu Chen lifted his foot and walked toward the small town. The small town was exquisite, with complete facilities. Plantations, training rooms, everything was available. Soon, Mu Chen found the skill tower. 7 floors, containing skill stones ranging from F level to S level. Etris stopped him. Are you really not going to reconsider? Mu Chen shook his head. Don't try to persuade me. He already had the Nightmare Mage profession, so why would he give it up? Nightmare Mage and Mystic Mage are like sesame seeds and watermelons. Explain? It's useless. Etris didn't understand the terror of the nightmare mage and only thought the mystic mage was the strongest. Etris will not give up. The death of the first mentor, Fajana, was a heavy blow to her. She has always wanted to revive the arcane school. In the past, after experiencing the betrayal of the arcanists, she no longer trusted humans. But Mu Chen appeared and changed her. With his talent, he might become a god in the future. Then he could revive the arcane school. Etris had a clever plan, but Mu Chen was unwilling to change his profession. Mu Chen stepped into the skill tower. Etris followed closely behind. Inside the tower, it resembled a library, filled with skill stones. Etris wondered, why is he so interested in the skill tower? Mu Chen was fixated on nightmare fusion, aiming to create the first nightmare forbidden spell before reaching level 30. The skill tower of the arcane school, contribution points are required to exchange for skill stones. After reviewing the first floor, Mu Chen decided, save up contribution points first. He needed to find a quest. Itris, it's just me now, no tasks. How do I earn contribution points? Itris, changing professions rewards you with 100,000 contribution points. Mu Chen rolled his eyes. Etris, alright, give me 2 days, I'll think about it. Give me the teleportation tokens. Etris gave Mu Chen 7 or 8 of them. Mu Chen left, leaving Etris behind. I still have something to do. Yitris, when will you come back? If there's a mission, I'll come back. Phone, Death Frenzy. Where are those red names? Mu Chen asked. Mad Death, Curse Battlefield Equipment Dungeon, 6 people, Black Lion City Death Mountain, 7 people. Death Mountain. Mu Chen pondered. Mad Death, I want to go with you. Alright, get me 30 bottles of Vitality Potion, I'll pay you. Madman, sure. Can you pay me first? Mu Chen, mail, 390,000. Mail sent. The call was disconnected. Teleport token, Cursed Battlefield. Cursed Battlefield, level 15 map Undead Monsters. Equipment Dungeon. Equipment Dungeon, monopolized by the 100 Flowers Storm Guild. Produces white stone black iron gear. Not profitable. Players swarmed like a tide. Mu Chen concealed his brilliance, took a seat on the giant beast's skeleton, and waited quietly. Mu Chen scanned the scene, and the red-named players immediately stood out. The omniscient eye equipped on him allowed him to see through everything at a glance, clearly identifying who the red-named players were. Japan's First Blade, Blood Eagle Hallmaster, Cheerful Netizen, 1, Zhang Xiansen. Mu Chen silently recited the names, as expected, it's them. These 5 people, like Mu Chen, stood far outside the crowd, their eyes constantly scanning. From time to time, they whispered among themselves. Ordinary players came here to grind dungeons, but the red-named players' goal was clearly to kill and loot. Mu Chen knew that these red-named players were here for hunting. Their levels were all above 18, specifically targeting newcomers farming the level 15 dungeon. Mu Chen originally planned to act immediately and finish the fight quickly. But on second thought, Dead Maniac wanted to witness the revenge personally. Fine, he would wait. Dead Maniac's figure appeared near the teleportation point, looking around until he finally spotted Mu Chen. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. He quickly handed over 30 bottles of vitality potions. The ones who killed you are over there. Mu Chen pointed at the 5 red-named players. Hatred flashed in Mad Death's eyes. It's them. No doubt about it. Let's go, for revenge. Mu Chen stood up and stretched his muscles. Mad Death whispered, Great One, may I say a few words? All right. The 2 of them walked toward the 5 red-named players. The First Blade of the East sneered, Mad Death boss? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're doing so poorly you don't even have a piece of black iron gear. Mad Death glared at him angrily, You punk, I never treated you badly before. Come on, just because you helped me once, do I have to kneel down in gratitude? The top swordsman of the East scoffed disdainfully, I haven't even settled the management fees with you yet. Get lost, or I'll kill you again. The enraged man roared, A heartless and unjust guy like you, don't blame me for showing no mercy today. With just you? What a joke! The swordsman burst into wild laughter, and his underlings joined in the jeering. The enraged man sneered coldly, I alone may not be enough, but there's a great master. Who is it? The top swordsman of the East asked, his eyes fixed intently on Mu Chen behind Dead Madman. The great dust god. Dead Madman announced the name. The top swordsman of the East's face changed drastically, run. He turned and fled, using his swordsman skills. How could Mu Chen let him go? 1 finger of destruction. 3 fingers of destruction instantly wiped out 5 people. Equipment and gold coins scattered all over the ground. Red-named players are like fat sheep. Mu Chen and Madman had an agreement, all equipment and gold coins would belong to Mu Chen, while Madman would pay to buy back the equipment that had been taken. Madman searched through the corpses and retrieved 2 pieces of equipment. He lost 180,000 gold coins, but only 120,000 were dropped. Mu Chen told him to pick up all the gold coins to make up the 180,000. The remaining equipment would all belong to Mu Chen. After dealing with the spoils, the two left. There's not much time. After the revival of the number 1 Blade of the East, he will definitely notify the remaining 7. Run quickly, Dead Mad said anxiously. Don't worry, they won't escape. Head to the Death Mountain range, Mu Chen said. As soon as the two arrived at the teleportation point, they ran into the remaining 7. Lonely City Wanderer, Anran, Low Quality, Mo farewell. Dead Mad greeted them with a smile. The leading Lone City Wanderer, a level 19 water mage, planned the ambush. He ignored the Berserk warrior, his gaze fixed firmly on Mu Chen. Mu Chen recognized him. He had seen him before at the Blood Market in the Forgotten Wilds. Lone City Wanderer's expression changed. Japan's top swordsman confirmed via voice call that the 5 Japanese players had indeed revived in the prison area and it wasn't a bluff. Lone City Wanderer immediately led his team to flee. A narrow path meets, there's no way to escape. The lone wanderer of the isolated city smirked insincerely. Madman boss, to kill us, you even invited the great dust god. The fee for a god's intervention isn't cheap, is it? Madman glanced at the expressionless Mu Chen and retorted firmly, Dust God and I are brothers, what do you know? The lone wanderer of the isolated city pondered briefly. How about this, we return all the equipment and gold you dropped, and you let us go? Madman said firmly, no way. Today, all of you must die. The lone wanderer instantly turned grim. Since we can't reach an agreement, don't get cocky. There are 7 of us. Forgot how Dust God dealt with you last time? Madman mocked. Enough talk, I'm making a move. Mu Chen said to Madman Destruction Finger. Red Lightning. The Lone City Wanderer reacted swiftly. Water Shield. E-level magic. The water shield shattered instantly. Mu Chen unleashed consecutive Destruction Fingers, wiping out all 7. Death Maniac exclaimed, that's terrifying. Mu Chen, go ahead, take back your stuff. Death Maniac hurried forward. No drop? Mu Chen allowed him to take a bronze equipment item from the Lone City Wanderer, a gauntlet. Plus 6,000 gold coins as compensation. Settlement. As agreed, 5,000 per head. 13 people, 65,000 gold coins. Madman offered the gold coins. Mu Chen said, I want you to help me with something. Madman immediately promised, through fire and water, what do you need? I want to challenge the death dungeon, Mu Chen said. Madman hesitated briefly, then quickly changed his tone. Of course, if the master asks, no problem. When is the challenge? Wait until you're level 20, then we'll talk. Mu Chen, how many people can you bring? Dead Maniac, 3. Mu Chen, the more people, the better. Consider these gold coins as the hiring fee. Madman, this won't do. Mu Chen, you will all die in the death dungeon, this is compensation. Madman, what do you mean? Mu Chen, challenging the death dungeon will require sacrifices, many people will have to sacrifice. Death Maniac thought for a moment and nodded firmly, I am willing to die for you once. Mu Chen smiled, very good. Let me know when you reach level 20. I'll be off now. Mu Chen patted Death Maniac's shoulder. Madman bids farewell. Mu Chen logs off. Madman stands before the Dark Death Mountains, pondering. Rumors attract a large number of treasure-hunting players, as well as red-named players engaging in battles. At this moment, the Death Dungeon appears. What does Dust God want to do? What does he mean by saying they will die? Let's first check out the Death Dungeon to see if it's really that sinister. On the other side, Mu Chen called Yang Kuan, Mr. Yang, when will you come to pick up the remaining medicine? Yang Kuan, I'll go right now. Alright, I'll wait for you. He hung up the phone. Yang Kuan was drinking tea and playing chess at the club. Yang Kuan hurriedly got up, ready to leave. Chen Zhongsher had just made a brilliant move and, seeing Yang Kuan about to leave, quickly called out, Hey, where are you going? We're in the middle of a game. This round is yours. I have something to attend to and need to leave first, Yang Kuan said. Chen Zhongsher saw Yang Kuan's urgency and immediately guessed that he was going to meet Mu Chen. In Jinan City, only Mu Chen was worthy of such serious attention from Yang Kuan. Why are you going to see Mr. Mu Chen? Chen Zhongsher asked curiously. Yang Kuan curled his lips. This has nothing to do with you. How does it not? I haven't seen Mr. Mu Chen in a long time either. I'll go with you. Chen Zhongsher said as he stood up. Why are you meddling in this? Yang Kuan got anxious, not wanting Chen Zhengshi to follow. Yang Kuan's attitude only piqued Chen Zhengshi's curiosity further. He thought to himself, what kind of secret dealings does he have with Mr. Mu Chen? Why so sneaky? No, I have to go and see for myself. Chen Zhengshi added, my legs are on my body. You can't stop me or control where I go. Besides, I already know where Mr. Mu Chen's house is. Even if you don't take me, I'll go by myself. Yang Kuan had no choice. Unable to stop him, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Sigh, staying at home today would have been so much better. Why on earth did I have to come out to play chess with this old guy? It was too late for regrets now. Yang Kuan could only hope that Chen Zhengshi wouldn't interfere at the critical moment. The two got into the same luxury car. Chen Zhengshi seemingly asked casually but actually with intent, I heard, Kuan, that you're planning to give away your retirement estate? Yang Kuan glanced at Chen Zhengshi, who told you that? Your sources are quite well informed. That's your retirement estate, and you're just giving it away? Honestly, who did you give it to? Chen Zhengshi asked again. A friend, Yang Kuan replied indifferently. A friend? Chen Zhengshi's face was full of disdain. You old fox, still trying to play dumb with me. Did you give it to Mr. Mu Chen? Yang Kuan retorted, who I give it to is none of your business. Since when did you start caring so much about my affairs? You ungrateful wretch, don't forget, when your life was hanging by a thread, I was the one who brought Mr. Mu Chen to save you. Chen Zhengshi looked curious. That estate of yours is worth over $1 billion. Come on, tell me, what good stuff did you get from Mr. Mu Chen in exchange? None of your business. Yang Kuan's tone was stiff. Chen Zhengshi coaxed, come on, tell me. If you tell me, I can give you something nice, also bought from Mr. Mu Chen. Hearing this, Yang Kuan immediately became interested. What is it? Chen Zhengshi mysteriously took out a bottle of yellow potion from a small metal box he carried with him. It was a miniature stamina potion that Mu Chen had sold to him before. After explaining the effects of the miniature stamina potion, Yang Kuan's eyes immediately lit up. Chen Zhengshi patiently guided, tell me what you exchanged the manner for from Mr. Mu Chen, and I'll give you a bottle of this medicine. Yang Kuan thought to himself, since Chen Zhengshi had come along anyway, he would find out sooner or later. He might as well tell him now and earn a bottle of the medicine that could make him young again. It was a deal worth making. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kuan nodded in agreement. It's nothing much. I just exchanged the manner for a few bottles of the medicine Mr. Mu Chen used to treat me back then. How many bottles? Yang Kuan raised 3 fingers. 3 bottles? Chen Zhengshi asked. Yang Kuan shook his head. It's 30 bottles. What? Chen Zhengshi looked astonished. What kind of magic potion did you give Mr. Mu Chen? Such a miraculous medicine your estate would already be lucky to exchange for 3 bottles. How could it possibly be 30? Impossible. This shouldn't be happening. Chen Zhengshi murmured in shock. Seeing Chen Zhengshi's pathetic reaction, Yang Kuan couldn't help but smile. I have to thank you for this. Thank me for what? Chen Zhengshi asked, puzzled. Thank you for telling me that Mr. Mu Chen lacked a place to stay. It gave me the idea to gift the manor to him in exchange for 30 bottles of divine medicine. Ha ha ha, Yang Kuan said with a hearty laugh. Chen Zhengshi's face instantly showed a look of regret. Back then, he had also considered giving Mu Chen a luxury villa to strengthen their relationship. However, Chen Zhengshi thought that, given Mr. Mu Chen's financial resources, he wouldn't lack a place to live and might not even appreciate such a gift. Thus, he hesitated and took no action. Coincidentally, Yang Kuan asked him that day about Mr. Mu Chen's preferences, and Chen Zhengshi casually mentioned this idea to Yang Kuan. In return, he even managed to acquire a horse ranch in the suburbs of Beijing from Yang Kuan. He originally thought Yang Kuan's estate could at most exchange for 2 or 3 bottles of the miraculous medicine from Mr. Mu Chen, but unexpectedly, it turned into a total of 30 bottles. To be honest, Chen Zhengshi felt a bit envious. Who wouldn't be? After all, this was miraculous medicine capable of curing terminal illnesses. 1 bottle of medicine was equivalent to saving a life. Although there aren't many wealthy individuals suffering from terminal illnesses in this world, there are still quite a few. Rich people fear death, and in order to survive, they would be willing to spend their entire fortune. These 30 bottles of miraculous medicine, if used wisely, could easily multiply their value dozens of times. And that's just a conservative estimate. Even if he didn't sell them, keeping them for himself would be fine too. Who knows if he might fall ill in the future or if someone in his family might suffer from a terminal illness? This wasn't about cursing his own family but rather preparing for the unexpected. If he had known earlier, Chen Zhongshu would have built it immediately, even constructing a luxurious manor for Mu Chen. All he asked for was for Mu Chen to reward him with dozens of bottles of divine medicine. No way, no matter what, I have to get a share. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Chen Zhongshu's eyes were red with jealousy. Seeing Chen Zhongshu in this state, Yang Kuan secretly thought to himself that this was bad. He had gone too far and overstimulated Chen Zhongshu. There was no way he would let this go now. Sure enough, Chen Zhongshu began to plead persistently, begging Yang Kuan to spare him a few bottles of divine medicine, even offering to pay a high price for them. But Yang Kuan firmly refused. Seeing that this path was not feasible, Chen Zhongshu turned his attention to Mu Chen. Since Mu Chen could sell to Yang Kuan, it meant he could also sell to him. As long as Mr. Mu Chen was willing to sell, he would take it at any price. Yang Kuan noticed that Chen Zhongshu had fallen silent again and stopped pleading with him, immediately guessing Chen Zhongshu's intentions. When Yang Kuan obtained the miraculous medicine from Mu Chen seemed completely indifferent to it, giving away 30 bottles without hesitation. If Chen Zhongshu also approached Mu Chen to buy it and Mu Chen agreed to sell, wouldn't that mean Yang Kuan would have a new competitor in the future? Yang Kuan pondered for a while and decided it was better to let Chen Zhongshu get involved. This way, Chen Zhongshu would at least remain under his control, avoiding the risk of cultivating a competitor. Having known him for years, Yang Kuan was well aware that Chen Zhongshu was not an easy person to deal with, so it was wiser to maintain a good relationship with him. Mu Chen hoped that as few people as possible would know about his extraordinary abilities. Yang Kuan agreed and reached a cooperation agreement with Chen Zhongshu. Miracle drug, Yang Kuan 5 bottles, Chen Zhongshu 5 bottles, the remaining 20 bottles for sale, profit split 30/70. Luxury car parked downstairs of the rental apartment. Yang Kuan and Chen Zhongshu both found climbing the stairs exhausting. Mu Chen called to inform, 18 bottles of medicine are placed in the supermarket downstairs. What? Yang Kuan was shocked. Chen Zhongshu, which supermarket? Arriving at Carrefour, Yang Kuan took out the box and carefully placed the medicine inside. Sweat appeared on Yang Kuan's forehead. Chen Zhongshu wiped the sweat, indicating that Mu Chen didn't care about this medicine. Chen Zhongshu thought to himself, Mr. Mu Chen is truly a remarkable person. He decided to prepare a generous gift, arrange a meeting with Mu Chen, and exchange for the divine medicine. Yang Kuan thought the same. The two exchanged a smile, feeling fortunate about their collaboration. After receiving a call informing them that the manor was ready, Mu Chen said they would move in a few days. In the rental apartment, Mu Chen and Song Jia were eating snail noodles. Mu Chen, thinking about Yang Kuan's difficulty in going upstairs, decided to leave the medicine at the supermarket. Mu Chen joked about being the guardian of humanity. Mu Chen asked Song Jia about the progress of the Demon Nest City mission. Song Jia was about to finish. Soon, I'll be a citizen of Demon Nest City. Mu Chen reminded her to be careful. Song Jia, I got it. By the way, what level are you now? Level 17, Mu Chen, let's level up. Mu Chen was thinking about the death dungeon, lacking people. Song Jia suddenly said, there's a male classmate in our class who also dropped out like me to play Dawn full-time. Oh? What's the reason? Song Jia's father often gambled and owed money. When the debt collectors couldn't find her father, they came to her school to cause trouble. The principal and teachers were eager for Song Jia to leave, so when she dropped out, no one stopped her. Song Jia said, classmates said that guy has an A-level talent, transitioned into a hidden profession, and his talent rose to S-level. With explosive potential. A major guild immediately signed him with an annual salary starting at $1 million on a 1-year contract. No wonder they dropped out of school. Earning millions at such a young age, who wouldn't be envious? After chatting with Song Jia for a while, the two went online. Mu Chen appeared at the teleportation point of the Death Mountain range. He calculated in his mind that he needed to get a summoning stone first. To clear the Death Mountain range dungeon, 20 cannon fodder and a summoning stone are indispensable. The gathering stone is a rare item, monsters don't drop it, dungeons don't yield it, and it can only be obtained through quests or from the mysterious merchant. The mysterious merchant comes and goes without a trace, entirely dependent on luck. What he sells is unpredictable, so even if you encounter him, he might not have what you need. Mu Chen knows this well, his luck isn't great. Instead of aimlessly searching for the merchant, it's better to take on a quest that rewards a gathering stone. He recalls the countless quests he completed in his past life, from running errands to slaying dragons, he's done it all. There are several tasks for the group finder, but they all require going to the main city. Now he has over 40 points of killing value, which must be cleared before he can enter the main city. Mu Chen decided to buy an atonement token. He stepped into the teleportation point and teleported to Blazing City, under the jurisdiction of the Flame Temple. Just as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a squad of Flame City soldiers clad in red leather armor. The captain roared, "Filthy criminal! How dare you defile Flame City? Get ready to rot in prison." Muchen calmly said, "I'm looking for the priest of the Flame Temple. I want to buy a pardon voucher." The captain's expression changed, his anger vanished instantly, and he immediately put on a smile. "All right, I'll take you there right away." Indulgence tickets were initially introduced by the Temple of Penitence as a money-making scheme, and later other temples followed suit. Before heading to the temple, the captain warned Muchen again, "Behave yourself, don't think about running or playing tricks, or we won't be polite." Muchen nodded, he hadn't planned on playing any tricks. The soldiers of Blazing Flame City escorted Muchen to the Temple of Flames. The temple is majestic and luxurious, like a palace, because it controls this city. The captain went in to report. Before long, a priest wearing a blood-red flame robe came out. This priest had hair and eyebrows dyed red, dressed in a red robe, resembling a ball of fire. The priest stared at Muchen and asked, "Do you want to buy an indulgence?" Muchen nodded. The priest said, "God shows mercy to mankind. If you sincerely atone for your sins, the God of Flames will cleanse your guilt." He paused and asked, "How many do you plan to buy?" Muchen calculated. His kill value was 46 points. One atonement voucher offsets 1 point of kill value. He wanted to reduce it to 20 points, which meant offsetting 26 points of kill value, requiring 26,000 vouchers. Each voucher costs 1 gold coin, totaling 26,000 gold coins. He paid the money and received a sack of indulgence tickets, exactly 26,000 of them. Indulgence tickets are card-sized, about the size of a bottle cap, crudely made and used by the church to amass wealth. But they work well. Muchen glanced at the status bar. The slaughter value had indeed dropped to 20 points, and he was no longer a criminal. The soldiers surrounding him also dispersed. Having achieved his goal, Muchen turned and left. He didn't take the sack of atonement vouchers, leaving it at the temple entrance. That thing takes up space and is useless. The flame priest, seeing that Muchen didn't take the atonement vouchers, wasn't upset. Cheerfully, he carried the sack back to sell it next time. Indulgence coupons can be bought anywhere, but Muchen came to Blazing Flame City not just for indulgence coupons, he also wanted to take on quests with group stone rewards. In his previous life, he had visited Blazing Flame City several times. This city was quite open, even non-citizens could come and go freely. Muchen walked through the streets and alleys and arrived at a tavern in the west of Blazing Flame City called Sword and Rose. In the afternoon, the tavern wasn't very crowded. NPCs were drinking and chatting, while a few players sat in a corner, currying favor with an NPC, likely trying to take on a quest to gain favorability. Muchen walked straight to the bar. Behind the bar stood a tall, burly NPC with a scarred face named Paul. He was the owner and bartender of the tavern, as well as a retired soldier. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if it had been burned, and he asked, "What'll you have?" Muchen said, "Cherry pie and a Bloody Mary." Paul gave him a deep look and said in a low voice, "I don't serve Bloody Marys here." "Then just give me a glass of milk," Muchen said. "One moment," Paul shouted, "Fanny. 1 large glass of milk, 1 cherry pie." After a while, a young woman who resembled Paul a bit came over carrying milk and cherry pie. "Enjoy your meal." She set the items down and left. She was probably Paul's daughter. Muchen took a bite of the cherry pie. The taste was average. Dawn claimed to be 100% realistic, with everything in the world being just like reality, allowing one to savor delicious food and wine. However, no matter how much you eat in the game, your real body will still feel hungry when it's hungry. Muchen finished the cherry pie, drank the milk, and casually tossed 20 gold coins onto the bar counter. He got up to leave. "Wait!" Paul called out to him, frowning. Muchen turned back. "What's up? Have you been to Darkshire?" "No." Muchen denied it, but his eyes flickered. "Stop pretending, only the Nightshade Tavern sells Bloody Marys." "Maybe I remembered wrong, I had it in barbarian territory." "That's blood-bone wine, brewed with beast blood. Looks like you've been to Darkshire." Paul shook his head, "Never been there, but my wife is from that place." Muchen blurted out, "Your wife must be an excellent rogue." Darkshire, the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild, where all the NPCs are rogues. Paul looked serious. "She is not outstanding at all." "Alright, why did you stop me?" Muchen knew the main topic was coming. Paul hesitated, "I want to entrust you with a task." Got him. Muchen thought to himself. "My skills are strong, and my price isn't cheap. Can you afford it?" Paul said expressionlessly, "I've been running this tavern for years and saved up a bit. If that's not enough, you can pick any weapon or equipment from a retired soldier. Let me take a look. Paul asked his daughter to attend to the guests and took Mu-Chen upstairs. On the second floor, there are only 3 rooms: Paul's bedroom, the daughter's bedroom, and the storage room. In front of the storage room, Paul opened the door, rummaged around for a while, and brought out a large, dust-covered box. Inside the box were 2 magic crystal pistols, an officer's uniform, and a rune bulletproof vest, the uniform of the Magitech City Army. Underneath was what Mu-Chen wanted, the gathering stone. Mu-Chen picked up the gathering stone. I like this thing. Tell me about the mission. Paul put away the box, closed the door, and said, "Go to Darkshire, find my wife. If she's still alive, deliver a message. If she's dead, bring back her remains." "What's your wife's name?" "Lucia." "Alright, but there's a question." "What? What is your wife doing in Nightshade Town? Missing or ran away?" "I don't know." Paul's voice was low. 3 years ago, she left a letter saying she was going back to Darkshire and would return soon. But it's been 3 years, and there's been no news. I sent people to look for her, and none of them came back. Not a single person returned? Not a single one. How can you be sure she's still in Darkshire? It's been 3 years, she might have left long ago. She won't. She's always been in Darkshire. Why are you so sure? On the 10th of every month, I receive a letter from Lucia. What does the letter say? There's nothing, it's an empty envelope, but I know it was sent by her. Mu-Chen nodded, like the beginning of a suspense story. I miss my wife, I want to go to Darkshire, but I still have a daughter to take care of. Paul said calmly, "Can I take a look at the letter your wife sent?" Paul entered the bedroom and came out with a stack of envelopes. On them, is my wife's scent. Mu-Chen picked one up, brought it close to his nose, and smelled the fragrance of orange blossoms. Paul explained, "My wife loves the scent of orange blossoms and uses perfume with this fragrance. Thieves and assassins, wearing perfume is a taboo." No wonder he said his wife wasn't exceptional. "Alright, I'll take the task and head to Darkshire now." Mu-Chen tossed the summoning stone to Paul. "System, you have accepted the gold-level quest, The Missing Wife." Paul advised, "No one knows what has happened in Darkshire over the past 3 years. Outsiders aren't allowed in except for thieves. Hire a thief as a guide, I'll cover the cost." With that, he threw a pouch of coins to Mu-Chen. "So heavy." Mu-Chen opened it, more than 10,000 gold coins. "Enough to hire thieves. Can you give me a few letters your wife sent you?" "Paul, thieves will use blocking powder to isolate the scent. Blocking powder is ineffective against demon hounds." Mu-Chen smiled, his tone confident. A trace of surprise flashed in Paul's eyes. "You can get a hellhound? Not bad." Fortunately, Mu-Chen packed the backpack containing the envelope with the scent of orange blossoms and said to Paul, "I'm off. You can check out the Sewage Alley Tavern, it's a gathering place for thieves. You can hire a road guide there, and also gather information about Darkshire." Paul provided another clue. Understood. Mu-Chen went downstairs and left in a hurry. Before leaving the tavern, he noticed that those players trying to curry favor with the NPC were staring intently at Paul's daughter, Fanny. Fanny was just an ordinary person and didn't notice. After Paul went downstairs, the thief turned his gaze to Mu-Chen. Mu-Chen met his gaze briefly, then looked away and left directly. He planned to go to the Sewage Alley Tavern first to hire thieves and gather information. This task, though troublesome, is currently the most suitable. The other tasks for collecting reward stones have level requirements that are too high. This task has no level requirements. As long as Paul approves, it's fine. Paul is eager to save his wife, so as long as you're not weak, he'll entrust it to you. Adventurers who died in Darkshire, at least 300 have perished in 3 years. In his previous life, Mu-Chen didn't do this quest and directly bought the meeting stone. In this life, no one yet knows the wondrous use of the meeting stone. It's likely no one would take on such a quest either. Mu-Chen was the first. He hadn't done it before, but he remembered the task process almost perfectly. The Sewage Alley Tavern was located on a filthy street. The tavern was filled with smoke and chaos. Mu-Chen entered and looked around. He walked directly toward a thief NPC in the corner. Players could see the words "Information Merchant" above the thief's head. Information merchants are present in every main city. Mu-Chen ranked 4th. After waiting for a long time, it was finally his turn. The intelligence merchant was about 50 or 60 years old, bald, small and thin, with a face full of wrinkles, wearing rogue leather armor, equipped with a dagger and a firearm. It was Mu-Chen's turn. The information broker asked, "Buying intelligence?" "Okay." The information broker took out a parchment and handed it to Mu-Chen. F-grade intelligence, Ashen Plains Monster Compendium. 500 gold coins. F-grade intelligence, Burning Tower Camp Experience Dungeon Guide. 500 gold coins. E-level intelligence, analysis of the Flame Goblin King boss's weaknesses. 1000 gold coins. D-level intelligence, location for collecting black iron grade forging material, firework stone. 2000 gold coins. Mu-Chen glanced over it, found nothing useful, and then asked, I want to go to Nightfall Town, any suggestions? Nightfall Town? The information broker's expression turned peculiar. Young man, don't go. Nightfall Town hasn't been safe these past 2 years. What happened? Mu-Chen asked further. Information broker, 5,000 gold coins, and I'll tell you. All right. Mu-Chen didn't hesitate and agreed. Pay first, the information broker said. Talk first, then I'll pay. No, pay first. All right then. Mu-Chen had no choice but to pay. Took out the pouch of money Paul gave and handed the informant 5,000 gold coins. The old guild master of the Darkshire Thieves Guild has disappeared, and a new one hasn't been chosen. The guild is leaderless and getting more chaotic. The informant sighed. And then? He spread his hands. That's it. I haven't been back for a long time, so that's all I know. How did the old guild leader go missing? I don't know. Why is Nightshade Town sealed off, and why won't they let anyone in? I don't know. Mu-Chen said angrily, you don't know anything, and I wasted my money? The information broker said with a grin, fair prices, no deception. You agreed to it yourself. You profiteer. Mu-Chen, brimming with killing intent, old man, watch yourself when you sleep tonight. The information broker sneered, trying to scare me? I'm a level 40 master thief, why would I fear a young brat like you? If you're still so capable, why would you carry a musket for self-defense? Mu-Chen mocked, thieves and assassins don't use guns. Seeing that guy equipped with a dagger and a firearm, Mu-Chen knew he was done for. Feeling a bit guilty, he put on an act and said, how about this, I'll sell you some intel, 5,000 gold coins, buy one get one free, deal. Do you know where the black market in Flame City is? What black market? The dark market. I don't know. Alright, be careful at night. Mu-Chen finished his threat and was about to leave. The information broker stopped him. Wait. Where is the black market? The information broker hesitated before saying, you can go to Rat Alley. There's a gnome named Gale, he knows how to get there. Recommend a thief to me as well. I'm heading to Darkshire, Mu-Chen said. This tavern is full of thieves. If you can pay, someone will be willing to risk their life for you. Mu-Chen scanned the NPCs in the tavern. Just as the informant had said, the tavern was teeming with thieves. I'll come back later to hire a thief guide. There's no rush. Better to visit Rat Alley first and then deal with the rest. Mu-Chen left the bustling Sewage Alley Tavern. After much effort, he arrived at the infamous Rat Alley. Rat Alley is the slum of Blazing Flame City, home to the poor, the underclass, and criminals. Burn marks could be seen everywhere in Rat Alley. The buildings are dilapidated, and the air is filled with the stench of burning. This is because the Temple of Flames worships the gods of fire and ashes. In the City of Flames, fires are considered an auspicious sign. If a fire breaks out, the flame priests strictly forbid the populace from extinguishing it, even if it results in fatalities. Therefore, the buildings in Blazing Flame City are all made of stone, fireproof and resistant to burning. There are criminals in Rat Alley, and the Flame Temple knows it. From time to time, they come to Rat Alley and set it on fire. Whether any criminals have been burned to death is unclear. In any case, every time the flame priests set fire to burn Rat Alley, many poor people end up dead. The noble priest doesn't care about the lives of the poor. Arriving at Rat Alley, Mu-Chen had no idea where to find the gnome Gale, so he just wandered around. Since a large number of criminals are gathered here, there must be informants everywhere. At that time, someone will definitely come to interrogate Mu-Chen. As he expected, Mu-Chen had only wandered in Rat Alley for a short while when two burly men emerged from the shadows. These two burly men were a level 31 assassin and a level 34 boxer. Hey, kid, did you take a wrong turn? This is Rat Alley, not Flower Street, the boxer said. I know, I want to see Gale the dwarf, Mu-Chen said. Lord Gale isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Get lost, pretty boy, the assassin said. Mu-Chen didn't waste words and directly took out a handful of gold coins, tossing them over. The glittering gold coins scattered all over the ground. Mu-Chen's behavior of throwing money at the slightest disagreement was well received by the two burly men. While picking up the gold coins on the ground, they said, wait here, we'll go call Lord Gale right now. Just stay here and don't move. After collecting the gold coins from the ground, the two left, leaving Mu-Chen behind. After a while, as Mu-Chen stood in place, he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be something behind him. He turned to look back. He saw a small figure emerge from the shadows. Shadow sorcerer? Mu Chen murmured. Are you the one who wanted to see me? The gnome Gale asked. He stood less than 1.3 meters tall, dressed in a black formal suit, wearing a top hat, and holding a black cane, exuding the appearance of a gentleman. Mu Chen got straight to the point. I want to visit the black market. The informant at the Sewage Alley Tavern referred me here. All right. The dwarf Gale tapped the ground with his cane, and a shadowy passage leading to an unknown destination appeared. Follow me. The gnome Gale was the first to slip into the shadow passage. Mu Chen followed closely behind. The next moment, he appeared in a closed room. The room was empty, with only a teleportation array constructed within. Here you go. Through this teleportation point, you can reach the black market. The dwarf Gale gave Mu Chen a black teleportation token. In his previous life, Mu Chen had also visited the dark market, though it wasn't through the teleportation point in Flame City. But the process was roughly the same. Mu Chen arrived at the center of the teleportation array. This teleportation point could only transport to one place, the dark market. He activated the teleportation array. The next moment, Mu Chen appeared in the dark market. This was an underground city with no sunlight, roughly the size of a dozen stadiums. The buildings were all constructed from obsidian, and the surroundings were brightly lit, bustling with pedestrians everywhere. There are NPCs, and there are players. There is an evil faction, and there is an order faction. Mu Chen hesitated for just a moment before someone urged, hurry up and get down, don't just stand there like an idiot, you're blocking the people behind you. Behind Mu Chen, a Death Knight was teleported in. He remained silent, his entire body icy cold, holding a rune greatsword in his hand, entwined with blood and malevolent power. Mu Chen slightly sidestepped to let the Death Knight pass first. The teleportation point of the dark market was built on an altar. Mu Chen stepped down from the altar. Suddenly, a large group of people surrounded Mu Chen. They were all from weaker races such as human youths, halflings, grey goblins, and black goblins. Dressed in rags, they were emaciated and gaunt. Master, do you need a guide? I'm very familiar with the dark market and know every corner of it. Hire me, I only charge 10 gold coins. Master, I only need 5 gold coins. I'm cheap, please hire me. I beg you. Mu Chen refused, I don't need it. Seeing Mu Chen's refusal, those little children didn't pester him further and went to find others to solicit business. As mentioned earlier, Mu Chen had been to the dark market before and was very familiar with this place. No matter how many teleportation point entrances the dark market had, there was only one dark market. Mu Chen came to the dark market to get a demon hound as a pet. When it comes to finding people or objects, a demon hound is indispensable. It is much stronger than ordinary hounds or military dogs. The blocking powder commonly used by thieves has no effect on the demon dog. It's just that this thing is extremely expensive. Buying one is unaffordable, so it's better to rent one instead. The dark market is divided into multiple trading zones. Zone 1 is the place for buying and selling weapons and equipment. Zone 2 is for potions, scrolls, skill stones, and items. Zone 3 is for pets, mounts, and slaves. Zone 4 is for rare treasures, monster materials. The 5th trading zone is the auction house and intelligence exchange. Mu Chen went to the 3rd trading zone. This area is filled with beast cages, pens, and prisons used to detain slaves. The air is permeated with the stench of beasts and a foul odor. Mu Chen's gaze searched around and found an NPC with Demon Pet Merchant displayed above his head. This NPC had dark blue skin and various demonic features on his body. He was a half-demon, a race born from the union of demons and humans. Mu Chen stepped forward and asked, "Do you have demon dogs here?" The Demon Pet Merchant's eyes lit up and he immediately said enthusiastically, "Of course, a cub is 300,000 gold coins, and an adult demon hound is 1 million gold coins. Which one would you like?" "I want to rent an adult demon hound." "Rent, huh?" The Demon Pet Merchant pouted and muttered, "You should have said so earlier, got my hopes up for nothing." "What is the rental price?" Mu Chen asked. "For an adult hellhound, it's 1,000 per day." "Alright, I want to rent one." The Demon Pet Merchant turned around and shouted toward the tent beside the beast cages. "Titi Ma, come out to greet the guests." Mu Chen frowned. Why did this sound so strange? A few seconds later, a golden-haired demon dog of considerable size darted out from the tent. The demon dog is covered in red fur, with black scales on its back, 3 spikes behind its head, and a nose full of bumpy growths, making it disgustingly ugly. Mu Chen used the all-seeing eye to check its attributes. Demon Dog, Titama. Level, 30. Race, Demon. Health points, 1500. Attack power, 900. Racial trait, demon armor. Skills, bloodthirsty pursuit, D, bite, D. Type, pet. Grade, silver. Age, 44 years, adult. The lifespan of a demon hound seems to be 60 years. Yours is already 44. Isn't that too old? Mu-chan looked disdainful. Demon pet merchant, not old at all. Demon hounds are only considered elderly after 50. Renting a demon hound is definitely for finding people or objects. The older ones are more experienced. What experience? He had seen hellhounds before on the battlefield in forums. Other hellhounds at this age are all level 50 or 60. This one is just wandering around at level 30, how useless. Mu-chan, change it, 1,000 gold coins a day. I'm not short on money, so don't try to fool me with an old dog. Demon pet merchant, these past 2 days, many people have come to rent. There's only one left, nothing else. Mu-chan looked at the demon dog with disdain. The demon dog opened its mouth and said, "Young man, don't look down on others. When I was young, I traveled to many places and gained a wealth of experience." Mu-chan couldn't be bothered to listen and kicked it away. Ouch. Demon pet merchant, what are you doing? If you break it, will you pay for it? Mu-chan took out a few hundred gold coins and tossed them over. The demon merchant beamed with joy. "Feel free, hit or scold as you like, just don't kill it." The demon dog muttered, "You're better at being a dog." "What did you say?" The demon pet merchant went up and gave it a kick. The demon pet merchant, the only one in the dark market. Since there's only one left, let's make do with it. But the price needs to go down. Otherwise, it's too much of a loss. Mu-chan has 1.6 million gold coins in his bag, but he won't spend recklessly. Save wherever possible. Negotiated with the demon merchant, and finally, the other party agreed. For the first 10 days, 700 gold coins per day. After 10 days, 1,000 gold coins per day. Signed the contract. The other party gave Mu-chan a demon summoning stone the size of a baby's fist. Hold the summoning stone and recite the name of the demon dog Titama to summon it. The pet summoning stone can be placed in the backpack or in the pet slot. Players can use it with just a thought. The transaction was completed. The demon pet merchant recommends his pets. Customer, you don't have a pet, do you? How about buying one? I have little demon pets and even hell double-headed snakes. No, I'm not interested in demons. Mu-chan refused. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered. Mu-chan, what kind of people rent demon dogs? I don't know. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. The demon merchant smiled warmly. Mu-chan didn't ask further and turned to leave. Demon merchant, they are just like you, people of the Order faction. Mu-chan paused in his steps. Keep walking. Bought the hellhound, mission accomplished, time to leave. Strolled around the dark market, bought a few dark-type skill stones, all F level and E level, and also bought a few bottles of advanced potions. For Yang Kuan and Shen Zhengshi. They will definitely pester him for potions. Make these to make them happy. By the way, you can also swindle some money. No, sell for some money. Return to the teleportation point. Mu-chan bought a teleportation token. Teleported to the room of the shadow sorcerer Gale. Gale, pretty quick. I thought I'd have to wait half a day. Mu-chan smiled. Gale adjusted his clothes. Let's go back to Rat Alley. All right. Gale knocked on the wall. A passage appeared in the shadows. Mu-chan returned to the ground, Rat Alley. Gale's voice, welcome back next time. Mu-chan turned around, but Gale was already gone. Mu-chan identified the direction and walked out. The patrolling soldiers stopped him. He could only spend money to avoid disaster. Mu-chan bribed the patrolling soldiers and left. He returned to the Sewage Alley Tavern. The intelligence merchant is still selling information. Mu-chan found the bar counter. The bartender is an ordinary young man. Mu-chan has the Eye of Omniscience, which allows him to see NPCs' hidden professions and identities. He said to the bartender, I want to hire a thief as a guide to take me to Darkshire. Young bartender, buy some food and drinks, spend a little money, and then I can make an introduction. Bacon sandwich. What would you like to drink? Ginger ale. Alright, just a moment. Mu-chan, now can you talk? You can go find Marshall. He wants to return to Dusktown, so you can travel together. The young bartender pried open the soda cap. Where is he? Mu-chan asked. The young bartender placed the ginger soda in front of Mu-chan, glanced up at the mechanical clock by the tavern door, and said, You probably need to wait another hour, he'll be here soon. Marshall likes to come to the tavern for a drink in the afternoon, work at night, and sleep during the day. The young bartender suddenly smiled. That guy's a night owl. If you hire him, you'll probably have to stay up late traveling with him. Doesn't matter. Mu Chen said indifferently. The young bartender took a deep look at Mu Chen and asked, "Are you also going to Nightshade Town to search for treasure?" "Search for what treasure?" Mu Chen looked up and asked. "Nothing, I'm not sure either. I just occasionally overheard some drunk customers mentioning that there's some kind of treasure in Nightshade Town." The young bartender smiled and said, "This kind of thing happens often. There's often a rumor about treasure somewhere, attracting countless treasure hunters, but no treasure is ever found. In the end, it's proven that the treasure was just a hoax, all lies." Mu Chen said indifferently, "Yeah, all lies." In fact, he had already secretly taken note of this information. After a while, the bacon sandwich he ordered was ready. It was just 2 slices of bread stuffed with several slices of smoked ham and mayonnaise, the most common and ordinary food in the tavern. Mu Chen finished a sandwich and drank a bottle of ginger soda. Waiting idly, feeling bored, Mu Chen asked the bartender for some food and drinks, eating while waiting. Dawn does not have a satiety value. In-game food allows players to eat as much as they want without worrying about gaining weight. He appeared to be just eating, but in fact, he was paying attention to the conversations of the thieves around him. Want to hear some useful information from the thieves? It's just that the thieves are even more vigilant than Mu Chen imagined. Don't be fooled by how they seem completely drunk, talking nonsense, shouting and yelling. However, when it comes to important matters, they lower their voices and speak softly. Mu Chen has strong perception, but his hearing is the same as that of ordinary players. He couldn't catch any useful information, only a few scattered words: treasure, thieves guild, old guild leader, missing. Excitement flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. It seems this task is not simple. Apart from the group finder, there might even be some extra benefits to gain. No wonder so few players completed this quest in the previous life. Darkshire is far more dangerous than Mu Chen had initially anticipated. Just as Mu Chen was waiting for Marshall, 2 players walked into the tavern, headed straight to the bar, and like Mu Chen, they were there to hire a rogue to go to Darkshire. The bartender told them that there were currently no rogues heading to Darkshire, but if they were willing to pay extra, some rogues might be willing to go. The 2 players discussed quietly for a moment. Perhaps due to being short on money, they ultimately decided not to hire anyone. Gazing at the departing figures of the 2 players, Mu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. An hour passed. Marshall arrived at the shop on time. He was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black mask and dressed in nightwear. Over it, he wore a beast-scale leather armor. At his waist hung a dagger and a hand crossbow, while on his back were a pouch for concealed weapons and a quiver of crossbow bolts. Standard thief attire. Marshall walked into the shop, approached the bar, and asked the bartender for a large mug of malt beer. While pouring the beer, the bartender casually mentioned that Mu Chen was planning to hire him. Marshall turned his head to glance at Mu Chen. Then, holding a beer, he came over and sat down next to Mu Chen. "I heard from the bartender that you want to hire me to go to Nightshade Town?" "That's right. How much are you planning to pay?" "How much do you want?" Marshall pondered. 2,000? Okay. Alright, I'm planning to leave tonight. Can you go? I can. Marshall took a big gulp of beer, exhaled contentedly, and said, "You're not a thief, so what are you going to Darkshire for?" "To find someone." "Who?" "Maybe I know them and can help you look," he said. "The wife of the owner of the Sword and Rose Tavern." "So you were looking for her, huh?" "Right, I should have thought of that earlier." "Going to Nightshade Town to find someone, who else could it be but her?" Marshall said with a laugh. "You know her?" Marshall took another sip of his drink and said, "Of course I know her. In the past, we even drank together at the tavern. But I advise you to give up." "Why?" Mu Chen asked curiously. "This world is very dangerous, with monsters everywhere in the wild. Deaths are common. If someone goes missing for a day or 2, there's still hope they're alive, but after 3 years, the chances of survival are slim to none." Marshall raised his glass and took a big gulp of beer. He continued, "Although it sounds cruel to say, she's probably already dead. It's about time Paul let go. Time heals all wounds. In a year or 2, he might still feel upset, but after 8 or 9 years, he'll feel better. By then, he can find someone young and beautiful, and everything will be fine. He loves her deeply. I'm afraid he'll never forget her in his lifetime." "Don't be silly. We're all men, greed and lust are in our nature. Love is just a lie for fools." After Marshall finished speaking, he drained the oak mug of beer in one go. He shouted at the bartender, "Another one." Then, Marshall turned his head to look at Mu Chen and asked, "Where did I stop just now?" "Love is just fooling idiots," Mu Chen said. "Oh, right. Love is just fooling idiots. you absolutely mustn't believe it. Muchen said solemnly, I still want to make a trip to Nightshade Town. Alright, as long as you're willing. Besides, I wouldn't mind earning your 2,000 gold coins. Marshall said with a cheerful smile. Since you're giving me gold coins, let me buy you a drink. What would you like? Ginger soda. Muchen didn't stand on ceremony. Alright, bartender, another glass of ginger ale. Got it. The bartender responded. Muchen asked casually, by the way, do you know the reason for the lockdown in Darkshire? I don't know, and I don't want to know. As long as my actions aren't hindered, I can't be bothered to care. Marshall suddenly smiled and said, maybe the Thieves' Guild is showing us some compassion, which is why they issued such a strange order. Non-thieves must be accompanied by a thief to enter the town. Clearly, this is just a way to make us earn extra money. Muchen also smiled and said, it seems the Thieves' Guild has pretty decent benefits. It's just SOSO. To be honest, the benefits aren't as good as the Assassin's Guild or the Killer's Guild. Those two guilds are the real moneymakers. Our Thieves' Guild doesn't make much money either. After speaking, Marshall sighed, looking melancholic. At this moment, the bartender came over with a large mug of malt beer and ginger ale. Marshall loved drinking. As soon as he got the beer, he gulped down more than half in one go. Marshall, besides loving to drink, is also very talkative. Marshall said to Muchen, you said you were going to Darkshire. I thought it was for treasure hunting. What treasure? Muchen asked again. This was already the second time he had heard such a statement. The first time was from the bartender. The second time was from Marshall. It seemed that as long as someone went to Nightshade Town, it was assumed they were there for treasure hunting. Moreover, the two players who were planning to hire the thief guide earlier to go to Darkshire seemed to be treasure hunting as well. What kind of treasure is there in Darkshire? I don't know, and I'm not sure when it started, maybe just this week. There are rumors on the streets saying that there's treasure in Darkshire. Isn't this nonsense? If there really were treasures, the Thieves' Guild would have dug them up long ago. How could it be someone else's turn? Marshall looked disdainful. Where did the rumor come from? Muchen asked. Marshall, it's the Flaming Rose Tavern, a gathering place for outsiders like you. Have you been there? Outsiders. It's what the natives of the Dawn world call players. Just as players can instantly recognize NPCs, NPCs can instantly recognize players. Hearing the Flaming Rose Tavern, Muchen was momentarily stunned. Could it be? A sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He got up and said to Marshall, I'll step out for a moment and be right back. All right, sure. Marshall took a sip of beer and reminded, we're leaving at 10 tonight. Don't be late. I'll leave on time and won't wait for anyone, so keep an eye on the clock. Don't worry, I won't be late. Finished speaking, Muchen left the Sewage Alley Tavern and headed to the Flaming Rose Tavern. The Flaming Rose is an upscale tavern. It has a great environment, offers quality goods at reasonable prices, and is conveniently close to the town's player respawn point. Very popular among players in Blazing Flame City. In his previous life, he had also been here a few times. Easily found the place with familiarity. As soon as he entered the door of the Blazing Rose Tavern, just heard a player shouting. Treasure hunting team recruiting priests and mages, level 15 and above, female players preferred. The Three Musketeers Guild is recruiting powerful melee fighters and tanks, no gender restrictions, unlimited numbers, seeking the Bloodseal King's treasure, split equally upon discovery. Bloodseal King's treasure map, 500 gold coins per piece, fair deal for all, come and buy. Bloodseal King's treasure. Muchen murmured. So that's how it is, I see. How could there possibly be treasure in Nightfall Town? If there were, he would have definitely heard about it in his previous life. Moreover, as Marshall said, if there really were treasures, would the Thieves' Guild not know about them? The second-tier thief profession includes the treasure hunter, who specializes in treasure hunting. The professional talent of the treasure hunter is Treasure Bloodline, a passive talent that allows sensing rare treasures within a certain range. It's like having a built-in treasure radar. Most relic hunters work for the Adventurers Guild and the Archaeologists Guild. But relic hunters, after all, are the second-tier advancement of thieves. The Thieves' Guild must have a few relic hunters. Muchen looked at the thieves in the tavern, acting all mysterious. He thought there really was a treasure in Nightshade Town. He felt quite delighted, believing he had discovered a hidden treasure that players in his previous life had never found. As a result, they said it was the Bloodmark King's treasure. Got excited for nothing. The Bloodmark King was a prince during the era of the Millennium Empire. A prince with real power, possessing fiefs, castles, and armies. High-ranking and powerful, ambitious. Such ambitious princes generally do not meet a good end. The blood-marked prince proved this point. He once raised an army in rebellion, attempting to storm the imperial capital and the imperial palace to replace the emperor. Failed. His army was annihilated by the imperial forces. His territory was occupied, and his castle was burned. The blood-marked king fled. Before dying, bury the treasure and leave a treasure map. The treasure is real. However, the burial site is not in Darkshire but elsewhere. Mu Chen watched the players in the tavern calling their friends to head to Darkshire for treasure hunting and was left speechless. The treasure is not in Darkshire. Moreover, the real treasure site is far from Darkshire, 1,000 miles away. No matter how you follow the treasure map, it's impossible to be off by such a great distance. Unless the treasure map they were looking at is fake? Mu Chen approached the player selling the treasure map. "Brother, let me take a look at the treasure map you're selling," Mu Chen asked. The player, "No way, a treasure map can't be shown to others. If you want to see it, buy it, 500 per piece, not expensive." "Is this treasure map real?" Mu Chen asked. "Of course it's real. My treasure map has been verified by the system, it's an authentic treasure map." "Alright, give me one." Spent 500 gold coins. Mu Chen obtained a brand new treasure map. Treasure of the Blood Seal King, replica. Level, silver. Type, treasure map. Effect, follow the guidance of the treasure map to find the treasure. Introduction, the lifelong wealth and treasures of the blood-marked king, whoever finds them can become as rich as a nation. The place marked on the treasure map is Nightshade Town. Took a glance. Mu Chen concluded that it was fake, a forgery. The burial site of the Blood Seal King's treasure, he remembers it very clearly, is definitely not Darkshire. Forging counterfeit items. Others can't do it, but someone in the Thieves Guild can. It seems someone wants to lure players and NPCs to Darkshire. But why is he doing this? What is his purpose? Mu Chen pondered for a long time, searching his brain for memories of Darkshire and the Thieves Guild from his previous life. Although he is a reincarnator, he hasn't experienced everything. The world of Dawnlight is vast, comparable to reality. In the previous life, players were unable to fully explore it. There are still many mysteries. In the previous life, he was a mage, familiar with the Mage Guild, but completely unfamiliar with the Thieves Guild and Darkshire. Thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Mu Chen simply stopped thinking. Take it one step at a time, deal with it after reaching Nightshade Town. Mu Chen didn't forget that the purpose of this trip was to find Paul's wife and obtain the Gathering Stone. Finding Paul's wife is the key. Everything else, step aside. Casually stuffed the fake treasure map into the backpack. Then left the Flaming Rose Tavern and returned to the Sewage Alley Tavern. Marshall is eating. He needs to stay alert for the night journey, so after drinking a few beers, he stops. Mu Chen sits down across from Marshall. Marshall invites Mu Chen to eat together. Mu Chen doesn't hold back and takes a pickled meat sandwich from Marshall's plate to eat. Marshall is a chatterbox. He keeps talking incessantly, even eating can't stop his mouth. Mu Chen, however, listens very attentively. The young bartender nearby joked, "Marshall, congratulations on finding an audience who enjoys listening to your nonsense. Get lost." Marshall said with a laugh and a curse. What he said wasn't all nonsense. Mu Chen gleaned a lot of key information from his words. Marshall's return to Dusktown this time was to participate in the Thieves Guild election for guild leader. Mu Chen asked curiously, since it's about electing a new president, this is a big deal. Normally, all the thieves should return, right? But look at the Sewage Alley Tavern, there are so many thieves who don't even bother to move. Why is that? Most professionals will join a guild or faction. Whether it's players or NPCs, it's the same. Guilds like the Thieves Guild, Mage Guild, Warrior Guild, these factions have the most players and NPCs joining. Less work, good pay, and great power. Marshall laughed and said, for most thieves, it doesn't matter who becomes the guild leader of the Thieves Guild. Since it's not going to be them, they'd rather spend that time completing a few tasks to earn more money for drinks. The election of the Thieves Guild is very casual. Whoever shows up counts. The candidate who receives the most votes will become the new president. Mu Chen couldn't help but recall his previous life. The Mage Guild election requires all mages affiliated with the guild to be present. At that time, Mu Chen even cast a vote for one of the candidates. In this life, he did not join the Mage Guild. Theoretically speaking, he is now considered a member of the School of Arcane. Then why do you want to go back? Mu Chen asked again. Given Marshall's personality, he shouldn't be interested in such matters. Mu Chen had only known Marshall for a few hours, but he already had some understanding of his character. Marshall smiled and said, my mentor is a candidate. I'm going back to vote for him. I see. This is all about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Marshall sighed. My mentor has been kind to me. No matter what, I have to go back and support him this time. After finishing the meal, Marshall glanced at the time. It was about time to set off. He turned to Mu Chen and said, "Let's go." "All right." The two stood up and walked out. Exiting the tavern's main door, they headed straight for the teleportation point. Darkshire does not have a public teleportation point. There is a private teleportation point, but it can only be used by the officers of the Thieves' Guild. Marshall is not a cadre. Even if he were a cadre, he couldn't take Mu Chen along. The private teleportation point of the Thieves' Guild can only be used by cadres and the guild leader. Even the guild leader cannot use it to bring outsiders. Near Darkshire, there is a beginner's village. First, teleport to the beginner's village, then set out from there toward Darkshire. By the way, do you have a mount? Marshall asked. My mount can only carry one person. The road to Darkshire is quite far, and without a mount, it will take a long time to walk. Since we're still in Flame City, if you don't have a mount, I suggest you quickly buy one. I have one, Mu Chen said. Then that's fine. Arriving at the teleportation point, the two teleported together to Deep Forest Village. This is a beginner's village. At night, the village streets are filled with novice players. Seeing Mu Chen, a few young and adorable newbie female players came over. Master, add me as a friend, please carry me. Big shot, you're so handsome, add me as a friend, okay? Master, which main city are you in? I'll come find you to play after I reach level 10. Mu Chen walked past the female players expressionlessly, ignoring them. They didn't know Mu Chen's true identity, calling him Mu Chen the Great or Big Boss. It's because, just like in society, calling someone bro or sis follows the same logic. Whoever you are, if your level is higher than mine, calling you a pro or a big shot will never be wrong. Mu Chen has high looks and a high level, naturally making him popular among the newbie female players in the beginner's village. Seeing that Mu Chen ignored them, those few female players pouted and went off to play elsewhere. Marshall saw this scene and said with a chuckle, the girls from out of town are really enthusiastic. If you like her, you can go strike up a conversation, Mu Chen said. Forget it. Marshall shook his head. I don't know why, but some of you don't seem very sharp. Last time I was strolling down the street, I saw a few outsiders daring to flirt with the temple priestess. They sure have guts. But you're different. You're a pretty good person. Marshall complimented Mu Chen. Thank you, you're not bad yourself. Marshall laughed, of course. Mu Chen summoned the Black Flame Lion. Marshall, being knowledgeable and experienced, immediately recognized it as the exclusive mount of Black Lion City. Didn't expect you to be from Black Lion City. I thought you were from Blazing Flame City. Coming all the way to Blazing Flame City to make a living, it can't have been easy for you. Marshall sighed. Not bad, Mu Chen said casually. Marshall also summoned his mount. It was a bronze-level Shadow Wolf. The two rode their mounts, passing through the streets of the beginner's village, leaving it behind, and galloped all the way toward Darkshire. The speed of the Shadow Wolf was not bad, comparable to the Black Flame Lion. Moreover, in dark environments, the Shadow Wolf could turn invisible, making it an ideal mount for rogues. Deepwood Village was located on the edge of a forest, and Darkshire is located deep within the forest. To reach Darkshire, one must pass through a dense forest. The reason Darkshire was built in such a secluded place is that the Thieves' Guild has a bad reputation and many enemies. The lack of a teleportation array is also for this reason. No way, the thief profession is just too hated. Sneaking around and picking locks every day. Marshall goes to work every night. What do you think his job entails? In his previous life, Mu Chen rented a room in the slums of Grace City. The room only had a few chests to store some unimportant materials and equipment. The costs of banks and warehouses are too high. Renting a house is still cheaper, a few boxes aren't worth much. At the time, Mu Chen thought he had gotten a good deal, but that very night, thieves broke in and stole the materials and equipment he had stored, though they weren't valuable. But that was also something Mu Chen had painstakingly collected. Because of this, Mu Chen was angry for quite a while. While on the road, Mu Chen received a private message from Song Jia. She asked Mu Chen what he wanted to eat tonight. Mu Chen replied, I might log off a bit late tonight. You go ahead and eat, don't wait for me. Soon, Song Jia replied. Okay. Closing the private message, Mu Chen asked Marshall ahead, how much longer until we arrive? Almost there, just another half an hour. Marshall turned his head and spoke. Mu Chen focused on riding his mount. There was no road leading to Darkshire. Mu Chen could only follow Marshall. Traveling through the forest was difficult. The ground was uneven, and branches and rocks occasionally blocked the way. Half an hour passed. Mu Chen vaguely saw what seemed to be lights flickering ahead. It's Nightfall Town, we've arrived at Nightfall Town. Marshall, who was walking in front, slowed down. He turned back, we're here. Up ahead is Darkshire. Later, when the Thieves Guild people question you, just say you're my friend and came with me. Whatever you do, don't say you're here to look for Paul's wife. Why? Sigh, it's hard to explain right now. Once we get to the town, I'll explain it to you. Marshall finished speaking, and not long after, a swift figure suddenly appeared ahead. Dressed in black leather armor, equipped with a dagger and a hand crossbow, he was clearly a thief at first glance. Marshall stopped. Mu Chen also stopped. The acting president has ordered that no outsiders are allowed to enter Nightshade Town, the agile figure said. Brother, make an exception. He's my friend and came along with me, Marshall said with a smile. Alright, you may go in. Thanks a lot. Mu Chen was stunned. This is way too accommodating. Letting them pass so easily? Doesn't this ban make no difference whether it exists or not? Marshall and Mu Chen rode their mounts, heading toward Darkshire. In the center of the forest, there was a large clearing and a lake. Darkshire was located beside the lake, not very large in scale, with a population of around 100 or so. On the way, Marshall explained with a smile. Working for the guild doesn't pay much, so why bother working so hard? Just muddle through. Anyway, once the new president takes office, this ban will be lifted. Speaking of which, who is the acting president that person mentioned earlier? Victor Darkblade. Marshall said, the old president's prized disciple, extremely powerful, and one of the few elites in our Thieves Guild. It's him. Mu Chen's mind stirred. In his previous life, he had heard that this Victor seemed to have committed some heinous crime that defied the heavens, leading to him being hunted by both the church and the Thieves Guild. Mu Chen asked again, when did Victor become the acting guild leader? 3 years ago, after the old guild leader disappeared, he took over as the acting guild leader. Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at Nightfall Town. This was a very quiet little town, with no streetlights on the roads and hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Only occasionally, 1 or 2 drunken thieves staggered past. Arrived at the destination. Mu Chen, as agreed, paid 2,000 gold coins. Let's go, I'll take you to the tavern, which also serves as an inn. I wonder if you've heard of our Darkshire's specialty drink, Bloody Mary. It tastes quite good. Marshall said. I've heard of it and tried it before. It does taste pretty good, Mu Chen said. In his previous life, he had bought this wine at the trading house, but he had never been to Nightshade Town to drink it at the store. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Having easily earned 2,000 gold coins, Marshall was in a good mood. The two of them arrived at the only tavern in Nightshade Town, pushed the door open, and stepped inside, finding it quite crowded. There were both players and NPCs, packed to the brim. Marshall knows quite a few people in Darkshire. As soon as he entered the tavern, acquaintances greeted him. Hey, Marshall, you're still alive? I thought you'd already died in the tavern in Flame City. I always thought you had died on the Flower Street of Grace City, Marshall said with a laugh. You slick-tongued brat. The man wasn't annoyed and laughed while cursing. You haven't been back for years. Why did you suddenly return today? Someone asked. Marshall spoke honestly. Well, why else would I come back? Of course, it's to cast a vote for my mentor. As his disciple, I naturally have to support him. This answer was perfectly reasonable. Many rogues returned to Darkshire in recent days, with purposes similar to Marshall's, to vote for the candidate they support. Someone laughed. Marshall, you should just vote for Master Venom Fong with us. Master Venom Fong said that whoever votes for him will get a 10% discount on poison purchases from him in the future. Marshall curled his lips. I'll think about it if it's a 20% discount, but 10%? Forget it. There were others. Noticed Mu Chen, who came along with Marshall. Hey, what's going on today? Why are there so many outsiders coming to our Nightfall Town? Marshall, what's he here for? The speaker was a tall, thin, scar-faced, middle-aged man. He was equipped with high-grade gear, judging by the respectful attitude of those around him. It's not hard to guess that he is an officer of the Thieves Guild. Although the thieves tend to slack off and shirk their duties whenever possible when it comes to orders and tasks from the Thieves Guild. Very unprofessional. But in front of an officer, no one dares to disrespect them. Marshall didn't dare to joke. He looked serious, just about to speak. Mu Chen interrupted, I'm here to search for treasure. I heard there's a treasure buried by the Bloodmark Prince himself in Nightshade Town, so I came to take a look. As soon as Mu Chen said this, inside the tavern, most NPCs and players focused their attention on Mu Chen. Tisk, where did this rumor come from? I've lived in Darkshire for almost 10 years, and this is the first time I've heard that this rundown place has treasure. The Scarface thief leader couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You silly kid, you've been tricked. In Darkshire, we only have thieves, no treasure." Other thieves also burst into laughter. Their mocking gazes moved back and forth between Mu Chen and the players in the tavern. It was as if they were looking at fools. Marshall laughed the loudest. "I don't believe it, I have a treasure map, and the treasure map is real." Mu Chen shook his head. The scar-faced bandit officer also became interested and said, "Let me take a look. I'll appraise its authenticity for you. When I was young, I also loved treasure hunting. I've handled no fewer than 100 treasure maps. Whether they're real or fake, I can tell at a glance." The group of bandits joined in the commotion. Let Mu Chen take out the treasure map to have a look. Mu Chen was straightforward and directly took out the treasure map, tossing it to them. The scar-faced bandit leader flicked his hand, and a rope dart flew out from his sleeve. The rope dart was exceptionally agile in his hand, directly wrapping around the treasure map. He gave a pull, and the treasure map ended up in his hands. Holding the treasure map, the scar-faced bandit officer studied it carefully in his hands. At first, there was a smile on his face, but gradually, the smile faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. This looks like it's real," the scar-faced bandit leader murmured. "What?" All the bandits were stunned. The scar-faced man wasn't lying. In his youth, he truly was an expert at treasure hunting. The Archaeologists Guild once wanted him to join. However, Scarface didn't like the atmosphere of the Archaeologists Guild and stayed in the Thieves Guild, becoming a cadre. Since Cadre Scarface says so, then this treasure map must be real. It can't be fake. Suddenly, all the thieves crowded over, gathering around Scarface, eager to catch a glimpse of the treasure map. Marshall was no exception. He too looked curious. Scarface, despite his fierce appearance, was quite kind. Seeing everyone crowding around, he directly put away the treasure map, refusing to let the other thieves see it. He stood up and walked over to Mu Chen. "You are right, Darkshire truly has treasures. Keep the map safe and watch out for thieves, this place is full of them," the scar-faced officer said with a complicated expression. "Boss Scarface, that's too much. Are we that kind of people?" a thief protested. "Exactly, we thieves have principles too." For these complaints, Scarface couldn't be bothered. At this moment, his feelings were mixed. He had grown up here, lived for so many years, and now learned that this wretched place actually had treasure. His mood was like that of a poor man who slept on a gold mine every day without ever realizing it. "No, I have to go find the teacher." The scar-faced officer muttered something and quickly left the tavern. His teacher was a relic hunter. Originally, Scarface also planned to advance to relic hunter. However, his talent was slightly insufficient for the job change to relic hunter, so he settled for being a thief. After Scarface left, Mu Chen casually sat down at a table in the corner. The thieves were discussing among themselves, their gazes occasionally sweeping over Mu Chen. Marshall walked over, holding 2 old copper goblets. The goblets contained a blood-red liquid. This was Bloody Mary, a specialty of Nightfall Town. My goodness, I never expected there to actually be treasure in Darkshire. Back then, 2 outsiders invited me to join them in searching for treasure here, but I turned them down outright. "Damn it," Marshall said with a face full of regret. At the scene, Marshall wasn't the only regretful thief, because only thieves could accompany others into Darkshire. Among the player teams coming to hunt for treasure, it's easier for players whose profession is a thief, as the Thieves Guild allows them in. For those who are not thieves and don't have a thief in their team, they can only spend money to hire a thief NPC to lead them inside. As a result, most thieves have encountered invitations from players. An invitation to treasure hunt together. Most thieves shared the same thought as Marshall. They didn't believe there was treasure in Darkshire, treated it as a joke, and ignored the players. Thinking about it now, they deeply regret it. Marshall shamelessly approached Mu Chen and asked, "Brother, could you let me take a look at your treasure map?" "Okay." Mu Chen took out the treasure map and handed it to him. Marshall exclaimed excitedly, "Good brother, you're the best. When we get back, I'll take you to Flower Street for some fun." Mu Chen smiled but said nothing. He carefully examined the treasure map. The marker for the buried treasure is indeed in Darkshire, but it doesn't indicate the exact location. Darkshire is neither too big nor too small. Without an exact marker, finding the treasure is very difficult. His treasure map is a copy. It's not the original version. I don't know where the original is. It doesn't matter if someone sees the copy. Besides, his treasure map is fake. It's not the real Blood Seal King's treasure. This is the Blood Seal King's treasure. I've heard about this treasure for a long time, but I never thought it was hidden right beneath our nightfall town. Marshall said excitedly. Thieves, this is a profession whose obsession with wealth is second only to that of merchants. Treasures and riches, Marshall loves them the most. Dust, how about we team up and go treasure hunting together? Marshall suggested. Treasure hunting is just a pretext. Don't you already know what my real goal is? Muchen said in a low voice. Besides, don't you still have to participate in the election for the new president? Something as trivial as electing a new president is nothing. We've already waited 3 years, so why rush now? Can't it just be postponed for a few days? Marshall said nonchalantly. What about your mentor? Aren't you supposed to support him? Muchen asked. Marshall said boldly, what mentor? Once I find the Blood Seal King's treasure, he'll have to call me mentor. Muchen was speechless. Marshall muttered to himself, for treasure maps like this, there's always a cipher on them. As long as you decode the cipher, you can find the exact location of the treasure. Muchen expressionlessly picked up the Bloody Mary and took a small sip. This is not ordinary food but a grade of food that can enhance attributes. Bloody Mary. Type, food. Grade, black iron. Effect, drinking increases berserk effect by 5% for half an hour. Alcohol content, 99%. Durability, freshness value 10 out of 10. Place of origin, Nightshade Tavern wine cellar. After drinking the Bloody Mary, Muchen immediately felt invigorated, his whole being becoming extraordinarily excited. It's like taking a stimulant. No, it's even stronger than the effects of a stimulant. Apart from the attribute effects of the Bloody Mary, it actually tastes quite good. Gazing at the crimson, blood-like liquid in the old bronze goblet, a surge of uncontrollable murderous intent rose in Muchen's heart, an impulse to kill everyone in the tavern. He knew he was drunk. In his previous life, the first time he got drunk in the game was because of drinking a Bloody Mary. Unexpectedly, the same thing happened in this life. Getting drunk is not good, especially in this kind of situation and environment. Muchen said nothing more and immediately called out to the bartender, "Bring me a bowl of hangover soup." "Got it." The bartender responded and promptly brought over a bowl of hangover soup. After drinking the sobering soup, Muchen regained his clarity. Rather than calling it a sobering soup, it would be more accurate to describe it as a medicine specifically designed to counteract drunkenness. The berserk state he gained from drinking the Bloody Mary was also dispelled after drinking the sobering soup. After a while, the scar-faced officer who had just left returned, and he was not alone. He was supporting an elderly man as they walked into the tavern together. Upon seeing the elderly man, a look of respect appeared on the faces of all the thieves. Marshall quietly explained the identity of the elderly man to Muchen. He is Master Payer, the most experienced relic hunter in the Thieves' Guild and the mentor of the Scarface leader. Obviously, Scarface and Master Payer came specifically for Muchen. As soon as they entered, they went straight to Muchen's dining table. Marshall immediately stood up and respectfully stepped aside. The master is standing, so he has no right to sit. Muchen remained seated without moving. He was not a member of the Thieves' Guild and did not need to act overly humble. Being overly humble would not only fail to please the other party. On the contrary, it would make the other party look down on him with contempt. "Young man, may I take a look at your treasure map?" Master Payer asked gently. He appeared to be around 70 or 80 years old, his face full of wrinkles, with graying hair and beard. His figure was stooped, and he wore a loose black robe. Payer, level 114 Ruins Hunter. Elder of the Thieves' Guild, Relic Hunter Trainer, Relic Hunter Job Change Mentor. The above information and intelligence were all read by Muchen through the all-knowing eye. As for Master Payer's request, Muchen did not refuse. He said, "The treasure map is with my friend." Marshall, standing nearby, cleverly handed the treasure map to Master Payer with both hands respectfully. The master took the treasure map and immediately began examining it. He didn't just look at it, he even brought out several professional tools to verify the authenticity of the treasure map. Among them, there were some tools and instruments that Muchen had never heard of or seen before. Master Payer busied himself for quite a while. He looked up, put away the tools and instruments one by one, and said slowly, "It's true." Muchen raised an eyebrow. Thinking to himself, this treasure map is quite convincing, even a level 114 Ruins Hunter can't tell if it's real or fake. But then, Master Payer's next words made Muchen's pupils contract slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Master Payer said, "It's not a creation of the illusory craftsman, it's real. The Bloodmark King's treasure is buried right here in our Nightfall town." Phantom Artisan, also known as the Master of Forgery. The second-tier profession of the hidden class swindler. This is a lifestyle-oriented support profession, with the ability to create various weapons, equipment, items, skill stones, and more that are indistinguishable from the real thing. The hidden class swindler is already rare enough. There are even fewer NPCs who switch to becoming illusory artisans, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It is rumored that the Thieves Guild has one illusory artisan and several fraudsters. Therefore, at the first glance of the fake Blood Seal King's treasure map, Mu Chen immediately concluded it was fake, forged by an illusory artisan. But now, Payer has already confirmed through appraisal that the Blood Seal King's treasure map is real, not a forgery by the Phantom Craftsman. This means that beneath Nightshade Town, the Blood Seal King's treasure truly exists. But the Blood Seal King's treasure is in Nightshade Town. Then why was the Blood Seal King's treasure discovered in another location in the previous life? Or could it be that the Blood Seal King's treasure in the previous life was fake? The Blood Seal King's treasure has actually always been buried in Nightfall Town. This is the real treasure site. Or perhaps, the Master Pyre before us is lying. The treasure map is fake, forged by the illusionary craftsman. He said this to cooperate with the illusory artisan in telling a lie, turning the false into the truth. Countless thoughts swirled in Mu Chen's mind, and for a moment, he couldn't make sense of the connections. Young man, could you let me make a copy of this treasure map? I won't shortchange you on the money, name your price. Master Payer said in a deep voice. I spent 500 gold coins to buy this treasure map at the time. Just give me 500 gold coins. Mu Chen said. Alright, I understand. Master Payer nodded slightly, signaling the scar-faced officer beside him to take out the money. The scar-faced officer took a money pouch out of his pocket, counted 500 gold coins, and stacked them into 10 piles on the dining table. In addition, there was a copy scroll. Copy scroll. Type, consumable. Effect, can be used to duplicate paper items, but cannot duplicate books. He took the copy scroll and made a duplicate of the Bloodmark King's treasure map. Wish you a pleasant time in Nightshade Town. Master Payer left a greeting and hurried away with the scar-faced officer. Since Master Payer arrived at the tavern. In the tavern, whether NPCs or players, all eyes were on Mu Chen. They kept a close watch on every move of Master Payer and Mu Chen. Seeing that Master Payer also confirmed the treasure map was real and even made a copy to take with him. At this point, everyone has confirmed that the treasure is real, and the treasure map is also real. There really is treasure in Nightshade Town. The thieves were all excited, their eyes gleaming. After a while, a few thieves approached Mu Chen and asked, Hey, buddy, can you let us make a copy of the treasure map? Don't worry, we'll pay you well. Mu Chen nodded. Okay. He is now in Darkshire, the thieves' den. As the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that's scary, but the thief eyeing you. After all, he's not the only one with a treasure map. At this moment, every player in the tavern probably has one. If they want to make copies, let them go ahead. 500 gold coins per copy, and he didn't overcharge them. Soon, many thieves came with money and copying scrolls to ask Mu Chen to duplicate the treasure map. In just a short while, Mu Chen earned 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. Other players in the tavern saw Mu Chen make a small profit by copying maps. Also learned from him, bought a photocopied treasure map, hoping to make some money. But the thieves didn't approve. Mu Chen's treasure map was authenticated and approved by Master Payer, but theirs wasn't. Who knows if it's real or fake? If there's a genuine one, who would buy a treasure map of uncertain authenticity? Unable to sell one's own treasure map. This made quite a few players a bit envious of Mu Chen, and their gazes toward him carried a hint of hostility. Mu Chen didn't mind. If they dared to cause him trouble, he dared to kill. The night is deep. Most of the people in the tavern have already left. The thieves, being night owls, are eagerly searching for treasures in the streets and alleys of Darkshire. As for the players, some have logged off, while others are also out treasure hunting in the middle of the night. Become one of those searching for treasure clues all over the streets. Marshall is holding the treasure map, still studying it intently. The treasure map contains a few lines of cryptic codes and numbers, which should be the exact coordinates of the treasure. Marshall plans to decipher the codes first before going on the treasure hunt. In his words, it's sharpening the axe won't delay the chopping of wood. Marshall wanted Mu Chen to accompany him to the Darkshire Library. There were many books there, including a few specialized decryption books. Mu Chen shook his head and refused, saying, I have something to do and need to leave for a while. Alright, I'll wait for you at the library, Marshall said, then left. Mu Chen had eaten quite a bit in the game, but his body in the real world was still in a state of hunger. He logged off, planning to eat something before doing anything else. Don't let your real-world body starve. Exit the game. Walking out of the bedroom, Mu Chen caught the aroma of food. Song Jia had finished cooking and was waiting for Mu Chen. Brother Mu Chen, please wait a moment. Some of the dishes have gone cold, I'll go reheat them. Song Jia picked up a plate and headed to the kitchen. Mu Chen hurriedly called a stop. It's fine, I love eating cold food, this is just perfect. Song Jia sat down again. Mu Chen took a bite of the cold rice, chewing as he asked, so? Did you complete the entry mission for Demon Nest City? Done. Song Jia nodded obediently and said, I am now a first-class citizen of Demon Nest City. Mentor Anna said that after completing a few more tasks, I can be ennobled. Wow, that's amazing. Mu Chen praised. Becoming a first-class citizen upon entering the city is enough to prove the level of importance the evil faction and Demon Nest City place on Song Jia. After eating, Mu Chen went online. He sat in the corner of the tavern, contemplating the opportunities ahead. Is the Blood Seal King's treasure real or fake? Mu Chen couldn't figure it out for now. For now, he decided to set the matter aside. There's no way they could find the Blood Seal King's treasure in such a short time. After all, this is a silver-level treasure map. At such a level, it would take at least a week to uncover the secrets hidden within the treasure map. It's better to take care of business first. Mu Chen found Paul's wife, the owner of the Sword and Rose Tavern. Target, the Gathering Stone. Mu Chen was puzzled. Why did Marshall forbid him from mentioning the search for the wife in front of the thieves? All the people Paul entrusted have disappeared. Something's not right here. He decided to go to the library to ask Marshall for clarification. The library in Darkshire doesn't even lock its doors, a feature of a thieves' den. Marshall walked out, looking grim. What happened? Mu Chen asked. Cursed by knowledge, Marshall sighed. I get sleepy as soon as I read, can't get anything done. Mu Chen. Marshall, deciphering the treasure map won't work. We need to find another way. Mu Chen, you told me not to bring up finding Paul's wife before? Marshall lowered his voice. Acting President Victor has his eyes on Paul's wife. Everyone Paul hired is dead. Mu Chen, was it Victor's doing? Marshall, no evidence, can't say for sure. Mu Chen, do the thieves all think so? Marshall, Victor is the prime suspect, but the elders are all speaking up for him. Don't mess with him, Victor is a level 156 thief. Marshall warned, stop investigating. Victor will kill you. Isn't treasure hunting together better? Mu Chen, I won't give up. Marshall, then be careful. Mu Chen, where should we start? Mu Chen, I hired the demon dog. Marshall, great. Marshall leaves. Mu Chen arrives in the alley and summons the demon dog Titima. Titima timidly asked, where is this? Is it dangerous? Mu Chen sneered, useless. Smell. Find this scent. Mu Chen took out an envelope, she is nearby. Titima sniffed, showing a look of intoxication, so fragrant. It's a beauty. Mu Chen shouted angrily, take me to her. The following is the revised text. Titima dashed off at full speed, disappearing into the alley. Mu Chen followed, feeling uneasy, it was too easy. Soon, the demon hound stopped in front of a strange building, the Thieves' Guild base. Mu Chen stopped in his tracks, something was indeed off. Marshall had mentioned that Victor rarely came out. Hurry in. The beauty is waiting. Titima urged. Mu Chen said coldly, are you sure it's inside? Top-notch sense of smell. I guarantee it. Mu Chen cancelled the summoning and sent Titima back. No. I don't want to go back. The demon dog wailed as the magic circle closed. The surroundings became quiet. Mu Chen, find Marshall, get information. Found Mentor Marshall's residence, but no one was there. In the tavern, Marshall and the blonde mentor, Oaken, were drinking. Marshall introduced, this is my brother I met outside, Dust. Then he introduced the mentor, Oaken. Oaken is a dual dagger rogue with some skill. Marshall, I was just about to ask for advice on deciphering the treasure map. Oaken, no time. The guild leader election is tomorrow. Mu Chen. These two master and disciple, just the same. Marshall, the Blood Seal Prince's treasure. Master Payer has authenticated it. Oaken, treasure in Darkshire? What? Oaken, Master Payer? Marshall, absolutely true. Oaken, quick, give me the treasure map. After looking at it for a long time, A.O. Jean put down the treasure map with a serious expression. Marshall, teacher, can you decipher it? A.O. Jean, no, I can't understand it either. Marshall, Mu Chen. Ao Jean scratched his head, I know who can. Elder Tujia. Marshall, a swindler, is he reliable? Ao Jean, a friend of many years, he would never deceive me. Ao Jean, I'll go invite the elder. Marshall, the election for president is tomorrow. Oaken, to hell with the election. Treasure comes first. He rushed out. Marshall, brother, let's go too. Mu Chen grabbed him and whispered, I need to ask you about Victor. The two of them went to the corner. Mu Chen, Victor rarely leaves the guild base, why? Marshall lowered his voice, Victor has long been bloodthirsty. How bloodthirsty? Victor has killed far fewer people than Mu Chen. Mu Chen asked Marshall, have you been to the guild base? No, Marshall said in a deep voice. Since he became the acting guild leader, the base has been sealed off. No one but him and the elders can enter. Mu Chen pondered. Marshall hesitated, did you find something out? Mu Chen nodded. Marshall swallowed hard and asked anxiously, what? Mu Chen murmured, Lucia might still be alive, right in the guild base. Marshall gasped and stammered, really? It's been 3 years. How do you know? Mu Chen explained about the empty envelopes Lucia sent every month and the tracking results of the Hellhound. Victor had always secretly loved Lucia. 3 years ago, the old guild leader disappeared, and after Lucia returned to Nightshade Town, she vanished as well. Victor then became the acting guild leader and sealed off the guild base, staying inside every day. This indicates that Victor imprisoned Lucia and killed all the adventurers who came looking for her. Marshall's spine tingled with fear. He wasn't afraid of Victor's actions but terrified that he had stumbled upon this secret. Victor would surely kill to silence him. He trembled all over, recalling Victor's nickname, the Killer. What do you plan to do? Marshall asked in a low voice. Haven't decided yet, Mu Chen replied calmly. Marshall, don't worry about it. Get the treasure and inform Paul, he'll take care of it. Is Paul very strong? Mu Chen asked curiously. Not sure, but he's a retired officer. The military will back him up. All right, Mu Chen responded. At this moment, Ajin returned, curiously looking at Mu Chen and Marshall in the corner. Why are you two sitting here again? Marshall retorted, Teacher, what did Elder Tuga say? He told me to get lost. Ajin stammered, you were right, it's better to visit him tomorrow morning. That guy couldn't sleep because of the noise. No rush, I'll go find Elder Tuga tomorrow. With the relationship I have with him. Ajin boasted. Mu Chen suddenly asked, I want to buy a few rogue skill stones. Where can I buy them? Marshall and Orkin simultaneously looked at Mu Chen. Marshall asked curiously, Brother, aren't you a spellcaster? What do you need rogue skill stones for? Mu Chen shrugged, I'm buying them for a rogue friend of mine. This place should have the most comprehensive selection. That's true. By the way, my mentor is a rogue trainer. You can ask him to sell you something, Marshall gestured to Orkin. Orkin didn't waste words and directly tossed a black booklet to Mu Chen. You're not a member of our guild, so normally you could only buy F-level skills. But since you're Marshall's brother, I can let you buy E-level and D-level skills as well. Thank you, Mu Chen expressed his gratitude and picked up the booklet to browse. F-level, thrust, double jump, lockpicking, beginner, each for 500 gold coins. E-level, double strike, invisibility, poison infusion, throwing hidden weapons, beginner, climbing, beginner, smoke bomb. 1,000 gold coins each. D-level, enhanced invisibility, gouge, silent barrier. 4,000 gold coins each. Mu Chen quickly selected 5 skills, 2 E-level and 3 D-level. A total of 14,000 gold coins. Aojin immediately took out the skill stones. Mu Chen paid and received the skill stones. I'm tired, I want to rest for a while. Mu Chen said and went upstairs. Marshall and Orkin stayed on the first floor of the tavern studying the treasure map. The inn room costs 200 gold coins per night. Mu Chen paid, and the tavern owner took him to the room. None of the doors in Nightshade Town were locked. The owner specifically reminded him, keep an eye out while you sleep. After all, theft is legal here. When the boss left, Mu Chen placed the newly purchased skill stones on the bed. E-level, trace step, E-level, invisibility, D-level, advanced invisibility, D-level, silent barrier, D-level, counter surveillance. These skills are all more support-oriented. Trace step, walk without leaving footprints. Invisibility, similar to the assassin's stealth technique. Enhanced invisibility, an upgraded version of invisibility. Silent barrier, creates a soundproof barrier. Counter surveillance technique, disables reconnaissance sentries. Mu Chen learned them one by one, then used the professional talent, Nightmare Fusion, to merge them with the assassin skill, Stealth. Imprint steps, plus, invisibility, plus, enhanced stealth, plus, silent barrier, plus, counter reconnaissance, plus, stealth, equals, void escape technique. The following is the rewritten text. Void escape technique. Grade, B. Class, Nightmare Mage. Effect, enter the void, becoming invisible and traceless, immune to guards, unable to attack. Lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 1 day, consumes 600 energy. Mu Chen used the spell, and Ayakin was completely unaware. Teleported to the Thieves Guild base. Enter through the door, avoiding detection by the guards. Business first. Lucia is here, must go find her. Inside the building, rectangular, 3 floors. First floor, archives, offices, etc. Second floor, meeting rooms, offices. Third floor, a foreboding feeling. Killing intent. Mu Chen retreated and teleported to the 3rd floor. Encountered Victor, Dark Blade. Level 156, acting guild leader of the Thieves Guild, nicknamed Killer. Victor, clad in nightwear, black dragon scales, and dual daggers, perfectly blended into the darkness. Mu Chen, too weak. Victor remained still, and so did Mu Chen. An hour and a half later, Victor put away the dagger and walked toward Mu Chen. Victor entered the president's office on the 3rd floor. Mu Chen teleported in after him. The president's office was simple, a black wooden desk, black chairs, and an empty wine cabinet. Victor sat expressionlessly at the desk. Mu Chen, what a pity you're not an assassin. Thieves don't believe in gods, while assassins generally worship the god of shadows. Victor is practically an ascetic. Mu Chen stared intently. Victor didn't move, and Mu Chen remained still, waiting for the right moment. The best way is to follow Victor. Early morning, sunrise. Victor headed to the teleportation array, single user, fixed point, in the corner of the president's office. Mu Chen remained still, had breakfast, and then made plans. Upon leaving the Thieves Guild base, he saw the courier. The moment the courier pushed the door, he vanished. Mu Chen chased after him, but still saw nothing. Only a few seconds had passed. The courier might have teleported, which was highly unusual. Guess, the mail is addressed to Lucia. Is Lucia inside the building? Only Victor and Mu Chen are inside. The postman is definitely not human. Victor is at the 3rd floor stairway, possibly on guard against something. Mu Chen decides to find Marshall to gather more information. Tavern, Marshall, and Oaken are hungover. Darkshire has no post office. To send a letter, you need to go to Dark Forest Town. Master Payer appeared. Young man, do you have a moment? Just so happens I wanted to ask you something too. Went upstairs to the room and found that the window closed yesterday was now open. Maybe a thief has been here. Master Payer, the origin of the treasure map? Mu Chen, the Flaming Rose Tavern in Flame City, bought it for 500 gold coins. Master Payer, where is the original from? Mu Chen, I don't know. Master Payer pondered. Mu Chen, have you deciphered the cryptic text of the treasure map? Master Payer, deciphered? I'd have gone to dig up the treasure long ago. Why would I be chatting here? Mu Chen, the treasure is buried in the Thieves Guild base. Master Payer was stunned. Mu Chen, the old guild leader, disappeared. Did he also vanish within the Thieves Guild base? Master Payer, who are you? Mu Chen, Chen Ai, entrusted by Paul, the owner of the Sword and Rose Tavern, to find his missing wife. Master Payer, treasure hunting is fake, but finding someone is real? Mu Chen, that's right. Master Payer, I can see you have no interest in the treasure. Did the old guild leader really go missing at the guild base? None of your business. You're level 20, stay out of it, go back. Master Payer has left. Payer's voice carried through the wind, resolute and cold. Go back and tell Paul, Lucia, is dead. Don't let him come to die again, too many have already perished in Darkshire. Mu Chen stayed alone in the room. Eat first, everything else can wait. Logged off. Song Jia is still in the game. Outside the window, the sky was a clear blue after the rain. Went downstairs and ordered a luxurious takeout. Take advantage of these 3 years to enjoy a few more meals. In the future, delivery drivers will all disappear, they'll all be playing games instead. Mu Chen opened the forum and searched for Bloodseal King's treasure. Overwhelming posts everywhere, some are forming teams to hunt for treasure, while others have already arrived at Darkshire. The Bloodmark King's treasure even made it to the trending list. In the previous life, never heard of it. The phone rings. His sister's gentle voice, Chinchin, are you busy? Yaya bought a treasure map. Let's go to Darkshire to hunt for treasure together. Mu Chen, I'm working on an important task, can't go. He hung up the phone. The food delivery arrived, and Song Jia went offline. During breakfast, Song Jia said, Brother Mu Chen, do you know about the Bloodmark King's treasure? A classmate invited me to go treasure hunting. Do you want to come? Mu Chen replied, no time. Song Jia said, to get to Nightfall Town, you need to be accompanied by players and NPCs of the thief class. That place is really strange. Yeah, it's really strange. Mu Chen whispered. After finishing the meal, Song Jia went shopping, and Mu Chen logged in. The inn room on the 2nd floor of Nightshade Town's tavern. Behind him, Victor sat on the edge of the bed, two daggers gleaming coldly. Mu Chen turned around and calmly greeted, "Good morning, President." Victor nodded. Silence. Mu Chen spoke first, "Are you here to see me about Paul's wife?" Victor nodded without speaking. Just like an assassin. Mu Chen asked directly, "Where is Lucia?" "The Thieves' Guild." "Did you imprison her?" "Yes." "Why?" "She was bewitched, killed the old president, and wanted to kill more people. I stopped her." "Who killed the adventurers Paul hired?" "Me." "Why did you kill them?" "They refused to believe the truth and insisted on saving Lucia. I had no choice but to kill them." "Is there no prison in Nightshade Town?" "Did you have to kill them?" "No." "Have they already been bewitched?" "Who? The evil god or a powerful entity?" "An indescribable existence." Mu Chen's gaze turned grave. "This task is getting more and more interesting. Victor, leave Darkshade Town, now. The treasure map is fake, the treasure is a trap. Mu Chen, I must complete the task." Victor sheathed his dagger, walked toward the door, and coldly looked back. "You can stay, but if you succumb to temptation, I will kill you." "How to judge?" "If you see the postman at the Union base, it proves you've been bewitched." Victor leaves. "Postman, what does that mean?" Mu Chen looked at the system time, the 6th. He remembered that the Thieves' Guild base had just been released this morning. It was clearly the 9th, so how? Today is the 6th. Mu Chen quickly logged off and picked up his phone. The date was indeed the 6th. Only then did he realize how terrifying the unspeakable existence was, capable of silently altering his memory and even creating a few extra days out of thin air. The postman is the key. As soon as the postman is seen, memories are altered, and the date changes to the 9th. No wonder Paul receives a letter from his wife on the 10th of every month. This cycle would completely deceive him. Mu Chen logged back in and went to the window. Sure enough, a postman was heading toward the alley across from the tavern, looking exactly like the one he had seen at the Thieves' Guild base. He knew that if he gave chase, the postman would disappear again. He believed Victor's words, someone was deliberately trying to lure people to Darkshire, and the treasure map was likely a forgery. He just didn't know where the teleportation point in the Thieves' Guild leader's office led. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and then went downstairs. On the first floor, Marshall, his mentor Oken, and a handsome man were sitting and chatting. Using the all-knowing eye, Mu Chen immediately recognized the man, Tuga Clevertongue, a level 78 swindler, elder and trainer of the Thieves' Guild. Marshall enthusiastically introduced Tuga as Oken's close friend. "A swindler? That profession is indeed rare." Mu Chen greeted him respectfully, and Tuga nodded with a smile. Marshall patted Mu Chen on the shoulder and whispered excitedly, "Elder Tuga is incredibly knowledgeable, he deciphered the treasure map's code in no time." "Oh? Where is the treasure?" Mu Chen asked. Before Marshall could answer, Ajin blurted out, "It's at the Thieves' Guild base." Mu Chen deliberately made a surprised and delighted expression, quickly saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's go dig up the treasure now." "Hold on, brother, don't rush," Marshall whispered. "Boss Victor has issued a ban, no one is allowed near the guild base." Mu Chen scratched his head anxiously and said, "What should we do then?" "Don't panic, I'm here," Ao Jin said confidently. "You?" Mu Chen pretended to be puzzled. Tu Jia explained from the side, "Ao Jin is the candidate for the new president. As long as he gets elected as the new president, he can revoke Victor's ban." Mu Chen's eyes lit up. "Ha, I knew there was a reason why Victor put such a strange ban in place. He must have known about the treasure long ago." Ao Jin grinned. Ao Jin was of a higher seniority than Victor, so calling him kid was normal. However, Marshall didn't dare to do the same and still respectfully referred to him as Boss Victor. "Boss Victor's ban has been in place for 3 years now. Could the treasure have already been taken by him?" Marshall worried. "I hope we don't end up wasting our efforts." "No way." Tu Jia spoke confidently, "The treasure map's cipher has 2 layers. The first layer reveals the location, and the second layer explains how to unlock it. The first layer is easy to decipher, but the second layer is much harder." "I bet Victor hasn't gotten the treasure yet," Marshall asked in confusion, "but we haven't deciphered the second layer either?" "Don't worry, with me here, it will take at most 7 days, or as little as 3 days, to crack the second layer of the cipher," Tuga said confidently. "Then I'll trouble you, Elder." Mu Chen immediately flattered. Tuga looked relaxed. "No trouble at all, just a small matter." Then he added, "The key now is whether Ayakin can be elected as president. That's the real focus." "That's right, I'll go rally votes right now." Ajin stood up and hurried away. Marshall also followed his mentor to mobilize friends to vote. Because of the Bloodmark King's treasure, everyone in the Thieves Guild had shifted their focus to treasure hunting, leaving no one concerned about the election. As a result, the election for the new guild leader was postponed to the morning after tomorrow. After Ajin and Marshall left, only Muchen and Tuga remained in the tavern. Tuga asked kindly, "Brother Dust, I heard you came from Flame City specifically for treasure hunting?" Muchen said without any defense, "Yes." Tuja smiled faintly and suddenly said, "I think you're not really treasure hunting, but rather looking for someone, aren't you?" "What? How do you know?" Muchen made a shocked expression. "Ha ha." Tuja continued to smile, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. After all, we're on the same team." "What do you mean?" Muchen frowned in confusion. "I don't understand. One of my men saw you at Paul's Sword and Rose. He told me about it. So I guess you were entrusted by Paul to come to Nightshade Town to find Lucia, right?" Muchen nodded. Tuga continued, "When I say we're on the same side, do you understand what I mean?" Muchen shook his head. A look of pain appeared on Tuga's face as he said solemnly, "Lucia is my sister. We grew up together. She's now imprisoned by Victor. How could I, as her brother, not do something about it? Are you biological siblings?" "No, but we're as close as family." "Then where is Miss Lucia being held?" "Right in the Thieves Guild base. Every morning at 5, Victor goes out for half an hour. Take that time to sneak in quietly and look for clues." "All right." Muchen agreed without hesitation. Moments later, Tu Jiao walked out of the tavern with a beaming smile. When he looked back at the tavern, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Piece of cake," he said smugly, as if he could already see the day of his great success. What Tu Jia didn't know was that after he left, Muchen's expression returned to its usual calm. He lowered his head and glanced at the system's battle log. Tuga used the C-level skill, Lie Enchantment, on you, but your SSS level talent, Abyssal will, activated, nullifying the skill's effect. Tuga used the A-level skill, Brainwashing Storm, on you, but your SSS level talent, Abyssal will, activated, nullifying the skill's effect. Tuga used the B-level skill, Deception, on you, but your SSS level talent, Abyssal will, activated, nullifying the skill's effect. Scammers are indeed dangerous, Muchen muttered to himself. Fortunately, there is the Abyssal will. It seems that Tuga is the mastermind behind the scenes. He managed to reveal himself and even tried to use a skill to manipulate Muchen. Fortunately, he failed, but Aojin and Marshall have already been controlled. Victor and the elders are the ones who truly understand the unspeakable existence, and Master Payer is one of Victor's people. Muchen quickly left the tavern, activated the void escape technique, and then teleported to the Thieves Guild base. Saw the postman again, heading to the second floor. Muchen ignored him, flashed and teleported to the president's office on the third floor. Victor was indeed there, sitting motionless at the desk, like a wooden figure. Muchen described Tuga's accusations, as well as the fraud and manipulation. Victor got up and walked out. "What are you going to do? Kill Tuga? You don't have any doubts? There's no need. I've suspected Tu Jia for a long time, just lacking evidence." "Then I'll go." Muchen didn't stop him. "Where is Lucia? Can I take her with me? The teleportation array is under the wine cabinet, and here's the teleportation token for you. She's been deeply bewitched." Victor gave Muchen a specially made teleportation token. After Victor left, there was a knock on the door. The postman. Muchen ignored it. "Activate the teleportation array." The ruins of a dark, desolate palace, beneath the black pine hills. Ruined walls and broken remnants, the fluorescent light dim and murky. At the end, a collapsed throne, seated upon it a mummified corpse with wings sprouting from its back. An angel? This power, the force of distortion. "Who are you?" A woman's voice. "Prison cell. Lucia. I was entrusted by Paul to bring you home." "Really?" "It's true," Lucia pleaded. Muchen did not act. "You believed Victor's words?" "He's lying. I wasn't bewitched, please save me." "Muchen, I will take you home, you just need to wait a little longer." "No, no way, we must escape immediately, or the demon Victor will return." "You've been deceived by him." Lucia sobbed, "Victor is a devil. What he did to me over these 3 years. Please, let me go home." Muchen did not respond. Record, Lucia used the A-level skill, Bewitching Charm, on you. Your SSS level talent, Abyssal will, activated, nullifying the effect of this skill. Sigh. Muchen sighed and began exploring the ruins. There was nothing of value, probably already looted clean. Aside from the teleportation point, there was a passage leading outside, but it was sealed off and filled with traps. It was the handiwork of the Thieves Guild. After Victor discovered these ruins, he blocked the passage. The person who discovered the ruins should be Tuga Xiaoxi. At this moment, a blue light flashed at the teleportation point. Someone used the teleportation array. Has Victor returned? Lucia showed a look of joy, while Mu Chen became more vigilant. The newcomer was Tuga the Silver-Tongued, covered in wounds and in a sorry state. Mu Chen was astonished. Swindlers are generally weak in combat, and Victor is a level 156 rogue. How is Tuga still alive? Tuga, darling. Save me. Lucia shouted. Tuga ignored her. How did you get here? Mu Chen asked. Tuga raised a fake teleportation token and sneered, if I can forge treasure maps, I can forge teleportation tokens too. And I have to thank you. If it weren't for you using a teleportation array near the deceptive puppet, I wouldn't have known there was a teleportation array in the president's office. Mu Chen nodded. Deceptive puppet should be the eerie postman. Darling, please save me. Tuga continued to ignore Lucia. Mu Chen asked, what's wrong with her? Tuga, Victor likes her, so I had her control Victor. I didn't expect Victor to be more cold-blooded than I imagined. Lucia's face was ashen. I'm nothing but a tool. Tuga stared coldly at Mu Chen. I underestimated you. You were actually immune to my skill and even reported me to Victor, ruining my plan. Mu Chen said calmly, you should have fled, not come here to court death. Tuga sneered, a mere level 20 mage like you, nothing but an ant. So what if you're level 78? Can you kill me? Tuga muttered. And because of the poor condition, victory is not guaranteed. Tuga gave a strange smile, I really can't, but it can. Mu Chen looked at the angel's mummified corpse on the throne. Isn't he dead? Tuga burst into wild laughter. He's dead, so I'm going to bring him back to life. Mu Chen, do you know what kind of existence it is? I don't know, but I know it's powerful. Tuga said fervently, I advise you to run away immediately. Once I revive it, you're as good as dead. Mu Chen chuckled lightly, I want to see your resurrection technique. Tuga sneered coldly, I wanted to kill you anyway, so it's perfect that you're not running. Tuga took out a prepared high-level scroll from the storage space. Tuga knew that skills were no longer of any use. That lord must be resurrected immediately. With his power to distort reality, he can turn the tide of defeat into victory. Once I resurrect that lord, you'll regret it, Tuga thought. Tuga prepared the resurrection ritual and took out from the storage space. Asterisk Book of Human Skin, skin peeled from a deity. Asterisk Soul Essence, 200 pieces, sourced from the death of intelligent races. Tuga, what a pity. If it weren't for you, my plan wouldn't have failed, and the number of my soul essences should have reached several thousand. Mu Chen remained silent. Tuga poured the soul essence into the human skin. Dark golden light, twisted runes. Resurrect. The palace trembled. Heartbeat. Tuga exclaimed with joy, I did it. This is enough to resurrect the angel. Once the angel is resurrected, you're doomed. Mu Chen curiously stared at the angel's mummified corpse. The mummified corpse's finger twitched. He lifted his head. Empty eye sockets stared at Mu Chen. Mu Chen remained expressionless, the corpse smiled faintly. Flesh and blood began to grow. The desiccated corpse transformed into a human, handsome, muscular, with twisted wings. The all-seeing eye has failed. Tuga knelt down, oh great being, it was I who resurrected you. Angel, thank you. Tuga thought to himself, but such a foolish god, the more the better, easier for me to control it. Dear angel, kill this man. He is the one who hindered your resurrection ritual. The angel shook her head, I will not kill him. Tuga was puzzled. Angel, I thank you, but I will not kill him. Make another request. Tuga, help me kill Victor. Mu Chen, Victor is my friend, I can't kill him. Tuga sneered, why should the angel listen to you? The angel shrugged and said, all right, I'll listen to you, no killing Victor. Change your request to something else. Tuga was on the verge of collapse. The angel smiled at Mu Chen, young nightmare mage, my name is Mephisto, a level 300 twisted angel, and your senior. Mu Chen, hello, senior, my name is Dust. The second-tier profession of the nightmare mage is the twisted angel. Tuga, you know each other? Despair. No wonder. Mu Chen, I just wanted to stop you, but you wouldn't agree. This time, we're doomed. To escape, yet unwilling to give up. Sir, please grant me some reward. Power, immense power. Mephistopheles obtained the Nightmare Codex. Mephist waved his hand, and a page was torn from the Codex of Nightmares, floating into Tuga's hand. Overjoyed, Tuga fled without even thanking him, ignoring Lucia's cries for help. As Tuga was about to reach the teleportation point, Mu Chen teleported behind him, firing several destruction fingers at Tuga's back. Already severely injured, Tuga was ambushed again and immediately activated a defensive scroll, layers of shields appearing around him. Mu Chen's destruction finger easily pierced through all the shields. No! Tuga's face twisted in fear. Tuga is dead, dropping a pile of items. Mu Chen received a system notification, overlevel kill of a level 78 NPC, leveled up to 21. Dropped. Items include 1 scammer job change stone, 1 each of B, C, and D level scammer skill stones, and 3,212 gold coins. No equipment. The pages of the Nightmare Codex didn't drop. Mu Chen guessed they might have been taken by Mephisto. However, the scammer job change stone is a valuable item. After collecting the spoils, Mu Chen approached Mephisto. Mephisto, the gods are slumbering, and it seems the war of the gods is about to begin again. Mu Chen, 3 years later, the chaos evil god will descend, and the war of the gods will resume. Mephistopheles raised an eyebrow. To the death? Mu Chen hesitated. Yes. Mephistopheles, war, I love war the most. I love the devastation of life, the land strewn with corpses, the gods' dying wails, the withering of all things, the blood rain covering the skies. He asked Mu Chen, Dust, do you like war? Mu Chen, so, I can't say I like it, but I don't dislike it either. Mephistopheles, that's not acceptable. We are nightmare mages, slaughter and war are our destiny. Mu Chen, I thought slaying gods was. Mephistopheles, that's just a pastime for leisure. He smiled meaningfully, I can't wait to take part in the war of the gods 3 years from now. Will you join the battle? Yes. For what are you fighting? To protect humanity. Mephistopheles curled his lips, a boring reason. Mu Chen, what if it's for revenge? Mephistopheles yawned, equally boring. War is not child's play. You must love war to enjoy its pleasures. Protection and revenge will only distract you from appreciating the beauty of war. But no worries, live long enough, experience enough, and you'll understand the joy of war. Mu Chen said calmly, compared to war, I prefer staying home playing games, eating fried chicken, burgers, and drinking cola, living a carefree life. A great aspiration, Mephistopheles praised, though Mu Chen couldn't tell if it was sincere or sarcastic. Mephist, I can't talk to you much longer. I have to leave. The Great Resurrection spell can only sustain my life for 3 days, and I need to find a way to extend it. He flapped his twisted wings, preparing to leave. Mu Chen stopped him. Wait a minute. Since you're already level 300, can you leave me 2 or 3 divine artifacts? Consider it helping out a junior. Mephist scratched his head, I'd like to help you, but all my divine artifacts were destroyed in the last war. I'm completely broke now. As you can see, under this black robe, I don't even have underwear. Mu Chen looked at the Codex of Nightmares in Mephistopheles' hand. Mephistopheles quickly put away the codex. I can't give this to you. This is my last weapon. If I give it to you, what will I do in the future? Mu Chen, I don't need the whole book, just 1 or 2 pages will do. Mephistopheles said earnestly, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but we nightmare mages have always prided ourselves on self-reliance and never accept charity. Mu Chen asked suspiciously, really? I suspect you're lying to me, just because you don't want to give it. Mephistopheles changed the subject, how about this, I'll give you a nightmare courier. What is this? A special tool that allows you to contact me anytime, anywhere. It's exclusive to us nightmare mages. Mephistopheles took out a strange black copper whistle. Mu Chen took it and blew the copper whistle. A small yellow dog dressed as a postman, walking on 2 legs, appeared out of nowhere. Do you want to send a letter? Mephistopheles, give it something to deliver. Mu Chen took out a gold coin and flicked it onto the small yellow dog's paw. To whom? Mephistopheles. Got it. The little yellow dog disappeared and reappeared next to Mephistopheles moments later. You have a package, please sign for it. Mephistopheles took the gold coin, and the little yellow dog vanished. Mu Chen asked curiously, just now, what would have happened if I didn't give it something and refused to let it deliver? It would have killed you. Is it strong? Mephistopheles warned, the nightmare postman is a creation of ancient nightmare mages, with unpredictable and mysterious powers. When you use it, it's best to follow the rules and not toy with them. Saying this, he stuffed Mu Chen's gold coin into his pocket. Mu Chen didn't mind, it was just a gold coin. Was Mephistopheles really this poor? I'll need a few months to recover my strength. If anything comes up, contact me through the nightmare postman. Alright, I should be going now. Bye-bye. Mu Chen waved goodbye. The twisted wings behind Mephist flapped, the air distorted, and he disappeared. Mephist was gone. Only Mu Chen and Lucia remained inside the ruins. Mu Chen approached Lucia's prison, looking at the sorrowful and pained woman inside, saying nothing. Lucia cowered in the corner in fear. I know I was wrong. Please, I beg you, send me back to my husband and daughter. Mu Chen nodded. He broke the prison lock and released Lucia. Thank you, you are a good person. I was blinded before, deceived by Tuga, but now I just want to spend the rest of my life with my husband and daughter. Before Lucia could finish her sentence, Mu Chen fired several destruction fingers at her abdomen. Lucia is dead. Before her death, her face was filled with shock, as if she couldn't understand why Mu Chen wanted to kill her. The reason was simple: Mu Chen was the secret of the Nightmare Mage and could not be exposed. Tuga and Lucia, as long as they saw Mephistopheles, would die. Even if Mu Chen didn't act, Mephistopheles would silence them. A resurrected level 300 twisted angel, there's no way the gods would let Mephistopheles go. Mephistopheles' politeness was all a facade. From his words, Mu Chen had already seen through him. This guy was a bloodthirsty war maniac. Nightmare mages have long lifespans, they either kill or are killed. Those who survive, who among them hasn't fought their way through? Mu Chen felt relieved. Luckily, I didn't end up like that. What to do with Lucia's body next? Paul wanted to take it back. The body was too large, so cremating it and putting the ashes in a box was the best option. Just as Mu Chen was worrying, the teleportation array lit up, and Victor arrived. Victor examined Tuga's body. Did you kill it? Victor asked. Yes. Well done. Victor praised, then his gaze fell upon Lucia's corpse. Was she killed by you as well? Mu Chen nodded. Victor liked Lucia, and he didn't want to lie. Ah, well done. Victor sighed, knowing that Lucia was beyond saving. Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Victor was a good person and he didn't want to be enemies with him. Where's the angel's corpse? Victor asked. Mu Chen shook his head. I don't know. The matter with Mephistopheles was too complicated to explain. Victor's face was grave. He knew Tuga's goal was to resurrect the angel. Do you have kerosene? Mu Chen asked. What are you going to do? Paul asked me to take Lucia's remains back. Victor handed over the kerosene. Mu Chen set Lucia on fire, burning her to ashes. Victor took out a box to collect the ashes. System prompt, task completed. Mephistopheles is powerful and a reliable ally. Mu Chen asked Victor, was Tuga's body burned as well? Victor nodded. Mu Chen burned Tuga. How did Tuga discover these ruins? Victor, my teacher discovered it. Tuga went later. The Thieves Guild had an incident. My teacher disappeared, so I suspected him, but I had no evidence and didn't kill him. Mu Chen, is he very strong? Why didn't you kill him? Victor explained, he has an item that can distort rules, making him hard to deal with. The tragedy in Duskwood, the root of the disaster lies in that book. Mu Chen was indifferent. Mephis took the Codex of Nightmares without fear. Mu Chen left, while Victor stayed behind to investigate. Through a single-person teleportation point, Mu Chen returned to the Thieves Guild leader's office. It was a complete mess, with traces of battle everywhere. Original text, 790 characters. Rewritten, 862 words. Word difference, plus 72 words, plus 9.1%. In the town of Darkshire, the thieves were in a panic, scurrying around like headless flies. The streets were filled with roars and wails. Mu Chen activated his void escape technique, teleporting all the way back to the tavern. The tavern was packed with people, everyone on edge. Mu Chen found Marshall in a corner. Brother, haven't seen you in 2 days. Where have you been? Marshall asked. Mu Chen frowned. Had Marshall lost his memory? Mu Chen probed, I've just been wandering around Nightshade Town these past 2 days. What about you? Marshall sipped his drink and said, just staying in the tavern drinking. The meeting to elect the new guild leader was postponed, so I had nothing to do. As expected, Marshall's memory had been altered. Mu Chen immediately checked his backpack, and the Bloodmark King's treasure map was gone as well. The fake treasure map was created by Tuga to harvest souls and resurrect Mephisto. Tuga used the twisted power of the Codex of Nightmares to alter reality, turning falsehood into truth. Now that Tuga is dead, the Codex of Nightmares has returned to Mephisto's hands. The twisted power has ceased, and everything has been forcibly restored to normal. The Bloodseal King's treasure map has disappeared, the treasure hunting players are gone, and Marshall's memories of the treasure have also vanished. Marshall said, sit down, why are you just standing there? Mu Chen sat down. Marshall lowered his voice, aren't you here to find Paul's wife? Did you find her? Mu Chen hesitated for a moment and replied, I did. Really? Lucia, is she still alive? Marshall was stunned. Mu Chen shook his head. Marshall sighed, not finding her leaves room for hope, but once it's confirmed, there's nothing left. Paul, he loved Lucia deeply, even retired from the military for her. Sigh. Yeah, it's so tragic, Muchen lamented. Where did you find Lucia? Marshall asked. Muchen said, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that Lucia was imprisoned. Who? Tuga the Silver Tongue. Muchen said. Tuga is dead, let him take the blame, it makes perfect sense. Marshall suddenly realized, I knew it was him. Ever since Lucia disappeared, I suspected it was him. Scammers really are no good. Muchen glanced at him, thinking, you used to suspect Victor, didn't you? Marshall ordered 2 more pints of malt beer. So, the reason why Boss Victor suddenly acted this morning to execute Tuga was because he learned the truth. Marshall sighed, it's also Boss Victor's fault for not explaining things clearly beforehand, causing chaos in the Thieves Guild and triggering a civil war. Why? Muchen was curious. Chaos was understandable, but a civil war was excessive. Thieves rarely engaged in bloody fights. Marshall said, at the time, Tuga was holding a meeting to discuss the election of a new guild leader. Boss Victor arrived and, in front of everyone, tried to take Tuga out. But Tuga is an elder and had a group of subordinates protecting him. Someone immediately tried to stop it, but Victor also has loyal followers. The 2 groups started fighting. The rest of the guild members stayed neutral. At this moment, a red-scarfed bandit joined the conversation. I heard you seem to know the reason why Boss Victor killed Elder Tuga? Marshall said, it's because of Lucia. Hasn't Lucia been missing for a long time? What does this have to do with her? The red-scarfed bandit asked. Lucia was imprisoned. What? Who imprisoned Lucia? Tuga the Silver Tongue. Really? Absolutely true. Marshall said solemnly, I discovered long ago that Tuga, that scoundrel, had imprisoned Lucia. After Victor, the boss, learned the truth. He loved Lucia, and after being imprisoned for 3 years, he tragically died. This is outrageous. The red scarf thief suddenly realized. No wonder. If it were me, I would have killed Tuga too. Next to him, another thief asked, what happened to Elder Tuga? Let me tell you, do you still remember Lucia, who disappeared 3 years ago? Under Marshall's vivid description, everyone in the tavern learned about Tuga imprisoning Lucia for 3 years and Boss Victor killing him. Although it was Victor who imprisoned Lucia and Muchen who killed her, the root cause lay with Tuga. It was reasonable for the thieves to place all the blame on Tuga, since the culprit was identified. As Tuga, many neutral thieves also took action to eliminate the remnants of Tuga the Silver-Tongued. It is believed that the internal strife will end soon. In a way, Muchen also lent Victor a hand. The influence of the twisted power was corrected, and the fact remained that Victor killed Tuga and imprisoned Lucia. When the time comes, he will have no way to defend himself. In his previous life, Muchen vaguely remembered that Victor's fate was to defect from the Thieves Guild and become a wanted man, likely due to this incident. Victor was a good person and had been beneficial to him. The mission is complete, it's time to go back and claim the reward. Greeted Marshall, Muchen summoned his mount and left. Arriving at Deep Forest Village, he used the teleportation array to return to Flame City. Coming out of the teleportation point, Muchen headed straight for the Sword and Rose Tavern. It was nearing noon, and the tavern was crowded with guests. Muchen walked into the tavern. Paul was pouring drinks for the guests, and upon seeing Muchen, he froze instantly. Before Paul could ask, Muchen took out the box containing Lucia's ashes. Your wife, she is already dead. Paul's face turned ashen as he trembled and took the urn. Paul's daughter, carrying food from the kitchen, saw this scene and fainted on the ground, the food in her hands scattering everywhere. Fanny! Paul shouted. He picked up Fanny and walked upstairs. After a while, Paul came down holding a package.